as the seasoned Transformers enthusiast Mike traverses into the body of the Decepticon ace Tarn. He resolves to transform this violent organization with contemporary ideologies. Commander Starscream, I believe the Decepticons require a robust corporate culture. In the presence of the elegantly composed war machine, the entire Decepticon base descends into chaos. From assisting miners in transporting or to establishing internal mutual aid groups. This colossal figure, adorned with dual-barreled cannons on his right arm, is subverting the traditional norms of the Decepticons in the most civilized manner possible. When Optimus Prime discovers that his adversaries are beginning to procure workers' compensation for their prisoners of war, the very rules of warfare on Cybertron shall be rewritten. My iron comrade Tarn, despite your fearsome appearance, your spark is filled with kin. As the most ruthless war machine begins assisting miners, the Decepticons' narrative takes an unexpected turn. Perhaps they have become the most corporate culture-oriented villainous organization of all. It shouldn't be. Lord Starscream, scanning. Do not interrupt me. Soldier, can't you see I am in deep thought? After that response, Starscream finally halted, lifting his head high, gazing intently if he had nostrils directly ahead. As the former vice commander and now leader of the Decepticons, he is entirely justified in assuming such a posture. However, the reason for his elevated stance is that the companion before him stands nearly on par with Megatron, perhaps even surpassing him in height. Just as upon their first meeting, Starscream lingered in astonishment for a moment before slowly inquiring, "Have you given yourself a name?" Before addressing this question, Mike is more inclined to examine his new form. He consciously maneuvers his optical sensors left and right, ultimately locking onto an unlit LCD panel. He strides forward mechanically, using the reflection from the screen to scrutinize himself. First, his visage, or perhaps it should not be referred to as such since in the eyes of any sentient being, the sole identifier atop his head is the mask forged in the likeness of the Decepticon insignia. Its overall design leans towards that of the cinematic version, with sharply defined contours and an imposing sense of strength characteristic of Decepticon engineering. The eye sockets are crafted with piercing shapes, emanating a pair of crimson glows that exude an aura of intimidation. Broad shoulders are formed by 3 folded treads on either side of his head, while the pair of small cannons on his back has transformed into sleek, reflective violet wing-like appendages. Both limbs and torso are equally robust, with fingertips sharpened in the Decepticon style. At this juncture, it suffices to describe his appearance surely. Many of you are now pondering who Mike truly is and what has transpired. The truth is, it is a case of self-inflicted circumstances. Having been a fervent fan of Transformers since middle school, the now young adult Mike often finds himself embroiled in fierce debates with his equally passionate sister over character designs, with Tarn being the focal point of this particular dispute. Mike harbors a particular fondness for this highly popular character from the Transformers series, consistently asserting that if the matrix of leadership were to include Tarn, no matter how radiant the Autobot protagonist's aura, they could never triumph over the Decepticons. His sister, however, expresses deep skepticism, arguing that the Autobots are the forces of justice, and throughout history, good has always found a way to suppress evil, thus rendering Tarn vulnerable. As expected, the siblings soon find themselves at odds once again. Unexpectedly, the intensity of this argument escalates to a degree that they fail to notice a red light, until they abruptly realize a massive vehicle barreling towards them. Mike is the first to be struck, and upon regaining consciousness, he finds himself enveloped in darkness. He attempts to move, vaguely sensing that he is confined within a box, with red lights reflecting back at him from all directions. While pondering this, his hand inadvertently finds a button, and to his surprise, a narrow slit of light opens before him. Startled, he endeavors to locate the button again, yet despite his efforts, he cannot widen the gap. Resolutely, he decides to take matters into his own hands. Mike thrusts both hands into the crevice, pulling forcefully apart the door emits a cacophony of metallic clinks, and eventually yields to reveal a considerably larger exit. Blinding sunlight floods into the box, and instinctually, Mike raises his hand to shield his eyes, only to first notice his hands. Mechanical hands? Lowering his gaze to inspect his body, he realizes he has transformed into a robot. To confirm this, he swiftly explores his form, testing the unfamiliar sensations until his attention zeroes in on his right forearm. Any true Transformers aficionado, regardless of their familiarity with this body, could recognize the unique dual-barreled fusion cannon on the right arm and recall a name, Tarn. Setting aside whether to feel fortunate or alarmed, he must first ascertain which universe he occupies. As Mike contemplates this, he extends his hand to probe outside the box, gripping the edge for leverage as he emerges, taking his inaugural step as a transformer. Thud. As he steps onto the grass, a sharp creaking sound emanates from his knee as if rusty screws were twisting, but it poses no significant hindrance. Mike strides forward, moving his joints freely, gradually acclimatizing to the basic sensory functions. Interestingly, when his awareness reaches his toes, he feels a balancing apparatus resembling an inverted shovel. He must thank the fact that transformers are humanoid machines as consciousness arises in his mind. It aligns with the corresponding parts of his form, which leads to the transformation. Yes. How could transformers not transform? Transform. No response. Transform. He assumes a wide stance, yet still no reaction. Before he can attempt more poses, a sound akin to a jet soaring overhead accompanied by the mechanical whirring of transformation reverberates from above, as two purple humanoid figures gracefully land before Mike. Given their identical appearance, it is evident they are the aerial soldiers from the version of the Matrix of leadership. Well, this unexpected journey certainly brings forth some intriguing elements. What one speaks, one receives, it seems. Before Mike can pose a question, the soldier on the left speaks first, addressing his companion, by Primus. Who would have thought that a mere patrol could yield such a prize? This will earn us quite a reputation. Indeed, the other soldier responds, glancing at Mike. With such a towering figure, equipped with an extraordinary weapon, and bearing the Decepticon insignia upon his face, he must be a particularly significant officer. As he speaks, he presses two fingers to his right ear, calling the warship, requesting a land bridge. We have a distinguished guest arriving. Thus, Mike finds himself bewilderingly traversing, stumbling through the land bridge, and following the two aerial soldiers through a narrow corridor, eventually arriving at a bridge filled with screens, where he inadvertently startles Starscream. Hey, are you malfunctioning, or has your neural circuitry short-circuited? Mike understands that Starscream is inquiring if he is deaf or mentally impaired. However, the former is not particularly sensitive. Setting aside his own positive mindset, Mike aspires to maintain the unique elegance of Tarn, even though he himself remains unaware of which universe this Tarn originates from. Yet, clarity in name persists, so Mike continues to gaze at the screens, responding, Tarn, you may call me Tarn, Starscream. Strangely, although he emits sounds, he feels no motion from his mouth. Mike raises a hand, attempting to remove the mask, only to find it immovable. Could it be that the mask is his face? And did his previous speech emanate through some form of microphone? Starscream seems incensed by this statement. Hey, you scrap heap, if it weren't for my magnanimity in taking you in, you would have rusted out there. You speak to me without a hint of respect. Do you not see me as? Two beams of red light abruptly shift from the screens to illuminate Starscream's face, causing the latter to swallow his last few words, merely managing to let out a muffled ah. Perhaps this is the first time Starscream has felt Megatron's authority reflected in another, as he blinks rapidly, regaining his composure before reopening his mouth. Why are you staring at me? Stand down. Delighted to meet you, Red Spider. Commander. Regarding the commander, Mike felt a twinge of sympathy for the jester, and he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. After a slight bow, he turned and exited through the door. Only when the door closed did Red Spider allow himself to relax from his tense state. He turned to look at Soundwave, who had been watching the scene unfold, and frowned slightly. Soundwave, you seem rather composed. In response to the anticipated indifference, Red Spider merely shrugged, scratching his head as he returned to the command console, muttering, it shouldn't be possible. How can it still be activated? Now, let us return to Mike, the giant who referred to himself as Tarn. His opinion of the corridors of the Decepticon warship, which were filled with anticipation, was singular, a labyrinth. Do the Cybertronians possess no fundamental design sense? Every corridor appeared identical, devoid of any signposts, and the persistent flashing of an empty battery symbol suggested that he might have to land before even locating a supply station. Despite his frustrations, Mike persisted in his search. At last, he caught a glimpse of blue light around the next corner. Upon entering the warehouse, he picked up an energy cube no larger than the size of his palm, yet he had no idea how to utilize it. Of course, Mike could have inquired, as two Decepticon ground soldiers were stationed at the entrance of the warehouse. But what would be the consequence of such an inquiry? How could he explain that a Cybertronian did not know how to consume his only source of sustenance? Good morning, gentlemen. Mike's quick wit led him to devise a brilliant excuse. It seems the super energy injector is malfunctioning. Could you take a look? The two soldiers exchanged glances, and the one on the right turned back to him. I'll take a look. Thank you, I appreciate it. Not only did the one who intended to assist him react, but even those who stood by were taken aback by Mike's casual expression of gratitude. The soldier who was about to help looked visibly surprised, even through his mask. Did you just thank me? Mike's mind was always agile. What should I have done? Should I have grabbed you both to fix it? If you can't stand polite conversation, I can refrain. Oh no, that's not it. The assisting soldier waved his hands in denial. We are, of course, happy to help. He then extended his hand. I'm Kevin, pleased to meet you. And you are? Kevin? The individual who organized the Decepticon chatroom? Mike grasped Kevin's hand firmly and replied, just call me Tarn. The former shook his hand vigorously, nearly dislocating the latter's arm. Mike recalled that in the version of the leader's insignia, consuming super energy required juicing it, yet he was unaware of the machine's appearance or operation. Now, he understood, and in front of Kevin, he showcased 3 sizable cubes. It is worth noting that Kevin had enough energy for 3 days, while 1 cube. How many bottles could that yield? My joints are a bit stiff, and this cannon on my arm is rather heavy. Could you escort me to the medical station? Mike pointed to his knee, and Kevin immediately nodded, leading him towards the medical station. Unfortunately, they encountered a group of miners returning from work. The 2 teams met at a narrow junction, where paths converged. Kevin took the initiative. Hey, you lot better step aside. Can't you see I'm escorting a VIP? Hey, man, we've been mining all day, one miner shrugged, appearing out of breath. Could you let us pass first? I think you're asking for trouble. Mike quickly restrained Kevin, urging, Kevin, do not trouble these laborers. Tarn, they are merely miners, there's no need to yield. Isn't this an opportunity to win their favor? Realizing this, Mike shook his head, gently pushing Kevin aside as he approached the miners. He bent down to lift 2 carts of ore, then turned around and asked, could someone lead the way? Word has it that night, Kevin's blog exploded with activity, as all signals were abuzz discussing the newly appeared companion who could rival Megatron. Kevin was undoubtedly the most active participant, emphasizing the virtues of this new ally while also highlighting their camaraderie. My good friend Tarn is not only polite, but also eager to assist. Though he appears fierce, his spark is filled with loyalty. Don't forget, he's my best mate. Those who had seen Tarn praised him, while those who had not raised questions. Who is this Tarn? I've never heard of him, neither on Cybertron nor on Earth. I've heard rumors that Tarn is not a natural being, but rather a war machine designed by Soundwave in the early days of the war. He has an artificial spark in his chest, and his mind is filled with pre-programmed directives. Listen here, Winged One. If you dare speak such words again, they'll block your exhaust port. If Tarn is merely a war machine, then what about those directives? Which Decepticon scientist would create such a dull program? Many ground soldiers echoed Kane's sentiments, some even stating, let's not forget, Tarn has wheels on his shoulders. He can only scan vehicle forms, so he'll certainly be one of us wheeled types. Though this viewpoint was somewhat functionalist and generalized, every ground soldier, including the miners, shared this perspective. One of the miners, the very one who had received assistance that afternoon, remarked, setting aside how much Tarn can help us, just his presence at the mine entrance brings us a sense of security. We no longer have to fear the Autobots. Exactly. No more fear of the Autobots. Tarn is so tall and strong he could knock Optimus Prime down with a single punch. Hey, have you forgotten about the twin cannon on his right arm? The caliber is as large as my fist. Regardless of how erratic the topic of conversation became, they all converged on a singular point. The Decepticons were poised to enter their most formidable era. Chapter 2. Going with the flow, unbeknownst to Mike, discussions about him swirled around in the minds of others as he sat in the infirmary, gazing at Megatron in the adjacent room. His thoughts meandered through 2 fundamental questions. The first, and most pressing, was how to return, though staying might also be an option. Throughout Mike's digital journey, he had developed a keen fascination with the concept of traversing realms, which was why he could quickly regain his composure after the incident. While he struggled to find a fitting analogy, he knew others shared this understanding. In various tales of dimension hopping, some characters successfully returned, while others opted to remain in their newfound worlds. Caught in indecision, Mike recognized that with his narrative savvy and this flawless physique, he possessed the capacity to thrive aboard the Decepticon ship. After the conflict, he could willingly surrender and live a humble life as a laborer, perhaps even partake in the challenges set forth by their leader. Yet this led to a second quandary. What did his sister think? It was well known that the Transformers series featured a scarce number of named female characters. While some may lurk in the shadows, they were undeniably few. Would his sister become RC? Or perhaps Black Widow? Or might she embody some other character from beyond Earth? But then again, amidst such a horde of nameless soldiers, who could ascertain if any were female? Regardless, he could always inquire, as there was no shame in seeking answers. Mike was not like those orphaned protagonists from other tales. His family in the original world was remarkably whole, exuding warmth and harmony that could incite envy in even the most forlorn souls. Therefore, he often sought his sister's counsel on various matters, yet he firmly believed that, regarding the first question, her stance would mirror his own. If there was a chance to return, they must seize it. However, such matters were not resolved overnight. First, he needed to locate her, and the very notion of traversing dimensions was intriguing in itself. After mulling over these thoughts for some time, Mike concluded that the lubricant had likely thickened, prompting him to rise and stretch vigorously. The cannon he wielded had already been disassembled by a few kind-hearted souls, despite its minimal weight. Oh, may the divine protect me. No, I should rather invoke Primus' blessing for the safety of both myself and my sister. As he silently prayed, he approached Megatron's imposing form. Even rusted, it exuded an undeniable strength. Ah, behold our dear newcomer, standing silently and mourning beside the half-lifeless body of our former master. As a devoted enthusiast of the Decepticons, Mike's attention was wholly captivated by the sharp, raspy voice of Starscream. While he paid little heed to the words, recognizing that Starscream was not one to speak wisdom, he had grown accustomed to it. "We meet again, Commander Starscream. You are called Tarn, are you not?" Mike nodded, before posing a question in return. "Commander Starscream, ever since I awakened, I have been plagued by a singular inquiry. Why have I lost my previous memories? I wish to recover them. Can you assist me?" "Indeed, the revelation of your identity as the commander is sufficiently astonishing." Red Spider arched an eyebrow, clasped his hands behind his back, and it seems you have awakened your self-awareness. Yet why dwell on it? I'm not a scientist. For now, heed my words. You need not concern yourself with excessive history. Remember your identity, and mine as well. I am the current leader of the Decepticons, and my commands must be obeyed. It is at least clear that Tarn holds no significant stature in this universe. Perhaps merely a fabricated war machine. It is no wonder the Black Dog Squad is so renowned, even if the lower-tier soldiers are unaware. An adept individual like Red Spider must have heard of him. Encountering Tarn in person would evoke more than mere surprise. Wait a moment. This scenario bears a striking resemblance to the perfect Decepticon from Cybertron's lore, albeit an experimental model, lacking the imposing stature and instantaneous teleportation capabilities depicted therein. Could it be that the leader's insignia merely signifies a multiverse? Regardless, overthinking this matter serves no purpose. We must focus on the present. Mike responded, "As long as the orders are reasonable, I shall comply." Although his reply was merely a soft grunt, Mike could assure that Red Spider, despite any reservations, would not squander such valuable resources, whether for himself or the Decepticon cause. Red Spider tilted his head momentarily before conceding a few affirmatives, turning to Mike and stating, "Given your commendable demeanor, I shall accept this arrangement. However, your appearance now brands you as the Decepticon's emblem, whether on missions or in reception. There will be ample opportunities for your skills. Follow me." The two strolled back to the bridge, where the display before them showcased the tempestuous weather outside the warship. The somber sky resonated with thunder, and the streaks of lightning illuminated the bridge. This scene felt oddly familiar. Mike paused at the doorway, observing Red Spider traverse the long walkway to the command console. The sound of a door opening soon followed, as Red Spider continued to face the display, remarking, "You should be here by now. Knockout. I prefer not to wait." The journey is indeed lengthy. Red Spider. With an elegant stride, Knockout entered the bridge, flicking off the dust from his attire. "My wheels are still tingling." "Ha, we are all of the same ilk," Red Spider replied, approaching. "I truly wonder which self-respecting Decepticon would choose a vehicle mode as mundane as a car. One must first ensure their form is suited for flight mode." Mike stepped out from the shadows of the doorway, glancing down at Knockout, who stood half a head shorter than Red Spider. Moreover, some friends simply enjoy the thrill of equipping themselves with steel wire tires. Knockout's reaction mirrored that of Red Spider, though he appeared more anxious than the latter. "Indeed, Knockout, you are correct. By the Prime, what a specimen." Knockout turned to Mike. "I had only heard of you at first. What have you heard?" Mike thought it prudent to be aware of some history. Red Spider seemed unwilling to divulge any information, yet that would not deter Mike. "Your paint appears quite fine. However, I have recently developed an aversion to the color red. Might we consider an alternative hue?" Downfall refrained from speaking recklessly, faced with the pressure of silence and the imposing presence of the deputy commander. Downfall resolutely opted for the former. I confess. By the grace of Primus, you were originally conceived during the early days of war, proposed and invented by the shockwave. In simpler terms, you are a war machine. Yet, what is it? Noticing Downfall's hesitation, Mike grew anxious, placing his hand upon the latter's chest and seizing him. Even Mike was startled by his own strength, hastily releasing the bewildered figurine. Downfall promptly inspected his paint, relieved to find it intact, and continued. However, once everything was prepared and even the energy core was injected in advance, it became apparent that it could not be activated. This artificial spark could not provide the necessary power for this physique. Moreover, due to the corruption of the war spark source, new sparks could not be produced. Mike surmised. So, I have become a discarded relic? Indeed, the Red Spider interjected. At that time, you were sealed away once more. It was likely due to concerns that the factory would be overtaken by the Autobots, hence your launch. Unexpectedly, you fell to Earth and activated yourself. Indeed, judging by your appearance, it seems you have awakened self-awareness. Does this signify a boon or a bane for you? Not merely a boon, but a stroke of fortune. Consider it. A formidable war machine endowed with self-awareness. Merely possessing such a form could induce considerable distress among the Autobots. The victory of the Decepticons is nigh. Though such is the case, our journey must persist. The primary reason for Downfall's arrival is to attend to the health of Lord Megatron. Everyone felt a pang of sympathy for Lord Megatron's condition. Thus a vote was cast to summon an expert, hopeful that he might be gradually restored to health. Downfall seemed somewhat critical of the Red Spider's incessantly waving claws during their conversation, but still concurred. The expert is indeed the right choice. However, my expertise lies not in repair, but in dismantlement. Should I wish to assist, I must await my assistant's arrival. The Red Spider, displeased, elongated his face. It was agreed that the two of us would come together. Why the delay? We were pursuing a new vein of energy, and once Deadlock concludes his investigation, he shall join us. Deadlock and Breakdown are the same individual. Deadlock conducted his inquiries swiftly. Upon his return, the first thing he did was gaze at Mike in astonishment. Only after a considerable pause did he recollect to relay the general appearance of the sought object to Soundwave. Several segments of electronic code traversed the screen, revealing a metallic sphere poised within the hands of a statue. An energy extractor, Mike recalled. Once Deadlock and I retrieve the item, I shall examine your condition. It is quite remarkable that such an ancient artificial spark can power such a large frame. Reluctantly, Downfall scrutinized Mike until Deadlock called, prompting him to turn and step onto the land bridge. Mike found himself perplexed. Is Downfall not a physician? Why then does he harbor an interest in science? This is indeed a matter of utmost secrecy concerning the feasibility of artificial ignition. Red Spider cast a glance at Soundwave, who was engrossed in his work. Were it not for the fact that Shockwave could barely manage with just one hand, he would never have sought assistance in this endeavor. After all, this is a groundbreaking invention. Is it akin to the perfect Megatron? One must acknowledge that this is also a creation that Megatron only had the leisure to tinker with after unifying Cybertron. Although it remains uncertain if anyone had attempted this in the past, such contraptions would undoubtedly have been deemed illegal during the Golden Age. Red Spider continued. We are all quite curious as to why you were previously unable to activate, yet now you suddenly present yourself before us. What transpired during that interval remains a mystery. Perhaps only Shockwave could have unraveled it, but alas, he is no more. Come on, Shockwave is one of the primary antagonists. He cannot simply perish off-screen. However, his appearance is delayed until the third season. How shall we pass the time in the meantime? Should we maintain our guise as Decepticons, or seek an opportune moment to betray? The communicator emitted a pair of beeps, followed by the voice of a defeated soldier. We have located Autobots at the target site. Reinforcements may be necessary. Shall we send you to make an appearance before the Autobots? Mike shook his head, saying, I have yet to scan for vehicle form. It would be rather inconvenient to appear in the city. Red Spider rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned to the communicator. Soundwave will be dispatched to assist you. After a brief black screen, a Decepticon soldier armed with a rifle parted the curtain, revealing 4 towering figures standing before the original Energon entity. An entire vein of readily accessible Energon lay before them. Red Spider triumphantly raised the Energon extractor, which was significantly larger than his own hand. Expressing gratitude for this gift bestowed upon him by the ancient Cybertronians, the defeated soldier seized the opportunity to take credit. Commander Red Spider, to be precise. This is a gift from both me and Deadlock. Is that so? Would you care to test the power of this gift? Red Spider abruptly switched hands with the extractor, raising the nozzle high, startling the two members of the medical team. A surge of blue light rapidly coalesced, and after the targeting reticle appeared at the nozzle, it suddenly discharged. The laser passed between the two medical personnel, striking a patrolling soldier directly. The energon within the soldier's body swiftly erupted in powdered form, spiraling into the extractor. The soldier emitted a pained wail, staggering to the ground. Mike, filled with compassion, quickly grasped Red Spider's arm, directing the extractor skyward. The linear laser shot into the heavens, tracing a magnificent meteor trail. Red Spider, furious, turned off the extractor, violently shaking off Mike's grip and pointing accusingly at his face. It seems you wish for your own demise. How dare you interfere with my work? Do you believe I will reduce you to mere fragments? With so many experimental products on the ground, you dare to direct the mouth of hell towards your own kind. Mike retorted fearlessly. Even as a mere soldier, he understood the significance of each individual in the resurgence of the Decepticon cause. To squander resources in such a manner is truly unfathomable. I cannot believe the Decepticons could survive under your command. Even if the Red Spider is unreasonable, he would not dare to vent his anger towards Mike in front of others. If left unchecked, that soldier would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, if he were to survive, it would be utterly illogical to use him for further experimentation. Two soldiers emerged from the land bridge, working together to carry their ailing comrade away. The Red Spider, witnessing this, scoffed disdainfully. Consider yourself fortunate. As for you, Tarn, remember well the actions you have taken today. With that, the Red Spider turned, aiming the extraction device at the primordial energy entity on the ground. I believe Tarn is capable. Unsurprisingly, Deadfire concurred with this assessment. Not only would this elevate the status of the common soldiers in their eyes, but it would also allow him to chastise the Red Spider. Yet, I wonder what kind of troubles he might cause me in the future. Never mind, why fret? By the way, according to the current pace, isn't the partition arriving soon? Where is everyone? At this moment, Chow Chow stood upon the hillside, scrutinizing the figures before the primordial energy entity, his hand poised near his ear, ready to call for reinforcements, but after some contemplation, he lowered it. Surely, it must have been a mere misperception. How could there be such tall figures among the Decepticons? Murmuring to himself, he began to slide down the slope, intent on stealthily approaching, but inadvertently stepped on an object, the sound echoing throughout the entire mining area. Before he could lament, the medical duo tossed a quick remark that they would return shortly, and with a tacit understanding, they flanked from both sides, knocking down the assailant while brandishing their stun sticks, twirling them with indecipherable flair. Deadfire transformed his right hand into a construction hammer, running while charging his attack. Faced with the thrusting stun sticks and swinging hammer, a thought flashed through the mind of the partition. Suddenly, he dropped to the ground. Deadfire sensed something amiss. Yet the hammer in his hand could not be halted, crashing directly into the face of the assailant. The stun stick that had been released, and the debris from the face momentarily froze in midair, as the partition braced himself on the ground, executing a swift turn and leap to catch the stun stick, plunging the tip into the unresponsive Deadfire's neck. The latter, electrified and twitching, fell backward to the ground, the stun stick still lodged in his neck. Simple enough. The partition dusted off his hands, but as he turned, a familiar laser swiftly struck him. The primordial energy entity surged back into the extraction device in the Red Spider's hands. The Red Spider's face displayed a triumphant expression, likely envisioning the celebration in the spark chamber for personally dispatching a second Autobot. Yet, often the most assured actions yield the most painful repercussions. The Red Spider's eyes widened in terror, scarcely believing that the partition could withstand the extraction device's laser and approach him. So astonished was he that he momentarily forgot to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the partition grasped the extraction device with one hand, while the other formed a fist, delivering a powerful swing to the Red Spider's face. The Red Spider screamed in agony as he was sent flying backward. The extraction device wrenched from his grasp. The partition forcefully squeezed the device to shut it down, then hurled it into the air. The device traced a beautiful arc, exploding in midair into a dazzling blue firework. Witnessing this, the partition took 2 steps back, collapsing onto the ground in relief. "Tarn, why do you not come over to assist me?" Is it a deliberate act on your part? As anticipated, the Red Spider, upon awakening, immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Mike, who, having found amusement in the situation, feigned innocence and replied, "I thought you could manage it, Commander Red Spider. Besides, how could I dare usurp your glory?" Before the Red Spider could utter another word of reproach, a glimmering point appeared on the hillside, expanding into a land bridge from which a truck, a sports car, and a motorcycle emerged in succession, performing a dazzling transformation mid-air. A torrent of laser bullets rained down. The recently returned medical team exchanged glances and swiftly transformed into vehicle mode to escape the onslaught. The Red Spider, with a show of bravado, conjured a laser gun to retaliate, then leapt into the air, transforming into an F-16, and after a surge of jet power, departed the scene. Mike spotted RC racing towards him, initially intending to confirm whether she was indeed his sister, but was interrupted by Optimus Prime and Bumblebee, who were firing at him. It seemed he would have to seek another opportunity. Raising his right wrist to deflect the bullets, he activated the communicator that had been installed before his incapacitation. This is Tarn, requesting a land bridge. Chapter 3. A web of mysteries. Once the panel was returned to the base, it was placed on a medical bed. The ambulance approached, utilizing instruments to scan the panel, and reported, "There are no abnormalities in its body, but a significant portion of its super energy has been extracted. Do not worry. I am quite resilient. This will not claim my life," the panel boasted, propping itself up briefly before succumbing to fatigue and lying back down. The ambulance shook its head, connecting an energy tube to the panel. "Why do you all appear so troubled regarding the extractor?" Bumblebee inquired, glancing at Optimus Prime before stepping forward, animatedly recounting the scene. Beep beep bop bop beep bop. Initially, the ambulance paid little heed, but upon hearing a key phrase, it was suddenly alarmed. "What? The new Decepticon is as tall as Optimus Prime?" "Indeed, ambulance, and likely even taller," RC replied, crossing her arms, recalling the encounter. "It could very well be a formidable adversary." Optimus Prime furrowed his brow. With such a powerful ally joining the Decepticons, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to further tighten our predicament. Henceforth, we must exercise extreme caution during missions. Until we ascertain their weaknesses, we should avoid direct confrontations. "Boss, when can I go fetch Mickey?" "Agent Fuller, have you completed your special training?" Upon receiving affirmation from the communicator, Optimus Prime turned back to the panel. "Once you have replenished your energy and confirmed your health, you may go to retrieve Mickey. Agent Fuller will escort her out, setting aside the anxieties of the Autobots. Let us return our focus to the interior of the Decepticon warship." Deadfire operated a buzzing grinder, smoothing over a rust patch on Megatron's chest. Once the grinder was lifted, the rust had vanished without a trace, revealing the original shining silver beneath. "This tool is quite effective. What is its mechanism of operation?" In response to Mike's inquiry, Deadlock could only shrug. "I am familiar with the usage, yet the intricacies of its workings elude me. By the way, Tarn, the soldier you rescued a few days ago is seeking you out. He wishes to express his gratitude in person." Mike, feeling somewhat embarrassed, waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely a trifling gesture. There is no need for such fanfare." "Indeed, merely a trifling gesture," Red Spider interjected. "It seems I have grossly underestimated your program, which has remarkably learned to absorb all gestures of goodwill for itself. I am tempted to delve into your mind to ascertain which circuit has malfunctioned." Mike's silence rendered Red Spider bored, prompting him to shift the conversation back to Deadlock. "Our Lord Megatron, has there been any change in the situation?" "There should be, but only superficially," Deadlock replied, gesturing towards the recently polished area. "I trust our medical officer is exerting every effort to restore Megatron, though it is quite possible that the situation is beyond remedy. After all, Megatron's injuries," Red Spider paused deliberately, casting a meaningful glance towards Mike, "are quite severe." "I am aware of your intentions, Red Spider. What you desire is merely a title. Once Lord Megatron returns to the Allspark, I shall make my choice. Until then, everyone must step back." Mike moved closer, compelling Red Spider to retreat. The latter gazed at the obstacle before him, second only to Soundwave, with a sense of frustration. Yet found himself powerless to act, redirecting his ire towards the recently returned Knockout. "Where have you been? We couldn't find you." "Just stretching my legs," Knockout replied, somewhat displeased, pointing to a scratch on his forearm. "Some human scoundrel marked me with a stone, but he paid the price." Red Spider seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. hands clasped behind his back. Why did you race with those humans again? Are you not aware that you need my permission? Come on, Red Spider. I am an automotive enthusiast. How can you expect me to resist? I'm not concerned with your excuses, Red Spider retorted, stepping closer to glare at Knockout. As the commander of this warship, I must enforce rules, and my governance is stringent. This is a one-time concession, Knockout. Knockout chuckled, spreading his hands in a gesture of acquiescence. Understood, Commander. Address me as Lord, Red Spider corrected, though lamenting that Megatron had yet to depart this world, thus necessitating that Knockout remain a commander. He knew he was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Red Spider, realizing whom he referred to, grumbled in frustration, tossing a remark over his shoulder as he resumed polishing and exiting the medical room, brusquely pushing aside the soldier who had just entered. Tarn, so you are here. The soldier hurriedly approached, extending his hands to grasp Mike's left hand. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your rescue, I would have been sent back to the Allspark by that little scoundrel, Red Spider. Haha, Mike responded with a smile, extending his right hand to pat the soldier's shoulder. We are all in this together. Those who can assist will certainly do so. Moreover, such needless sacrifices are hardly a badge of honor. Regardless, I'm still grateful. The soldier reiterated, vigorously shaking Mike's hand. Meanwhile, Knockout, still undergoing polishing, abruptly inquired, Tarn, where did you learn that charming routine? I can hardly believe that the existing programming encompasses such rhetoric. Before Mike could utter a word, the soldier preemptively retorted, that is because Tarn, like us, possesses an essence of super energy coursing through him. No one is born a villain. Tarn merely acts according to his convictions. I'm aware of this. Yet his approach somewhat resembles the teachings of the Autobots. Perhaps there is a semblance of truth in that, but I firmly believe that Tarn stands with us. He could never become an Autobot. One glance at the emblem upon his face assures this conviction. The soldier gazed up at Mike, asserting, Tarn is our eternal friend. Mike was momentarily taken aback, reflecting upon his past. He could easily thump his chest, proclaiming himself an extroverted socialite, having aided countless individuals without expectation of recompense, though those very individuals, as anticipated, had never reciprocated. While aware that this was merely a simplistic method of winning hearts, it was the first time Mike had felt genuine validation from another, a mere cannon fodder character in an animated narrative, receiving heartfelt recognition for a moral act. In the real world, those individuals would feign affection only when benefits were at stake, devoid of any sincerity. Yet here, I can win the hearts of many. I can envision a future where, upon Megatron's abdication, I shall undoubtedly be the foremost candidate for the Decepticon leadership. I will rise above all. Mike's thoughts spiraled into a fervent fantasy, and fortunately, his visage was merely a mask, concealing the sinister expression that threatened to surface. The polishing of the defeated was complete. He patted the polished surface and swaggered out of the infirmary. The soldier watched as his figure vanished beyond the door and turned to inquire, Is our doctor off to race again? Deadlock raised an eyebrow. You are aware of this affair? The defeated had previously left messages in the blog chat group, requesting the informant to keep an eye on racing events, and he had bribed the land bridge administrator with promises of free medical care to ensure his unrestricted access. If he continued in this manner, it was only a matter of time before the Red Spider would strip him of his veneer. I will rise above all. Mike's slip of the tongue successfully drew surprised glances from the two present. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Let us swiftly transition to a black screen. Defeated. This is it. It appears he has genuinely lost his temper. You speak the truth, defeated. I am indeed furious. The Red Spider, having overheard the muttering, approached with clenched fists. You have defied my orders once again, and I have already warned you beforehand. This is the final warning. Defeated raised his hands in plea. My apologies, Commander Red Spider. However, I've already paid the price. Optimus Prime literally dismantled my door. Address me as my lord. Defeated, as the Decepticon leader, only I can determine whether you have truly paid a price. The Red Spider suddenly smiled wickedly, raising a finger, the sharp tip glinting ominously under the light. No, Red Spider, remain calm. Defeated hastily darted behind Mike. Tarn, please help me plead for mercy. Tarn, to your surprise, Mike grasped the wheel that had been knocked down behind him, lifting it before him as one would a puppy by the nape of its neck, and said earnestly, Regardless, the Red Spider is still the current commander. He possesses the authority to oversee our movements. What the Decepticons require above all is discipline. and your transgression of the rules necessitates punishment. Huh? Tarn, have you forgotten that I assisted you in checking your body and replacing your parts? I thought we were thick as thieves. You have a point, and upon hearing this, the knocked-over figure smiled with satisfaction. Mike then shifted the conversation, raising his hand, stating that he would refrain from applying a rough primer in consideration of their camaraderie. Tarn. Subsequently, the Red Spider summoned Tarn to the rooftop, where he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the orange-yellow skyline, while Tarn stood alongside him. Appreciating the sunrise. I do not appreciate others acting on my behalf. I shall be more cautious next time. You truly offend no one. I have stated that as long as it is reasonable, I shall harbor no objections. The Red Spider turned his head to gaze at the rising sun. Golden rays piercing through the mist, gently cascading upon the giant before him, bestowing a brilliant sheen upon his purple exterior. What kind of programming resides within his mind? Every utterance he makes is rooted in logic, yet I frequently sense the shadow of shockwave lurking. Despite the multitude of speculations swirling in the Red Spider's mind, he must first seek an opportunity to verify them. This is why he once again engaged in discussion with Soundwave upon returning to the ship's bridge. Are you certain that you cannot retrieve any information from the database regarding the creation of Tarn? Soundwave nodded. Then how about we subdue him and utilize a cerebral cortex neural connector to probe his memories? Soundwave shook his head, flexing his arms in a show of strength. The Red Spider instantly comprehended that unless Shockwave could miraculously resurrect and provide a means to subdue Tarn, the latter would persist in employing such unconventional methods within the Decepticon ranks, a fact that even Megatron might struggle to alter. He bears an uncanny resemblance to the Autobots. Does he not? Soundwave shrugged, pointing to the Decepticon emblem on his shoulder. Indeed, no matter what, he cannot betray us. After all, his allegiance is emblazoned upon his very visage. If Shockwave were not foolish, he would undoubtedly modify this fundamental setting. Although he was not particularly fond of that one-eyed scientist, the Red Spider understood that Shockwave would never be careless to such an extent. Chapter 4. The first encounter with the Spider. Half an hour before the Black Widow's ship entered Earth's orbit, Mike followed Deadlock into the laboratory. As he was engrossed in his research, the figure known as Knockout turned upon hearing the door open, looking at Mike and inquiring, "How did you detach this fusion cannon?" Mike tilted his head in recollection. It was the miners and soldiers who guided me that assisted in removing it. I found it rather inconvenient to operate with this cannon in tow. Knockout turned back to continue examining the fusion cannon, then stood up and pointed to a specific area, indicating for Mike to take a look. It was a threaded interface, but there were evident signs of wear and tear at the connection point. Knockdown explained. This thread should have been disassembled using a size 24 wrench, yet those technologically inept fools resorted to a size 20 wrench in a misguided effort. Truly a case of extraordinary strength yielding unexpected results. Consequently, the forced disassembly resulted in the screws failing to align properly with the threads. This connection is crucial, as it pertains to the energy conduit. Should a super-energy entity leak while firing is initiated, the entire cannon, along with its arm, would be sent skyward. I would need your assistance in repairing it. Upon hearing this, Knockdown raised an eyebrow. Mike sometimes regretted his instantaneous comprehension of certain matters. For heaven's sake, I am merely performing my duties. Knockdown vigorously shook his head, crossing his arms and tilting his chin upward. Observing this, Mike helplessly spread his hands. What must I do to atone for my misdeeds? I have just received word of an energy signal that requires investigation, but concurrently, I have also been notified about a racing event. The timings do not conflict, yet I am reluctant to make an additional trip. Would you assist me in investigating the signal? Apart from acquiescing, Mike seemed to have no alternative. But is this fusion cannon truly so vital? Or does Mike wish to seize this opportunity for a little excursion? He pondered. It is essential to venture out, whether to scan vehicles or seek news of my sister. After all, it is merely an investigation into an energy signal, a trivial task to brush aside, merely stating it is suitable for extraction. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, as the weekend approached, Jack and the others reveled in the base the night before. This was the most anticipated time for the human children, yet the most exasperating for Ratchet. The main event remained Mickey's rock rehearsal. Upon hearing the first notes, Ratchet felt as if he were infested with gnawing metal insects. Yet he had to remain at the screen to fulfill his duties. It was quite bothersome. The Partition and Bumblebee were wise, accompanying Optimus to scout a small mine. leaving me here to endure, while RC seemed to be enjoying herself for the love of Primus. Nevertheless, despite Ratchet's frustration, he could not dampen the spirits. He silently endured the night until a flash of red light on the screen successfully lifted his spirits. Did something emerge? RC swiftly approached with inquiry. It appears we have detected an underground deposit of super energy. Ratchet typed rapidly on the keyboard. Indeed, it is super energy, RC. Would you care to take a look? A head peeked over the platform. It was Jack, who leaned against the railing and inquired. May I accompany you to investigate? Jack, weren't you supposed to be at the concert? Come on, RC. Mickey's family just called, saying the nanny is urging her to return home, and Raffi's family is quite strict. So it's about time she heads back. What about you? Ratchet, exhilarated, still maintained a facade of calm. Jack shrugged. My mother is working overtime at the hospital tonight, and she likely won't be back until noon tomorrow, so I'm essentially free for the evening. RC turned back to ask, Ratchet, will the scale of this deposit attract the Decepticons? The ambulance squinted through its optical lens, scrutinizing the luminous dots on the screen, and shook its head in response. The scale is too small. The extraction of this might barely suffice to refuel the mining vehicle. We are merely conducting reconnaissance here. If it proves to be manageable, we may consider extraction. Very well then, Jack, follow closely behind me. Alcee grasped the scanner and approached the terrestrial bridge opened by the ambulance. After a brief blackout, the precise time was uncertain, yet the surroundings suggested it was dawn, with a dense fog lingering among the trees. Mike had a particular fondness for foggy days, relishing the ethereal beauty they possessed. The mist swirled between the trees, enveloping the entire forest in a shroud of mystery. The sunlight had yet to intensify enough to pierce through the fog. It merely managed to filter down a faint white light, imbuing the tranquil woodland with a hazy hue. Top, 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 oh dear. Mike, who had been keeping rhythm, suddenly stumbled, his foot caught, causing him to topple to the ground. The resulting rush of air shattered the surrounding fog, allowing Mike to clearly see what had tripped him, a branch lodged in a small gully. In truth, referring to it as a gully might be a misnomer, for the imprint from the emergency landing was no larger than the size of Mike's foot. He had inadvertently stepped fully into the gully with one foot while the other had just cleared it, only to inadvertently kick the branch when he lifted the first foot. How unfortunate! Let me ponder, could the emergency landing in this forest belong to the Black Widow? This encounter might present the singular opportunity to meet the only 2 female Cybertronians in the entire series, as well as a chance to locate my sister. Mike swiftly followed the traces, ultimately discovering a spacecraft at the end that stood at his height. Goodness, the metal of Cybertron is remarkably resilient, despite being marred with scratches. Not a single wing was broken. Mike located the entrance, but its dimensions appeared only sufficient for an arm to pass through. He bent down to peer inside, but the interior was shrouded in darkness, allowing only a faint glimpse of bizarre shapes illuminated by the red glow. These must be the peculiar collectibles of the Black Widow. Never mind. Gazing upon them would likely leave a psychological scar. Where could they possibly be? Surely I cannot shout. As the saying goes, one may tread far and wide without finding a trace. Yet fortune may come effortlessly. Just as Mike contemplated this, a commotion erupted nearby, reminiscent of a vehicle tumbling down a slope. It seems a scuffle has already commenced. However, I ought not to inquire in the presence of both parties. Mike was correct in his thoughts. If both were present, and Alcee was indeed among them, he would need to seize the opportunity to eliminate the Black Widow. Otherwise, when she returned to the Decepticons, Megatron would surely uncover this matter, which, while sounding intricate, essentially revolved around collusion with the Autobots. Conversely, if the Black Widow were not present, then Alcee would remain unscathed, allowing Mike to retrieve his sister and return as a compliant former defector. Very well. I retract my earlier statement. Mike was half correct, yet he would not gamble on that half chance, would he? In summary, one must first locate the individual. Searching for someone in the vast expanse of the forest is no easy task. The fog seems to have lifted somewhat, yet the difference is negligible. As Mike pondered, he trudged forward when a sudden sensation struck his toes, akin to kicking a pebble fashioned from modeling clay. Goodness, it's a person. I hope I haven't harmed him. Mike bent down to grasp Jack, who had just risen and was attempting to flee. Upon seeing the diminutive figure, no larger than the palm of his hand, still lively, he sighed in relief. You startled me. What are you doing running about here? It's perilous. There are colossal mechanical spiders lurking. Well, that is certainly preferable to being caught by the giant Megatron, Jack exclaimed, all the while searching for an escape route. Do you recognize this emblem? Mike immediately understood that the small boy before him was the most crucial human protagonist. I could recognize it even in ashes. I've never encountered anyone who would fashion a mask from such a symbol. Jack seemed to have found a potential escape path. He leaped onto Mike's outstretched arm, extending his hands to maintain balance as he traversed along Mike's arm toward his shoulder. Jack's audacious maneuver rendered Mike utterly motionless, fearful that the slightest movement might cause Jack to plummet. It was only when a small insect clung to the strap on Mike's shoulder that he dared to lower his arm and approach a tree branch that was level with the shoulder. Jump up there, child. Although Jack was perplexed by what Megatron was doing, his instinct for survival urged him to vacate Mike's presence immediately. With a powerful leap, he successfully grasped the sturdy branch, clinging tightly after a brief struggle, his eyes scanning for a route downward. Be careful, or you might as well wait for someone to come. I'll check elsewhere, Mike said as he turned his head, only to collide abruptly with a horrifying visage that hung upside down. The face bore an exceptionally sharp profile, like a blade in the dark night, instantly imposing an overwhelming sense of dread. Two purple, compound eyes glimmered coldly in the dim light, as if capable of piercing through the embers and discerning the depths of fear within. The surrounding air seemed to congeal, enveloping Mike in an indescribable atmosphere of terror, rendering him momentarily immobile. The deep purple lips slowly parted, revealing four sharp fangs, and suddenly emitted a crisp snap. Crack. Jesus Christ. Mike felt as though the sparks might explode from his chest, instinctively staggering backward. In his frantic retreat, he inadvertently lost his balance, crashing against a tree that was not thick enough to support his colossal frame. With a piercing scream, the tree buckled and broke in two, collapsing to the ground with Mike. The Black Widow was amused by the spectacle, bursting into laughter as she leaped from her web, transforming into her human form midair before landing gracefully. Approaching Mike, she propped herself up with her spider-like limbs, then playfully kicked his face with her high heels, mockingly exclaiming, "Who would have thought you'd be so towering, yet so timid?" Suddenly, Mike swung his hand, but the swifter Black Widow leapt back to evade the strike. She then transformed into her spider form and scuttled up the nearest tree, landing precisely at eye level with the standing Mike. For the love of the divine spark, could we not make this so terrifying? Please, big guy. You're the first companion I have encountered on Earth, and we have yet to meet formally. Black Widow abruptly leaped and gently landed on Mike's back, extending her primary hands to touch the Decepticon mask. Wasn't I just here to say hello? Why so serious? I swear, let's clarify identities first. While evading Mike's probing hand, Black Widow scolded, "All right, enough with the antics. How long have you been here?" "I haven't been here long, big guy," Black Widow replied, retracting her neck to dodge Mike's massive hand before bouncing back to the adjacent tree. "I still haven't caught my prey, but what about you, big guy? What is your origin?" "Enough already. Still playing dumb." Mike forcefully waved his hand, pointing at Black Widow as he bellowed, "You don't know my background? Stop being coy and come back with me." "How would I know your background? I've never seen you before." Black Widow raised an eyebrow alluringly, her voice equally captivating. "I was once a senior officer in the Decepticon army, but I only remember Megatron being this imposing." "So, you don't recognize me?" Black Widow frowned impatiently. "Of course. I don't know you. Why can't you understand my words? Did your diodes get singed from the fright? All right, not my fault then. I'll ask RC later." Mike shrugged awkwardly. "Apologies. You resemble someone I'm searching for. I am Tarn, and you must be Black Widow, correct?" "Oh, it seems my name has traveled quite far. So tell me, Tarn, how did you end up here? Did Megatron send you to find me? Weren't you a lone wolf by now?" "That has nothing to do with the Decepticons, so Megatron wouldn't waste effort to search for you. I am here to locate a source of super energy." "Then why are you looking for minerals?" Black Widow jumped down from the tree, reverting to her human form and circling Mike. "Where's your locator?" "The locator is typically that dashboard-like device often featured in narratives." "Oh dear, I can't believe I was sent without a locator. My replacement didn't even prepare the necessary equipment. I hope they step on a nail on their way." "Ha! You're not very clever, are you? Just like the aerial bots, relying solely on brute strength. It's a disgrace you made the Decepticon emblem into a mask, haha. Just wait, Black Widow, one day, I will turn you into a figurine." Mike fumed, clenching his fists. Black Widow noticed, and with a couple of huffs, transformed back into her spider form. Climbing the tree again, she scanned the surroundings and asked, "Now, let us test your eyesight, Tarn. Do you see a human? He is my prey." Mike paused, swiftly beginning to search left and right, catching a glimpse of a small figure inching down the tree trunk. Had the previous position been too high? Why hasn't Jack descended from the tree yet? Oh, there he is. The Black Widow unfurled her claws, revealing her sharp fangs, and with a surge of energy, lunged towards Jack. Mike, exhibiting extraordinary reflexes, seized the Black Widow's two spider legs with one hand in midair and, taking advantage of her momentary surprise, hurled her away before swiftly bending down to reclaim Jack in his embrace. The Black Widow was now utterly convinced that this Decepticon had a malfunctioning brain. Clumsily rising from the ground, she maneuvered her spider legs to swiftly approach Mike, angrily rebuking him. "You insolent piece of scrap. I have little patience for you. Hand over that human at once." "Not a chance, Black Widow," Mike replied, gently cradling Jack in his grasp while his mind raced to concoct a plausible excuse. "This human is mine." "What? You two are a hunter?" "No, Black Widow. I merely wish to keep a pet." "Yes, this human is now my pet." "What a pity, for I have set my sights on that little insect's head." The Black Widow suddenly let out a piercing roar, lowering her body to gather strength. Mike intended to raise his hand to intervene, but a fleeting purple shadow flashed before him, and the gleaming spider stinger was already upon him. In that instant, the only action he could take was to close his eyes, bracing himself to endure the Black Widow's ferocious strike with his face mask. A sharp metallic slicing sound reached his auditory receptors as Mike retreated, eyes shut, wildly flailing his free hand. Yet, the hand that held Jack suddenly felt an intense weight. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the Black Widow had leapt onto his arm, forcefully prying apart his fingers while one of her spider legs was raised high. Damn it! Mike quickly retracted his free hand to strike at the Black Widow, but her main hand swiftly released his finger, and her palm turned outward, expelling silk. Unfortunately for her, the impact of the silk did not slow Mike's hand in the slightest. With a resounding clang of metal against metal and a squelching sound, Mike seized the entirety of the Black Widow's chest with one hand. Were Tarn's form truly the original owner's? The Black Widow's chest might have been no larger than a spark. However, after a grating sound erupted, Mike suddenly jolted, releasing the Black Widow. An action that completely caught her off guard, for she had anticipated being crushed the moment she was ensnared. What has happened? This towering giant did not crush me outright. Instead, he tossed me aside. The Black Widow was filled with confusion, but she was not foolish. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly leaped back several steps. What's going on? Mike, too, was perplexed by the sudden strange sensation, ultimately focusing on the thick silk on his palm. Realizing within 2 seconds, it was the softness conveyed by the silk that had triggered a reflex. If you wish to keep that human as a pet, so be it. Until we meet again. With that, the Black Widow agilely bounded between the tree branches, ultimately vanishing into the encroaching mist. Alas! Having failed to locate his sister and now having made an enemy of the Black Widow, Mike lamented the unfortunate turn of events. Mike lowered his gaze towards the open palm, where Jack sat in a state of disarray, still recovering from the shock. Suddenly, 2 beams of blue light illuminated the scene, accompanied by RC's furious voice alongside the sound of weapon charging. Decepticon, release Jack at once. Understanding the urgency in RC's tone and actions, Mike realized there was no need for further inquiry. He gently placed Jack back on the ground, disappointment evident in his demeanor as he turned to leave, discreetly wiping the webbing from his hands back onto the tree. It wasn't until the colossal Decepticon vanished beyond the land bridge that RC dared to lower her weapon. She hurried to help Jack up, concern etched on her face. "Jack, are you all right? Did that Decepticon harm you?" "I'm fine, RC, just a bit startled," Jack replied, regaining his composure and recounting the entire episode to RC, subsequently sharing it with the other Autobots and human companions upon returning to the base. "Was that new Decepticon protecting you? Does he genuinely wish to keep you as a pet?" "Jack?" Mika's teasing was as unrestrained as ever, prompting little retort from the others. RC, too, reported the day's events, finally turning to Optimus Prime and asking, "Optimus, I have no idea what that new Decepticon is thinking. Do you have any recollection of his appearance?" "I possess little recollection, RC. It seems that only a direct discussion with him could elucidate his intentions." "Come on, boss. How could you not have any impression?" His face bore the Decepticon insignia, and his stature was imposing. He must be a prominent figure on the battlefield. Could it be that his combat zone entirely diverges from yours? I am uncertain, RC. We must deliberate further, Optimus replied, turning back to her. RC, the Black Widow has already memorized Jack's face. I am unsure of her thoughts. From this day forth, you must remain ever vigilant, ensuring Jack and his family's safety. I will, Optimus, RC assured him. Rest easy, Optimus. I shall safeguard myself as well. Optimus nodded at the earnestness of the two, a long-lost smile gracing his features. Chapter 5. The return of the Master. The day of Megatron's return seems imminent. This conclusion arose in Mike's mind following the electromagnetic field barrier failure incident this morning. He hastened to the bridge, and upon opening the door, he heard Starscream berating. Why hasn't the electromagnetic field barrier been repaired yet? Do you not realize this exposes our position? If those Autobots were to attack us now, we would be finished. A soldier quickly approached. The repair team is working diligently. We will, but before he could finish, Starscream delivered a sharp slap to his face. Diligently? Until when? Is there a backlog of incompetence in your mind? We will expose our position. Fix it immediately. Go. Yes, sir. Then hurry and get out of my sight. Fuming, the soldier trembled with anger, turning to stride briskly out of the bridge, exchanging a brief greeting with Mike as they passed. Mike politely acknowledged him before approaching Starscream. Tarn, what brings you here? To observe the spectacle. What? Observe what? What took you so long? The Red Spider circumvented Mike and approached the medical officer of the Decepticons. How was the patient today? He inquired. As usual, he appears utterly lifeless, was the response, as he glanced around before leaning closer to Red Spider. Despite his seemingly dormant state, Megatron's cerebral activity was remarkably vigorous. Red Spider cast a furtive glance at Mike, who, upon witnessing the scene, instantly discerned the nature of their conversation. Amused, he discreetly departed from the bridge and made his way towards the infirmary. I am not foolish. Engaging in that conversation would only arouse Megatron's suspicions towards me as well. As a senior member of the Decepticons, I too must partake in the decision-making regarding our leader's fate. Mike pondered, deliberately taking a convoluted route, feigning an encounter with the trio of Decepticons en route to the medical bay. Oh, Tarn, I did not realize you were here, Red Spider remarked. His initial pride now tinged with resignation. Since we VE crossed paths, you might as well accompany us. Certainly, but where are we headed? Tarn inquired. To the infirmary. We're going to pay a visit to our dear Lord Megatron, Red Spider replied, unconsciously glancing toward Soundwave. Then please lead the way, Commander. The infirmary was quite spacious, accommodating Megatron lying on a bed, with another war machine of similar stature standing beside him, alongside 3 normally sized Decepticons, leaving ample space. Why don't you share the patient's condition with Soundwave and Tarn from an expert's perspective? It could serve as a historical record, asked Knockout. Of course, it is quite simple. Given Megatron's current state, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to remain in this comatose condition indefinitely, never to awaken, he elaborated. Indeed, it is profoundly agonizing for Lord Megatron to have his spark confined within his own body, and he would never wish to confront his comrades in such a manner. The duo echoed in unison, yet their sentiments did not sway Soundwave. Stepping forward, he extended his long fingers from the tips of his wings and pointed directly at the EEG monitor beside the medical bed. Mike concurred, but Megatron still exhibits significant brainwave activity, does he not? Theoretically, he is merely in a coma, not yet at the point of brain death. That theory seems valid. Knockout quickly countered, but brainwave activity does not equate to conscious awareness. He is merely trapped in a perpetual nightmare from which he can never awaken. The screen before Soundwave displayed no fluctuations, yet within the spark chamber, turmoil erupted. He had never regretted his lack of knowledge as much as now. I have truly squandered my title as the second in the arena, eagerly joining under the banner of our master. Yet now I am powerless to aid him in his time of need. Red Spider, perceptive as ever, could discern the turmoil within Soundwave's spark. What to do? What to do? An idea struck Soundwave as he glanced up at the towering figure beside him, whose facial membrane closely resembled his own. Where is the cortical connector? I see it behind the bed. Why are you looking at me? Soundwave, are you seeking my opinion? Mike lifted his right index finger, hesitating to speak. If you have something to say, just say it, Tarn. The Red Spider appeared to have anticipated the situation, exuding a sense of helplessness. Although my understanding of medical knowledge is rather limited, I believe that at the very least, one must prepare a eulogy and funeral arrangements prior to the removal of the tube. It is essential to show the respect that Lord Megatron deserves. This question successfully caught the attention of the duo, who exchanged glances for a considerable time, eventually prompting Knockout to inquire, "How do you intend to commemorate him?" It should be sufficient by now. The perspective depicted in the narrative is rather disjointed. Let us delay a little longer. Mike then entered a contemplative state, gesturing aimlessly in the air as if to convey something. The red spider began to grow impatient. "If you have any ideas, do express them quickly. Lord Megatron is awaiting his release." All right, let me think. First, we must ensure a thorough polish. No, we should apply another layer of wax. No, 2 layers. Yes. Do you see the rust on his body? Hurry and call Deadlock to come and take care of it. Knockout responded, "Deadlock is on a mission." "What mission? Why are you so curious?" The red spider was nearing madness. "He has gone to the Hawaiian Observatory to retrieve the lenses I require. Do you have any further questions?" Just as Mike was struggling to find a reason, Soundwave suddenly seized his wrist and pointed toward a certain direction. The red spider and Knockout also looked over, and after a brief examination, the former exclaimed, "The cortical connector?" After a brief black screen, "Commander Red Spider, I have secured the lenses." "Understood, Deadlock. Place them in a laboratory." The red spider blinked at Deadlock's retreating figure, then turned back to ask, "Where was I?" "You mentioned you had anticipated something." "Indeed, Tarn. I foresaw that the Autobots would seize the chaos to board the warship and attempt to assassinate Lord Megatron. Fortunately, we were present to provide timely assistance." "Ha! It must be said, Commander Red Spider, our visit is indeed quite fortuitous." Hearing this, the red spider awkwardly bared his teeth, turning to walk across the long bridge, standing silently at the command platform. At this moment, Soundwave returned to the bridge, exchanged a knowing glance with Mike, nodded firmly, and resumed his work at the computer. Soundwave nodded at you. Why is that? Is he thanking me for stalling? Or is he praising my final act of respect, despite knowing it would be futile? Mike shrugged, articulating the thoughts he had gathered from the Allspark. Perhaps it is in recognition of my unwavering loyalty to Lord Megatron. Knockout raised an eyebrow, glancing at Mike, then at Soundwave before silently exiting the bridge. After another black screen, the light energy amplifier was completed by noon the following day, and the red spider was elated. Having rushed to the weapons area for the ceremonial ribbon cutting, followed closely by Knockout and Deadlock, whereas the fourth one. Finally, I will meet my idol. How exhilarating. I will be the first to witness the resurrection ceremony. Mike paced excitedly in front of the medical room, his peculiar behavior catching the attention of Kevin and Steven, who happened to pass by. Kevin asked, "Tarn, what are you doing?" "The red spider and the others are testing the weapons atop the warship." "Aren't you going to take a look?" "Certainly not. That weapon will undoubtedly attract the Autobots, and when the time comes, a fierce battle will be utterly unavoidable. Only those with a sound mind would refrain from joining the fray." "Indeed. You may continue ponder your thoughts. Steven and I shall take our leave." As Kevin and his companion were about to depart, a chilling scream echoed from the end of the corridor, prompting them to halt their steps and follow Mike's gaze toward the source. Several blue beams of light flashed, and a number of ground soldiers were forcefully hurled from around the corner, swiftly followed by a brightly yellow, well-proportioned Cybertronian, whose chest emblem clearly identified him as an Autobot. Steven was the first to draw his wrist gun, yet before he could aim, Mike yanked him back, unwilling to see his good friend meet an untimely demise. He scolded, "Are you out of your mind? That's the finest scout among the Autobots, known as Bumblebee, an exceedingly dangerous individual. Tarn, you must deal with him." P.S. heading toward the infirmary where Lord Megatron lies. Kevin, understanding the gravity of the situation, took refuge behind Mike, vocally expressing his concern. Bumblebee's optical sensors swiftly scanned the area as he approached the trio, and Mike spread his arms protectively around the two, retreating backward. Though Kevin and Steven were puzzled by his actions, they comprehended that confronting a being even Tarn dared not challenge would be tantamount to suicide, and thus they yielded a path for Bumblebee. Bumblebee proceeded unimpeded to the infirmary door, casting a glance at the three who dared not obstruct him, before turning his proud head and entering. Kevin's spark nearly leapt from his chest. "Tarn, why aren't you stopping him? How can the Autobots saunter in like that?" Mike suddenly burst into laughter, startling the two soldiers. Observing their confusion, he gradually explained, "Did you not notice that Autobot's right hand? He is holding a pulsating purple energy crystal. an embodiment of Dark Energon. Dark Energon? Steven recalled an incident while on guard duty in the warehouse during the second episode. Turning to Kevin to elucidate, I recognize Dark Energon. It's an enhancement exclusive to Lord Megatron. But what does that Autobot intend to do with it? Could he be our mole? Shall we venture in to investigate? Gentlemen, upon hearing this, Kevin and Steven conferred and determined that as long as Mike led the way, they would dare to follow. It's merely a fear of Autobots, yet under the watchful eyes of the surveillance, it would be unwise to flee. After all, I have my reasons and will not panic when the time comes to explain. Mike led the two into the infirmary, observing as Bumblebee connected a neural interface to both himself and Megatron. Kevin maneuvered around Mike, inquiring, "What is that Autobot attempting to accomplish?" I suspect his allies share similar questions. Mike replied, successfully predicting the unfolding events. "Greetings, Ratchet." Ratchet and the Raphael perched on his shoulder bore remarkably similar expressions. Steven and Kevin hastily drew their wrist guns, and under Mike's signal, they apprehended Ratchet, bringing him before them. "Fear not, Doctor. Prepare to witness a scientific marvel. You are the formidable Decepticon they speak of," and the paramedic is so taken aback that his attention is entirely focused on Mike. "I intercepted some confidential information regarding the Decepticon super soldiers early in the war. You must be one of them. In light of this, I find myself at a loss for words, except to express my pleasure in making your acquaintance. Ambulance. My name is Tarn, and it is a pleasure to meet you." As Mike extended his right hand, the paramedic hesitated momentarily before grasping it. The transformation ritual was completed without any hindrance. Megatron rose from the bed, invigorated, stretching his stiff joints before raising his arms and proclaiming, "Decepticons, your true leader and master has returned. All hail Megatron." Mike placed his right hand over his heart and bowed to his long-admired idol of 8 years, while Kevin and Steven mirrored the gesture, kneeling on one knee in reverence. "You raise your head." At this command, Mike slowly lifted his gaze, and if he had possessed a mouth, a broad smile would undoubtedly have adorned his face. Megatron scrutinized him intently, asking, "Have you given yourself a name?" "Tarn, my Lord Megatron," he replied, the name Tarn being a transliteration of Schwanji Lake. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron's expression shifted as he recalled the memories of the first city captured by the Decepticons, remarking, "It seems you have pursued knowledge." The praise from his idol left Mike elated, though he was grateful for the mask that concealed his ecstatic expression, struggling to maintain composure in his tone. "You flatter me. My Lord Megatron, no need to be so excited, Tarn. We shall have ample time to interact in the future. First, let us deal with these minor characters. I have my own matters to attend to." With that, Megatron strode towards the exit, leaving 5 Cybertronians and 1 human exchanging glances. In an instant, Bumblebee brandished his wrist-mounted blaster at Kevin and Steven, while the paramedic shielded Raphael in his palm and hid behind Bumblebee. Mike hurriedly placed a hand on a comrade's chest, urgently stating, "Everyone calm down, lower your weapons. Lord Megatron has commanded us to eliminate these Autobots. What are you hesitating for, Tarn? You two fools. Lord Megatron is doing us a favor. If it weren't for these Autobots, he would still be trapped within his own body." "What?" Kevin exclaimed, lowering his weapon and looking up at Mike, who continued, "Consider this. If Lord Megatron intervenes, would these Autobots stand a chance? His current priority is addressing the treachery of Starscream. These minor characters can be dealt with later." "So what do we do now?" Steven inquired. "Is there surveillance in this room?" "It appears not." "Then fire at the ground," Mike instructed, turning to Bumblebee and the others. "You three owe me a favor." Not long after, at the Autobot base, "Is it true? Did the new Decepticon called Tarn truly let you off the hook?" The ambulance nodded earnestly and said, "Indeed." The partition. "To be honest, the actions of this Decepticon are far more astonishing than the explosion of the Allspark before me. Not only does he proactively shield his comrades from fatal harm, but his logical reasoning in resolving issues is remarkably clear." At this point, RC interjected, "Jack and I have encountered him as well. When I held my gun, I felt utterly powerless. He seemed capable of crushing me with a mere hand. Yet, instead of attacking, he fiercely protected Jack. Thus, it appears that only Optimus and I have yet to clash with him, and I am rather eager to see how he measures in strength." As the partition spoke, he gestured a fist bump, with Miko cheering him on from the side. "What concerns me more, however, is that once everyone's attention is drawn," Optimus continued, "this Decepticon named Tarn poses a significant threat. regardless of his demeanor towards us. He is undoubtedly loyal to Megatron, and with Megatron's considerable tactical prowess, he will likely sharpen Tarn into an even deadlier weapon. Megatron's return is already a grave threat. Now, with such a formidable subordinate, this meeting ultimately concluded in silence. Chapter 6. Conquering the Shadows in the Medical Bay of the Decepticon Warship. Starscream lay on the hospital bed, his body riddled with tubes. He seemed to be trapped in a nightmarish vision, trembling violently until the sound of Megatron's commanding voice jolted him awake. How the tides have turned, Starscream. Yes, my lord. I wholeheartedly share your fury, Starscream replied, propping himself up, coughing several times in an attempt to regain composure. Ahem, to dissipate. Ha. Remember this, Starscream. You can never replace me. Megatron laughed heartily as he turned to leave the medical bay, meeting Mike at the door. Tarn, follow me. Megatron, already the tallest among the Decepticons, appeared to be half a head taller than Tarn. How could he conceive such a towering monster? Mike concluded that Megatron could not possibly create a creature he could not control. He must possess some means or command to govern Tarn's very essence. Tarn, how long have you been aboard the warship? I only recall that Knockout and Dead End arrived the day after I did. I have heard rumors aboard the ship. Mike began hesitantly. That Megatron. At this, Megatron halted, turning to glare at Mike with his predatory eyes. The new Decepticon, named Tarn, is a gentle giant, is he not? He not only gets along well with the soldiers, but also actively assists the miners. Mike stammered, It was merely a casual act, my lord, since I possess this physique. It is only natural. Megatron abruptly interrupted him. You are my perfect soldier, not a menial worker who mingles with the lower ranks. My lord, those soldiers, even the miners, are part of the Decepticons. They are willing to follow you, yet you have bestowed no kindness upon them. That is profoundly unjust. Unjust? Ha. Megatron's sudden, boisterous laughter left Mike bewildered. After his laughter subsided, he posed a sudden question. From where did you learn your current words and conduct? Mike finally unveiled the long-prepared response. My mind is a repository of extensive information, a portion of which pertains to the societal milieu preceding the war. I believe that by harmonizing the gentleness of the Autobots with the might of the Decepticons, our team management can become significantly more cohesive. As a perfect soldier, it is inconceivable to simply obliterate after victory. One must at least engage in post-war reconstruction. Without social knowledge, this is entirely unfeasible. I possess my own strategies for managing the Decepticons. Megatron furrowed his brow, perhaps dissatisfied with Mike's answer. Then elucidate why you failed to eliminate those Autobots yesterday. Do you require gentleness with them as well? Certainly not, Lord Megatron. I am not Yang Xiao. I do not display excessive cleverness before superiors. That bumblebee is too cunning to capture, and the medic took advantage of the chaos to disrupt. Unable to resist, I had no choice but to retreat. Megatron relaxed his brow, advancing towards Mike with hands clasped behind his back. Mike slightly bowed, lowering his head beneath Megatron's. Are you aware of your own intelligence? I am but a fool, far inferior to Lord Megatron. Yet, regrettably, no matter how clever you may be, you remain oblivious to the contents of your own mind. A jolt surged within Mike's spark, and his optical sensors fixed intently upon Megatron, his cerebral module rapidly calculating the odds of subduing the arena's sovereign before him. Listen well, Tarn, Megatron stated, his brow unfurrowed and his tone remarkably serene, yet the inexplicable sense of pressure he exuded lingered unabated. You may continue your current demeanor. It is your personal affair. However, should you dare to challenge my authority, the fate of Red Spider will befall you as well. I understand, Lord Megatron. Understanding is paramount. As the visage of the Decepticons, it is crucial to be acutely aware of one's own station. Satisfied, Megatron turned and strode forward with assurance. The Allspark nearly terrified me. At the onset, when I realized I could not activate the perfect soldier, I should have immediately dismantled it for materials, rather than retaining it for display. That Soundwave fellow also failed to inform me of the control command. I remain unaware of his current state. If this behemoth goes awry, the consequences would be dire. Lord Megatron, a land soldier, barely reaching Megatron's chest, managed to startle the formidable Decepticon leader. However, Megatron, possessing the qualities of a true leader, swiftly managed his emotions, masking his shock with gritted teeth as he commanded, "Speak swiftly. Lord Megatron, Commander Red Spider has just departed the warship." seemingly heading towards the location of Thunderquake's sacrifice. I felt it imperative to report this matter to you. Under normal circumstances, Megatron would have dismissed the soldier with a disdainful remark, but a sudden spark of insight illuminated his mind. In that fleeting moment, Megatron grasped how to assert his authority and the strength possessed by the perfect soldier. After a brief blackout, "Todd, what do you call this?" Before Mike stood a Decepticon ground soldier who proudly lifted a long, dark strip with a pair of pincers, declaring, "Earth creatures refer to this as a sausage. I have made improvements using cesium." Mike took the so-called sausage, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How can you use a rare metal to create food? Is it even edible?" "Of course it is. Just put it in your mouth," the soldier replied. Todd suddenly removed his mask and took another cesium sausage from a plate, crunching it as he chewed. The other soldiers followed suit, removing their masks to reveal their diverse faces as they devoured the sausages. The grunts indeed possessed faces. My conjecture was correct. If my sister were here, I would surely laugh heartily at her. Mike, envious, brought the sausage close to his face, only to remember that he did not possess a mouth. The soldiers erupted in laughter, with Kevin not only mocking him, but also raising his camera to take several pictures, announcing his intention to post them on his blog. However, one kind soul inquired earnestly, "Tarn, why don't you take off your mask? Is it because you have scars beneath it?" "Not at all, my friends," he responded, but just as Mike contemplated revealing his circumstances, a messenger soldier entered the dining hall and swiftly lunged at the plate to snatch the last sausage. "Ah, Todd, your skills continue to improve," the soldier said, devouring the sausage in mere moments. He wiped his mouth and looked at Mike. "Tarn, Lord Megatron requests your presence on the bridge." After another black screen, "Is my first task for Megatron to bring back the corpse of Thundercracker for everyone to mourn? Is this for real? Or am I to capture Starscream instead?" Despite Mike's myriad of confusions, he ultimately approached the land bridge control room with a mindset ready to embrace the unfolding events. Today happened to be Jeff's shift. Like Knockout, he harbored a dream of racing, though the wings on his back rendered him unable to indulge in such aspirations, leading him to lament alongside Mike before powering up the land bridge. "By the way, Tarn, what were you about to do?" As Mike turned to explain, a slender, gray figure suddenly darted past him, crashing heavily to the ground. Mike focused his gaze and burst into laughter. "Oh my, look at you, Starscream, in such a disheveled state. And you've even lost an arm." "Ah, damn it," Starscream exclaimed, but before he could finish, the land bridge opened, transforming into a vortex. A wave of dizziness engulfing Mike as he slipped and fell downwards. After an indeterminate period, Mike sat up, holding his head, and before his optical sensors lay a vast pit. He surmised this must be Thundercracker's grave. Yet why was the surrounding area gray? Had he damaged his optical sensors, resulting in a malfunction in color adjustment? Nearby, he heard familiar voices. It was the Autobots engaged in conversation, completely oblivious to the enormous Decepticon before them. Just as Mike pondered this, a remark from Ratchet struck him. If two land bridges are activated at the same location, it could lead to abnormal feedback due to system overload. "Damn it, I've been thrown into the shadow world," Mike exclaimed. Could it be such a coincidence? The land bridge open for the past was precisely the one that allowed the Red Spider's return. Mike was momentarily speechless, but his composure and remarkable memory proved to be of great assistance. He recalled that he needed to locate the trio of humans and follow them outside. A heavy sound of footsteps interrupted his thoughts, and Mike turned in surprise, only to encounter a pair of purple optical lenses and a menacing face. "God save us. It's the zombie Tianjun." Mike retreated repeatedly, narrowly avoiding a claw swipe and then sidestepping a lunge, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the zombie Tianjun sprawling to the ground. However, the assailant was not so easily incapacitated. It rose again, continuing to howl as it reached out towards Mike. Not wishing to linger in such a predicament, Mike needed to find the protagonist who could facilitate his escape. After knocking Tianjun down once more, he hurriedly dashed along the canyon, eventually spotting a familiar figure around a bend. Alas, it was the Decepticon. Before either of the other two could call out, the frantic girl was the first to scream. Yet, no matter how loudly they shouted or how quickly they ran, they could not escape the fate that awaited them at Mike's hands. Mike placed the three on a protruding rock and commanded them to find a way out from there. Mei Chi, being the boldest of the human characters, summoned the courage to confront Mike. "No way. I'll make sure you wretched Decepticon, remain trapped here forever. For the love of God, what?" Mike glanced sideways at the source of the voice, then assumed a fighting stance, urging, "Think quickly. I'll handle this." As Tianjun lunged with its claws extended, Mike caught its attack with a swift parry and retaliated with a punch that sent Tianjun reeling. Seizing the opportunity, he followed up with a decisive kick that knocked it down. "Well done, Decepticon." "Thank you for the compliment," Mike replied, basking in his moment of triumph when suddenly, Tianjun sprang back to its feet, lunging into Mike's embrace, jaws gaping wide to bite at his face. In a split-second reaction, Mike grasped Tianjun's forehead with one hand while the other coiled back to deliver a powerful uppercut, dislocating its jaw. The creature staggered backwards, whimpering, yet its erratic movements left a scratch on Mike's Decepticon insignia on his chest. "Do you have any idea how reckless you are?" Mike seethed, stepping forward to grip Tianjun by the collarbone and forcefully hurl it against the nearby rock wall. He closed in, one hand clutching the back of its head, the other pressing down on its wings. "Do you understand how much I value this paint job? More than the act of knocking you down?" After a brief pause, Mike, fueled by fury, unleashed a flurry of blows, but Tianjun remained unyielding, howling until he extracted a spherical object from its chest. Only then did the light within the pitiful Decepticon zombie fade, its body collapsing to the ground. It turned out that even a zombie requires a source of fire to sustain its mobility. The corpse certainly could not be carted away. Hence, it was best to procure the fire source to account for the task at hand. Mike turned to glance at the children, pondering that if the gaping mouths of the three combined, they would likely suffice to contain the ember he held in his hand. Shortly thereafter, the land bridge opened, and with the ember in one hand and the children in the other, Mike stepped out. Optimus Prime awaited outside with the Autobots, and, upon witnessing this scene, his eyes widened in astonishment, causing his visor to involuntarily shut. "Relax, Optimus. These are your human friends, none the worse for wear." Optimus accepted the ember with both hands and, lowering his visor, inquired, "Whose ember do you hold?" "It belongs to that Decepticon zombie," Mike replied, "the one named Tarn, who delivered a punch straight to his chest and effortlessly yanked the ember out." "Michaela truly is reckless, isn't she?" Just then, another land bridge opened nearby, and Starscream stumbled awkwardly through, catching sight of the Autobots, which startled him greatly. He rolled and scrambled behind Mike. Optimus scoffed at this, redirecting his attention back to Mike. "I express my gratitude to you for saving our children and putting an end to a tragic fate for a poor soul." "Poor soul?" Starscream glanced around, eventually fixating on the ember in Mike's hand. "Tarn, whose ember is that?" Mike turned with a smile, presenting the ember to Starscream, saying, "This is the ember of your valiant warrior, Tarn." Extracting, it was as effortless as removing a battery from a remote control. Through Starscream's optical lens, the towering figure obscured the sunlight, revealing only the sharp outline of his head and a pair of crimson eyes. The ember in his hand faintly shimmering with the purple glow of dark energy, as he remarked, "Removing the ember is as simple as taking out a battery." Starscream screamed, tilting his head back and collapsing to the ground. Inside the Autobot base, "I hope today's events have made you all recognize your respective errors. Of course, I am particularly relieved that you are all safe, thanks to Ratchet's swift calculation of coordinates." "Actually, Optimus," Jack interjected, "if we were to be honest, that Decepticon deserves some credit. After all, in his memory, Tarn had rescued him twice." The partition nodded, stating that Decepticon indeed seems to have contributed significantly. But his strength and mental state are equally terrifying. He can perform and articulate such acts with alarming nonchalance. "I even instructed Michaela to look back. For heaven's sake. It was as simple as removing a remote control battery." Ratchet mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He then turned to Ratchet. "What would you typically say in astonishment?" "By Primus. By the Allspark, or something similar. Why do you ask?" Did that Decepticon exclaim for heaven's sake out of instinct? At that moment, Agent Fowler happened to arrive at the base to report, and upon hearing Ratchet's words, he retorted, "Heaven? Huh! Has that Decepticon been on Earth long enough to adopt our belief in a higher power?" Chapter 7. The Sigma Machine. As Mike carried two injured miners into the medical room, he inadvertently knocked over Tarn, who was tinkering with the fusion cannon at the workbench. Upon hearing the commotion, Tarn turned, furrowing his brow. "Mike, next time you decide to disassemble something from your body, you must consult a professional first." "Is there a problem, Doctor?" Mike inquired, placing one miner onto the medical bed and propping the other against his elbow until he could bring over another bed. I was planning to reassemble you today, but it appears that upon further inspection, I discovered at least 5 components that were violently disassembled. He then gestured towards Kevin, who was leading the way. You brutes are truly remarkable. Do you have any idea how crucial this weapon is? Kevin, finally finding the strength to respond while assisting a fellow soldier onto a seat, retorted, "Come on, Doc. You weren't even there at the time. If you weren't there, then why did you take it apart? Just how heavy is this cannon for you? By the way, why did you decide to disassemble it in the first place?" I forgot. I think it was just because I was a bit unaccustomed to it. Mike felt the absence of a familiar figure in the medical room and looked around. Where did Deadlock go? What? After the treatment, do we still need to throw him a party? Tarn chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. He went on a mission and should be back shortly. All right. The miner, whose side was injured due to an operational mishap involving the super energy entity, was quickly repaired by Tarn. As Tarn worked, he couldn't help but observe Mike, who was placing the other miner onto the newly moved bed, and finally asked, "Were you present at that time?" "Yes, it was my first time supervising work when the incident occurred. I was not attentive enough." The miner on the bed immediately propped himself up to explain, "It's not Tarn's fault. I was distracted." Tarn shook his head. Cutting super energy entities is a perilous task. As a professional miner, how could you afford to be inattentive at that moment? The latter part of the miner's remark, comparing Tarn's silhouette to that of Lord Megatron, was uttered too softly to be captured by even sound waves. Likewise, Mike only caught the first half of it and scratched his head, saying, "Did I block your light?" "But your regulator is right on your wrist. I can't be blocking your light." It was sheer carelessness, honestly. It adds to my workload. The arrival of Red Spider interrupted Tarn's murmuring. He looked up and chuckled at the injured miners before turning to the doctor performing surgery. "Your nurse probably won't return. He's been kidnapped." "He can still be kidnapped? What do the Autobots want with him?" Tarn replied, not bothering to turn around, his expression one of disdain. "It wasn't the Autobots, it was humans." Tarn raised an eyebrow at Red Spider, and only when the welding gun burned his other hand did he realize he needed to turn it off. He shook his hand vigorously in disbelief and asked, "Humans can actually abduct Deadlock? Is it serious? Can he escape on his own?" "Probably not. Those humans call themselves the Mech Special Forces and specialize in studying us Cybertronians. I've heard their methods are particularly ruthless. Then we must dispatch a rescue team." "Hey, Red Spider, you are the deputy commander. You need to take people and save him." The Red Spider shook his head, stating that Lord Megatron forbade him from going, claiming that if the Decepticon could not even manage those insignificant, fragile humans, what use was he? It was astonishing that Lord Megatron would utter such words. Even in the face of imminent danger, Knockout endeavored to maintain his composure. But what was to be done about the Decepticon? "Red Spider, assist me in pinpointing the coordinates," Knockout implored. "You speak so lightly," Red Spider retorted with disdain. "Lord Megatron has personally ordered against any rescue. Does this not blatantly oppose his will? Do you wish to drag me down with you?" Suddenly Mike, having a moment of realization, exclaimed, "Oh dear, Red Spider, I just spaced out. I only heard that the Decepticon was captured by humans. What did you say afterward? If there is no further information, kindly help me locate the coordinates." Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Knockout was the first to react, pushing Red Spider insistently to help with the coordinates. Reluctantly, Red Spider cast a parting remark, instructing Knockout to explain himself later before departing from the infirmary. "Thank you, Tarn," Knockout replied, even as hope flickered in his eyes, concern still etched on his face. How would he explain his actions when the time came? Everything he had done was reasonable. If Lord Megatron were to hold him accountable for this matter, it would be excessively harsh. After a brief blackout, "Thank you for coming to my rescue, Tarn," Mike said, glancing at the incapacitated Decepticon on the bed. He flicked away the bullet lodged in his shoulder and added, "It's you I should be thanking, if not for your selfless sacrifice. I would have been struck by the electromagnetic cannon. Ah, by the way, how did that barrier come to be? Why would he come to save me? If he were to perish, he would have no rival left. Who else would he save if not you?" Mike mused, recalling the tragic demise of the Decepticon from the second season, feeling a twinge of regret. The Decepticon was quite decent, but could a sudden change in character arc lead to unforeseen consequences? "Tarn," came the furious roar of Megatron, accompanied by the sound of the door swinging open. "Long live Lord Megatron." Mike swiftly turned, kneeling on one knee before the Decepticon leader, uncertain of the reason for his presence. "You have quite the audacity to openly defy my orders. Megatron thundered, striding towards Mike, towering above him. Mike was well aware of the situation, but would not miss an opportunity to deflect blame. Commander Red Spider masterminded this rescue plan. I merely volunteered. You certainly learned to evade responsibility swiftly, yet you have still disobeyed my command. Do you hold me in any regard? The small-minded individual, aware of his grievous transgressions, dare not meet Megatron's gaze. Get up, Megatron commanded. As Mike rose, the Decepticon's expression softened somewhat. His language module processed rapidly. Fine, I'm in a good mood today. I shall not hold this against you. With that, Megatron turned and departed. The thunder roared while the rain fell lightly, making it seem as though he truly would have shot me. Mike turned and dislodged another bullet caught in the track of his shoulder, sending it flying in a perfect arc, striking Knockout, who had just returned from the adjacent room. I owe you a favor, Tarn. Do not utter such words. I hesitated, taking a few steps without managing to rescue the lifeless gaze. Mike glanced at the cruelly open cavity where the right eye of the lifeless figure once resided. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Ji-Dao patted Mike's shoulder reassuringly, deftly extracting a bullet, and comforted him. Do not worry about the lifeless one. His constitution is robust, and he can withstand it. Those meager weapons wielded by the fleshworms pose no threat to us. He added with a smirk, but the live-action films are an entirely different matter. One must never underestimate American technology. As Mike internally mocked while observing Ji-Dao equip the lifeless figure with a substitute optical scope, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire. What is the nature of your relationship with him? What do you mean? Ji-Dao replied, seemingly unfazed. Isn't it irrelevant to ask? Mike paused momentarily before continuing. Ji-Dao, what is your relationship with the lifeless one? You appear quite close. After another brief black screen, best friends and partners? He mused. It is strange, for in the IDW universe, they're actually sparkmates. The unified universe is indeed a fabrication. At that moment, Mike sat on the cafeteria floor, toying with a half-full canister of energon while reminiscing about Alice, who had just clasped her hands in prayer before him. As one of the few female Decepticon grunts, even the cruelest like Starscream and the strictest like Megatron showed no inclination to send Alice into battle. On the contrary, they refrained from assigning her even the heavier tasks in logistics. Many single soldiers spent their idle moments devising ways to win over this young lady, including saving portions of the daily energon rations, ultimately amassing a full canister to present to her, which she would promptly pass on it on. Goodness, I can hardly continue. Who knew that even among Cybertronians there existed such sycophants? Yet, every situation has its antithesis. Where there are sycophants, there are those like Sigma. Steven and a few of his wheel-bound comrades belonged to the latter group. He too saved energon, but solely with the intent of getting himself intoxicated on his days off. Mike was baffled. Isn't energon meant for injection? How can it be consumed like a beverage? Isn't it akin to gasoline? Can it even get one drunk? You see, you misunderstand, Ji-Dao explained. It turns out that everyone experiences drunkenness similarly, whether they are Earthlings or Cybertronians. Energon is indeed a source of energy, but if not injected directly, it can ferment through the digestive system. That is the reason we communicate using vocalizers, while the Sparks had to invent a mouth. Precisely. Ha ha ha. Kevin, also inebriated, stumbled onto Mike's lap, nearly spilling energon all over him. I knew it. You, my friend, are generous enough to share your energon. If only I had a mouth, I could simply indulge to my heart's content. Unfortunately, a few unpleasant memories from my youth regarding drunkenness have rendered me abstinent. Mike assisted the disheveled individuals back into their seats, refilling their cups for the 5th time. The king of sycophants, Vincent, banged the table vehemently. Kevin, look at the nonsense you are spouting. You imbecile. Before you stands this despicable giant. Upon his arrival, he effortlessly captured the admiration of all the female soldiers. Not only Alice, but also Rachel, Jasmine, and Julian. Oh, the tears of a strong man. Why weep? There are countless flowers in the world. Mike handed Vincent a full cup of energy drink, suggesting that with such vigor, it would be wiser to indulge in a few more drinks and sleep off the troubles. You, a mere scrap of a diode, do not require Alice's affection. Truly, the king of sycophants, he straightened up at the mere sight of his beloved, reacting instinctively. Hey, Tarn, what a surprise to encounter the primal spark here. Surely you jest. Tarn, are you truly going to squander the energy drink I gifted you on such a rowdy bunch? When Alice was angry, She bore a striking resemblance to a younger sister. Alas, the soldiers of the reprisal did not recognize her, and had she known, she would not have greeted each one as if it were a date. Mike shrugged and replied, "I lack the organ for speech, Alice. The energy drink you gifted me is utterly invaluable beyond mere daily needs. By the way, can Transformers maintain a harem? It seems they lack the necessary anatomy. For heaven's sake, Tarn, Rachel is Alice's closest confidant. They are nearly inseparable. You should know that Alice herself is reluctant to utilize these energy drinks. Why not keep the gifts for yourself instead of offering them to this gaggle of ruffians?" "First of all, they are not ruffians," Mike stated, rising and slowly kneeling before the two female soldiers. "Secondly, you had better pray to the primal spark daily for their longevity, for if the men fall, you shall be next. And how much combat prowess do you believe you possess? My word, every nameless soldier appears strikingly similar. How can one discern between genders? Then enjoy your revelry with your brothers." With that, Alice tossed her words aside and turned to leave the mess hall with Rachel. How could one encounter such a narrative even as a Cybertronian? "Tarn, do not leave. Return to share the energy drink with us." Before Stephen S. call could be answered, two figures entered the mess hall, Knockdown and Firebrand. The latter inquired, "Would you mind if we joined?" Mike turned back to the dining table, and Kevin rose, taking a moment to assess the situation before stumbling back to the cabinet, retrieving two more cups. Chapter 8. The Spider-S past the Black Widow cannot be considered a new member. This sentiment was widely acknowledged aboard the warship, save for a few who had never heard the name Black Widow due to prior information deprivation. Ha ha ha. Did you see the expression on Black Widow's face behind Firebrand? They say every beginning is difficult. Yet in Kevin's blog, even the slightest commotion can spark a tempest. My word, I even took off my mask to get a good look. This long-legged woman's face bore not only wounds but also an air of helplessness that nearly broke my vocalizer. "Hey, Smith, aren't you on guard duty at Lambridge? How do you have time to send messages? Are you not also on guard duty in the warehouse? Vincent, hurry, everyone. Let us decide on someone to go to the scene and capture a video to show how Knockdown separated Firebrand and Black Widow. Who shall we send? Who has the time? Perhaps we should allow Tarn to proceed, as he is the sole individual capable of traversing any location at will, completely under our command. Though the term command may be a bit strong, let's send Tarn. Who can leave now? Quickly, let's affix a camera to Tarn. I am currently in the warehouse. We need another person to contact Tarn and summon him here. Excellent, Vincent. He will arrive shortly. Prepare the camera. Where's Tarn now? I believe I just spotted him, Kevin. He is en route to the medical room. This is crucial information, Avon. All personnel stationed along the path to the medical room should momentarily halt their duties. Maximize the optical and audio receiver frequencies. We must identify that giant within 10 cosmic standard seconds. The soldiers, acutely aware of their urgent mission, swiftly deactivated the communication screens on their arms. Those who were immobilized transformed into fixed surveillance, while the others dashed forth, some even morphing to glide along the corridor. Yet, Mike's pace exceeded their expectations. He now stood beside the operating table, observing intently. Could the hopes of the grunts be dashed? No, no, no. Mike was the one most eager to learn about the separation procedure. In days gone by, he had engaged in discussions on forums about this surgical process, recounting heroic feats across 300 floors. He carefully positioned a palm-sized camera upon a stack of boxes and began his introduction. What you are about to witness is a truly remarkable surgery. Our military doctor will skillfully separate the patients who are magnetically drawn to one another. Please commence. The doctor nodded in agreement, turned to the connection point of the two individuals, and raised his right hand to produce a chainsaw, the blade whirring ominously. This startled the Black Widow considerably. Hey, stop. Doctor, you can't be serious. After halting the doctor, she glared at Mike. Are you complicit in this? Is it because I am vying for a human doll with you? I tell you, Jack is mine. I lack the expertise to interfere with the doctor's methods, Mike replied. But surely, that is not how the surgery should be conducted. Why use a chainsaw to separate me from Deadfire? Please, the chainsaw is the safest tool available. You are in such close proximity to Deadfire. Using a drill or laser would inflict more harm than a chainsaw would. Seeing that Deadfire concurred, the Black Widow became utterly unsettled. You are deceiving me. Returning to the company of men was indeed the gravest mistake. You fellows only know how to humiliate me. All right, enough jesting, the doctor remarked, sensing the lack of amusement. With a flick of his wrist, He transformed the chainsaw back into his palm. But first, can you guess what the ultimate method will be? I observe how Alcee and the partition were separated. Neutralizing the magnetism is the key. There must be some fundamental magnetic devices aboard the ship. If we connect them in parallel and pass a substantial current, we can generate enough force to counteract the magnetic attraction caused by the gloves. Mike adjusted his optical visor and turned to face the fallen figure, who seemed to comprehend, nodding in what appeared to be an acknowledgement of Black Widow's vast reservoir of knowledge. After a brief interlude of darkness, Mike handed the camera to Chris, who was huddled by the infirmary door. As he pivoted to return, he caught sight of Black Widow on the bed. In a furious outburst, "Fallen, can you aim with more precision? A girl's face is a precious thing. This wound is already substantial. Just a bit more finesse would suffice. My hands are renowned for their delicacy. Do not be so finicky, or I shall seek another to mend it." This red racer, boasting of her status as the sole physician, was rather vociferous. Were it not for her position, she might have severed his arm. As Black Widow's optical visor blinked, her focus shifted to her reflection behind her. "What is it, muscle-bound one?" she retorted, facing Mike with a mocking stance, one hand resting on her hip. "Have you not had your fill from our last encounter? For the sake of the spark source, I bore you no disrespect then. Did you not see me release my grip?" Mike often found himself flustered in matters of gender. Despite his imposing stature, he was as naive as a freshly emerged machine. Black Widow extended her arachnid limbs, elevating herself until she perched upon Mike's knee, meeting his gaze levelly. "What reflects in your optical visor seems to be nothing but shyness. Are you certain?" Others perceive authority, strength, and their own trepidation within. Suddenly, Black Widow leaned closer, thrusting her multifaceted eyes before Mike's. "Do not feign ignorance. I have encountered many men, and you do not rank among them. You may garner the affection of those younger girls, but alas, you are not my type." What was she insinuating? I had no intention of engaging with her. Logically, I should be the one resenting her for competing with me. No? Was the logic of Cybertronians so distinct from that of Earthlings? While Mike pondered in confusion, Black Widow sprang back to the ground, returning to her human form as she exited the infirmary. "Well, it appears your cerebral module holds no recollection of Black Widow, does it?" Observing Mike's wide-eyed expression, Fallen chuckled and shook his head. "Let us begin anew. You should recognize that Black Widow is a mechanical insect by her appearance and basic form, correct?" Of course. When Black Widow first emerged, she was but an entity on par with those lesser mechanical insects, her physical constitution even more fragile than those scavengers. Although her kin could wield a heightened perception to control those mechanical insects, the newborn Black Widow could not. This tale is rather lengthy. Shall we sit and discuss it? Very well, but from where did you acquire this story? Widow could not have possibly related to you. Before departing Cybertron, I was a physician. At times, I would exchange amusing tales to offset medical expenses. Fallen perched himself upon a crate and began recounting the well-trodden saga of Black Widow, a month prior to the eruption of the Cybertronian War. In a primordial mechanical forest near the Rust Sea, an area yet untransformed in a Shockwave space bridge laboratory, thrived under the nurturing of the Allspark. The mechanical forest is shrouded in a dim and unsettling atmosphere, where twisted metallic trees intertwine with intricate mechanical structures, forming deep, shadowy corridors. Even more disconcerting are the intermittent roars of the indigenous mechanical leopards that echo through the gloom. Such is the daunting task at hand. The source of the complaint is a Decepticon scout, unceremoniously expelled from the base at dawn under the pretext of assisting Commander Shockwave in surveying potential sites for his laboratory. This wheel-like soldier, transforming into humanoid form, traverses deeper into the forest while documenting suitable locations for a robust foundation with a camera in hand. Suddenly, a swift movement catches his attention. At that time, the Cybertronians had yet to be extensively equipped with wrist-mounted weapons. The scout, too, draws his pistol from his waist, cautiously approaching the shadowed area. The silhouette darts behind a large rock, falling silent. The scout positions himself to the side, executing a nimble turn as he leaps and aims his weapon at the shadow's hiding place, only to find it empty. As confusion settles in, two small pebbles plummet from above. Upon raising his gaze, the optical lens reveals the terrifying projection of a mechanical leopard. The scout's neural module computes rapidly as he reacts instinctively, rolling swiftly to the side, The beast's claws narrowly graze his shoulder before embedding themselves into the ground. Truly, divine providence was at play. Had the scout hesitated for just a fraction of a second longer, his head would have been severed from his body. Enraged, he prepares to eliminate the temporarily ensnared assailant, only to realize that his weapon has slipped from his grasp during the tumble, now positioned between himself and the mechanical leopard. As the scout scrambles to reclaim his firearm, a thread suddenly ensnares the weapon, hoisting it high into the branches above. A smaller, yet more menacing mechanical insect descends, casting a shadow that nearly sends the scout into a state of panic. However, the insect's target is not the scout, but the mechanical leopard. With a deft leap, it descends, simultaneously expelling another thread to pin the leopard's claw back to the ground. Furious and humiliated, the mechanical leopard snaps its jaws. But its gaping maw meets the barrel of the insect's weapon, which fires a series of laser beams, compelling the leopard to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the insect lands atop the mechanical leopard, unsheathes its claws, and viciously plunges them into the creature's neck, severing its head with a decisive blow. After dispatching the leopard, the mechanical insect collapses onto the ground. The scout cautiously approaches, reclaiming his pistol from the insect's grasp. To his astonishment, he discovers that the upper half of the insect bears a human-like form, prompting him to bring it back to the base. Upon revival after treatment, the insect reveals itself to be named Black Widow. When questioned about her presence in the forest and her confrontation with the mechanical leopard, she explains that she had been lured by several Autobots using pheromones. Was it the Autobots' intention to eliminate Black Widow through the mechanical leopard? Did she pose a significant threat at that time? According to a captive captured early in the war, the highest council intended to eradicate the mechanical insect race residing deep within the core of Cybertron to ensure the energy supply for higher life forms. They fortuitously discovered that the Black Widow was the queen of the insectoids and thus dispatched individuals to lure her out in an attempt to capture her and draw out all the mechanical insects. Was energy at that time truly to be seized from the insects' very mouths? To manage to extract energy from the insects would indeed be a noteworthy feat. In the 2 weeks preceding the outbreak of war, the lower echelons of Cybertron 20 were devoid of any energy supply. However, prior to encountering the mechanical leopard, the Black Widow had already dispatched all those Autobot warriors. It was only due to her internal depletion that she could not best the beast. It was the appearance of the scout that temporarily diverted the mechanical leopard's attention, allowing the Black Widow to turn the tide in her favor. This explains why the Black Widow aligned herself with the Decepticons. Indeed, her initial intent was merely to exact revenge upon the Autobots by leveraging our resources to augment her insect army. However, Lord Megatron discerned her ulterior motives and instructed Shockwave to develop a pheromone, ensuring that the mechanical insects would submit to him. Nevertheless, the Black Widow could still exert control over her insect army through a hive mind. Mike recollected the dialogue, engaging in self-analysis. She was reluctant to share her forces with the Decepticons, yet at that juncture, she could not afford to sever ties, so she opted to operate independently, temporarily evading the conflict. This aspect certainly held significant weight, yet no one inquired about the underlying reasons. What relevance does this have to our recent conversation? Surely, Dio discerned that the Black Widow was flirting with me just now? I merely shared the Black Widow's past experiences since joining the Decepticons. She has consistently presented a frenzied demeanor before the soldiers, leaving no one privy to her true thoughts. The sudden emergence of a devilish smile elicited a quip. Perhaps it is a subtle suggestion. One must remember that the insect race is structured around the hierarchy of power. Chapter 9. Digging 3 feet deep, just as RC led Jack into the mine to search for partitions, a land bridge opened at the mine's entrance, and 2 giants emerged, flanking a small sparrow. An abandoned mine, the perfect location for murder and disposal, though regrettably, the red spider cannot be eliminated. We must first entomb him for a while before he can extricate himself. Despite Mike's grievances, he dared not decline Megatron's invitation. The red spider was similarly apprehensive, yet his trepidation stemmed from guilt. Lord Megatron, the last vestiges of energy in this mine have been completely depleted. Is there still a necessity for our return? Cease your prattling, red spider. Upon hearing this, the red spider trembled, closing his mouth tightly and trailing behind Megatron, while Mike followed at the rear. The trio traversed the mine's passage with practiced ease, and as Mike pondered when the narrative would unfold, He rounded a familiar corner to encounter a scene he recognized: 3 mining machines positioned at the end of the tunnel. Megatron instilled such fear with merely a glance that Starscream immediately began to fidget, cursing as he commenced his performance. He first blamed the incompetent miners, then shifted the responsibility onto Soundwave, who managed the transportation, and ultimately resorted to emotional appeals, attempting to justify the intensity of his labor during Megatron's interstellar voyages. Such behavior is quite typical. Anyone, be they human or machine, would likely respond similarly. However, what perplexed Mike the most was how Megatron could strike with such precision. Goodness, how did he know the energy mine was located there? Did he possess some form of supernatural ability, or was it merely the miner's innate instincts? Surely, it cannot be sheer luck. What followed was Megatron's revelation. Starscream had stolen the Dark Energon, attempting to extinguish Megatron's spark and summon the undead warriors. Not only did he fail, but he also lost an arm in the process. Starscream, do you still have any excuses left? Megatron thundered. My Lord Megatron, I humbly beseech your forgiveness, Starscream replied, cowering on the ground with his wings drooping. Why, one might wonder, could the figurine not exhibit such agility? Perhaps it was a counterfeit. You have already received ample mercy, Starscream. Even your string of clownish failures can no longer amuse me. Tread carefully. Do not seal your own fate. If you had the capability, why not strike without gathering energy? Just plunge your hand blade directly into the spark, rather than dawdling and making a spectacle of yourself. Even upon the first viewing, Mike could surmise that this was merely a setup for a twist, as a Transformers narrative devoid of Starscream would undeniably falter. One could refer to the leader's challenge. No one can deny that the plot became more engaging after Starscream's inclusion in Season 3. Autobot. Starscream's panicked cry successfully saved his life as Megatron swiftly redirected his cannon, firing at the pillars behind RC and Jack as they sought refuge. Seizing the opportunity, Starscream attempted to flee, but Mike quickly grasped him, exclaiming, "Don't think you can escape so easily. If we bury together." It became evident that the structure of this mine was exceedingly unstable. Even the slightest disruption of a pillar triggered numerous fissures, one of which appeared directly beneath Mike's feet. Just as he was adjusting his balance, Starscream wriggled free and transformed, soaring towards the exit. My Lord Megatron, did you truly bring me here merely to demonstrate a lesson? Unfortunately, before Megatron could respond, debris fell from above, striking Mike squarely on the head. After a brief blackout, if I encounter such absurdity again, I shall simply refuse. Mike understood that complaining would yield no results, so he channeled his anger into strength. First, he kicked aside several fragments of rock, then freed one hand to brace himself against the ground while using the other to support a massive boulder, managing to lift it despite its size, and with a swift maneuver, toppled it over, before he could relish his fortune in avoiding the dust due to his lack of a mouth. A red reflection greeted him in front of his optical lens. This was not the kind of reflection one would expect from stone, but rather a clear, glass-like gleam. Was it a mining machine, or something else entirely? Mike reached out to clear the shards of glass, peering through the crimson light to discern a cylindrical silhouette. Startled, he swiftly yanked the object from beneath the rubble. Lo and behold, it was an escape pod from Cybertron. Could there truly be a machine within? Mike struck the glass with a fist, shattering it, and gingerly extracted the figurine inside. After a careful examination, he concluded that this Cybertronian had a slender physique. As he explored the figure, his fingers grazed 2 wheels on its back, while a stiletto heel protruded from its feet. A female? Holding the figurine aloft, Mike scrutinized the chest area and gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, it's a Decepticon! Let me think. Among the Decepticons, aside from Black Widow, who else is there? Nightingale? No. That S from G1 and IDW. Not from the live-action films either. In the Cybertronian universe, it must be Firestar. This character is exceedingly obscure, known only through game introductions. Yet as an 8-year veteran fan, Mike had indeed played and delved into every Decepticon character from Transformers: Earth Wars. Not an advertisement. This character was just a sudden discovery during my gaming, so obscure that research yielded little. Just as Mike was piecing together the identity of the figurine, a flash of insight struck him. This escape pod had not been unearthed by Jack's mining equipment, nor had it been discovered by Starscream while digging for Megatron. Megatron himself hadn't uncovered it while attempting to save himself. It had fortuitously fallen into Mike's hands. The universe had revealed the answer. My dear sister. Mike exclaimed with uncontainable joy, embracing the figurine and quickly resuming his search through the stones. As he vigorously sifted through the debris, he suddenly felt the stone wall shift. With a powerful shove of his shoulder, a resounding crash echoed, and Mike brushed off the dust that enveloped him, feeling his way toward a pair of headlights. Headlights? Is that the Decepticon, the one named Tarn? He called out. Michaela, come here quickly. Everyone, stay calm. I need a moment. Mike squatted down, rubbing the back of his head where he had bumped it. Come on, couldn't you lift it a bit higher? It's easy for you to say. The Decepticons aren't the ones lifting this massive stone. If it weren't for this obstruction, I'd give you a run for your money and see just how strong you are. But that essay discussion for another time. Mike settled cross-legged, lifting Firestar to the headlights before him, while his other hand fiddled with her limbs. The four-wheeled vehicles might vary, but motorcycles were all quite similar, as the distinctions between Firestar and RC were minimal. If one were to modify the latter, it would involve placing the wheels from her feet onto her back, as seen with Knockout, and transforming her original feet into stilettos akin to Black Widow's. A stripe of eyeshadow would be drawn beneath her optical lenses, less pronounced than Black Widow's T-shape. The cheek guards would remain, and the head crest would consist of 3 isosceles triangles, resembling the Decepticon emblem. Ultimately, her color scheme would be predominantly black, with red accents on the knees, elbows, helmet, and hips, while purple would grace the wrists, head crest, and ankles. Presently, her optical lenses emitted no light, suggesting a lack of energy for operation. Yet the shape of her pupils bore a resemblance to Knockout's. Is this yet another new companion of yours? It seems they are beyond saving. Panel, take a good look. Mike is flipping Firefight back and forth under the light. There are no deep wounds on her body, mostly just scratches, and there are hardly any signs of rust. I personally excavated her from the escape pod. So what do you intend to do, Decepticon? Panel's arms have begun to tremble slightly. If you wish to eliminate me, then do it now. Eliminate you, and then let this massive boulder crush us all? I have a rather splendid suggestion. Mike set Firefight aside, stood up, and extended his hands towards the boulder above Panel's head. Mickey screamed in fear, "Do not harm Panel." She quickly silenced herself again as Mike did not twist Panel's head off, but instead lifted the boulder with his hands. Panel felt a wave of relief, quickly lowering her weary hands and stepping back. Mike leaned closer, finding the optimal point of leverage, lifting the boulder higher, and then said, "Panel, don't forget, you now owe me a favor, including the shadow world. This young human has already owed me twice. Why are you helping me? Because I wish to make a deal with you, or rather, a deal with the Autobots." Mike articulated his thoughts regarding the future. My computational abilities are advanced enough to predict certain variables of the future, yet the essence of fate remains elusive. Therefore, without altering allegiances, I intend to maintain a favorable impression on both sides. After another brief blackout, by Primus, look at the 3 of you covered in dirt. Have you been mining, or what? Red Spider snatched the cleaner with irritation, wiping down his joints as he replied, "We were ambushed by Autobots in the mine. And during the skirmish, the cavern collapsed, burying us inside. It took quite a while to dig ourselves out." Megatron remained silent, merely gesturing with his head. Mike understood, placing Firefight onto the medical bed. The medic, startled, quickly brought over the scanning equipment and, after a moment, reported, "All vital signs are normal. But she is severely lacking in energon. She must have been buried for a very long time. Then hurry and fetch some energon to revive this unexpected find," Megatron instructed, glancing at Mike as the fallen figures disappeared through the doorway. "How did you happen to unearth that escape pod? The miners have been excavating just above for several months, and yet they didn't detect it? Perhaps it is simply fate," Lord Megatron. I have never believed in fate." Megatron then turned to Red Spider. "Finish cleaning up and get back to work immediately. I will let this slide this time, but it will not happen again." This roar startled Red Spider, who dropped the cleaner and fled the medical room without looking back. The medic returned, injecting energon into Firefight's body. She trembled, her previously hollow optics suddenly filled with red. She shot up, coughing several times, then vigorously wiped her optics, turning her gaze towards the onlookers. "This machine looks so familiar. Its coloration is quite similar to mine. And it's a motorcycle. Perhaps we could race in the future," the medic mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. She appeared to be Firefight, a cunning individual with a strong desire for vengeance. I recall that she had even compiled a list of those she sought to retaliate against. How juvenile. Nevertheless, this machine was undoubtedly one of the most loyal, consistently executing daily tasks with remarkable finesse. Megatron furrowed his brow in recollection. "Do not disappoint me again," he commanded, as Mike waited impatiently. Megatron? Defeated? Firefight gazed up at the towering figure closest to her, her lips moving slightly. Tarn? Chapter 10. The reunion of siblings. What did you call me? What did you call him? Among the three machines present, only Megatron observed quietly as the younger sister looked around in bewilderment. Suddenly, she raised her hand to touch her face and exclaimed, "A mirror. I need a mirror." Defeated gestured to the side, and the younger sister swiftly leaped off the bed, nearly twisting her ankle in her high heels. She stumbled towards the mirror, beginning to appraise her reflection. Seizing the opportunity, Defeated quietly inquired of Mike, "Tarn, does this machine know you?" "Indeed. How could Firefight possibly know you?" Megatron's words confirmed Mike's suspicions. The younger sister's current form was indeed that of Firefight. How should I respond? I am unaware if Firefight's original self had encountered the perfect soldier. I can only hope the younger sister reacts swiftly. Mike shook his head. I am not quite sure. Perhaps she has seen me before? Megatron appeared dissatisfied with this answer. After glaring at Mike, he approached the younger sister. Upon realizing her own appearance, she froze and turned to gaze up at the towering leader of the Decepticons. Firefight, how did you arrive on Earth? Firefight? I recall that character. Initially, I thought RC had joined the Decepticons. That Tarn must be my brother, for I remember discussing this character prior to my crossing over. Judging by the modeling, it should be the symbol of leadership. Was that before the space bridge explosion or after Bumblebee's battleship? Defeated continued, Firefight, your leader is addressing you. Oh, Megatron. The younger sister was startled first by a thunderous roar, then by a fierce glare. Lord Megatron. Proceed. In truth, she could not recall much. Only that she felt darkness envelop her before awakening here. The younger sister spoke no falsehood. Even with her brother-esque buffer, it was of little use, for the transport had been overloaded. Megatron narrowed his optics, leaning slightly forward, casting a menacing shadow over the younger sister. She suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, trembling uncontrollably. Was this a conditioned reflex? To be so intimidated merely by Megatron's gaze, was it excitement or fear? I found it rather unsettling. The younger sister's distress subsided only after Megatron straightened up, tossing out a remark about preparing for work before departing the medical room. Firefight, I am Tarn. It is a pleasure to meet you today. Mike strode rapidly to the younger sister's side, positioning himself to obscure Defeated's view while swiftly forming a should gesture, followed by the sign for the number 817, signifying the shared birthday of the twin siblings. The younger sister's optics widened in surprise, nodding slightly to indicate her understanding. The door to the infirmary swung open once more, and Firebrand stepped in, ready to greet, but before he could utter a word, a swift figure landed behind him, darting to Mike's side before eventually landing gracefully on the ground, flashing a toothy smile. Long time no see, Firebrand. The sister cast a quick glance at Mike before responding. I've missed you too, Black Widow. Your color scheme remains as delightfully dark as ever. Are you planning to delve deep behind enemy lines on Earth? Black Widow paced around the sister, who was of similar height, and playfully flicked her chin with her left hand. I just arrived today, Black Widow. Thank you for taking the time to visit me. The sister was aware of Black Widow's disdain for RC, but would she also harbor resentment toward another motorcycle like herself? Do you two know each other? It's more than mere acquaintance. There's a bit of history between us, Black Widow replied, stepping closer to the sister, her upper body leaning forward as she slightly spread her spider-like limbs. I hear this vengeful lady has even included me in her little blacklist. The list she mentioned was presumably Firebrand's revenge roster, but how could she have such a thing when she had nothing to her name? The sister smiled and replied, No need to concern yourself, Black Widow. That list has long been misplaced, and I do not intend to let it linger. We must always look forward, right? Black Widow blinked her optical lenses in surprise, clasping her hands to her cheek, exclaiming, Wow, that is the best approach. I certainly don't wish for trivial disputes to affect our relationship. So, have you two finished your chat? Firebrand suddenly interjected, stepping in to pull Black Widow aside and extending his hand towards the sister with a goofy grin. Hello, E.M. Firebrand. May I have the honor of knowing your name, milady? If Mike had eyebrows, they would surely be twisted in confusion. The sister's facial system faltered for the first time. She was uncertain whether to be angry or surprised, but given the circumstances, she managed to reciprocate the handshake. I'm Firebrand. You must be Firestarter. I've heard you and Knockout are a pair. Upon hearing this, Knockout stepped forward, his right hand behind his back, and with his left hand raised and twirled twice before resting on his chest, he bowed and declared, "Indeed, I am Knockout." In the original narrative, Firebrand did not even exist. How was it that she appeared with a history with Black Widow and garnered the attention of the infirmary duo? The sister could only cast a pleading glance at Mike, who, sensing her distress, reached to grasp the wheel behind her, lifting it as one would a white towel for a servant, placing it gently on his outstretched arm. We have some private matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, Mike swiftly turned and exited the infirmary. The remaining three exchanged glances, with Firestarter being the first to speak, turning to Black Widow and asking, "What history do you have with Firebrand?" Although Black Widow's optical lenses lacked pupils, Firestarter could still discern the eye-rolling gesture. She tossed over her shoulder, "Mind your own business," before following in Mike's footsteps out of the infirmary. Firestarter scratched his head and turned to Knockout, asking, "What about you? Did you know Firebrand before? How could I possibly know her? But you greeted her like a lovesick fool. How many years has it been since you've seen a female motorcycle? Enough already. Ever since we partnered up, I haven't seen you, but surely, after several decades, or even a century, we must have crossed paths. Now that two have suddenly appeared, which one shall we engage first?" The Black Widow has somewhat intimidating eyes, and her arms are long and numerous, coupled with a rather aggressive demeanor. I believe we should start with Firestorm instead, as she seems quite amiable towards me. Good luck. After a brief black screen, upon hearing her brother's narration, the sister, astonished, covered her mouth with one hand and inquired, "You've been here for such a long time and have interacted with the main characters so much?" "Not only that, I also maintain excellent relations with the minions. Aboard my battleship, I am quite the commanding presence." Mike's proud demeanor elicited discontent from his sister, who playfully tapped his mask, though her fists were nowhere near the size of his optical lens. "Where are we headed now?" After tiring of her playful taps, the sister craned her neck to observe, noting that the corridors of the Decepticon battleship seemed identical, reminiscent of a maze. "Haha, truly my sister. Our thoughts align perfectly." Mike explained, "We are currently en route to the bridge to find Soundwave. He should be able to retrieve your information and uncover what transpired with Firestorm before she fell unconscious. Soundwave, the epitome of charisma and style." "Yes, my favorite," the sister exclaimed, eagerly scanning her surroundings, wishing that Mike would take her to the bridge in a single stride. The siblings encountered a group of miners at a crossroads, led by Herdo, the very one Mike had assisted on his first day. He greeted Mike warmly before turning to the sister, saying, "This new officer seems familiar. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to formally introduce Firestorm." Mike lowered his sister as the miners, recognizing her, placed their right hands over their hearts, nodding in reverence. "New officer, you're Firestorm, correct?" Kevin and Chris happened to approach from the opposite side of the miners, with Kevin teasing, "It seems you have a close relationship with Tarn." "A close relationship, you say?" A sudden idea struck Mike, but before he could capitalize on it, a communication interrupted him, summoning him to meet Red Spider on the rooftop. "Tarn, you move quickly," Red Spider remarked, turning to look at Mike and the young lady perched on his arm. Lost in thought. "Why did you bring Firestorm along?" "I just placed her on my arm and forgot to put her down," Mike replied slowly, lowering his arm as the sister gently leaped to the ground and strode up to Red Spider, raising an eyebrow. "It seems you are not particularly fond of me." Red Spider raised an eyebrow, disdainfully lifting his right hand to scratch his claws, smirking. "Is it you who believes yourself to be of high status within the Decepticons, Firestorm? And what about you? A loyal servant of Megatron?" Red Spider appeared somewhat displeased, furrowing his brow. "Mind your words. Even before following Megatron, I was the commanding officer of the Energon search team. And do not assume I have a poor memory. You were also part of the search team. Merely a minor member of the land team. Were it not for your agility, making you suitable for covert reconnaissance, Megatron would have likely kicked you out long ago." It appears that Firefight was once a member of the search team before aligning himself with the Decepticons, where he now serves as a scout. My sister decided to deceive Starscream further, asserting that the Decepticons would never abandon any soldier who contributes to their cause, much like yourself. Ha ha. Do you realize how amusing you are, Firefight? Starscream, predictably, took the bait and erupted into laughter, declaring that had it not been for his mentorship, Firefight would have spent a lifetime without even achieving the status of a scout. Yet he dares to mock me. How laughable. Without Starscream, Firefight would barely qualify as a scout. My goodness, it is evident that he is indeed an obscure character, so obscure that he holds no official position whatsoever. The Decepticons thrive on the principle of survival of the fittest, and henceforth he shall undoubtedly bask in the shadow of his superior. My sister's silence was interpreted by Starscream as an inability to respond, prompting him to deliver a few more disparaging remarks before turning to Mike. Do you understand why Megatron insisted on bringing you down to the mines? Upon seeing Mike shake his head, Starscream continued, Let me cut to the chase. I suspect Megatron intends to replace me. Isn't it obvious? His cannon is already aimed at you, and had it not been for those Autobots arriving just in time, you would likely have met a grim fate. Yet, Mike maintained his own line of reasoning. Megatron would surely retract his cannon at the moment Starscream is most terrified, only to unleash a torrent of mockery. For while Starscream possesses the capability to execute tasks, he lacks the qualities of a leader. As long as he remains alive, the troops below him shall not show favoritism. But why would he replace me? My intelligence surpasses that of all the Decepticons. If he were to casually blow my head off, who would fill in the gaps should there be any oversight? Perhaps there are others who know more than you do, like Soundwave or Black Widow. My sister quipped while crossing her arms. Aren't you at odds with Black Widow? Why are you defending her? In truth, since she boarded the ship, I have sensed something amiss. That wretched woman constantly seeks opportunities to converse with Megatron. I suspect she is whispering in his ear, aiming to have him eliminate me so that she can assume the position of second-in-command. So, Starscream, why share this information with us? Perhaps I might have a word with Megatron myself. Oh please, Firefight, at your rank, you are not even worthy of a face-to-face conversation with Megatron. Moreover, you maintain a list of vendettas, but do you not have a list of those to whom you owe gratitude? I can at least be considered your benefactor. And you, Tarn, do not feign innocence. You acknowledge my contributions, do you not? Ever since I proposed the plan to rescue Deadfire, Mike and my sister exchanged knowing glances. With the former inquiring, are you suggesting that we must choose sides? Do you know why we Cybertronians possess such an air of superiority? Starscream pointed at his own head, declaring that it is because our neural modules are more advanced than any other race. With that, he turned and sauntered toward the rooftop entrance. What on earth does he mean by that? Mike shook his head, murmuring to himself as he gazed at the retreating figure of the Red Spider. The ascent of Red Spider to the position of deputy commander was certainly not merely the result of eloquence. Truth be told, had I not been privy to the intricacies of the narrative, I might have already been swayed. If his spark had not been extinguished due to the butterfly effect we instigated, the prospect of our ascendancy, standing above all others, would be imminent. What are you talking about, brother? We could stand above the masses. We could be revered by all. Mike suddenly lowered his gaze to his younger sister, whose face was illuminated by a terrifying crimson hue. Let us remain here. Assist me in executing the plan. When Megatron departs, that shall be our moment of fame. His sister trembled in fear, unsettled by the unprecedented madness she perceived in her brother. What could have transformed him so drastically in a matter of days? Uncertain, she could only weakly respond, Let us discuss this later. Mike's expression softened instantly, and he nodded. Very well, let us walk and converse, reminiscing about the plot while predicting potential points of conflict. With that, he lifted his sister onto his arm once more and strode toward the entrance. After another moment of darkness, you allowed the Red Spider to be captured by the Autobots? Megatron's roar not only forced Black Widow to kneel, but also silenced everyone on the bridge. Such events are fleeting. Mike had just placed his sister in the database to gather information, and upon arriving at the bridge, he was met with the news of Red Spider's capture. However, Master Megatron, due to Red Spider's incompetence, we have lost the ability to track Black Widow, she concluded. In an instant, Megatron stepped forward, lowering his body to draw closer. His face contorted in rage, rendering Black Widow mute with fear. Black Widow, I care not for your trivial theatrics. Red Spider is my second-in-command. His capture signifies that the Autobots will gain access to all Decepticon secrets. Get out, depart, and reflect upon your failures. As you command, my lord. Black Widow performed another bow before swiftly retreating from the bridge, nearly colliding with Mike in her haste. Tarn, is it you? Megatron gestured towards Mike, sparing him the need to call out. Come here. Mike approached and bowed respectfully. Master Megatron, how may I serve you? What I regret most is my lack of foresight. Had I known you would operate normally, I would have downloaded all pertinent information into your mind. To be succinct, you were created for battle. Thus, I harbor no belief in your managerial capabilities. The incident in the mines was merely an opportunity to assign you a new identity. I already possess an identity, that of the most loyal subordinate to Master Megatron. Flattery is a term laden with negative connotations, a fact known even to Megatron. Yet, he willingly succumbs to such tactics, and the anger ignited within the wellspring is significantly quelled by this singular remark. A smile involuntarily tugs at the corners of his mouth, though he swiftly suppresses it with a forced gravity. This much I'm well aware of. Now, remember your new role. You are to serve as the internal security chief of the Decepticons. In the unseen corners, you must shoulder your responsibilities, which entail preventing internal discord and unearthing any who dare to conspire against us. Internal security chief? Mike mused. However, achieving this solely by my own strength may prove challenging. I beseech you, my lord, permit me to recruit a few allies, and I assure you I shall excel in this task. At most, recruit one additional member. Do not exceed that number. Some individuals cannot keep secrets, and information may leak. Understood, my lord. Additionally, I have a small request. I wish to bestow a name upon this team. Megatron's curiosity was piqued. Proceed. Let's call it the Decepticon Enforcement Division. Chapter 11. Ultimate Power. Initially, Mike had contemplated enlisting Kevin as a partner for the DJD had his sister not been located. Kevin should conserve his energy for his most vital role. As Mike spoke, he directed his sister to activate the display on his left forearm, which presented 4 options. Through the automatic translator embedded in the neural module, the 4 segments of Cybertronian text were sequentially translated as public channel, private channel, emergency call, data connection. Open the first option, then switch to the right. This channel leads to Kevin's podcast. With a hint of confusion, his sister complied, and the display promptly revealed a message. How did Black Widow become our deputy commander? The messaging format on the Cybertron channel was not dissimilar to that of humans. Save for the language, each sentence required prior translation. Thanks to the Allspark, the design of the neural module ingeniously incorporated an automatic translator. Black Arachnia had been captured, and among the few senior officers aboard the warship, only Black Widow possessed a greater reservoir of secrets. Possessing more secrets qualifies one for the role of deputy commander? Is it not management skills and the ability to lead that are essential? I had thought Tarn would be the one. Such sentiments must not be uttered lightly. Leon, Tarn's reputation is indeed commendable. However, as a newcomer, aside from being battle-ready, he possesses nearly no knowledge of warship management, while Black Arachnia has proven capable in that regard. Wait, Jeff, how would a flyer infiltrate our ranks? Hey, Vincent, aren't T-flyers part of your squad? What era are we in? Still speaking in terms of body politics. Enough. The priority now is to connect with Black Widow. The information originally intended for Black Arachnia should be directly sent to her channel. Kevin, we shall certainly handle it, but we wish to see if she can manage on her own. After all, she has not been on Earth long. She might need assistance with the mines, weather, and other matters. Ah, comrades, a communique has arrived from the warship's main channel requesting the 47th Army Squad to report. Who is the leader of this squad? We must hasten to the bridge. The podcast channel is temporarily closed. The young woman retracted the display screen and turned to see Mike, who was tilting his head and muttering, "Understood. I will be there shortly." Mike then lowered his gaze, announcing, "I have a mission to undertake. We need to collect samples. It seems that a small task force and the utmost combat prowess of the Decepticons will be deployed, suggesting that this item holds extraordinary significance. Shall we adhere to the original plot? That depends on your execution." After a brief blackout, "Am I the only senior personnel here?" "Yes, boss," came the response. "I heard that the medic and his reckless assistant were supposed to join, but Lord Megatron declined." The aerial soldier, Tyrus, turned to the miners at work. "Move faster. Are you waiting for the Autobots to arrive?" "Ah, what a pity. I once witnessed the heartfelt reunion scene. Just a moment ago, Mike was lamenting, but in the next instant, he casually glanced and spotted a petite figure standing atop a distant rock. Who is that? A lookout, perhaps? I can't see clearly. The mech is elevated and basking in the sunlight. Upon hearing this, Tyrus directed his gaze towards the indicated spot, scrutinizing it intently before suddenly exclaiming, "It's an Autobot. Prepare for engagement." Simultaneously, a voice from behind announced, "Mining successful. We've located a storage tank. Forget the tank. Prepare for combat. Autobots, seize that storage container." The commanding voice was always so invigorating. "Do not open fire. The storage tank must remain intact." Bumblebee, accompanied by this rallying cry, charged out from the side, flanked by RC and Optimus Prime, forming a triangular formation. Tyrus quickly led the squad forward, pairing up into teams to confront the scouts and motorbikes. Goodness, they've left the most challenging adversaries for me, Mike thought, hastily assuming a defensive stance in front of the towering Optimus. The latter delivered a straight punch, prompting Mike to instinctively step back, narrowly avoiding the blow that came perilously close to his chest. Optimus widened his eyes and unleashed a flurry of punches, all of which Mike adeptly evaded. "It seems you're quite formidable, possessing considerable agility as well. I'm not foolish enough to engage in a test of strength with a leader. Then relinquish the storage device to us, and you and your companions shall avoid suffering." "That is out of the question," Mike replied, shaking his head. "I must complete the task assigned to me. Otherwise, I will face reprimand." "Then I'm afraid it cannot be helped." Without warning, Optimus struck with a hook punch. Although Mike raised his hand in time to block it, the impact reverberated through his palm and jolted his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Are you serious? Then I shall match you." Mike vigorously shook his head to regain focus. As Optimus lunged again, Mike seized the opportunity to extend his other hand for defense, only to unexpectedly catch the punch amidst a cacophony of metal clashing. Both Titans, revealing only their optical sensors, expressed astonishment simultaneously before each retaliated with their other hand, resulting in a repeat of the scenario. In the midst of this stalemate, Mike was astonished to discover that the pressure on his hands was nearly equivalent to that experienced during a 20-kilogram bench press. He attempted to maintain the pressure, surprisingly managing to force Optimus to take a step back. How fascinating it is that the perfect soldier of the Decepticons can engage in a contest of strength with the leader. However, before Mike could revel in his triumph for a mere moment, Optimus Prime unleashed his fury. With a swift motion, he cast aside Mike's hand and advanced with a powerful straight punch. Caught off guard, Mike was struck squarely in the face, staggering backward several steps. "Ambulance. This is Optimus Prime. We require assistance." After concluding the call, Optimus intended to charge towards the storage tank at full speed, but as he turned, Mike seized his arm. In a sudden move, Mike executed an over-the-shoulder throw, sending Optimus crashing to the ground, before dashing towards the storage tank. Bumblebee was still entangled with the remaining soldier, while RC had already dispatched Tylas and Jareth and was racing towards the storage tank. Two miners positioned themselves in front of the storage tank, providing Mike with a significant opportunity to advance. Just as RC kicked the miners aside and bent down to retrieve the storage tank, a massive hand descended from above. Before RC could react to the sudden tugging force from her wings, she was lifted off the ground by an irresistible strength. With a swift motion, Mike hurled RC several hundred meters away, instinctively turning to grasp Optimus' collarbone as he followed closely behind. As the best scout among the Autobots grappled with their leader, he took advantage of the moment to dart in from the side, extending his hands towards the storage container. Not so fast. Mike swiftly swatted with his other hand, catching Bumblebee by the nape. Despite Bumblebee's desperate attempts to dig in with all his might, even using both hands to grasp the ground, he could not escape being dragged backward by Tarn. Just as Mike felt he might falter under Optimus' weight, Tylas and Jareth arrived just in time, each securing one of the leader's arms. Seizing the opportunity, Mike pushed forward, knocking Optimus back several paces, and then quickly grasped Bumblebee's waist, lifting him and throwing him directly onto RC. The reinforcements arrived promptly, albeit slowly, swinging their hammers. Mike reached out to catch one, finding it lighter than Optimus' punch. With a deft twist, he struck as the reinforcements exposed a gap, sending the hefty foe crashing to the ground. How fortuitous! The head is perfectly aligned with the storage tank's exit. That little shadow must be Meichi, right? Excellent. Jump up. Mike watched eagerly as a burst of red light illuminated the interior of the gap, then advanced to pick up the storage container. After waving to Meichi, he called for the land bridge, casually cradling the two unconscious miners in his arms. After another segment of black screen, rather than debating what treasures might be unearthed from the storage container. The soldiers who had time to tune into Kevin's podcast were far more inclined to marvel and praise what could potentially be the mission with the lowest casualty rate in the Earth mission series. Most astonished were the two miners, who had mentally prepared for sacrifice before losing consciousness. Upon awakening, their first sight was not the Allspark nor the disassembly bay of the Decepticons' mechanized special operations team, but rather the deep purple ceiling of the warship's medical bay, illuminated by surrounding lights. Although Taylors and Jerry are both members of the same team, they have tightly intertwined in this matter. From their incoherent ramblings, one can discern that Tarn is holding back the leader of the Autobots with one hand while gripping the Bumblebee Scout with the other, locked in a stalemate for several seconds. Do they truly count? Just how formidable are you? Mike was at a loss as to how to respond to his sister. He felt that rather than wasting time agonizing over their strength, it would be wiser to contemplate how to deflect the impending inquiries from Megatron. As anticipated, Megatron arrived punctually. Whether it was a flaw in his facial design or that he had adequately prepared himself mentally, his expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any emotion, nor did he convey, "Well done, Tarn." Mike, accompanied by his sister, offered a salute. "Hot Rod, you may withdraw." As his sister turned back every 3 steps to leave, Megatron began to walk with Mike. "I hear you can withstand Bumblebee single-handedly." Megatron abruptly halted, tilting his head, and Optimus Prime? "I have exerted all my strength, my lord." Megatron's unwavering gaze caused Mike's spark to race, yet the former quickly resumed leading the way, leaving Mike bewildered, compelled to follow. The power to rival Optimus Prime, indeed. I have gravely underestimated this war machine's might, but it is undoubtedly loyal. Shockwave would never forget to inscribe this foundational code. As Megatron pondered, he arrived at the laboratory, first observing the storage tank standing on the platform, then glancing at Knockout beside him. Wasn't I supposed to conduct a thorough examination of the contents? Why summon me here? My Lord Megatron, I am preparing to study the contents. However, this storage tank is empty, Knockout said cautiously, rubbing his hands. What do you mean? This type of storage tank resembles a battery. Data is stored in it in the form of energy, Knockout explained, reaching toward the tank and pressing a button on its side. The top of the tank rapidly collapsed, releasing a wisp of steam, and now the energy had nearly dissipated, along with the data. In other words, the storage tank is out of power, Deadlock interjected. How did this happen? Megatron glanced back. Tarn, did you damage it? After Mike denied it, Megatron turned to Deadlock. Or was it your clumsy handling that caused the malfunction? Seeing that both Deadlock and Mike shook their heads in denial, Megatron found himself at an impasse. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly issued a command. Constantly monitor the data signals. Instruct the field team to remain on standby. We cannot allow the ancient knowledge to fall into the hands of the Autobots. As for the subsequent events, they unfolded as Mike had anticipated. The data signal reappeared on the scanning screen, yet the combined efforts of Knockout and Deadlock failed to reclaim it. According to their description, a human girl had bumped her head against the partition, causing 2 red beams to shoot from her optics, disappearing into the horizon. What a bunch of incompetence. To lose data to a mere human insect? Megatron's fury erupted as he confronted the 2 male machines on the long bridge, while Black Widow involuntarily smirked. His sister noticed this and teased. "If I recall correctly, you are not one to take pleasure in others' misfortunes, are you? Under the eaves, one must bow their head." The Black Widow tilted her head towards the younger sister, and I have always possessed a keen insight into the developments of situations, as you are well aware. After all, we are remarkably similar. I beg to differ. At the very least, I would never entertain the notion of stabbing someone in the back. It would be wise for you to remain steadfast. The prosperity of the Decepticons requires unwavering loyalty from individuals such as yourselves. After sharing a smile with the younger sister, the Black Widow turned to leave, brushing aside Mike's arm that obstructed her path. I harbor a dislike for spiders, and upon seeing Mike nod in agreement, the younger sister gave a thumbs up and traced an imaginary line across her neck, suggesting, "What if we seize an opportunity? There's no need to rush. Those insects can still play a crucial role at pivotal moments, and I have an idea." Mike glanced around, ensuring the coast was clear before quickly lifting the younger sister in his arms and carrying her away. "I envision you as the queen of insects." The latter was taken aback and quickly covered her mouth, whispering, "How is that even possible?" The Black Widow can control mechanical insects because their sparks are connected, and Megatron can do so due to pheromones. How am I to exert control? While perusing the database recently, I came across a description of mechanical insects. The arrangement among male mechanical insects is dictated purely by strength, and the same applies to females. The Black Widow ascended to her position after personally eliminating the previous insect queen. The record stated, when the queen's bodily fluids flow from the spark, pheromones envelop the challenger, heralding the arrival of a new queen. The younger sister scratched her head in contemplation. So, you mean I must personally kill the Black Widow? Precisely. And it would be best to present the Black Widow's spark directly before the mechanical insects. This would solidify your identity. But why must this be done? If, as you say, I truly can become the queen of insects, what then? Before we discover a way back home, we must elevate our political image and power base to unprecedented heights. At this moment, the siblings had arrived at the viewport beside the warship, where the pale moon resembled Cybertron. Thus, even if Megatron were to feel overshadowed, we would indeed possess the means to contend with him. Chapter 12. The Weapon Incident. Tan. The fusion cannon has been repaired. Shall I install it now? I would be most delighted, Doctor. Following instructions. Mike lay on a medical bed as one member of the medical team held the fusion cannon steady to maintain interface balance, while another ensured precise alignment. As the final component was tightened, Mike felt a sudden constriction in his right arm, followed by an armed alert from the optical display. He waved his left hand in front of him to garner attention. Is there a problem? No, Doctor. Mike rose, raising his right arm to aim the fusion cannon at the younger sister, a ring of red light instantly outlining her figure. Just testing the targeting system, huh? It's just like playing a game. Hey, even in games, they warn you not to point guns at people. The young lady leaped to the side. Although her aim had deviated, the crimson light remained fixated upon her until Mike signaled for disarmament through the consciousness system, causing the red light to vanish. How fascinating, he mused, reminiscent of marking an enemy in a game. Is it akin to moving one's fingers like the red spider while firing? Contemplating this, Mike attempted to flex his index finger, and before long, a prominent message flashed before the optical sight. Safety not disengaged. It turned out that the armed mode was synonymous with the safety mechanism. At that moment, Black Widow happened upon the scene as she entered the infirmary, her brows furrowing in surprise. She swiftly leapt onto Mike's right arm, a single arachnid limb tapping him on the head. Take it easy, big guy. Your dual fusion cannons are far more formidable than Megatron's. Don't fire recklessly. At the very least, aim for the Autobots first. Repairing such a fusion cannon is no trivial task. It could be deemed a monumental endeavor. You speak as if you were the one who crafted it, Mike retorted. Black Widow, having jumped down from his arm, lightly brushed her fingertip against the fallen foe, startling him. You're a scientist, no doubt, but you merely dabble in trivial gadgets and assist Shockwave. After inspecting the paintwork thoroughly, the fallen one crossed his arms and replied, Puffed, Shockwave? He probably doesn't even know where he's rusting away. If you seek medical assistance, I suggest you restart your language module. Black Widow chuckled, but refrained from responding, casually picking up a device from the lab table for examination. The young lady, intrigued, inquired, Black Widow, I recall you possess a hand cannon and can shoot webbing. Do you use both simultaneously? Or do you keep them separate? Dear Fire War, why not test if a gun can fire when its barrel is obstructed by webbing? Black Widow's remark piqued the young lady's curiosity, prompting her to rummage through the fallen one's belongings for a firearm. The latter seized her small appendage, pointing at it and stating, What about your own handgun? Surprisingly, she hadn't considered that. But how does one summon this handgun? Must it be conjured merely by thinking of it? The young lady's thoughts fleetingly changed, and her hand transformed in an instant. The armor on her right forearm suddenly expanded while her right hand retracted, revealing red energy stripes within. Four long reflective strips sprang forth in a cross formation, with the outer edges slanting triangularly and the inner side displaying a flat screen that showcased 3 red squares. There were a total of 5 squares. Wow, I have a weapon too. It resembles a crossbow. This red square must indicate the ammunition count, right? The fallen one lifted the young lady's weapon hand, feeling around before pressing a switch near her elbow, causing a magazine to spring forth, while the red squares instantaneously reset to 0. Having fought for millions of years, he had yet to install a laser weapon. He removed a bullet, holding it up for scrutiny before the optical sight. This enhanced glass bullet, a relic from the Golden Age, certainly seemed wasteful in energy production. What on earth is this? The others quickly gathered around as he grasped the bullet's tail, pointing with his other hand to a spot that bore a faint gray hue, barely perceptible without utmost focus. "What is that?" the fallen one asked the young lady. "I'm not quite sure. Shall we let Soundwave scan it?" After a moment of darkness, although everyone was prepared, the gravity of the situation prompted Soundwave to report to Megatron within mere seconds. All the notable Decepticons congregated in the laboratory, observing as Knockout cautiously placed a glass bullet into a thick glass jar that was being hastily constructed. Inside the sealed jar lay several sharp iron fragments, which, after vigorous shaking, successfully shattered the glass bullet. Instantly, a wisp of gray swiftly expanded, and the previously ebony iron fragments began to turn gray within seconds. The color rapidly spreading, enveloping all ferrous materials and ultimately reducing them to powder. It appeared that Soundwave's scanning capabilities remained impeccable. Even someone as formidable as Megatron was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying an inability to maintain composure. This gray substance was the microbial agent of cosmic rust. The assembled Decepticons trembled in fear, with Knockout nearly losing his grip on the glass jar, only for Soundwave's tendrils to arrive just in time to stabilize it. Trembling, Knockout placed the jar on the table and turned to point an accusing finger at Arachnid, exclaiming, "By Primus, Fireflight, you are an utterly deranged lunatic. How could you procure such a weapon?" "Cosmic rust," mused Black Widow, stroking her chin. "In my recollection, the Decepticons' biological weapons were limited to toxic energy entities and certain ancient diseases, all of which had known cures." Catching his breath, Knockout continued his tirade. Of course, even the madness of the five-faced beast would not lead him to insert a microbe of cosmic rust into a glass bullet. This could not possibly be the work of Cybertronians. Deadlock stepped forward, closing the distance to Arachnid, and pointed at the two remaining bullets on the table, demanding, "Where did you acquire these bullets? This magazine can hold 5 rounds, yet only 3 remain. Whom did you shoot with the other 2? My goodness, how could I possibly know?" Arachnid retorted, "I woke up with this weapon. How am I to explain that?" Just as she fell silent, a hearty laugh erupted from the side, prompting Knockout to momentarily lose his composure and shout at the laughing Megatron, "And you find this amusing? This is cosmic rust. For Primus's sake." Megatron relaxed his brow, gesturing towards the bullets on the table, though his gaze remained fixed on Arachnid as he stated, "During my travels through the cosmos, I once alighted on a planet where I heard accounts from the local sentient beings regarding the movements of a renegade Decepticon. When I pursued the lead, I found that the Autobot had succumbed to rust, and, finding it repulsive, chose not to investigate further. Reflecting on it now, what are you recalling? Utilize your expertise to analyze this." "Knockout," Megatron instructed, pointing at the knee and waist. "If these 2 areas were struck, would they result in fatal wounds?" "Certainly not. Unless it were a biological weapon." Megatron's gaze sharpened, slicing through Arachnid's spark like a blade. The renegade Decepticon was known as Injector. After another moment of darkness, Mike gazed at the operating table where the old sister lay, placing the reloaded magazine back into the specially crafted compartment of the box. The cushioning liquid within ensured that the bullets would remain untouched even in the event of a spacecraft crash. The incapacitation of the procedure had never been so expedient. Within a mere 80 cosmic seconds, the launcher affixed to the old sister's right arm was dismantled and stored in another box. Both boxes aligned side by side within a safe, secured atop a cabinet twice the height of the fire war. With my sole weapon now gone, what shall be installed next? There is no shortage of weapons that can be equipped, yet such an exceedingly perilous biochemical weapon, devoid of an antidote, must never resurface. As the incapacitation began to reveal a display screen, it proceeded to introduce the weapon to the old sister much like one would present the Red Spider. Witnessing this, Mike exhaled a sigh of relief, turning to exit the infirmary. However, upon glancing back, he noticed the imposing figure of Megatron still transfixed by the glass jar in the adjacent laboratory, prompting him to inquire, "Lord Megatron, shall I dispose of this hazardous weapon?" Megatron was likely contemplating either the origin of the weapon or the prospect of repurposing it, perhaps even considering both simultaneously. Mike's conjecture proved astute, as Megatron's response validated his final assumption. "Hasn't Firewar yet recalled the source of this weapon?" "She had not, my lord." Mike raised a finger to tap the back of his head, suggesting, perhaps it is a case of amnesia. Yet, her physical constitution remained intact. Never mind. Such a weapon was an entirely private creation, a rarity indeed. You just mentioned the need to eliminate the remnants of this weapon? Indeed, my lord. I fear that the few iron fragments have not eradicated the pathogens. If these pathogens spread aboard the warship, the consequences would be dire. You seem to retain this knowledge quite well, Megatron mused, stroking his chin and gnashing his shark-like teeth, yet to abandon it so easily would be a lamentable loss. It is an unstoppable weapon for the Autobots as well. Before Mike could interject, the nearby dead fire swiftly opposed. Lord Megatron, I strongly advise against deploying such a bioweapon that poses significant threats to both parties. I have made my own decision. Step aside, Cyclops. Upon touching Megatron's sensitive spot, Deadfire had no choice but to retreat from the laboratory in defeat. The former then directed his ire toward Mike, gritting his teeth. Do you have something to say? In the absence of an antidote, Megatron was undoubtedly reluctant to utilize this weapon, yet he was too proud to heed others' counsel. After a moment of contemplation, Mike devised a compelling retort. I harbor no objections to Lord Megatron's command. It is merely a pity that 2 bullets remain intact. Megatron's curiosity was indeed piqued. What do you mean? The adult recalled that it took 2 strikes from the needle to achieve that particular appearance, indicating that the bacterial content in a single bullet was insufficient to lethally harm a Cybertronian, even if it were present. Precision targeting at the spark or the cranial region was not guaranteed. Furthermore, the previously released bacteria had already diminished in potency, meaning that even if the Autobots were exposed, it would not necessarily result in a fatal outcome. The more concerning scenario was that they might develop an antidote, thereby nullifying the intended efficacy of our ultimate weapon. The proud leader was swayed by this reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I shall give your suggestion serious consideration. You may leave. Half an hour later, the warship ascended above the atmosphere, and simultaneously, the cargo bay doors opened. A reflective object shot forth from the hatch, descending while creating friction in the atmosphere, ultimately forming a brilliant meteor arc. This event caused little stir aboard the warship. All onlookers were instructed to forget it within 30 standard seconds of the universe, lest their sparks meet a fate akin to that glass jar, plunging into the atmosphere. Had I heard a remark regarding today's events on Kevin's podcast, I would have ejected all sparks from the ships currently online. Megatron approached my sister menacingly, including you in his ire. I understand, Lord Megatron. My sister trembled in response to his intimidating presence. Very well, how fares the new weapon? Upon hearing this, my sister raised her arms, and Megatron gazed for a considerable time before unable to contain his inquiry. Must you install the weapon in a manner akin to Starscream? Indeed, my sister's arms bore missile installations reminiscent of Starscream, albeit not the elongated variants, but rather the standard infantry type, occupying an entire forearm. Mike could hardly suppress a chuckle and, following Megatron's lead, asked, surely, you could fit the standard infantry's guns? Surprisingly, those could not be accommodated. Explain yourself, Megatron demanded. All weapons aboard our ship are of the male variety. Even the minor model is significantly larger than the forearm of a fire warrior. What of Cybertronian compression technology? Mike jested. Compression is indeed feasible. The explanation was exaggerated, but when it's time to fire and the rifling gets jammed, just watch as the fire warrior loses an arm. Having grown weary of the jest, Megatron expelled Mike and my sister from the warship, instructing them to return only once they mastered their aim, essentially assigning them the role of sentinels at the mining site. The mining area was stable, yet Mike, after searching in vain for familiar faces, proceeded to the mine entrance to find my sister, who was testing her weapon amidst several soldiers. However, after a considerable time of aiming, she ultimately conceded, I fear the sound may attract the Autobots. Missing is missing. Practice will improve your skills. Mike pushed past her, activated his arm mode, and raised the fusion cannon to fire. A robust laser struck a distant rock, sending a powerful tremor through all present. The stone shattered upon impact, debris scattering like raindrops, carving fierce trajectories in all directions. The scent detection device sensed the acrid odor of gunpowder permeating the air, as swirling dust obscured the scene before the Decepticons, rendering the Autobots indistinct. Boss, should we consider a retreat? The concern of the partition was reasonable, for he was still haunted by the shadow of being knocked down just days prior. How could he possess a fusion cannon akin to Megatron's? It appeared to be a double-barreled one, ambulance. Having finally ventured out on duty, was once again astounded by the towering figure before him. Why was Firefight also present? RC was burdened by the flames of her own troubles. First, there was the Black Widow who had slain her partner, and now the Firefight who harbored a grudge against her since being rejected in a beauty contest millions of years ago. Optimus Prime was reluctant to abandon this significant energy vein, especially since the reserves at the base were dwindling. Yet he was even less inclined to risk the injury or sacrifice of his team during this operation. Autobots retreat. Chapter 13. The Rise of Darkness in the Covenant of Cybertron. There's a passage that states, "When 47 planets align, an eternal conflict shall commence in a world forged by chaos, and the weak shall eternally perish in the shadows of the rise of darkness." This was the 5th time Megatron had recited this phrase over the past 3 days, and the 3rd time the Black Widow had been startled by the leader's fearsome visage. Though she was fortunate to have a companion to share the burden each time, the sister could swear by the Allspark and the Almighty that had she possessed the same physical prowess as the grunts, she would unhesitatingly accompany the male machines on missions, even if it meant merely trailing behind a band of robbers, which would be preferable to standing on the bridge listening to Megatron's roar. I seek the blood of the Cosmic Emperor, not merely to ignite my spark, but to empower my army of the deceased to conquer the world. Megatron suddenly turned, pointing at his chest. For this meager essence within me is insufficient. Where is my dark super energy form? The sister tilted her head, gritting her teeth, whispering, "Black Widow, say something." Just as the Black Widow began to shake her head, she suddenly stood at attention. The sister thought it ill-fated. Upon turning back, she indeed saw Megatron advancing toward them. With a heavy step, he caused the sister to rise a few centimeters off the ground as he gripped her shoulder, bringing her before him to bellow, "Speak. Is your generator malfunctioning? Do you need me to haul it out for inspection? If I knew where that volcano was, I would have told you long ago." The sister suppressed her thoughts, opting instead to advise gently, "Lord Megatron, please remain calm. Once the search team gathers the materials, we can complete the space bridge, and at that point, you may seek wherever you wish. We must act swiftly. I can foresee the future, for I am a shadow rising in darkness." Ultimately, Megatron released the trembling sister back to the ground, her legs weak, but fortunately, the Black Widow reached out to steady her. "Thank you, you are quite kind. I owe my gratitude to you for bearing the brunt of Megatron's temper." After Black Widow had finished her jest, Soundwave and Megatron arrived at the bridge in succession. They approached Megatron, the only one capable of speech, who reported, "Lord Megatron, Soundwave has successfully acquired the conductive target." "Excellent. What are the other items?" Megatron inquired. "The hypercube and neutron barrier are already under construction. And good news regarding the plasma injector has also been received from Deadlock." Megatron's impatience was palpable. "What else is there? Speak all at once. We are only lacking one item." Megatron gestured toward Soundwave's facial screen, which displayed a large device resembling a battery. This was the ample energy source that Soundwave had mentioned. At this moment, Black Widow stepped forward, retrieving an image from the command console at the end of the long bridge. It was a floor plan of a high-tech research facility belonging to the U.S. military. She pointed to a particular warehouse, stating, "The location of this energy source has been confirmed. It is within this warehouse. However, after our previous missions, human defenses have evidently strengthened. I could infiltrate through a tunnel, thus avoiding detection." "No." Megatron's furious roar caused Soundwave to take 2 steps back, as the former clenched his fists, gazing at the gathered machines. The prophecy of victory drawing near. The Decepticons need no longer conceal their might. Let those fleshy insects witness our power. "But, my lord, if we confront them head-on, we might. Your cowardice has already caused the Decepticons to miss many opportunities," Megatron retorted, pointing at the warehouse, his eyes filled with madness. "Deploy 3 squads from the Army and Air Force, and prepare TRN for a breakthrough." 60 standard seconds later, a massive land bridge materialized within the U.S. military base. Soldiers reacted swiftly, maneuvering the nearest tank to aim its cannon and fire. The shell, trailing smoke, soared into the land bridge, only to be met with a laser beam far thicker than the smoke. Within 3 seconds, the entire tank, along with its 3 crew members and at least a dozen surrounding soldiers, was obliterated. As the remaining troops stood in terror, a colossal figure emerged, casting a terrifying shadow over all. With each step the giant took, the ground trembled, sending shockwaves through the soldiers' hearts. "Open fire," an old veteran barked, quickly raising his weapon to shoot. Yet, the bullets that would normally claim a life seemed trivial against this behemoth. Faced with the sporadic sparks of gunfire, the giant dismissed the need to retaliate, leaving such tasks to the Decepticon soldiers trailing behind. The path to the warehouse was remarkably clear, and during the advance, the giant took a moment to scan a main battle tank. Mike, reveling in the exhilaration this rampage provided, raised his hand and with a single punch, distorted the connection of the warehouse's 1-meter-thick iron doors. Then, gripping the gap with both hands, he exerted force, and the massive iron doors, 8 meters high and several meters long, swung open effortlessly like grand windows. Inside the warehouse, numerous humans remained on guard, bullets raining down upon Mike. Yet they could not impede his advance. The energy source was located at the very center of the warehouse, and with a single hand, Mike grasped it before calling for the return of the land bridge. As the news of the warship's arrival and the human retreat streamed into the audio receiver, Mike swiftly recalled the unfolding narrative and realized that the Autobots were en route. Not wishing to see his old friends, who accompanied him on this mission, perish, he entrusted them with the energy core and commanded them to proceed to the far end of the base to await the warship. He then reactivated his combat mode and stepped outside alone to wait. The Autobots arrived as anticipated. Mike promptly raised his arm, but the cannon did not aim at them. Instead, it targeted a tank not far off. As the laser shot forth, the tank was obliterated in an instant, debris raining down upon the Autobot leader. Yet, in his optical lens, apart from a flicker of surprise, there was only determination and fury. Tarn, Megatron had lost his mind. His insistence on manifesting the prophecy only showcased his folly. Would you two toil for such an intangible endeavor? Hearing this, Mike elevated his cannon and extended his other hand, saying, "I apologize, Optimus, but everyone harbors their own ideals. Bound by my identity, I cannot elaborate further. However, please understand that I too must survive. Unless you can provide me with a power source free of charge." "You desire a power source?" The partition revealed a meteor hammer. "Then await my extraction of the power source from within you. Then there is nothing left to discuss." Mike swiftly lowered his cannon, and with a singular thought, activated both barrels simultaneously. The Autobots leapt to either side to evade the strike, and following the automatic analysis of his combat mode, Mike redirected the cannon towards RC, whose hit probability was the lowest. The product of a shockwave was entirely reliable, for consecutive shots were fired, yet none struck their mark. Not even a fragment of debris reached RC. Observing 3 Autobots approaching from 2 directions, Mike activated his first transformation into a transformer. His form resembled a current U.S. military tank, colored in deep purple with 2 main cannons. After a dizzying whirl, Mike successfully transformed. Just as he adjusted his optical lens into a periscope on the turret, he noticed Optimus Prime swinging his arm blade towards him, forcing him to fire. Optimus quickly shielded himself with his arm blade, while he successfully blocked the attack. He was also pushed back until he collided with the partition. RC leaped onto the turret, attempting to replicate the cinematic battle scene with Jazz. But her physique lacked Jazz's heft. Mike promptly swung the cannon, sending RC tumbling to the ground. "Reverse, reverse. Damn it, I forgot to shift gears." Mike hurriedly switched his perspective back to the cockpit, fumbling with the gear shift until he finally engaged it just before Optimus charged at him again. In an instant, the power surged, and the treads roared to life. Optimus and the others quickly produced wrist guns, firing while pursuing him. Drawing upon his 3 years of experience as a seasoned driver in the base, Mike deftly maneuvered, evading nearly half of the bullets. However, this predicament was soon resolved as Mike successfully reached the opposite end of the base. Transforming once more, he joined the soldiers who had come to support him, retaliating with cannon fire. Enormous beams of lasers struck near the Autobots' feet, producing earth-shattering explosions while flames soared and dust billowed. The colossal shadow of the battleship enveloped the base 17 standard seconds later, as its underside swiftly deployed turrets for artillery support. Simultaneously, an elevator descended, and Mike positioned his substantial frame in front of it, shielding his face with one hand while engaging in faith-based shooting until the last 2 soldiers urged him to retreat into the elevator. The battleship ascended rapidly, its 2 rows of cylindrical thrusters adjusting to maximum power at the command of Megatron, propelling it, accompanied by a plume of steam, towards the atmosphere. The ambulance activated the land bridge, and Optimus Prime retracted his hand cannon, clenching his fist as he gazed at the departing vessel, stating that they would return to base for further deliberation. After a brief black screen, although Black Widow felt a tinge of trepidation in the presence of Megatron, she nonetheless had to fulfill her duties as Deputy Commander, reporting, "My lord, in less than 2 standard cosmic times, we will have a construction site. The space bridge has accelerated. The planets are aligning, and I cannot afford to miss my—" "Well, that was to be expected," Megatron replied, raising an eyebrow. Suddenly, the once howling Megatron froze in place, and, after a long pause, he slowly articulated, "I can hear the thoughts of the Cosmic Emperor." "The Cosmic Emperor?" Black Widow inquired, to which her sister shrugged in response. "It's the legendary dark god that stands in opposition to the primordial celestial. The dark super-energetic entity is its lifeblood, and Lord Megatron draws strength from it. Truly bizarre. There are many strange matters." Black Widow. Megatron turned, sauntering towards the bridge exit, issuing orders, "Prepare the space bridge. I need to personally attend to certain affairs." Watching Megatron's silhouette vanish at the doorway, Black Widow turned to her sister, displaying a mix of exasperation and annoyance. Megatron has been particularly odd lately. Her sister, who majored in mental illness, scoffed at this. The literature refers to this as cognitive dissonance. It's a euphemism for hallucinations resulting from insufficient rest, and a harsher interpretation would suggest it may be a precursor to schizophrenia. "I never expected you to have studied this." "I have learned quite a bit," Black Widow, her sister replied, puffing out her chest with pride, for in terms of physical prowess, she felt at a disadvantage, believing her only competitive edge lay in knowledge. Otherwise, she would be the youngest. "Let's see how this unfolds," Black Widow smiled, tilting her head. Her sister was brimming with thoughts today, particularly strong ones. "Is it merely an illusion? I feel Black Widow isn't, that detestable. Is it the narrative that shapes her thus? Is it solely because everyone prefers RC over Black Widow? Alas, my brother's plans always seem somewhat radical. I actually think a more subdued approach to the narrative would be quite agreeable, and the Decepticon soldiers are rather amiable. Except for that female commander, Alice. I do not know which of her sensitive spots I have touched, but she is perpetually frosty, and her subordinates mirror her demeanor. Julian, on the other hand, is relatively warm and could serve as a potential breakthrough." Another brief black screen. The battleship has been infiltrated by the Autobots. I heard screams near the energy storage area, and upon investigation, I discovered the energy core was missing, along with several corpses nearby. The moment this news was broadcasted on the podcast, it erupted into a frenzy, with countless messages flooding in. The brothers in the monitoring room remained vigilant, pinpointing the trajectory of the Autobot leader. How did Optimus Prime board the battleship right under their noses? Was it merely the protagonist's halo at play? Mike, preoccupied, pressed on swiftly while instructing his friends in the monitoring room to calculate Optimus Prime's inevitable path. Once they acquired the precise location, he promptly transformed into vehicle mode and activated drift mode. "Todd, Optimus is just around the corner from the dining section. Receive, Kevin. We shall not retreat." Mike felt a surge of urgency upon reading this message. He was aware that this was the only individual aboard the ship capable of crafting cesium sausages. He accelerated with full throttle and finally caught sight of Optimus Prime's silhouette at the corner of the dining area. "I am here to confront Megatron. This does not concern you." Optimus advanced, raising his arm cannon. "Anyone who obstructs me shall perish." However, Todd and his comrades from the dining section were no ordinary foes. Even in the face of the Autobot leader, they unhesitatingly brandished their wrist guns. Seeing that his attempts at persuasion bore no fruit, Optimus aimed to fire. But upon hearing a buildup of energy from behind, he swiftly redirected his weapon towards Mike, who had transformed back into his humanoid form. "Tarn, I seek Megatron." "Todd, retreat with the others." "That is an order." As Mike spoke, the cannon remained unwavering until Todd and his comrades had vacated the area. Only then did the barrel rise skyward. "I will contact Megatron. You may speak with him yourself." With that, Mike raised his left arm and tapped into Megatron's channel. The leader's irate voice reverberated. "Tarn, why are you contacting me at this moment?" "It is not I, my lord, but Optimus Prime." A moment of silence ensued from the other end, and after a pause, Megatron's voice resonated through the ship's public channel. "All Decepticons, heed my words. If anyone dares to lay a finger on Optimus Prime, I shall break their arms. Soundwave, lock onto my coordinates and prepare for this apostle to meet his fate." As the land bridge unfolded before him, Optimus slowly turned, striding confidently into it, unfazed by the prospect of Mike shooting him in the back. Megatron's voice echoed once more, this time on a private channel. Tarn, upon my return, I expect your explanation. To be continued. Chapter 14. The Rise of Darkness. However, upon his return, Megatron did not seek out Mike for an inquiry, nor did he head to the medical bay to tend to his damaged visage. Instead, he eagerly approached the command platform, ordering all Decepticon miners to take their positions. This is merely the beginning. I now possess sufficient dark energy to even resurrect the Emperor of the universe. Megatron pointed to the screen displaying the erupting volcano. Activate the land bridge and gather all the dark energy entities. The contingent of miners marched forth from the land bridge, and Herdo's squad was particularly fortunate, assigned to a relatively fragmented mining area. This allowed them to merely excavate and collect, avoiding the need for laser cutting and thereby preventing the vaporized dark energy from entering their respiratory apparatus. Nevertheless, direct contact with the dark energy entities known for their corrosive properties can severely undermine the physical integrity of any Cybertronian. Herdo considered himself fortunate, having sustained minimal injuries. Unlike Lawrence, the seasoned miner, who quickly faltered under the strain, ultimately collapsing with an entire cart of minerals. A large hand swiftly caught Lawrence before he could fall, subsequently cradling him to a nearby open space to rest. Herdo approached in gratitude, expressing, "Thank you for your assistance, Tarn, but you should return swiftly." The corrosive nature of these dark energy entities is quite pronounced. The threat posed by dark energy entities to Cybertronians is indeed formidable. Even traversing a mining district, one can distinctly feel an oppressive aura emanating from the Allspark. Mike shook his head in dissent, asserting, "I am robust and will not succumb to the corrosive effects of these anti-Allspark materials. Let us gather the resources together, minimizing the use of laser cutting to avoid vaporization." Two miners congregated, deliberating on how to cleave a dark energy crystal block towering above them. Mike stepped forward, grasped the crystalline mass, and with a forceful motion, uprooted it, hoisting it onto one shoulder. With his free hand, he seized a more rounded crystal and strode towards the lift. Upon setting down the two sizable crystals, he looked up to see another robust figure approaching. Mike cautioned, "Deathfire, your eyes bear old injuries. I do not recommend you take the risk of collecting." Deathfire smiled without responding, but laughter erupted behind him. Turning, he observed Ji-Dao, who was pushing a mining cart toward them. He halted and clapped his hands, stating, "That cannot be said, Tarn. As a professional, I believe Deathfire's injuries do not impede his ability to collect." "Ji-Dao, I must express my surprise," Mike replied. "Are you not concerned about the dark energy entities corroding your paint?" The dark energy entities merely pose functional challenges to Cybertronians. Externally, they leave no mark, Ji-Dao responded, raising his arm and patting his chest. "See? Still resplendent." "No, my surprise lies not in that," Deathfire interjected, stepping forward to clap Mike's wrist firmly. "We acknowledge your astonishment. Tarn, do not presume we are mere bystanders. Moreover, your proactive assistance to the miners makes us feel rather chagrined." My apologies," Mike said, somewhat moved. He raised his hand to wipe the edge of his optical lens, then resolutely pointed towards the mining area. "How about a contest? Let us see who can transport the most dark energy entities. The two losers shall provide free polishing to the winner for a week." The trio quickly agreed and turned towards the mining district. As for who the ultimate victor would be, that remains a mystery for all to ponder. After a brief blackout, "We have received news that the warehouse is full." "Then you should convey that." "I dare not. He might reprimand me again." The Black Widow, realizing her voice had risen too high, cast a quick glance at Megatron at the command post, and upon seeing his lack of reaction, turned back to her sister. "Why don't you deliver the message?" As the younger sister reminisced about the unsettling moment when Megatron had lifted her, she shook her head in vehement disapproval. However, the Black Widow was not one to be so easily dismissed. She proposed a solution, a random number draw from 1 to 10, where the one with the smallest number would take on the task. Little did they know, I had earned the title of Queen of Las Vegas back in 7th grade, and my luck had never faltered. Undaunted, the younger sister followed the Black Widow to a nearby screen, where the latter tapped a few buttons, resulting in 2 zeros displayed side by side. Within 3 cosmic seconds, the outcome was determined. "Best 2 out of 3, the Black Widow exclaimed. "Why are you staring at me?" After a brief moment, the younger sister wiped her face with determination and stepped onto the long bridge. Though her voice quivered as she addressed Megatron. My lord, why am I here applying for the arduous role of bridge communicator? Taking a quick glance at her notes, she cleared her throat and continued. The cargo hold is filled with dark energon, and the miners are utterly exhausted. I propose it is time to withdraw. Withdraw? Megatron suddenly turned, his optics and the Decepticon insignia on his chest emanating a fierce purple glow. You suggest a retreat as I grow more powerful? Oh no, I misspoke. The younger sister quickly corrected herself. No, my lord, what I meant was to have the ship move slightly away from this location, as we have lingered here too long, and I fear the Autobots might discover us. Just as she felt the weight of Megatron's gaze upon her, he burst into hearty laughter. Your nervousness is quite amusing. After he had his fill of laughter, he proceeded towards the bridge entrance, declaring, I have matters to attend to. The Black Widow stepped aside, inquiring, My lord, where are you headed? I am to meet the Cosmic Emperor, Megatron replied, pausing to glance back with one optic. While I am away, you will oversee the bridge. I trust you will take it seriously. Meanwhile, on the ground, all Decepticon miners, prepare for evacuation. Repeat, all Decepticon miners, prepare for evacuation. Upon hearing the ship's announcement, Herta deactivated the cutting device and kicked the partially severed dark energon crystal into fragments. After grunting a couple of times, he helped the resting Lawrence up and called out to Tarn in the distance. It's time to evacuate. Understood, Herta. You take everyone back. I'll check for any injured individuals left behind. With that, Mike ascended to a higher vantage point in the mining area, activating his combat mode. Just as he adjusted to a full area random lock, a red circle quickly focused on a gaunt figure not far away. By the spark, with so much dark energon here. Has Megatron discovered a vein? But how could dark energon be naturally harvested? Suddenly, he realized he had been locked on. The Black Widow turned her gaze towards the scanned red, just as a flash of lightning illuminated the giant's silhouette from above. Long time no see, Black Widow. Long time no see, Tarn. The red spider tilted her head, chin pointing towards the unconscious Decepticon miner beside her. Let me guess, you must be here to rescue him, right? Indeed, Mike bent down, casting aside the dark energon crystal that pinned the miner and lifted him into his arms. What brought you to this place? I came in search of energon, though the hue is not quite what I anticipated. The red spider glanced down, kicking a small piece of purple crystal with the tip of her high heel. Why don't you think about returning? Return for what? To vie for attention from Black Widow? To endure the insults and beatings from Megatron daily? That seems far worse than being a wanderer. Mike realized he could not compare human reasoning with that of the red spider. Thus he refrained from further argument. Well, as long as you're happy. But surely you must find shelter from the storm. Noticing the red spider merely shrugged in silence, Mike briefly recalled the narrative, swiftly analyzing the butterfly effect, and deemed there was no significant concern, then suggested to the red spider. I remember recently, when you were captured, you were seeking the Ark, weren't you? And then? The red spider raised an eyebrow. Upon Black Widow's return, she did not record the coordinates. I believe it would be wise for you to seek refuge there, considering the multitude of natural disasters on the Earth's surface. Hearing this, the red spider blinked several times, revealing a contemplative expression. No. I was so focused on establishing relationships that I forgot about Megatron checking the red spider's memories. Mike wished he could rip the voice modulator out, now only hoping for the red spider to inquire willingly, as he pretended to carry the unconscious miner towards the battleship's elevator. Truno, thank heavens. It seems the red spider has grown accustomed to being bullied, finding it a bit awkward to face concern. Why do you wish to help me like this? You must know that I am a defector aboard the Decepticon warship. Mike turned around, quickly articulating the impromptu draft he had prepared. Of course, I am aware of your status as a defector, but according to my system analysis, you still hold value to the Decepticon cause. It is merely a matter of time before you prove your worth, otherwise I would have already taken you out from above. Only then did the red spider notice that Mike's right arm had the twin-barrel fusion cannon reinstalled, the spark nearly erupting from his chest in an instant. Her mind boiling with indignation. No wonder there was a lock-on signal earlier. That Megatron, crafting super soldiers to resemble himself, almost caught me off guard. Farewell, Red Spider. Watching that tall yet gentle figure slowly depart, the Red Spider pursed her lips, forcefully discarding the strange thoughts from her mind, leaping into the air to transform. Soaring at full speed towards the Arkansas, after another segment of black screen, Goodness, there are so many storm eyes on the Earth's surface. The young woman gazed out of the viewport at the Earth's surface, exclaiming in astonishment, her eyes tracing the coastline. Noticing that her hometown was on the edge of the storm, quickly clasping her hands together to silently pray for her family in this world. You're concerned about the lives of a group of humans? Seeing the young woman turn around and glare at her for the first time, Black Widow was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern what she had said wrong. After defeating the Decepticon with Mike and Deadlock, he surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Has Lord Megatron not returned yet?" "Certainly not. He has vanished without a trace, as if he has forsaken us entirely." The Black Widow sauntered towards the command platform, a smug grin adorning her visage. "Perhaps we ought to deliberate thoroughly. If Megatron is truly absent, what fate awaits the Decepticons?" Just as Mike began to speak, he was interrupted by a hand resting on his arm. He glanced down to see Soundwave, who released his grip and activated a segment of audio on the screen. "Transport TRN to my location immediately. I have tasks for him." As the audio concluded, Soundwave extended his tendrils to connect with the console, and moments later, a terrestrial bridge materialized beside Mike. This moment would undoubtedly become the most exhilarating chapter of their adventurous odyssey. Mike flexed his joints with determination and resolutely stepped onto the bridge, vibrant hues swirling before his eyes. Once the colors dissipated, he found himself amidst a chaotic array of stones. "TRN, you've arrived a tad late," he remarked. Nodding in acknowledgement, Mike gestured towards several colossal stone giants nearby and inquired, "What are those rock-formed behemoths?" "They are cosmic titans, though not of this model," came the reply. As the puppets of the cosmic titan advanced rapidly, Megatron pivoted and made his way towards another terrestrial bridge, urging, "If you wish to avoid being crushed, you'd best hurry." The bridge opened directly at the Autobot base, as Ratchet urged their human allies to seek refuge within the warehouse. Optimus Prime and the remaining Autobots stood vigilant at the bridge's entrance. The luminous rings atop the long bridge illuminated sequentially, culminating in a transdimensional gateway, from which a towering figure emerged. Aside from Optimus Prime at the forefront, the Autobots behind him brandished their weapons, prepared to retaliate should Megatron harbor nefarious intentions. To their astonishment, an even larger figure followed closely behind Megatron. The contours of this second figure were less sharp than Megatron's, yet broader. Its visage lacked Megatron's malevolence, but bore a more distinctive identity. Furthermore, it possessed a singular yet terrifying feature: a dual-barrel fusion cannon integrated into its right forearm. Is this where miracles unfold? How unadorned, mused Mike, lacking the sardonic wit of Megatron. He cast his gaze around, absorbing the green displays, the diminutive Autobot entrance, scattered boxes and instruments, human platforms and elevators, as well as the grand Autobot emblem emblazoned on the ground. "Megatron, our agreement seemingly does not permit you to bring a companion." Optimus Prime clenched his fists, his anger palpable, and particularly not TRN. "Your ulterior motives appear to have surfaced." "Rest assured, Optimus, TRN is a war machine of my own design. He answers solely to my command. When I say east, he would not dare venture west." Megatron proclaimed proudly of his creation, only to turn and find Mike gently waving towards a corner where a few humans were huddled. Upon hearing Megatron's cough, Mike quickly withdrew his hand and clarified, "My lord, I was merely greeting some old acquaintances. I have encountered those humans on several occasions." "Old acquaintance? I too have encountered a boy, yet he squandered his singular opportunity." The gaze of Megatron towards Jack sharpened with intensity. "Allow me to inform you, Megatron." The impetuous Mickey stepped forward boldly. "I harbor considerable bias against the Decepticons, yet I have never regarded Tarn as a war machine, for he possesses far more humanity than you. Why is it that such raucousness emanates from these fleshy creatures?" Megatron cast a disdainful glance at Mickey, who was being dragged away by Agent Furette, and turned his head to address Optimus Prime. "Do we need to discuss anything further?" "No more is required. Ambulance." "Obtain the coordinates of the target location from Megatron." Upon uttering this, Optimus Prime proceeded to walk aside, while Megatron raised his head and approached the land bridge machine, closing his eyes to begin sensing the anti-spark of the fallen. To be continued. Chapter 15. The Rise of Darkness, final chapter of Volume 1. Is the interior of the fallen a fortress? No, those are his blood vessels. Megatron cautiously explored the edges of the long bridge, then looked up to behold the enormous eye above, aware that it had discerned our movements. We must depart swiftly. Mike followed suit, glancing upwards to see beneath the intricate long bridge a dense network of energy conduits, with a large circular platform at the junction, and a well at its center, the eye situated atop, occasionally rotating, observing the flat energy pods affixed to the sidewalls. Truly repulsive. Mike turned back, hastening to catch up with the group. After traversing the long bridge, the team, under Megatron-esque guidance, delved into a twisted passage, where layers of steel were filled with a viscous black slime, purple light flickering through the fissures of the goo, and from the darkness above came faint, terrifying whispers. Why did Shockwave install emotional modules when creating war machines? Does he intend to raise me as a son? Just as Mike silently lamented, Megatron suddenly crouched, clutching his head, the white-circled pupils and the optical lens vanishing in an instant. What is happening to him? RC inquired, raising her pistol. Perhaps the Fallen is delivering another lecture in his mind? It is not a lecture. Megatron rose, his pupils having refocused. The Fallen has grown even more powerful. Let us proceed. Tarn, you shall lead the way. Another stretch of rugged, dark passage awaited them, and after rounding a corner, they emerged into a broader space. The team quickened their pace, ultimately arriving at another opening. Yet another long bridge connected the two ends, albeit narrower and more slippery. In the wake of RC's graciousness, Megatron took the lead, followed by Optimus Prime and the Autobots. Mike was tasked with a rear guard as he activated combat mode. The red targeting circle automatically locked onto 4 Autobots ahead. His gaze shifted sideways, and he found that even on the pixelated points he could not fully analyze. The red circle remained visible on the wall. Just as Mike intended to continue his observation, the partition before him suddenly began to wobble. Fortunately, Bumblebee was there to steady him, while Optimus Prime ahead cautioned, "Be wary of the corruption from the dark Energon." The imposing Megatron abruptly halted, turning to face his comrades. The flickering frequency of the Decepticon emblem on his chest matched the urgency of his words. "The Emperor of the Universe intends to expel us. Prepare for battle." A cacophony of terrifying sounds erupted once more, no longer mere whispers, but rather the resounding chorus of countless Cybertronian insects taking flight. Oh, splendid. I had hoped to discreetly admire the battlefield waltz between Optimus Prime and Megatron, but now my sight was engulfed by an expanse of red circles. Mike raised his fusion cannon, and, simultaneously, the other machines brandished their respective weapons, the sounds of charging energy reverberating through the air. What were these creatures? They must be some form of antibodies within the Emperor's being. Optimus unveiled his mask, aiming his gun straight ahead, and fired. Mike shook off the sudden flash of memory reminiscent of the Matrix, switching his fusion cannon to automatic fire with his mind. His index finger pressed the trigger, unleashing a relentless torrent of robust lasers that cascaded towards the swarm. The vanguard of the swarm suffered significant losses, yet more followed, fluttering their wings and dragging 2 luminescent tendrils from below, surging from beneath and descending from above, closing in from both flanks. Be cautious, they too will retaliate. Alcee was correct. Those insects, upon reaching a certain distance, suddenly unfurled their circular mouths, firing a beam of red laser. Mike quickly raised his arm to block it, barely suppressing admiration for the craftsmanship of the materials used. Seeing that their surrounding ranged attacks were futile, the swarm coalesced into a long line, concentrating their assault to break through. The machines adapted, channeling their firepower into a single point, but the effect was minimal. The swarm continued to advance with the ferocity of a drill. This is futile. Just as the word crossed Mike's mind, an option suddenly appeared in the upper left corner of his view. Would you like to charge all energy? Without hesitation, Mike confirmed, and promptly followed the armed system's prompt to switch to vehicle mode. Once locked into position, he redirected the cannon towards the center of the swarm. As he concentrated, a beam reminiscent of the Death Star's laser surged forth after a fierce charge. In an instant, the violet beam pierced through the swarm, erupting in a brilliant flash of purple light, and with a deafening explosion, the central mass of the swarm was obliterated. The rear portion of the swarm, now devoid of guidance, careened blindly towards the opposite side, while the other machines seized this precious opportunity to eliminate the scattered remnants of the front half. After dispatching several flying insects, the barrier suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, identical to the earlier disorientation, leaving him momentarily uncontrollable. Stumbling, he stepped into empty space. tumbling towards the bridge below. Just as he was about to plummet, a sturdy arm appeared, wielding the unique claws of the Decepticons, gripping the barrier's shoulder. He jolted back to awareness, looking up in astonishment and exclaiming, "Tarn, it's not your time to sacrifice yet." The perfect soldier of the Decepticons reacted with remarkable speed and immense strength, effortlessly hoisting the barrier, measured in tons, back onto the bridge. After the fusion cannon has fully charged, it no longer supports automatic firing. Mike swiftly switches it to a mode for precise, threatening shots. And with a flick of his wrist, he brings down a flying insect that was approaching Optimus Prime from behind. At the same time, a battlefield waltz unfolds. A flying insect rushes forward, and Megatron seizes it, slamming it forcefully into the ground, while simultaneously raising the fusion cannon to shoot down another insect that threatens Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime brandishes his blade, piercing the insect, and with a flick of his wrist, sends it crashing into another, followed closely by a burst of purple laser, causing both insects to plummet. Suddenly, Megatron delivers a side kick, diverting one insect off its course, which collides directly with another insect approaching Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime swiftly switches to his hand cannon, unleashing a series of blue lasers that obliterate several insects. Then instantaneously transitions to his blade, executing a clean strike that cleaves an insect in half that was lurking behind Megatron. Truly, in division, each reigns supreme. In unity, none can rival. Mike cannot help but exclaim from the depths of his spark, as the others, after a fierce battle, find an opportunity to retreat, quickly charging towards the opposite end of the long bridge under Megatron's leadership. Mike again takes up the rear, switching to vehicle mode, while engaging reverse gear. He utilizes the system to precisely eliminate the encroaching insects with pinpoint shots. After a segment of black screen, the bridge of the Decepticon warship is divided into two sections. One is a suspended long bridge, at the end of which lies the command platform, flanked by tiered circular stands radiating from the command center. On the lowest tier stands the Army's squad leader, Kevin, accompanied by Vincent, while on the two upper tiers stands the Air Force's squad leader, Thales. The latter discreetly raises a portable camera on his wrist, aiming to capture Black Widow's speech, as Kevin's podcast requires such explosive content. Black Widow clears her throat twice, and once the stands fall silent, she strides gracefully onto the long bridge and proclaims loudly, "Comrades, while our loyalty to Lord Megatron has always been unwavering, the recent actions of our leader have become a matter of suspicion." She pauses for a moment, glancing at the reactions on either side, before continuing. Lord Megatron, disregarding the harm caused to us by the Dark Energon, insists on its extraction and has even stored it in the warship's hold, tracing its source back to Earth. An image appears on the large screen, depicting the volcano that previously erupted with Dark Energon. Black Widow points at the image, exclaiming, "What has erupted from within the Earth is indeed harmful to us, proving without a doubt that Earth is fundamentally unsuitable for our existence. And all of Lord Megatron's efforts above will amount to naught." Commander Black Widow clenches her fist, stowing away the image, and turns to address the speaker, who continues to inquire, "You wouldn't be suggesting we abandon Lord Megatron, would you? Even Soundwave has exhausted all methods to locate him. The options left are either sacrifice or..." The younger sister stands beside the speaker, stifling laughter while quietly reciting Black Widow's lines. "Therefore, I propose we redirect our efforts elsewhere. Una zabate sugestionarizas. Ha! Fire war. What are you laughing at?" Black Widow frowns, directing her gaze towards them. "Do you have a better proposal? Goodness, I simply cannot hold it in." The young woman, suppressing her laughter with a firm tap on her chest, raised her hands and said, "Of course not, Black Widow. You can go wherever you wish, perhaps to some planet number 4 or so. However, the Decepticon now required clarification on what she had just mentioned." "What?" The young woman found herself momentarily at a loss, as Black Widow advanced upon her, demanding once more, "What planet number did you just mention? Is that really important?" "It was just a casual remark," she replied, but before she could finish her sentence, Black Widow seized her arm with a swift motion, rendering her unable to escape as she was dragged out of the command bridge. They arrived directly at the entrance of a private chamber, and as soon as the door swung open, Black Widow forcefully pushed the young woman inside. She stumbled and fell to the ground, intending to chastise the rudeness of the act while nursing her aching ankle when a chilling, sharp sensation coursed through her neck. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Black Widow's spider-like appendages. With an equally frigid tone, Black Widow inquired, "I ask you, Firewar, how'd you come to know about Planet Lagulin 4? W what?" Black Widow suddenly pressed her, lifting the young woman and thrusting her out, followed by releasing a strand of webbing that caused the latter's waist to collide forcefully against the edge of the table, simultaneously ensnaring her hands. "My logs have been tampered with." Black Widow transformed into her spider form, propping herself up and leaning her face closer to the young woman's, deliberately showcasing her sharp fangs as she demanded, "Was it you? Tell me." "Black Widow, you've lost your mind. I did nothing." The young woman, equally bewildered, realized that her immediate priority was to placate Black Widow. "Consider it. What could I possibly gain by meddling with your logs?" "What did you gain?" "Why, certainly to trace movements and report back to Megatron." Black Widow plunged her first two spider legs into the table, grasping the young woman's shoulders with her main arms. "Initially, I thought the soldiers were merely engaging in idle jest, as I could hardly believe that a lowly scout like you could ascend to a so-called member of the Sanction Department. However, upon further observation, I noticed your closeness with Tarn. He often carries you in his arms, whispering secrets, while you deliberately approach me, a defector. I must admit, your performance is so convincing that I nearly believed it. You seek to collaborate with Tarn, using me as a stepping stone to elevate your own position while executing your vendetta. You must possess assassination bullets as well. Am I not correct?" As soon as Black Widow's words fell, she began to search the young woman's legs and body with haste, but despite probing every crevice and surface, she found no hidden weaponry. Seizing the moment of Black Widow's confusion, the young woman retaliated, "You are truly mad, Black Widow. My closeness with Tarn is because we are siblings, as you refer to as sharing the spark. Wouldn't it make negotiations easier?" After a moment of contemplation, the young woman devised a solution. "I understand that no matter what I explain now, you will not listen. So let us speak through the present circumstances. Firstly, if I had truly examined your logs, would I not have acted differently upon discovering a lead? Surely, as a scout, such basic knowledge should be inherent." The Black Widow displayed a look of skepticism as the younger sister continued her pursuit. "Furthermore, how could I possibly have the authority to access your logs? If you doubt me, present them now and see if I can unlock them." The younger sister yanked a liquid crystal panel from the cabinet, while the Black Widow clawed through the webs, restraining her. She then seized the younger sister's hand and pressed it against the panel, which illuminated with a red light after a brief scan. Unconvinced, the Black Widow raised the panel before the younger sister, first conducting a facial scan, followed by an optical scan, yet each resulted in a denial of access due to insufficient clearance. "If you insist that I gained access to your logs only to revoke it, then act on it directly." "But how do you know about Planet 4? The Black Widow questioned. "Have you become isolated since leaving the Decepticons? You think you are the only one searching for a better place? You believe no one else knows about this so-called Planet 4? Though the younger sister's words were improvised, the barrage of rhetorical questions effectively struck a nerve with the Black Widow. Seizing the moment, the younger sister pressed on. "Your paranoia is excessive, Black Widow. Even the Red Spider does not harbor such distrust. My conversations with you stem from mutual respect. On this entire ship, it's just the two of us female machines. The others are no different from males. Do you truly wish for me to be as solitary as you, enveloping my spark in webs all day? Let me put it this way. If I were to follow your logic and add revenge to my agenda, I would have countless opportunities to shoot a bullet into your spark. Would I wait to be discovered?" The latter part was a mere guess from the younger sister based on the Black Widow's initial remarks, suggesting that the past conflicts to be erased upon their first meeting must have been considerable. "So who has accessed my logs? You're clever. Can you not deduce it? Since the Red Spider departed, who else aboard this ship stands on equal footing with you?" The Black Widow's expression indicated she had surmised the answer, yet skepticism lingered. "Why? What significance does it hold?" The younger sister seized the opportunity to inquire about a major inconsistency she had gleaned from the narrative. "Do you know who he was before?" Observing his frail form, she mused, "He was likely an intelligence officer or a scout, perhaps even a scientist?" "I truly do not know." The younger sister leaned closer to the Black Widow's profile and whispered. Soundwave was the runner-up in the arena, following Megatron even before the Decepticons were formed. "Were you unaware of this when you joined? What relevance does that have to me? I merely sought to exploit the Decepticons' resources to exact vengeance on the Autobots. My spark source is at stake." The Black Widow reverted to her humanoid form, swiftly tearing apart the webs binding the younger sister's other hand. The first thing the younger sister did upon her release was to grasp the Black Widow by the collar, and then, with a swift punch, she knocked the latter down, exclaiming, "This punch is what you owe me." As soon as she spoke, she bent down to help the Black Widow back up. The proximity of Soundwave and Megatron is indeed striking, as I contemplated while Black Widow gently caressed her chin to alleviate her pain. I pondered the implications of attempting to depart with the warship. Soundwave would undoubtedly oppose me, and I would be unable to overcome him, thereby solidifying my status as a rebel. It is truly astonishing that I would consider aiding Black Widow. After a moment of reflection, she remarked, "Did you not express a desire to hear my suggestion? My counsel is to remain here and consider why Red Spider continues to rebel, yet survives daily." Why, you ask? It is because he possesses the capability to lead the Decepticons to greater strength, despite his descent. She pointed to the Decepticon emblem on Black Widow's chest and added, "And you, my friend, will inevitably comprehend your fate when officers of higher rank arrive." After another brief blackout, following a fierce battle, the squad successfully advanced to the chamber of the Allspark. Megatron deceived the defense systems with the dark energy within him and swiftly entered the chamber with Optimus Prime. "Team, we must hold our ground." The barrier, regaining its strength, remained as formidable as ever. With one hand wielding a mace with fierce vigor while the other unleashed a barrage from his wrist-mounted cannon, the Autobot companions provided fire support on either side. Mike fired several shots, downing numerous flying insects, one of which, with a damaged tail, plummeted at his feet. As he raised his foot to crush it, a sudden realization struck him. Since I am here, why not take a look inside? The fate of the Allspark is already sealed, and I wish to witness this momentous occasion firsthand. As the thought formed in his mind, his hand instinctively acted. Mike seized the insect and positioned its head against the doorway of the Allspark chamber, which then manifested several glowing purple cracks, causing the door to swing open. Glancing back at the protagonist still fiercely engaged in battle, Mike discarded the insect and hastily entered the chamber. "I am Megatron, the ruler of the Decepticons, and I shall never submit to any command." In his mind, Megatron engaged in a fierce struggle with the Allspark, but in an instant his strength faltered, and he collapsed to the ground, just in time for an epic moment. Mike felt a surge of delight as he rushed to Megatron's side. Bearing the weight of leadership over both the Autobots and Cybertron, Optimus Prime stood tall against the oppressive force of the Dark Deity, straining to spread his arms wide, proclaiming, "Allspark, illuminate our darkest hour." No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant beam of azure light erupted from his chest, colliding with the Allspark and unleashing a radiant explosion. The Allspark writhed in agony, but all efforts would be in vain. "Well done." Mike could not contain his exultation, only to be met with a heavy question. "Who are you?" The questioner was none other than Megatron, now wholly possessed by the Allspark, his eyes glowing violet, the vaporous dark energy spilling forth from the optical lenses. Observing this, Mike erupted in derision. "Allspark, your defeat is imminent. Optimus Prime will soon wield its power to seal you away once more. You are not a creation of the Primus." "What?" The Allspark seemed to discern the truth. Before Mike could fully comprehend the situation, the mighty Emperor of the universe suddenly manipulated the hand of Megatron, seizing him and touching the tip of his finger to Mike's optical lens. In that fleeting moment, the pure energy emitted from the Energon crystal unleashed a tremendous wave of power, knocking the three machines present to the ground and sealing the Emperor of the universe completely. Had the storm ceased? Communication was restored. Though from opposing factions, the two medics spoke in unison, urging, "Activate the land bridge." What a peculiar turn of events. Mike rubbed his optical lens and stood, feeling as if a steam-like entity was infiltrating his mind. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Megatron and Optimus Prime had also risen. With the Emperor sealed away, Megatron's optical lens returned to its original crimson hue. He steadied himself, turning to see Optimus Prime attempting to rise as well, brandishing his blade to eliminate any potential threats. However, upon approaching, he was startled by a booming voice. "Megatron, where are we? Do you not remember, Orion?" Megatron quickly sheathed his blade and bent to assist Orion to his feet. "We must leave at once." Outside, the Autobots observed as the flying insects lost their power. Just as they caught their breath, they realized Tarn was missing. The barricade was the first to sense something amiss, swinging a hammer to smash through the door of the Allspark chamber. After a strenuous effort, they broke in, only to discover their leader caught between two colossal Decepticons. Optimus, are you all right? RC brandished her sidearm. What have you done to him? Who are they? Why do they call me that? They are foes. Now is not the time for dialogue, Megatron commanded, pulling Orion behind him just as a land bridge manifested nearby. Tarn, escort Optimus back. Understood, Megatron. Autobots, I wish you all the best. Mike placed a friendly hand on Orion's shoulder, gently guiding him onto the land bridge. Chapter 16. Conclusion. Mike's initial mission was to assist in taking down the notorious painted madman during an outing, but he unexpectedly encountered Black Widow, who had just arrived on Earth. Seizing the opportunity, he preliminarily confirmed her true identity. Upon realizing that neither Black Widow nor RC harbored the soul of his sister, he departed in disappointment, hoping that Black Widow would not hold a grudge. After a series of tribulations, Megatron successfully returned. Mike seized the chance to meet him for the first time, only to botch Megatron's initial task for him. Nevertheless, Megatron was not particularly concerned. After a few casual reprimands, he resumed enjoying the honors that came with his rightful return. Conquering the shadows was arguably the most adventurous challenge thus far. The Cybertronian zombies proved to be less formidable than anticipated. As long as the Allspark was removed, they could be rendered immobile. Dismantling the Allspark was as simple as removing batteries from a television remote. Speaking of which, the Allspark had been brought back to the warship, though its whereabouts remained unknown. Mike tossed the Allspark onto the table and exited the medical bay, leaving the defeated and the extinguished to exchange bewildered glances. When Mike was still human, he had little luck with women. However, after becoming a Cybertronian, he found himself surrounded by admirers. Yet, Mike harbored no romantic feelings for the female soldiers. He preferred to watch his comrades indulge in revelry, listening to their drunken boasts while contemplating the paths ahead in his mind. In human terms, this was Sigma. Time travel is a double-edged sword. If one finds themselves in a lowly position where survival is a struggle, thoughts of engaging with the broader worldview are futile. Fortunately, Mike's luck proved to be fortuitous. Due to his role, aside from guarding some significant mining sites, he was free to converse with the lesser soldiers or chat with the fallen. These moments would serve as delightful memories, enriching his understanding of the world while also allowing him to forge a plethora of cyber friendships. Not to mention the widely known fallen, who could even share tales of the Black Widow's past. Indeed, being a doctor has its perks. Megatron relishes settling scores, often employing brutal examples to intimidate. However, in his attempts, he only succeeded in burying himself deeper. Initially, Mike found the situation dire, but through adversity, he stumbled upon his younger sister and unwittingly aided the Autobots, who would serve as valuable political capital. His sister's time-traveling identity was rather obscure. Aside from the leader Megatron recognizing her as Firefight, even the Doctor could not identify her. Yet, this did not deter the Fallen from developing an infatuation for her. Foolishly, his gaze should have been set on the Black Widow. Firefight, a low-ranking scout, operated under the guise of reconnaissance to carry out assassinations, though it remains unclear whether it was due to incompetence. Nevertheless, the Black Widow, having had past conflicts with Firefight, would undoubtedly exercise caution, especially given that he had once been found in possession of glass bullets containing cosmic rust pathogen. Who knows what other hidden weapon she might have? Mike, with the robust physique of a perfect soldier, accomplished numerous feats, such as subduing 3 Autobots, including Optimus Prime, a testament to Shockwave's invention, as he alone could contend with both Smoke and Bumblebee simultaneously. Aside from mundane affairs, the main narrative steadily progressed towards the first season's grand finale. Before this climax, Mike had expanded his network considerably and laid preliminary plans for accumulating capital in the future. Meanwhile, his sister appeared to be idly passing her time, which Mike considered reasonable. After all, what business did a girl have in constant conflict? You want to choose the Black Widow as your confidant? Why? Haven't I already shared my plans? We've traveled through time, and you still wish to meddle in my affairs? This troublesome girl simply lacks discipline. He mused affectionately as he cradled his sister in his arm. The Autobots maintained a wary stance towards Tarn, despite the latter signaling friendship. The radical faction, composed of RC and the Fallen, remained convinced it was a conspiracy. The giant indeed seemed not to harbor malicious intent, but should he ever realize the truth, his speed in dismantling them would eclipse even Megatron's. Optimus Prime was uncertain whether this would serve as a prelude, yet he remained ensnared by his duties, lacking the opportunity for an in-depth discourse. Thus, he had to rely on a neutral party, the medic, for circulation. Regardless of the circumstances, the current mission was paramount. And should they encounter Tarn, it would be prudent to temporarily evade him. Chapter 1. Aftermath of the Great War. Welcome back, Lord Megatron. It was unexpected to see you surrounded by so many supporters. Optimus. No, it should be Orion. Observed with astonishment as the multitude of Transformers knelt before Megatron on the bridge. Of course, you will support me too, Optimus. Megatron relished this moment, slowly traversing the long bridge, announcing to all Decepticon members, "Today, we welcome back a long-lost comrade." Orion Pax. The femme tilted her head, noticing that Mike did not share the anticipated moment of mutual understanding with her. Instead, he was incessantly polishing his optics and firmly adjusting his visor, as though it had become sullied by some filth. "Take Orion to the medical bay and mark him with the insignia of a strong," commanded Knockout. Upon hearing this, Knockout stood, bowed deeply once more, and led Orion out of the bridge. Once Orion had distanced himself, Megatron continued, "I am aware of your thoughts, but times have changed. He is now Orion Pax, a librarian, my former friend. Treat him well, ensuring he does not sense hostility. Should anyone dare to speak out of turn, I shall tear their spark from their chassis." Black Widow raised an eyebrow, about to inquire when she felt a sudden tug on her arm. Turning, she saw the femme shaking her head in disapproval. She then addressed Megatron. "My lord, should we assign a dedicated escort for this former friend?" "My lord, I humbly volunteer," Mike insisted, shaking his head vigorously as he stepped forward to face Megatron. "I assure you, Orion will not sustain a single scratch. We cannot intentionally increase our numbers. It would make him feel controlled, especially you, Tarn. Your countenance is too menacing, unmistakably a guard. Let Firestar handle it. Her petite stature presents no threat." The femme smirked proudly at Mike, who waved his hand in a show of jealousy, turning to follow Megatron. After taking a few steps, he raised his hand to polish his optics once more. "Firestar, why did you just stop me? Let me guess. Were you about to ask why we are leaving Autobot here?" Upon seeing Black Widow's expression of recognition, the femme beamed with pride. Megatron must surely have his reasons. If he could bring Orion back, why not simply execute him? By the way, do you know what Orion used to do? I have no recollection. Surely you jest? Is your information truly so limited? What battles did he fight? The femme sighed in exasperation, inviting Black Widow to walk with her, promising to recount Optimus's past in detail along the way. Now, only Deadlock remained on the bridge. He glanced around, noticing that Soundwave and the soldiers had returned to their respective stations, and felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Scratching his head, he exited the bridge. After a brief black screen, an optical mirror reflects everything, revealing the once mighty leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime, who has lost his memory. Yet despite this, some soldiers still feel a sense of trepidation towards the towering red figure. The Kevin podcast erupted within less than a cosmic standard second, with the first question addressing the former Autobot leader. Has Lord Megatron gone mad? How can we allow such a highly threatening Autobot to remain aboard the warship? Mind your words, Simon. You were just promoted to squad leader yesterday. Do you wish to have your vocalizer torn apart tomorrow? Please, Steven. If it weren't for that Autobot killing my captain, I wouldn't have this opportunity. Then you should be thankful to him. Haha. All right. Reset your vocal modules. According to the latest intelligence, Lord Megatron intends to have Hot Rod assist Orion while keeping a watchful eye. Why? Isn't Tarn the better choice? He is tall and strong. If anything happens, he could swiftly eliminate the threat. I heard it's because Tarn appears too intimidating, easily provoking Orion's defiance. In contrast, Hot Rod is a female Autobot, petite in stature. If she doesn't go, who will? The young woman sighed and exited the podcast, glancing at the eagerly awaiting Black Widow beside her, shaking her head as she left the cafeteria. Just outside, she heard a commotion and upon investigation, discovered Megatron berating a ground soldier. "Please, my lord, spare me." The soldier trembled against the wall, ensnared in Megatron's terrifying shadow. "God help me. Am I going to perish here? Why can't I get accustomed to this behavior?" The young woman felt compassion and approached, asking, "Lord Megatron, may I inquire what transgression this soldier has committed to warrant your wrath?" Megatron tilted his head towards her and, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied, "Why don't you state his offenses yourself, Simon?" Hearing this, the newly appointed squad leader immediately knelt, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I disregarded your orders and openly discussed Orion, causing a negative impact aboard the warship. Do you understand the punishment for this? Shall I take matters into my own hands? No, my lord, I will handle it myself. Simon produced his wrist gun, shaking as he raised it to his chin. Wait. The young woman swiftly stepped forward to restrain Simon's weapon, bowing deeply as Megatron prepared to unleash his fury. Lord Megatron, please allow me to offer my counsel. Listen, Hot Rod, if you do not provide a compelling reason, you shall be deemed guilty alongside Simon. Megatron's voice was filled with fury, yet tinged with a hint of amusement. Oh dear, how did I allow myself to be dragged into this? This is not like other bullies whom I can easily overpower. The young woman quickly organized her thoughts, looking up at Megatron and stating, I would never dare to offend the majesty of Lord Megatron. But have you heard the saying, to guard against the mouths of the people is more perilous than guarding against rivers? What does that mean? Recently, in an effort to assist my lord in future dominion, I have been diligently studying the knowledge of Earth and stumbled upon a tale. A king, determined to silence any discussions regarding his malevolent deeds, decreed that anyone daring to speak of him would face death. Consequently, the populace fell into a fearful silence, their grievances festering until they ultimately overthrew the king. Megatron glared through his optical lenses, stepping closer to confront the young woman. His voice a thunderous roar. Are you implying that my methods are flawed? That the common soldiers would dare to overthrow me? Nay, my lord, she replied. The soldiers hold you in great esteem and would never dream of rebellion. My concern lies in the unvented resentment. If left unchecked, it may eventually be directed towards the source, which is Orion. Proceed. Megatron's demeanor softened slightly as he straightened his posture. Currently, the soldiers merely express their discontent in podcasts. As long as we take appropriate measures to ensure Orion remains oblivious to this channel, he shall remain uninformed. However, by stifling the sole outlet of their grievances, it is akin to closing the energy core. Then I shall adopt a more lenient stance on this matter. However, Simon has set a precedent. He cannot be so easily excused. Megatron found the situation increasingly intriguing. The narratives she shared were far more compelling than the daily jests of Red Spider, proving beneficial to his rule. Interceding for someone is much simpler. The young woman sighed in relief, gesturing toward Simon. Simon knowingly transgressed, and thus must not be excused. Yet, I implore you, my lord, to grant him a single chance in light of his recent appointment. A new captain cannot be without a voice, just as one cannot command a warship without a microphone. Please consider this transgression a mere oversight, allowing Simon to redeem himself. Should he fail to fulfill the duties of captain, let him face consequences befitting his actions. This approach would not only establish a standard for the other soldiers, but also earn you praise for your just governance, both openly and behind the scenes. Megatron, feeling a surge of indignation at being addressed so boldly by this diminutive figure, retorted, "You're the first to speak to me in such a manner. Firefight. Do you presume to instruct me in my duties? My sincerest apologies, my lord. I am guilty of the gravest offense," she replied, bowing her head once more. Yet, on the other hand, Megatron was taken aback by the young woman's reasoned arguments, and his anger quickly subsided. He decided to relent. "I shall remember both of your offenses." Relief washed over her. It was fortunate that Megatron was not entirely unreasonable, though this soldier lacked discernment. The young woman exchanged urgent glances with Simon. Realizing the gravity of the situation, shifted on his knees to prostrate himself before Megatron, fervently praising, "Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. I would gladly face 1,000 deaths." Simon remained still, too fearful to move, until he felt a sharp kick to his rear, prompting him to cautiously raise his head. Upon discovering that Megatron had departed, he turned to the young woman, kneeling in gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Firefight, for your life-saving intervention. Stand and speak. Truly, this is exhausting," she urged as she helped Simon to his feet, giving his arm a firm pat. "Manage your verbal expressions with care and prudence." However, this matter quickly spread throughout the battleship, not due to Simon's words, but rather through the accounts of other soldiers who had been eavesdropping in the corridors. They were all in awe of the eloquence displayed by the younger sister. Even Mike, who was notoriously critical of her social skills, could not help but praise her as a social butterfly. The Black Widow, of course, was well aware of this incident. While applying rust-proof oil to her face in front of the mirror, she inquired. That soldier is rather unremarkable. He merely ascended to power on the back of his superior's sudden demise. What is there to plead for? Perhaps a moment of unexpected compassion, the younger sister mused, rummaging through an entire box of cosmetics that the Black Widow had brought from her previous spacecraft. She extracted a tube resembling lip balm, raised it to touch her lips, and exclaimed, "Goodness, I have lips." Where then, one might ask, is this compassion? The Black Widow, unable to locate the lip balm, snatched it from the younger sister's hands, gestured in front of the mirror, and deliberately pursed her lips. Compassion is certainly not a common currency among the Decepticons. The younger sister perched herself on the table, scrutinizing the cosmetics while murmuring to herself, perhaps a transformation is possible. The Decepticons do indeed use power as a means of class distinction. But the same super energy flows through us all. There must be a point of empathy. Before she could finish her thought, the Black Widow had already applied at least 5 different skincare products visible to the younger sister. After applying the rust-proof oil, she sprayed on a layer of cleanser, swiftly blended it, allowed both to evaporate, then applied another layer of rust-proofing. Finally, she poured 2 bottles of lubricant into one hand, rubbed them together for a moment, and patted her face. This spectacle left not just the younger sister, but even the nearby Knockout, who was busy waxing himself, in a state of bewilderment. Knockout glanced down at his unrecognizable homemade wax, and suddenly felt that it might be more worthwhile to acquire a couple of barrels of human-made products from Earth. Girls should take pride in their beauty. Why not give a try firefight? The Black Widow tossed a bottle of lubricant to the younger sister, while she herself took out an oil brush to apply eyeliner. Makeup. What would that old man have to say about this? The younger sister had some reservations about makeup, yet she decided to indulge herself for once, imitating the motions as she smeared the lubricant across her face. After another black screen. Who are you truly? Each time this question resonated within the audio receiver, Mike's right optical lens would inexplicably itch, and this marked the 26th recurrence since his return. What is wrong with you, Tarn? Even the nearby deadlock could no longer contain his curiosity, abandoning his task to investigate the situation. Mike had not even completed his sentence when darkness suddenly enveloped the optical lens, rendering his body immobile. A rust-laden visage gradually came into view before him. Cosmic Emperor, I knew it was you. You must have infiltrated my mind while manipulating Megatron. Indeed, the Cosmic Emperor slowly replied, his voice as rusty as his appearance. You are utterly unworthy of my thoughts, yet you are not a product of the primordial supreme being, which piques my curiosity. Can you hear my innermost voice? In the recesses of your mind, I can certainly hear your thoughts. Suddenly, the Cosmic Emperor drew near, unleashing a brilliant violet light from the optical lens, demanding to know. Who exactly are you? Before Mike, a kaleidoscope of images began to swirl, not memories belonging to humanity, but rather a recording of Tarn's essence prior to its formal activation. This is day 1 of the Shockwave log. I have resolved to initiate the perfect soldier program. Commencing with Tarn. Abruptly, Mike was yanked from the realm of illusion back into reality. Instinctively, he raised the fusion cannon and aimed it at Deadfire's face, pulling the trigger and startling the latter into a near state of shock. No fire on allies, he scoffed. This system is rather sophisticated. Lowering the fusion cannon, Mike shook his head vigorously, finally regaining his senses as Deadfire inquired softly. Are you all right? I hope I didn't startle you too much, Deadfire. I might have contracted some affliction from the Cosmic Emperor. My heavens, you nearly gave me a fright. Deadfire squinted through the optical lens, reaching out to pull Tarn down slightly. Is your right optical lens always purple? Purple? Is this not darkness? Mike suddenly froze, as the Cosmic Emperor's voice resonated once more within his mind. The perfect soldier. What a splendid vessel. It appears to be an artificial spark. Ha ha ha. Even the primordial celestial must surrender this modicum of dignity. However, this spark lacks sufficient power. I require more dark super energy entities. Where are these dark super energy entities? In the warehouse, Tarn. Why do you inquire? Hey, where are you going? Deadfire watched Mike's retreating figure, perplexed, but upon recalling the violet and dark super energy entities, he quickly connected with Lord Megatron and hastened after Mike. Chapter 2. Rebirth. Meanwhile, Megatron was engaged in a discussion with Soundwave regarding the core database when an urgent distress call abruptly disrupted his thoughts. Enraged, he connected the communication, only to hear the frantic words, Lord Megatron. Tarn has gone out of control. The spark source is above. I knew this day would come, but I never anticipated it would be today. Megatron growled through clenched teeth. Maintain constant vigilance. I shall come at once. Soundwave, prepare emergency measures. Indeed, slave, act according to my will, and seek the dark super-energy entities. You cannot control me. Mike's mind was a tumultuous battleground, torn between the Cosmic Emperor's commanding presence and his own desperate resistance. Yet the Cosmic Emperor's power proved overwhelming, guiding Mike to the warehouse. After completing facial recognition, a question materialized on the left side. Hello, is this the warehouse? Who is that? His voice sounds so familiar. The Cosmic Emperor currently commanded only the view from the right optical lens, straining to turn Mike's head. With his left eye, Mike caught sight of Orion. Seizing control of his body with all his might, he shouted, "Get out of here, Orion! It's the Apostle." "Very well, slave. Allow me to eliminate this Apostle with your weapon." The Cosmic Emperor reclaimed control, raising Mike's right arm and aiming at Orion, ready to pull the trigger with a surge of power. The laser grazed Olin's shoulder, crashing into the wall beside him. It was Mike. In a moment of desperation, he pressed his left arm against his right, deflecting the laser's trajectory. Even Olin, in his ignorance, understood that this was not a place to linger, and he turned to flee towards the corridor's corner. "Dare you defy my command, slave?" commanded the Cosmic Emperor. "Tarn, why does the Cosmic Emperor reside within you?" The optics of Megatron shifted to a deep purple, allowing him to sense the presence of the Cosmic Emperor. The audacious individual who aspired to dominate him was now entrenched in the mind of the perfect soldier. "Megatron, this arrogant fool seeks to thwart my plans once more. I shall eliminate him first." The Cosmic Emperor suddenly unleashed his power, first shattering Mike's left hand with the fusion cannon, then turning, the cannon aimed directly at the approaching Megatron. "Prepare to be extinguished." "Megatron," the Cosmic Emperor proclaimed through Mike's vocalizer before pulling the trigger. Megatron's form darted past the optics, and upon regaining his composure, he found himself unscathed. While the Cosmic Emperor gazed at the fusion cannon, murmuring, "What does it mean to prohibit friendly fire? A splendid opportunity." Megatron raised his blade and advanced swiftly, a flash of cold light severing Mike's right arm at the shoulder. Amidst sparks and electricity, Megatron's left fist collided with Mike's right optics, shattering it into fragments. 2 drops of dark energy cascading to the ground with the debris. Mike was hurled into the warehouse, startling Kevin and Vincent, who had been idling within. As Kevin attempted to right himself, Megatron's massive foot swiftly pressed against his chest. The fusion cannon aimed directly at his forehead. "Cosmic Emperor, do you still wish to command my perfect soldier to kill me? Do you think I would be foolish enough not to implement a prohibition against friendly fire in his fundamental logic? It seems you have truly slumbered for too long. I shall return, Megatron." With those final words, the Cosmic Emperor vanished entirely from Mike's sight, leaving him disoriented, his head striking the ground, motionless, and the optics dimmed. Megatron, perplexed, received a prompt from Soundwave, who gestured towards the 2 drops of dark energy that had just emerged from Mike's optics. "I recall now. When the Cosmic Emperor controlled me, I once manipulated my contact with Tarn's optics," Megatron mused, dipping his fingers into the dark energy, realizing it was during that moment that the vaporized dark energy had been transmitted into Tarn's mind. But, Lord Megatron, why could the Cosmic Emperor control Tarn with just 2 drops of dark energy? The answer was deceptively simple. "Dead fire," Megatron remarked, bringing his hand closer to the optics, instinctively reigniting the purple glow. This was due to the 2 drops of dark energy being intertwined with the Cosmic Emperor's consciousness, unlike those in the warehouse, which had detached from the Cosmic Emperor's body, thus lacking sufficient control. Dead fire nodded in understanding, then approached Mike, inquiring, "Shall we move him to the medical bay?" "We? Oh, no, Lord Megatron, I can handle this alone." Deadfire turned to call over Kevin and Vincent, who were standing in a daze, and together they lifted Mike. Megatron cleared a path, bending down to grasp Mike's right arm, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the fusion cannon. After a brief black screen, "Help me out. Quick, the beauty squad has been forced apart," Knockout exclaimed, setting down the lubricant and rising to open the door, grumbling, "The Allspark is above. What more do you need me for? You alone cannot handle this. What has become of Tarn? What's wrong with my brother?" The sister, alarmed by the dire situation, hurriedly approached to inspect. Upon seeing that Mike had lost an arm and that one hand was shattered, his optical lens devoid of light, She was overwhelmed by emotion and collapsed onto the ground. Firefight, don't just stand there, lend a hand. Mike's massive form required all hands on deck. Even Soundwave joined in the medical efforts, while Megatron slowly placed Mike's right arm on the table. With the optical lens extinguished, was he truly dead? The sisters' confusion irked Black Widow, who firmly lifted her, gripping her shoulders and chiding. If you wish to save him, maximize your efficiency. Several medical tubes were swiftly inserted into Mike's chest. Due to his size, Soundwave extended his tendrils to retrieve the scanner, meticulously scanning Mike from head to toe. Aside from the open wounds, the only anomaly was in the brain module. Lord Megatron, please observe the scan results, Knockout said, pulling up the display beside the medical bed. Enlarging the brain area, he pointed out a section. Although Tarn's brain module appears intact, it is suffused with dark energy. I suspect he was infected during the previous field mission. Dark energy? Field mission? The sister's emotions surged with sudden rage as she recalled the events. She charged forward, grabbing Megatron's arm, shouting, "It was you, Megatron! You took my brother on that mission, leading to his current state. If he doesn't survive, you will pay. You will pay," echoed in the air. Mike felt a disorienting haze, and as flashes of white light danced before his tightly shut eyes, he struggled to open them. A surge of brilliance flooding his vision. Instinctively raising his hand to shield himself, he realized he had returned to his corporeal form. Overwhelmed with joy, Mike sat up, reacquainting himself with his physical body. He was still clad in the casual attire from before, and the surroundings resembled a street, as if everything had been a mere dream. "Child, you have awakened. Whose voice is that?" Mike looked upwards, tracing the sound, which seemed to emanate from the white light. Blinking rapidly, he adjusted to the brightness, soon realizing it was not a mere bulb, but a spherical core object. "Where's this? And who are you?" "Child, I am the Allspark, or you may also refer to me as the Primordial Sovereign. Am I dead? As a Transformer, to perish within the Transformer universe?" "Yes, child, welcome to the Allspark." The Primordial Sovereign spoke, the radiance fluctuating in intensity. "However, I am a Decepticon, and my spark was not created by you, but rather crafted by Decepticon scientists. An unnatural spark, regardless of the origins, as long as the essence flowing through their veins is that of the energon, which is akin to my lifeblood. They are my progeny, and they are entitled to return to the source of sparks. Primus, I have another inquiry." Mike stepped forward, placing his hand upon his chest. Feeling his heartbeat remain steady, "Yet I do not belong to this realm. I am but a human. I have stated that as long as the essence flowing within is that of energon, all helpless souls shall find refuge with me. You may remain here, for this place shall forever be a haven of joy." Suddenly, Primus faded from view, and the surrounding scene rapidly transformed. The once quiet street began to extend, with pedestrians, buildings, vehicles, and a cacophony of sounds emerging. Mike caught a glimpse of a figure. Turning to see, it was his sister. Have you come to the source of sparks?" Yet Mike's astonishment elicited no response, as his sister's reply was utterly unexpected. "What are you talking about, brother? Hurry up. We need to go home." Before Mike could retort, a red vehicle abruptly halted before him, transforming into humanoid form. The Autobot, having taken only a few steps, turned back with a perplexed expression, asking, "Can you see me? Are you from the mountain? Do you know me?" Realizing that this was not the primary concern, the Autobot squatted down and continued, "You are human. How could you return to the source of sparks?" "I don't know." Mike could only shake his head repeatedly, while his sister remained unfazed by this peculiar occurrence, urging Mike to move along. The Autobot observed this scene with a sense of nostalgia. Before my return, I too had a companion like this. That scoundrel, Black Arachnia. I know who you speak of. RC is doing splendidly, and she has even erected a monument for you. The villain, Black Arachnia, has paid the price. You seem to know quite a bit, yet why have I not seen Black Arachnia in this place?" RC spared her. Mike recalled the narrative, as Optimus Prime had once said, "Though vengeance may be sweet, the right choice will fortify oneself." I have never misjudged RC, nor Optimus Prime. The Autobot then transformed back into vehicle form, opening the door. "Since you're here, would you care to accompany me for a while?" Life at the source of sparks is rather leisurely. Just as Mike was about to usher his sister into the vehicle, an unsettling sensation washed over him. A feeling that had rapidly intensified since his inception, constricting him to the point of breathlessness. How could this be? While Mike was lost in confusion, Primus' voice resonated once more. Surely, there are matters left unresolved. Take a moment to reflect, my child. Brother, what are you doing? Hurry, get in the car. We must return. No. Mike forcefully shook off his sister's hand, pointing at her with indignation. Do not call me brother. You are not my sister. You are merely a beautiful illusion conjured before me. My sister is Firestar. She remains aboard the Decepticon warship. Child, there is no need to fret over such matters. Engage in activities that bring you joy and cast aside the trivial concerns of the mundane world. Mike gazed up at the heavens, raising his hand toward the radiant light, invoking the celestial sovereign, primordial deity. I hold you in reverence, for you are the creator, yet I have unfinished business that compels my return to the mortal realm. Listen, child, I offer you this counsel out of goodwill. If you are determined to return, so be it. However, it would be prudent not to extinguish the spark of hope. Your soul finds its way here solely due to my momentary lapse, and next time, it may not be so fortunate. Once more, a blinding light flashed, and with it, Mike's unease dissipated. He spread his arms wide, embracing the brilliance. Another segment fades to black. The Overseer, having never approached such seriousness before, ultimately concluded the sixth re-examination of the residual dark energy under the insistence of the imposing figure. He withdrew the electrode from Mike's spark and turned to announce to the assembled crowd, if the procedure is executed correctly, Tarn shall awaken following this electric charge. The imposing figure, maintaining a stoic expression, glanced at the medical bed, then at the furious young woman cradled in the arms of a lifeless fire, and finally commanded, prepare to initiate, doctor. A powerful current surged through the spark via the electrode, yet the summoned one remained unresponsive. Try again. No reaction. Once more. Still nothing. The Overseer detached the electrode, shaking his head. I have exhausted all possibilities. Tarn was a remarkable individual, amiable and fair in his dealings. Indeed, I admired his robust physique. The lifeless fire relinquished his hold on the young woman, allowing her to rush to Mike's side. I have yet to engage him in an arm wrestling match. He mingled well with us soldiers and treated even the miners with utmost respect. I have never encountered such a docile giant. Kevin voiced this while Vincent nodded in agreement. It is a pity he has yet to realize his full potential. Such a splendid creation deserves better. The imposing figure held a modicum of fondness for Mike, yet he refrained from displaying such sentiments, as it would compromise his authority. The young woman, aware that the inhabitants of Cybertron do not shed tears, nonetheless found herself wiping her eyes unconsciously. Take heart, Fire Warrior. I have always been one to speak harsh words and have never consoled anyone. Although I am not particularly fond of muscular men, Tom was indeed admirable. The Black Widow said, wrapping her arms around the young woman's shoulders, gently leading the heartbroken girl away from the infirmary. At that moment, the previously silent Soundwave seemed to take note of something. He raised his slender finger, pointing at the display screen, where the once dormant brain activity chart suddenly exhibited a spike with a distinct sound. The machines, initially prepared to depart, rekindled their hope, especially the young woman, who forcefully broke free from the Black Widow's embrace and hurried back to Mike's intact optical lens, witnessing the terrifying yet warm crimson glow re-emerge. Brother, my heavens, that light is dazzling. Mike, feeling the long-lost sensation of his mechanical body, tilted his head towards the jubilant young woman, just as he intended to share a jest. He became captivated by a glistening sheen on her face. What have you applied to your skin? What? The young woman replied, her expression one of confusion. Mike squinted through his optical lens, scrutinizing closely, and exclaimed, have you applied makeup? Hey, the first thing you do upon your resurrection is check whether I'm made up? I should have anticipated this from you. You possessive rascal. Chapter 3. Adapting with agility, what exactly is your relationship? Megatron appeared to still be seething from the earlier confrontation with his sister, yet his curiosity was palpable. You both had better answer truthfully. I am not yet inclined to resort to the cerebral connector. Goodness, I never imagined the day would come for such candor. Thankfully, I had prepared a draft beforehand. The siblings exchanged glances, and ultimately, Mike spoke first, actually Lord Megatron, when I discovered the fire battle in the mines. I believe this little robot was exceptionally suited to be my laserbird. Upon hearing this, Soundwave's facial screen immediately displayed a question mark, and the sister promptly added, when I first awakened, Tarn placed me on his arm, and I overheard him mention some so-called reconnaissance and agility. I gathered that he intended for me to become his mini Decepticon. Ha ha! To Tarn, You truly are a mini Decepticon. Knockout, while attempting to mend the fissures on Mike's face, nearly misdirected the welding gun onto another optical lens due to his laughter. Feigning exasperation, the sister shrugged and continued, I don't quite understand why either. But just look at Tarn, so tall and robust. If I have such a formidable ally, I should thrive among the Decepticons. Hence I decided to follow him and refer to him as my brother. That a valid reason. Megatron raised an eyebrow, extending his hand towards Mike. And you have certainly invested considerable emotional attachment to this brother. Please, Lord Megatron, you know my predicament. It's not easy to lose the only ally I finally found. Can you blame me for feeling sorrow? Megatron merely frowned in response and turned to exit the infirmary with Soundwave. After walking a considerable distance, he paused and posed a question to Soundwave. Do you find this plausible, Soundwave? A war machine crafted by a scientist who constantly espouses practical logic would actually harbor affection for someone who has struggled for millions of years without a promotion from the lower ranks? Soundwave remained silent, instead projecting the siblings' daily interactions onto his facial screen. Fortunately, the latter had deliberately lowered their voices during their exchanges, so Soundwave only captured the playful antics, devoid of any spoken content. Setting aside the possibility that Shockwave installed an emotional module when creating Tarn, Megatron, after viewing the edited footage, remained deeply perplexed. Even if such emotions were present, how could they manifest so intricately? After shutting off the display, Soundwave simply shook his head. Observing this reaction, Megatron could only suppress his confusion for the time being. I must first locate Shockwave, but for now, let us proceed to meet Orion. We cannot allow the recent fear to linger in his mind for too long. Music intro, belatedly arriving. Under Knockout's adept medical care, Mike's right arm was swiftly reconnected, and his right optical lens was replaced with a new one. Upon seeing the brilliant crimson reflected anew in the optical lens, Deadlock inquired with dissatisfaction. Why does Tarn only require a lens replacement, while I must endure a color reception board? Because the receiving sphere within your frame has been excavated by those loathsome vermin. My partner, I pointed at the extinguished luminescent receiver panel. If it were merely an optical lens that had suffered damage, do you truly believe I would act in such a manner? Ah, those detestable humans. I am resolutely determined to extract their receiving spheres as well. To this day, the extinguished luminescence still harbors a profound fury towards the Mecha Special Operations team. Mike had previously accompanied his sister to watch a few rather explicit films, and the two machines could scarcely fathom what such scenes entailed. However, Black Widow appeared rather intrigued. Should you ever contemplate such an endeavor, it would be prudent to summon me. I could lend a hand. By the gods, you truly derive pleasure from hunting other species. You still do not know me well enough, Firewar. Black Widow smirked with a devilish grin. Why not visit my exhibition hall? After a brief interlude of darkness, I swear, the next time I harbor such morbid curiosities, I shall self-destruct on the spot. My sister, having barely held her tongue for a few seconds, began to retch against a tree. Black Widow, behind her, wore a mocking expression. I had already warned you that even if the Kajira beast's head and body were severed, it retains self-awareness. You chose to draw so near. Did you not find yourself startled by those large, bulging eyes? Very well, I concede. It seems I was not attentive enough. My sister vigorously shook her head, and once her mind cleared a bit, she stood upright. Your spacecraft does not appear to be gravely damaged. Why not repair it? If I possessed such skills, I would have mended it long ago. Do you truly believe I relish remaining aboard the Decepticon warship? The peculiar gazes I endure daily are already more than sufficient. Black Widow's assertion was not without merit. Her figure was indeed commendable, though the several arachnid appendages sprouting from her back were exceedingly grotesque and uncanny. It seemed that regardless of whether the spacecraft had exploded, Black Widow would remain stranded on Earth. Thus, my sister promptly inquired, "Are you aware of the Mecha Special Operations Team? They are the human organization responsible for dismantling the extinguished luminescent receivers. I have heard of them, yet I disdain any association with such beings. Strange, indeed, that this group of humans could manage to capture the Decepticons. What arcane powers do they possess? It appears that as long as the spacecraft did not explode, Black Widow would refrain from colluding with the Mecha Special Operations Team out of vengeance." My sister continued her questioning. "Your spacecraft does not contain any, human collectibles. Have you been tinkering with the spacecraft these past few days before arriving at the Decepticon warship? What do you suppose? I must first ensure my escape before selecting my quarry. I had already identified a boy named Jack as an appetizing prospect, only to have my mood disrupted by Tarn. Black Widow suddenly shifted the topic. I recall Tarn's intention was to make Jack his pet. You just mentioned that Tarn wished to have you as his mini Megatron. Does he possess some sort of collecting obsession? Haha, do you not harbor such inclinations as well? In that case, you two truly make quite the pair. Black Widow did not appreciate this jest, her countenance darkening. Is this all you ponder in your diodes? It is evident that Tarn is Megatron's appointed confidant, not to mention the rampant rumors surrounding the sanctioning department. Are you attempting to push me closer to the melting pot? Ah, worry not, my dear sister. As she firmly placed her hand upon Black Widow's shoulder. Do not be deceived by my brother's towering stature, for beneath that rugged exterior lies a heart imbued with sensitivity, executing his plans with meticulous precision and a flair for the whimsical. My sister is quite the social butterfly, adept at navigating various situations. However, Black Widow found herself momentarily overwhelmed. She shrugged off the hand resting on her shoulder, her brows knitting together in indignation, considering the source of the spark. This is out of the question. There are other machines nearby. Follow me. No sooner had the two machines concealed themselves than a piercing wail echoed above them. The sound swiftly faded into the distance, only to re-emerge moments later, accompanied by a cacophony of transformation. A slender figure descended with the grace of a leap of faith, and as the dust settled, Black Widow could scarcely believe her optical sensors. Red Spider? Upon his arrival, Red Spider's first instinct was to survey his surroundings, subsequently reconfirming his coordinates. It dawned on him why he felt an unsettling familiarity when aligning the coordinates earlier. Memories of a mission in this vicinity flooded back to him. I recall it was to incapacitate and verify the super energy signal. Yet, he never mentioned the presence of a spacecraft here. Scratching his head, he gazed at the vessel, muttering to himself. Despite his numerous rationalizations, he found no convincing arguments, ultimately shrugging and stepping inside the ship. Before my sister could react, Black Widow suddenly sprang from her hiding place, transforming into her spider form and darting towards the spacecraft. Concurrently, Red Spider's screams erupted from within. Ah, what is this thing? Just as Red Spider was startled by the head of a Kajura beast, he was nearly rendered unconscious by the sudden appearance of Black Widow's fearsome visage, leaving him utterly defenseless as she pounced upon him. Black Widow extended her arachnid limb, pressing it against Red Spider's neck, demanding, "Did you not claim to have captured the Autobots? I presumed your spark had long extinguished, yet here you are alive." Of course, Black Widow, Red Spider retorted, abruptly pushing her away and swiftly aiming a missile at her, using it as leverage to rise. I have always been quite clever. Escaping from the Autobots is a trivial matter. And what brings you aboard my vessel? Ah, so this is your ship. I was wondering why it felt so repulsive. Red Spider remarked, his arm steady as he surveyed his surroundings. Your atrocious collection obsession. Why not display the heads of Autobots and their sparks instead of these alien relics? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Black Widow seized the opportunity to ensnare Red Spider in her web, encasing him in a cocoon, leaving only his shoulders and lower body exposed. He stumbled backward, the back of his head colliding forcefully with the spacecraft's control panel, despite the pain that made him grimace. Red Spider's immediate response was to inquire, "Fire War, how did you end up associating with Black Widow?" "Perhaps you are unaware," Black Widow replied, a smile gracing her lips as she lifted Red Spider's chin with her hand. "Fire War is enjoying himself immensely with me." Red Spider's surprise morphed into rapid rebuttal as he gaped. "Nonsense. Fire War stands with me. As far as I know, you must be on the list of vengeance. Yet you appear unscathed. Contradictions may be overlooked. After all, one must focus on the future. Even my sister has expressed this sentiment." The Red Spider shook his head in disbelief, and under the relentless questioning of the Black Widow, he revealed the reason for his arrival. After fleeing from the Autobots, the Red Spider had been wandering, perpetually searching for exposed and easily extractable energon, leading a rather arduous existence marked by sporadic sustenance. During the events surrounding the Cosmic Emperor, he followed a potent energy signal to a volcano, only to find everything bathed in purple. Just as despair set in, Tarn appeared unexpectedly, suggesting that the Red Spider seek refuge aboard the Lost Light. However, the Red Spider chose not to go to the Lost Light. Instead, he aimed to traverse some desolate mining areas while there was still enough fuel for his journey. As fate would have it, he detected an energy signal nearby and decided to investigate. Upon hearing this, the Black Widow wore a thoughtful expression and turned to her sister. I have an idea. Why not capture the Red Spider and bring him back to the warship? Megatron recently declared that any sighting of the Red Spider necessitated his imprisonment. We could seize this opportunity to earn his favor. No. You cannot do this to me. Megatron will dismantle me, the Red Spider pleaded, desperately shifting his position and casting a beseeching glance at her sister. Fire War, don't just stand there. I have done you a favor. Save me. Is that a missile on your arm? Indeed it is, her sister replied, raising her arm to present the missile that occupied her entire forearm. The Red Spider, seizing the moment, retorted with a playful jab. You truly see me as an idol, even choosing weaponry that resembles mine. This quip successfully diverted the Black Widow's attention to her sister's arm. As she curiously inquired, the Red Spider stealthily extended his left hand, cautiously scraping the lower end of his cocoon. You must have been nearby at that time. I resorted to using a missile due to the incompatibility of conventional weapons. Firing is simple. Just 2 fingers. Her sister continued to respond to the Black Widow while mimicking a firing stance. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed, Red Spider, what are you doing with your left hand? At that moment, the Red Spider had managed to cut a significant gash. Realizing he had been discovered, he braced himself and, with a forceful push, shattered the cocoon, raising his left arm in the process. The Black Widow reacted, leaping backward while raising both arms. The missile collided with the webbing midair, and the resulting force triggered an explosive detonation, sending flames erupting and unleashing a deafening roar. The shockwave knocked down all 3 machines present, and a thick cloud of smoke, laden with the acrid scent of charred remains and gunpowder, billowed forth. After another moment of darkness, upon regaining consciousness, her sister's audio receptor was overwhelmed with a cacophony of noise. As she leaned against the wall to stand, her eyes were met with a scene of utter chaos. Shards of glass scattered across a pool of green liquid. The remains of collected alien heads lay shattered, some reduced to mere fragments, while others lay lifeless like mud on the ground, and flickers of flame emerged from the surrounding dust yet to settle. The web must move slower than a missile. Even if Black Widow's reflexes were unparalleled, she lay closest to the epicenter of the explosion, eyes tightly shut, unresponsive to any call. My head, that fool Red Spider. Just as she was about to search for Red Spider, she stepped into a puddle of blue liquid. Looking up, she saw a crack forming at the top of the spacecraft, super energy seeping out in thin streams along the walls, with a fire pit just a few steps away from the gathering point. God help us! The sister reacted swiftly, bending down to carry Black Widow and sprinting towards the exit. Just as she reached the door, a force from behind thrust her forward. She turned to find Red Spider, clutching 2 palm-sized cubes of super energy, running away while calling back, run. But alas, it seemed too late. The sound of flames erupted, and she turned to see a dazzling orange light. Before she could utter a final curse, a massive hand, large enough to blot out her vision, descended and swept both her and Black Widow away. The spacecraft exploded, unleashing a shockwave several times more powerful than the missile's. Even a robust protector fell to his knees under the force, yet the 2 he cradled remained unharmed, one dazed, the other unconscious. Tarn, have you located Black Widow and Fire Battle? Why do I hear explosions and flames? I have found them, my lord. I am returning to report the specifics. Mike slowly rose, gazing at the fading smoke left by Red Spider's escape. Chapter 4. The leader's return. Black Widow groggily opened her optical lenses, and her first sight was the curious face of Megatron. Instinctively, she almost drew her spider claws. Megatron stood tall, watching as Black Widow stumbled out of bed and awkwardly saluted. Lord Megatron. I was just pondering how Black Widow arrived on Earth. He interrupted bluntly, leaning closer. It seems you have your own spacecraft. Lord Megatron, I can explain. Explain what? Why you insist on leaving the warship periodically. This behavior has become so blatant that I no longer require informants to tell me. And now you wish to abscond with Fire Battle as well? Just awakening from her bed, the sister overheard Megatron's last remark and quickly interjected. No, Lord Megatron, Black Widow was merely showing me his spacecraft exhibits. Our current predicament arose due to an encounter with Red Spider. Red Spider? Megatron turned to Mike, who was tending to his burns inflicted by the fall. You also saw Red Spider. What transpired? When I arrived at the scene, I happened upon Red Spider, who was fleeing with 2 cubes of super energy, transforming into an aircraft. Meanwhile, Fire Battle and Black Widow were on the brink of the exploding spacecraft. At this moment, Knockout interjected, "How did you know the spacecraft was about to explode? Can your scanning system see through everything?" I was drawn to the spaceship by the sound of an explosion. Upon arrival, I found myself facing the ship's entrance, witnessing the flickering flames within and the leakage of super-energetic matter. The analysis system indicated a 96% probability of an explosion occurring within 7 cosmic standard seconds. Does that imply a 4% chance that it will not explode? No, Lord Megatron. The remaining 4% signifies an immediate detonation. Megatron furrowed his brow and turned to regard the Black Widow, still kneeling on the ground, disdainfully remarking, "Encountering Red Spider is indeed unfortunate for you. You cannot contend with him. Now, gather yourself. Despite a helicopter's limitations, it won't go far." Oomph. With that, he turned and exited the infirmary. "Red Spider, I swear I shall twist your head off and display it in the foremost position of the exhibition." The Black Widow seethed, rising to her feet. However, upon glancing at her sister, her anger dissipated, and with a sigh, she said, "To run into Red Spider is truly the height of misfortune. Nevertheless, thank you, Firestorm. I owe you one this time. It's a trivial matter. Comrades must assist one another." Her sister smiled, waving her hand. She then patted Mike's arm, adding, "And let us not forget to express our gratitude to this relentless stalker and ultimate shield. By the way, what made you seek us out?" Mike shook his head, responding, "You two departed just in time. A mere half an hour ago, Alcee charged across the land bridge and stormed onto the warship, causing chaos. Megatron sought to alert someone, but could not find anyone for ages, so he instructed Soundwave to check the surveillance. Ultimately, it fell to me to retrieve you both." "Did you witness the scene when Alcee stormed the warship?" Seeing Mike shake his head, her sister let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, he did not seize a prime seat. That silly girl. I was right behind Soundwave, so not only did I witness the spectacle, but I was also face to face with it," Mike thought with a sense of pride, and after wishing her to rest well, he turned to leave. "We will undoubtedly appear on Kevin's podcast, won't we? There's no need to inquire about that, dear Black Widow." At this moment, Mike had just bid farewell to the busy Jerry from the land bridge control room, expressing his intention to fetch lunch from the cafeteria. As he reached the crossroads, a familiar figure suddenly dashed past the corner ahead. What a delightful surprise today. Mike, seeking new amusement, headed towards the energy warehouse. However, Red Spider, attempting to evade the guards, took a longer route, allowing Mike to reach the warehouse entrance first. Noticing the 2 guards at the entrance, still standing firm, Mike deduced the reason and approached, saying, "Evan, talk. It's mealtime. You may head to the cafeteria. I'll keep watch for a while." "Thanks, Tarn." As the 2 soldiers departed, Red Spider emerged from behind, unafraid, lifting his chin and speaking in a commanding tone. "Tarn, why do you not greet Commander Red Spider upon seeing him? I seriously suspect that the energy wars erupted because of your gluttony. Please, I have wandered outside for months. Those 2 small morsels are hardly sufficient." Red Spider forcefully pushed Mike, who chuckled twice and then stepped aside. Red Spider halted and turned back, inquiring, "What is it?" Today's main course features beryllium-infused smoked sausage pizza, accompanied by delightful news. Todd has concocted a spicy sauce, available today. Mike, chuckling at the fire pit, tossed aside the bewildered Red Spider and turned to leave. What is Optimus Prime up to now? Surely, it is safe to peek inside? Scanning the vicinity and finding it devoid of any presence, Mike ventured into the office, where Orion was deep in thought. Upon noticing the giant who had earlier fired upon him, he recoiled in fright. Mike quickly raised a hand to reassure him, softly murmuring, "Fear not, Orion, I have come to apologize. There's a malfunction with my cerebral module, but I am well now. I believe Lord Megatron has offered you an explanation as well." Indeed, Lord Megatron had mentioned that Orion's brain module had faltered, and seeing him now fully recovered brought joy to Mike. A smile returned to Orion's face as he gently patted Mike's arm before resuming his work. Such kindness was characteristic of Optimus Prime before he assumed leadership. His qualities as a leader were abundantly clear. After departing the office, Mike discreetly observed from a corner as the irate Red Spider, despite clutching for energy cubes, emerged from the warehouse. only to be startled back into Orion's office by the rotating guards. Approximately 10 minutes later, Megatron struck his face twice with force, managing to conjure a faint smile as he entered the office, only to emerge again shortly thereafter, muttering curses about the imminent exposure of their plans and vowing to be firmer with Red Spider next time. Soundwave quietly followed in his wake. "Speak plainly, Lord Megatron," he urged. "The space bridge is operational once more, Lord Megatron," Soundwave reported, glancing back as Tarn volunteered to guard the area. "There is no need for you to do so. Since you relish the role of a sentinel, remain here to guard the energy warehouse and keep watch over Orion. Should any unauthorized personnel, including yourself, attempt to enter the office, I shall take your head." After a brief black screen, Kevin's podcast opens each time with the promise of new topics, as Jerry expresses relief at not having to stand guard at the space bridge, while simultaneously injecting sarcasm. "Hey, fellows, how's it at the space bridge? I hear it's in the mines." "Indeed, Leptis. What does it feel like to be a sentinel at the space bridge?" "Yeah, Kevin, is there a communication blackout? Why haven't they responded for so long?" "How should I know? Do not disturb them while they are working. It seems the plan for the leader's return has officially commenced." Mike ended the communication with Kevin and turned to contact his sister. "How are things on your end?" Deadlock established contact with the space bridge about 20 minutes ago. Everything was normal then. A fine performance is about to unfold. The moment Mike concluded the communication, Megatron, accompanied by Soundwave, arrived at the office door, and within mere seconds, a quarrel ensued. The argument swiftly culminated in a warning, and Megatron stormed out, tilting his head and addressing Tarn. "I am here, my lord. Stand ready at the land bridge. I will notify you of your mission at any moment." "What of Orion? Must I continue to keep watch?" "There is no need for you to waste your vigilance." Megatron turned to glance at the office, his face brimming with confidence. "Orion is not Optimus Prime. He lacks the latter's strength." After another segment of darkness, the ambulance now stood guard at the space bridge command post, anxiously directing Jack. "First, eliminate the nearest insect icon connected to the pipeline. We cannot sever the link to the Energon sphere. Although I know what the Energon sphere looks like, regrettably, I cannot witness it firsthand." Mike stepped off the land bridge with a hint of regret. Upon seeing this, the Autobots quickly turned around. Orion was in good spirits, and I found myself reluctant to part with him. "It's Tarn. You remember me. I'm quite touched. How about this? We pretend to spar a little so that Megatron doesn't catch me slacking when he arrives. Protect the space bridge at all costs." "All right. I haven't moved around in a while either." Mike assumed his stance to confront the three oncoming machines. Bumblebee transformed his hands into wrist-mounted blasters, firing as he ran. Mike raised his left arm, effortlessly blocking all fire. When Bumblebee drew near, Mike swung his right fist. Bumblebee nimbly bent down and executed a forward roll to evade the blow, rising to fire at Mike's back. As Mike turned, the barrier and the ambulance rushed in from either side, swinging their meteor hammer and scalpel simultaneously. Mike raised his left knee to absorb the blow from the meteor hammer and grabbed the ambulance's arm with his right hand, the blade nearly grazing his thigh. However, both melee fighters wielded two-handed weapons. The barrier swung another meteor hammer, striking Mike's hip, only to discover it merely staggered him, followed by a back fist that sent him stumbling several meters away. The ambulance fared no better. He flung another scalpel that struck Mike's thigh, leaving a noticeable dent. Yet, when he withdrew the blade, not a single drop of energon spilled forth. As he pondered this, his head was seized, and his body was hurled aside, colliding directly with Bumblebee. I said, "Can't we just pretend?" As Mike's words fell, a heavy blow landed on his waist. Unable to endure any longer, he swiftly turned, seizing the barrier's shoulder with both hands and lifting it before hurling it from the high platform. The armed system suddenly issued a warning. Just as Mike turned back, a yellow blur flashed past his optical visor. He felt pressure at his knee. When he focused, he realized it was Bumblebee, who had dashed up to him and performed a second leap off his knee, delivering a hook punch. With a resounding metallic clash, Mike staggered back several steps. The first thing he did upon regaining his composure was to inspect his optical visor. Seeing no cracks, he felt relieved. In contrast, Bumblebee found that his punch had precisely struck Mike's mask on the forehead, and now his knuckles throbbed painfully. The reputation of the finest scout is no mere boast. His movements are remarkably swift. The moniker of the perfect soldier is no exaggeration. Mike's head is quite solid. Megatron must have aimed precisely to shatter the lens. Suddenly, Mike felt a sharp pain in his thigh. Looking down, he saw the ambulance had plunged the scalpel from his right hand into his left thigh. Laughing heartily, he isn't invulnerable either. However, the ambulance's joy was short-lived as he was abruptly lifted into the air by a pair of large hands. The giant holding him jested while brandishing a scalpel. "Doctor, why have you lost your former ferocity? Is it because you're not on drugs?" "I'm not a doctor. I'm an ambulance, and I can take you down without any substances." The ambulance flailed the scalpel wildly, though he had yet to reach the reflexive level required for such an endeavor. Mike merely smiled, intending to throw the ambulance off the high platform when a sudden force struck his back. He quickly adjusted his grip with his left hand and reached back with his right, as Bumblebee clung to Mike's back, attempting to maneuver. But his size was not as diminutive as Black Widow's, and he was ultimately captured by his arm. What a marvelous sight it would be if these two could be crafted into figurines, Mike mused fervently. Yet he hesitated, considering the thrilling narrative that lay ahead. Thus, he opted to knock both of them unconscious on their knees one by one, narrowly avoiding a surprise attack from a sledgehammer behind a partition, retaliating with a swift punch that sent it reeling. At that moment, the land bridge activated, and as Mike stretched his joints, he intended to make a quip about Megatron's tardiness, only to realize that the figure emerging from the portal, adorned in red and blue, was not in line with the Decepticon leader, but bore a striking resemblance to the leader of the Autobots. "Orion? Never mind, that's a mouthful. I shall call you Optimus Prime. How did you escape? Even Megatron could not contain you? So you are aware of my identity, Optimus. I have often overheard discussions aboard the warship, claiming you are a gentle giant." Orion raised his right hand to point at Mike, and through my observations, that seems to be true. You need not sacrifice yourself for Megatron's ambitions. His objective is conquest and annihilation. Orion had maintained such sentiments even before becoming a leader. Or was this merely a conclusion drawn from recent observations? Mike shook his head, gesturing towards the open space bridge. On the other side lies the Autobots wielding the Energon. The power of the Energon has elevated you to leadership, but do you truly believe you are worthy? I do not know, but one thing is certain. I feel greater sympathy for the Autobots. If you do not transform your mindset, we shall inevitably become strangers. Upon finishing his statement, Orion summoned a blade from his hand. That may be true, but I have my own duties. Mike began to raise his hand in defense, when suddenly Jack's voice rang out from behind. "Optimus, you do not understand your own greatness." Once again, the familiar warning sound echoed, but RC was quicker. She leaped onto Mike's arm, using it as leverage to vault onto his head, deploying her arm blades to strike downward. Although Mike's mask and helmet were integrated, the damage felt akin to a mere tickle, yet he feigned terror, spinning in place before tripping and falling to the ground. RC followed suit, tumbling as well, but she executed a nimble roll, springing up with dual pistols, relentlessly firing at Mike's head. He raised his arms in defense while surreptitiously glancing at the leadership transfer ceremony as the other Autobots began to awaken, all rushing forward to grasp Mike's legs. The transfer ceremony was swiftly concluded, and with the Energon chip whirling into his grasp, Orion Pax, the former Cybertronian archivist, officially transformed into the leader of the Autobots and indeed all Cybertronians. This remarkable moment astounded all the Autobots, including Mike, who collectively whispered in awe, "Optimus Prime." Chapter 5. Tension. Did you hinder Optimus Prime's escape? No. Have you extinguished the spark of any Autobot or captured them? No. A group of Autobots no taller than your chest, and a mere clerk without any fighting capability, and yet you allowed them to escape unscathed? Megatron shook his head, slowly traversing the long bridge. Perhaps your model has become obsolete. Tarn, what a waste of resources. Mike stood up, conceding space to Megatron, and only after the latter departed the bridge did he dare to clench his fists. The other soldiers seized this opportunity to relax as their leader left. Even the Black Widow, who had been diligently typing at her keyboard, approached, supporting her neck as she came to Mike, inquiring with her gaze about his clenched fists. Our leader does not seem very optimistic about me. I never expected to find myself facing the threat of falling out of favor. Ha. Upon uttering this, Mike couldn't maintain his composure, laughing and shaking his head. At this moment, the Black Widow completed a checklist and joined the fray. Lord Megatron desires subordinates who can bring him glory. Given your current state, it seems you cannot master technical skills. Thus you must focus on field work. When Optimus Prime had amnesia, he left us with 3 coordinates. Megatron's journey should lead to the first. The chapter of relics has officially begun. Mike and the sister exchanged knowing glances. The former turned to observe Soundwave manipulating the screen, where a red sphere was displayed. I comprehend now. Black Widow. Mike pointed to the red sphere. 3 notably conspicuous highlights were distributed across its surface. Among these 3 points, I must secure one. The opening theme. Kevin's podcast has exploded today. All surviving soldiers are discussing one matter. They clearly witnessed Lord Megatron entering the land bridge with the relic. Yet that yellow Autobot scout dashed across the line of fire, and within moments after entering the land bridge, emerged again with the relic. How did that scout, named Bumblebee, accomplish such a feat? Could it be that he is the true leader? Leadership demands command and combat skills. Bumblebee is merely faster, yet exceedingly so. I have never encountered a machine quicker than Lord Megatron. Is he not the king of the Kaon Arena? Haha. Could it be that this time, Lord's reputation is at stake? A new user joins the podcast. A new user? Who has yet to register for the podcast? Kevin, who is this? I am the Arena King whose reputation is about to falter. The podcast abruptly shut down, and the sister, casually browsing on a small interface, was momentarily taken aback. Staring blankly at the buffering screen for 2 seconds, a chill surged from her back to her forehead. She slowly turned her head, first spotting the Black Widow lurking from afar, reveling in mischief, followed by a pair of shark-like teeth glimmering under crimson eyes. The shark teeth opened and closed. It seems your computer skills remain intact. No, Megatron. It seems you have grown too comfortable aboard the battleship. Firestorm. I command you to undertake field duty. A few minutes later, even if one wishes to slack off, one must consider the circumstances. Firestorm. Confirm the engineering progress after knocking down that target. Turning back, Megatron shows a certain fondness, merely assigning field duty rather than withholding the energy core. The young woman gazed longingly at the town nestled at the foot of the mountain. Just as she spotted a motorcycle, it was struck down, prompting her curiosity about the last statement. She turned back to inquire, withholding energy cores? Aren't they always replenished to full? Is it akin to receiving a salary? Isn't Firestorm a civilian? She should be familiar with the bureaucratic system, right? No, she was a scout previously. The energy cores are indeed replenished to full, only to be resupplied when the threshold is reached. Understanding dawned upon her, and she earnestly explained, energy cores are not inexhaustible. Therefore, Lord Megatron has instituted a salary system whereby each soldier receives a designated amount of energy cores daily based on their rank. These can be utilized to maintain daily functions and replenish ammunition. However, if one's consumption for the day is minimal, they may reserve it as a beverage. A beverage? The young woman recalled the previous days in the mess hall during Jerry's birthday, where soldiers clumsily drank from cups filled with energy cores. She too had partaken, finding the taste pleasantly refreshing, akin to a drink. Perhaps even resembling wine? One might say that. That's how it is on Earth. If any surplus remains, it can be donated to the kitchen for preparing snacks. Cesium-infused Italian spicy sausages, beryllium-smoked sausage pizza. She began counting on her fingers, indium cake, tungsten chocolate, lithium mercury mints. It's rather absurd to think these could be made edible. And the sausages do possess a spicy flavor. It is said they are mixed with sulfuric acid to simulate the sensation of pain associated with spiciness in human medicine. Todd was indeed correct. What are you two discussing? Deadfire interjected, thrusting a stick-like object into the conversation. I just unearthed this. Do you know what it is? Now holding the stick, which bore symmetrical fork tips at both ends with a transverse opening concealed within, Deadfire, who moonlighted as a scientist, fiddled with it for a while, but could not discern its nature. He then posed the question to the scout. Naturally, she recognized the object and instructed him to hold it upright with the opening facing outward. Once Deadfire complied, she swiftly raised her right arm and launched the first rocket from the newly installed device. After a brief blackout, you should present this to Lord Megatron. The young woman received the shield with astonishment, exclaiming, but this is a significant achievement. You just hand it over to me? Regardless, I am a doctor and irreplaceable wherever I may be. Deadfire shrugged, hands on hips, as he tilted his head back. Besides, it is not suitable for a lady to constantly engage in field work. The essential task is to handle administrative duties. As the young lady skipped into the bridge, she cheerfully made her way towards the medical room. Unexpectedly, she collided with Mike, who was leaning against the wall at the corner ahead. With a frustrated shout, he said, "Are you still playing the doorman, Tarn? You shouldn't be loitering at the corner. What if you damage my paintwork? Your approach to flirting is indeed peculiar, Knockdown, he added. Knockdown paused momentarily, inspecting the paint on his chest. What did you say? I typically refrain from engaging in matters of the heart. But it would be prudent to advise you. Mike leaned in closer, his face inches from Knockdown's. You can toy with Firefight if you wish. But should you intend to take her seriously only to let her down, I shall strip your base coat entirely and burn all your wax right before your eyes. What are you talking about? Knockdown retorted. My audio receiver is military-grade high frequency. I can hear you loud and clear, even if you wax your wheels a dozen times in a day. However, when it comes to conversations that touch on privacy, I selectively dampen the frequency. But Knockdown, you must tell me, how many times have you discussed Firefight with Deadlock or other soldiers in private? What's wrong with that? Ever since the Great War, I haven't pursued any female bots. In Decepticon ranks, it's just a handful of rough and tumble types. It's only when I encounter a more delicate partner that I find any amusement. Now that a gentle female bot has finally appeared, what do you expect me to do? I don't care. I shall respect any decision Firefight makes, but not when it comes to emotions. If it truly comes down to it, I would prefer she choose a lumbering brute who wields a hammer all day over being with a paint-obsessed racing fanatic. Is Deadlock trying to enlist Tarn's help? No. I told him to compete fairly. Could it be that Tarn is attempting to usurp the opportunity? Knockdown, in a fit of anger, boldly jabbed Mike's chest with her finger, exclaiming, Listen, you cannot intimidate me. If it's a competition you want, then polish those wheels and let us see who reaches the finish line first. How could he think this way? Mike decided to be straightforward. He pressed his palm against Knockdown's chest and lifted her before him. Tune your audio receiver to the highest setting. Knockdown, this is your final warning. I'm not here to compete with you, but I'll keep a watchful eye on you. Regardless, do take care of your paint. Put me down now. You're truly a weirdo. How could Shockwave install an emotional module in you? Then you must ask him why he did so. Unfortunately, the time is not yet ripe. But in the days to come, you best tread carefully. Mike set Knockdown back on the ground, raised 2 fingers to indicate his optical sensors, pointed at her, and then turned to leave. Is Tarn's diode burnt out? Or has his brain circuitry shorted? Knockdown stood there, a mix of confusion and anger, arms crossed. Suddenly, she heard heavy footsteps approaching. Fueled by her irritation, she began to vent, her optical sensors still fixed on Mike's receding figure, as if to prove the latter's reception capability. Deadlock, you didn't hear it, but you can't possibly imagine how deranged Tarn was just now. He was like a piranha, biting at everything. How could such a transformation occur? Before the battle commenced, he had always maintained a state of calm and stability, never exhibiting such brusqueness towards me. He even grew irritated because I engaged in a few more conversations with Fire War and discussed matters behind his back. For heaven's sake, after centuries, I finally encountered a female machine with wheels, and one from my own faction at that. Such an opportunity is rare. Now Tarn has decided to intervene. I recall he never expressed any intention to compete. Did he not regard Fire War as merely a miniature titan? He even referred to her as a sister. Can such sentiments truly arise? Alas, do not speak to me of the female soldier brigade. Those few, in my eyes, resemble males. Only machines like Vincent possess mutual admiration. Fire War is the embodiment of a true female machine. Am I not correct, Deadfire? Indeed, you're absolutely right. Just as he began to speak, his entire being suddenly stiffened, and he swiftly turned to pay his respects. Lord Megatron, what is Tarn truly contemplating? What resides within his cerebral module? I ought to have seized the opportunity during his recent malfunction to examine his thoughts thoroughly. Nevertheless, Megatron refrained from voicing this sentiment, merely gesturing for Deadfire to withdraw, while pondering a more tranquil strategy. After another brief blackout, this is quite beautiful. I cannot fathom how many natural wonders remain unappreciated. If only I could scan the aircraft. The snowy mountain landscape is indeed as magnificent as my sister described. The peaks, cloaked in white, gleam under the sun's radiance, their brilliance shimmering amidst the swirling clouds, resembling a fairyland draped in silver. At the mountain's base, glaciers flow, and the verdant pine forest create a delightful contrast with the snow-capped summits. However, as Mike stepped off the land bridge, he remained engrossed in his work. In no time, he unearthed the hammer of the racing champion. Turning to glance at the cliff's edge, he noted that the Autobots had yet to arrive, prompting him to call his sister over. Annie, do not linger at the cliff's edge. I have something to discuss with you. Why are you using my human name? Upon hearing such a formal address. My sister felt an ominous sensation, apprehensively approaching Mike, just as he anticipated. I consider myself quite open-minded, as you are aware. However, I must emphasize one point, concerning your emotions. Oh dear, I knew it. My sister rolled her eyes dramatically and raised her hands in exasperation. The shine on my face is due to the anti-rust oil Black Widow gave me. I am well aware that the male machines discuss me behind my back. Kevin and the others have mentioned it. While Deadfire's offering of the relic to me may seem somewhat ambiguous, I hardly consider it a flirtation. I merely wish to remind you to have a firm grasp on your emotions. You must understand, I have exceptionally permitted you to be friends with Black Widow, but friendships can dissolve, while true feelings should never be taken lightly. Here we go again. Haven't we transcended time? Can you not cast aside your human sentimentalism? I am 20 years old. How long do you intend to supervise me? My sister raised her hand in a gesture of resignation, retreating to the cliff's edge to enjoy the breeze. Just what? My sister turned, defiantly raising her chin. Are you doing this for my own good? Even our parents would not be so controlling. Mike's parents, both esteemed physicians, leave home early and return late every day, leaving him to care for his dearly cherished younger sister. The affection he holds for her is primarily due to her exceptional medical aptitude, which far surpasses his own. You are indeed overly indulged. Since 6th grade, you have had 29 boyfriends, more than half of whom are blonde. Had I not intervened, who knows what further audacious acts you would have committed when you transferred to my class in the 2nd year of high school. So what? I understand. Our parents say this is merely a normal physiological phenomenon. Such audacity, Mike exclaimed, putting down the hammer of judgment. Just as he stepped forward to impart a lesson to his sister, a series of lasers suddenly fired from the side, and at that moment, RC appeared. Upon seeing RC transform and charge towards the hammer, Mike swiftly turned to leap towards the artifact. However, the latter, realizing the futility of the action, made a sharp turn and headed straight for his bewildered sister. In a spectacular display of transformation, the two similarly sized female Autobots collided. RC, battle-hardened, instantly adjusted her stance and aimed her arm blade at his sister's neck, while her other hand morphed into a wrist-mounted gun aimed at Mike. I should have returned to the warship first to educate her, Mike thought, attempting to turn back to rescue his sister, but was thwarted by the barriers and Optimus Prime's lasers. At that moment, the land bridge illuminated behind him, with Megatron emerging, following the support of the fallen warrior. "Stand up, Firestar," RC exclaimed, yanking the sister from the ground and positioning her in a chokehold as a shield before retreating under the cover of her companion's fire. The Autobots' land bridge closed rapidly. Even if my transformed into tank mode, he would not make it in time. He reverted to his human form and approached Megatron, seeking assistance. "Lord Megatron, Firestar has been captured. I request immediate reinforcements." "I have seen," Megatron replied, retrieving the hammer of judgment from the ground, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. Firestar, an experienced scout, knew how to escape from the Autobots and bring back intelligence. "But my lord, is there an issue? I am aware. Or perhaps you wish to remain here to search." Megatron raised his head with haughty dignity, masking his smile. "If there are no further issues, return to your duties at once." Chapter 6. Reckless actions, all missiles and embedded communication devices on the sister were confiscated, her hands and feet shackled, with her ankles bound by a chain to the corner of the wall, limiting her movement to less than half of the warehouse. She now leaned against the farthest wall of the Autobot base's warehouse, which was equipped with a high-frequency signal jammer. "If Bumblebee's transformation gears cannot be repaired, shall we dismantle this Decepticon instead?" the barrier suggested, flexing his fists. However, Optimus Prime could not tolerate such behavior and quickly opposed. "I will not allow such self-destructive actions to occur here. Even if she is a Decepticon, we are all comrades on the same planet." Very well, very well. The partition, sensing the atmosphere, lost its enthusiasm and inquired who recognized this Decepticon. Elsie slowly turned to her younger sister, her tone a mixture of pride and disdain. "I know her. She goes by the name of Firefight. Are you sisters, Elsie?" The partition gestured haphazardly. "Aside from sharing an identical appearance, you both are motorcycles." Elsie shook her head, responding, "Not only are we not sisters, but we also have some history. During the Cybertron misselection, after Firefight failed to make the cut, she sought revenge on me, employing rather despicable tactics, spreading nails, splashing paint. I've heard that after joining the Decepticons, she still intends to make me her first target. I see. Why dwell on the past? Her sister said with a sigh, hands raised in resignation. She was uncertain how the original owner had ended up in conflict with Alcy. Why must women complicate matters for one another? Alcy has to have some narrative conflict with the female characters in the story. Jack's mother, Black Widow, and now me. By the way, is it really acceptable for them to confine me like this? It seemed it truly was acceptable for Optimus Prime. Leading Alcy and the partition out of the warehouse reiterated a crucial point. Firefight is now our captive. Other than routine intelligence inquiries, we must refrain from any violent actions against her. Optimus, is it truly wise to leave a Decepticon scout here? Alcy, hands on her hips, gestured towards the warehouse. I am aware of Firefight's modus operandi. Once she sets her mind on something, she does not easily change, much like her decision to join the Decepticons. Indeed, boss. The partition added, and our resources are insufficient for prolonged support, especially for our enemies. If we cannot extract any useful information, we might as well dispose of her. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, sparks flying at the point of contact. Optimus's voice remained steady. Alcy, partition, our resources are indeed scarce. But to resort to lethal measures is not my intention. Moreover, uncovering potential allies could provide us significant assistance. However, if Firefight remains obstinate, all we can do is respect her choices. From the corridor came a chorus of cheers and the roar of engines. Optimus cast a glance outside at the yellow vehicles darting about, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Music intro, by the way. Does anyone actually pause during the intro music and black screen? Mike had been seated on the empty medic bay cot for an entire day, and no amount of persuasion had any effect, whether from his good friend Kevin, the forgiving knockout, or even Megatron himself. Mike remained in a contemplative posture, hands clasped atop his head. Kevin shook his head and finally departed, opting to gather opinions and discuss the matter on the podcast. Tarn has been sitting on that empty cot for a full 8 cosmic standard hours due to Firefight's capture. He truly cares for his minicon. I once thought it was merely a joke. It appears our suspicions, shared with Ouster, were correct. They indeed treat each other as siblings. When one suffers, the other undoubtedly feels the pain. Indeed, Vincent, you are correct. However, what should Tarn do now? Lord Megatron perceives his actions as mere folly, having unleashed his wrath upon him without expressing any intent to support a rescue mission. Is he contemplating how to capture an Autobot for exchange? Given Tarn's imposing stature, he could certainly accomplish such a feat. A splendid idea, Jerry, but how does one ensnare an Autobot? They appear and vanish without a trace. After entering the infirmary, Black Widow silenced Kevin's podcast and, with graceful strides, approached Mike. After a moment's contemplation, she suspended herself from the ceiling in a manner reminiscent of their first encounter. Crash. Black Widow, I am not in the mood, Mike muttered as he buried his face in his hands. Sensing his despondency, Black Widow straightened herself and placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, I too wish for Firestorm's safe return, but brooding here alone resolves nothing. There were suggestions from soldiers on Kevin's podcast about capturing an Autobot as leverage. I share the same sentiment and hope it proves beneficial to you. I can hardly recall the Season 2 finale. When would there be an opportunity to capture an Autobot? Mike lamented. The ensuing narrative involved Starscream's return, followed by a contest of survival between him and Firestorm, the reclamation of the Insecticons, and a rebellion aboard the warship, each juncture pivotal. The last notion may indeed hold merit, for our human allies could board the vessel, and at that juncture, capturing them would be plausible. Suddenly emboldened, Mike leaped to his feet, exclaiming, startling the 3 machines present. Firestorm particularly wobbled, causing his grinding tool to scrape against his chest, leaving a mark. Human allies are as vital as the Autobot's own sparks. True, the act of abduction may diminish our rapport, yet we cannot afford to dwell on that now. If that lunatic Jolt were to discover a captive within the base, she would surely dismember her. Without further ado, Mike strode swiftly from the infirmary amidst the cacophony of protests. Has Tarn always been this neurotic? You dare question me? Black Widow shook her head. Have you not known him longer than I? After a brief interlude of darkness, one must admit, the plot transitions swiftly. Just moments ago, Mike was fretting over the potential appearance of the madman Jolt, and now this Decepticon assassin has arrived at the base, eager to see the captive after learning of her presence during their conversation. Jolt, you may conduct the interrogation, but refrain from employing violence. Understood, Jolt replied. acknowledging Optimus Prime with a backward glance. Subsequently, under the somewhat constrained scrutiny of the partition, he entered the captive's chamber. Upon spotting a shadow, he kicked it, proclaiming rise. A pair of leaf-shaped red optics emerged from the darkness, two symmetrical deep red halos weaving within the lenses, ultimately locking onto the alarm clock, emanating a hint of ire. You had best have a good reason for waking me. Such defiance from a captive? Jolt remarked, illuminating the warehouse lights and scrutinizing the diminutive female Decepticon leaning against the wall. I had not anticipated your stature to be so slight, nor that you would be a female. How uninteresting. What is your name? In the midst of chaos, firefight, listen closely. I have articulated all that I can. Yet I am merely a bystander, tapping away on the keyboard, sifting through a multitude of ancient documents. Allow me to proffer a suggestion. Perhaps you should refrain from abruptly halting mid-sentence, as it seems your sister has noticed the somewhat menacing expression on Jack's face. Once more, what is your name? Is it a matter of lighting? How is it that he appears more fearsome than Megatron? Is he preparing to draw his weapon? Meanwhile, your sister hesitates, awaiting assistance from the partition stationed at the entrance, which obliges by answering the query. This Decepticon captive is known as Firefight, presumably a scout. She is not a scout, the partition retorts, as Jack's fierce gaze shifts towards it. She is an assassin, having dispatched Knockout with bullets tainted by cosmic rust. Oh dear, I had forgotten that Megatron had mentioned this. Wow, even the partition is beginning to display such ferocity. Should I prepare for a return to the Allspark? Before your sister can ponder further, a pair of enormous hands suddenly lift her entire being, accompanied by Jack's furious roar. You wretched Decepticon. I shall send you to the Allspark. Jack, put the captive down. Optimus Prime's hand swiftly grasped Jack's shoulder, his countenance unusually grave. No acts of violence are permitted. At this moment, Jack completely erupted, hurling your sister back to the ground, turning to vehemently rebuke. She has slain our comrade. Optimus. According to the most fundamental laws of warfare, she ought to be executed immediately. The partition, too, began to support Jack's outcry. Optimus Prime solemnly shook his head, his tone steady as he endeavored to calm his two old comrades, while earnestly elucidating the concept of peaceful transformation. The argument among the trio concluded with Jack's dismissive gesture. All right. You are the leader. We shall heed your words. Faced with Jack's withdrawal and Optimus Prime's resigned expression, the partition seemed to recognize some impropriety. It first sought to soothe Optimus. Optimus, do not take offense. Jack has this irascible temperament. I shall go and reason with him. With that, it hurried towards Jack. Optimus Prime, exhaling in resignation, closed his eyes for a moment of silence before pulling down the warehouse door and following suit. Once the door was shut, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and your sister slowly propped herself up. She first peered through the warehouse window, confirming the absence of any presence outside, then removed the cheek guards that had loosened from her face, being pressed against the ground. At the base of the sharp-toothed cheek guards lay a chipboard covered in dense blue stripes, with a minuscule pinhole at the top. Firefight, as a seasoned scout accustomed to the underbelly of conflict, had indeed left herself a means of escape. She attempted to bring the chipboard close to the ankle cuffs, and as the pinhole aligned with the lock, a beam of blue light shot forth, causing the stripes on the chipboard to morph. Within moments, it ceased, and your sister, filled with skepticism, inserted it into the lock, twisting it. Click. The handcuffs yielded to the same technique. Your sister reinserted the cheek guards into her helmet, then reached out to examine the fitting edges. Both bore identical patterns, yet none could have anticipated that one side required a heavy strike to trigger the mechanism. Truly, I owe my gratitude to Jack. I had no inkling such a remarkable tool existed. The young woman gently placed the shackles on the ground, leaned down to touch the edge of the warehouse, and cautiously pulled up a seam, positioning her profile next to it while adjusting the audio receiver to its highest frequency. She was waiting, anticipating the emergence of the most formidable Autobot on field duty. After another moment of darkness, Mike's fervent actions bore no fruit. He was even prohibited from allowing the battleship to depart. Despite Otto and Jerry standing guard at the land bridge command post, they dared not open the land bridge without the direct order of Megatron. In contrast, Skywarp enjoyed considerable freedom. As an aerial warrior, he could exit the battleship through any external hatch at will. Mike felt a twinge of jealousy at this ease, yet Megatron's response was, "Exercise patience, Tarn. Another Decepticon capable of proving their mettle has emerged. Is this not a splendid development? However, Skywarp was outfitted with superior equipment, able to come and go as he pleased. In the Autobot base, while Optimus Prime might be inclined to take a gentler approach, that maniac Jolt was a member of the Thunder Rescue Team, known as the infamous Decepticon Killers Association. You seem to know quite a lot. Tarn, Megatron cast a glance at Mike before turning towards a command console. Given your insightful understanding, perhaps you should invest more effort in locating the next minicon. Let's momentarily set aside the Decepticon warship and return to the Autobot base. How long has the partition and Jolt been uncontactable? It has been a while. Medic approached the console and began typing on the keyboard. In no time, he pointed to a signal point, confirming the signal from the partition. How could it be so distant? Surely, Jolt has taken him out to engage in some chaos. Jolt's temperament still required refinement. Optimus Prime frowned and, after a moment of contemplation, continued, "Activate the land bridge. I shall go in search of the two of them. Medic, can you keep an eye on Hotshot alone? Today is the anniversary of the school, and Jack's school is hosting a gathering, with all the students expected to revel late into the night. RC and Bumblebee, concerned for their companion's safety, had recently ventured out to escort them. Of course, Optimus, Medic replied. That room is equipped not only with a high-frequency information jammer, but also with Hotshot's hands and feet shackled. Even if she had time to unlock one of the shackles, I would still have time to retrieve the immobilizer." Medic activated the land bridge and waved goodbye to Optimus's departing figure. It seemed Optimus was about to leave. The young woman, taking advantage of the operational sounds of the land bridge, raised the door seam, then slowly crawled out, her two wheels removed from the back to prevent any sudden incidents, ensuring no elevation occurred at that moment. Just as she managed to slip out, the land bridge closed behind her. She gently lowered the door seam, propped up the reassembled shackles, and stealthily tiptoed to the end of the corridor to peek in, finding Medic engrossed in typing. What if Medic is larger than I am? How can I possibly contend with that? She withdrew into the corridor, catching a glimpse of a stick-like object on the desk in the adjacent warehouse. Her mind recalling the recent conversation. I would have time to retrieve the immobilizer. Rest assured, little Jane, have RC and the others already brought Jack home? All right, I'll hang up. The ambulance had just hung up the phone when the sound of the warehouse door being lifted caught her attention. An ominous feeling washed over her as she swiftly sent an emergency signal to all Autobots and hurried towards the scene, coincidentally meeting her sister, who had already acquired the immobilizer. Aware that hesitation could lead to defeat, she immediately fired the energy field to freeze the ambulance upon their encounter. However, she hesitated in front of the device, having never learned how to operate the ground bridge. Should she just walk out? Just as she contemplated this, the sound of the vehicle entrance opening echoed, followed by the roar of engines, with RC's voice inquiring over the communicator. They would execute me on the spot. Panic surged through her. She would rather believe that stray bullets could hit her than accept the range of the immobilizer's attack. After a frantic search, she disabled the ground bridge switch and rushed inside, but not before turning back to unfreeze the ambulance. The newcomers were RC and Bumblebee, both racing back to the base. One executed a graceful transformation, revealing the dazed ambulance holding its head and the now-active ground bridge. Observing this, RC attempted to dash into the ground bridge, but the ambulance quickly restrained her, exclaiming, "Don't go." The immobilizer was taken by Hot Rod. "Ambulance, what is going on?" Upon hearing Optimus Prime's call, the ambulance stumbled to the communication station, responding, "The prisoner escaped. It's unbelievable. How did she unlock the key? She even stole the immobilizer. Doctor, are you unharmed? Wait, how come you weren't immobilized?" The blunt yet logical inquiry from the ship's jacks puzzled Optimus and the other Autobots. The ambulance itself was equally bewildered, regretting that its carelessness might lead to dire consequences. Chapter 7 partners the long sword of the Decepticon, with its sleek and graceful lines, exuded an extraordinary aura, a true work of art crafted from exquisite materials. It was the first time he had encountered an object that shone even brighter than his own paint, leaving him somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, duty called, and the logistics officer meticulously polished the sword until its blade shimmered like autumn waters, reflecting a cold brilliance under the light. During the inspection, the Decepticon nodded repeatedly, admiring the sword while inquiring, "Tarn, I've heard that Lord Megatron has appointed you as the Minister of the Decepticon Enforcement Department, tasked with maintaining internal order within the Decepticons. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Mike replied slowly, rising after a long wait and stretching his joints that had recently been oiled. I also heard that Lord Megatron intends to appoint you as the new second-in-command. Is this true? Tarn smiled, but remained silent, gracefully wielding the sword in a flourish before sheathing it on his back. However, the curiosity of Deadlock was piqued at that moment. But isn't the second-in-command Black Widow? Is she stepping down? My dear Deadlock, we will miss her. You'd best cherish that sentiment within your spark. With that, Mike concealed his penetrating gaze, and amidst the shared curiosity of the medical duo, followed the future second-in-command out of the infirmary. Consider yourself fortunate, Deadlock, though you may not realize it. This is a debt you owe me. Mike clenched his fists tightly, yet before the convergence with the land bridge and Black Widow, he swiftly relaxed them. The forest lay shrouded in the dim light of the moon, the silhouettes of the trees appearing grotesquely distorted under the silvery glow, while a faint mist lingered, accentuating the eerie presence of two towering figures with glowing red eyes. These giants strode along the path, and just as an open clearing came into view, a pair of violet eyes suddenly emerged from the rear of the group, swiftly seizing the lead position. Before the original leader could utter a word, she spoke earnestly. Don't you find this peculiar? What's strange about executing a mission? Lord Megatron has always aimed to resolve matters efficiently, yet he tends to reveal too many vulnerabilities. Black Widow slowly turned, tilting her head slightly towards the two machines before her, pondering why Megatron would dispatch a deputy commander, an Air Force captain, and the mightiest of the Decepticons to locate a so-called energy signal. This was your own request for Lord Megatron to judiciously employ your exceptional search skills, Black Widow. Perhaps, Tarn, I should have anticipated my fate upon learning of the establishment of the Decepticon Sanctioning Department. However, I harbor no regrets now, for I have Firefight by my side. As Black Widow concluded her words, she winked at Mike. Prior to their confrontation, Mike had envisioned countless ways Black Widow might attempt to provoke him. Merely using Firefight as a bait had already spawned several retorts, and this one was of course expected. Yet, as the saying goes, suppressing emotions demands immense inner strength and a calm mind, while the release of those emotions requires but a fleeting impulse and uncontrolled thoughts. Then I am most willing to let you pave the way for Firefight. Mike's anxiety over his sister transformed into wrath, causing him to raise his cannon while forgetting that the armament system was designed to prevent harm to allies. A barrage of capital letters suddenly obstructed Mike's vision, and in his moment of distraction, Black Widow seized the opportunity to roll into her spider form, her hands swiftly ejecting webs that symmetrically adhered to Mike's optical lens. Skywarp, you pursue her. Mike steadied himself and began to tug furiously at the webs, while Skywarp tossed aside his instrument panel, swiftly drawing out a railgun to chase after the retreating Black Widow. The forest terrain was intricate, and Black Widow adeptly leaped among the branches to evade bullets. However, Skywarp, having earned his position as the search captain, was no novice. He fired a few shots to sever the nearby branches and subsequently aimed at Black Widow's sole path of escape. The thick orange bullet struck the web she had spun across the tree, causing her legs to misalign, and Black Widow lost her balance, colliding with the trunk due to inertia before plummeting to the ground. Farewell, Black Widow. Just as Skywarp prepared to take aim, two strands of web suddenly assaulted him. He ducked to evade the first strand, but was ensnared by the second, his entire body crashing against the tree behind him as Black Widow swiftly retaliated, wrapping him in a cocoon. The Black Widow had just caught her breath when heavy footsteps suddenly echoed beside her. A figure of immense pressure loomed, blocking out the moonlight overhead. Without a moment to ponder, she leapt aside as a fist larger than her own body plunged into the colossal tree behind her, nearly a meter in diameter. Seizing the moment while the terrifying giant had yet to withdraw his hand, she swiftly unleashed her web to seal the gaping hole. Unbeknownst to her, the giant's other hand swung swiftly, sending her flying several meters away until she collided with a tree as thick as her waist, nearly losing consciousness. No one jokes about my sister's life. Mike roared in fury, swiftly regaining his footing. With a mighty effort, he uprooted the colossal tree, which let out a series of mournful cries, astonishing the two onlookers as he lifted it single-handedly and subsequently snapped it in half midair. As Mike charged towards her once more, the Black Widow's life flashed before her eyes. The first family member she had encountered at birth, her first transformation. Her high school days, excavating the former Queen's Ember, defeating the Mechanical Panther, vanquishing the Autobot barricade and filling her collection cabinet. Yet, the final image was none other than the grim faces of RC and Megatron. No, I cannot die now. The Black Widow exerted her spider limbs to push herself sideways, witnessing a foot as long as her own body flattened the ground beneath it. She quickly gathered her wits and leapt upwards while releasing another web to obscure the optical lens of the foot's owner. The hand came crashing down again, but this time, Mike altered his approach from a punch to a clawing grasp. However, due to the visual obstruction of the web from 2 seconds prior, he miscalculated his aim. His sharp claws grazed the underside of the Black Widow's body, seizing a massive boulder instead, which crumbled to dust under the sheer force of inertia. The powdered stone offered no resistance, and Mike was forced to kneel on one knee. Seizing this opportunity, the Black Widow shot several strands of webbing toward Mike's knee while he struggled to free himself, transforming into drill mode to burrow underground. Tarn, what is your situation? Mike tugged the web off his face, observing the escape route of the Black Widow with a sigh of relief. The target has fled, but it cannot be considered a stalemate. She appears to have sustained severe internal injuries and has even lost an arm. After a brief black screen, it was an abandoned mine, truly the height of misfortune. This was the second day since his sister had left the Autobot base. After her escape, she had walked through the woods until she stumbled upon a mine, hoping for a stroke of luck, yet despite wielding an undeniably formidable weapon, she could not find a single source of super energy for herself. What a nightmare. Confiscating the communicator is reasonable, but dismantling the wheels? A Skin 1T even allowed the car to start. The Decepticons wooden T returned to the abandoned mine. Could she truly rely on the protagonist's halo? Frustrated, she kicked a stone at her feet, which rebounded off the rock wall and clanged around the corner. Who has kicking stones around here? Huh, look at that. The world is so small, and fortune is so whimsical. There are only 2 high-heeled shoes in the leader's token, and I never expected to encounter one here. Hot Rod, what are you doing here? The Red Spider clutched a small fragment of super energy, uncertain whether to lay it down or conceal it. What do you have in your hand? She questioned. What a coincidence. Her companion, in a fit of frustration, patted her head vigorously, opting to believe it was mere luck rather than some clandestine manipulation at play. The Red Spider pressed on. Fire War, what is that object you hold? Only the Autobots and Black Widow would recognize the appearance of a stasis device, so she attempted to feign ignorance. With a spark of inspiration, she pointed at the stasis device and said, "This is a component I found nearby. I've been using it as a walking stick." "Does it look like that?" He retorted. "Forget it. How did you end up here? Where are the wheels on your back?" As anticipated, the Red Spider was primarily concerned with the energy dilemma. "Captured by the Autobots, I just escaped. What about you?" The Red Spider, astonished by her ability to evade the Autobots, remarked, "It's been a while since I've seen you. What brings you to the wasteland in search of super energy?" She managed to escape from the Autobots? The Red Spider was taken aback, realizing that the only boast he had was about defeating a flying foe. Yet he maintained his bravado. Impressive. But do you not owe your commander a modicum of respect? Noticing her brow furrowing in exasperation, he quickly understood that being defiant in her presence was futile. Thus, he recounted his recent exploits. "After the spaceship incident, I returned to the Decepticon warship, but delayed by the amnesiac Optimus Prime, I was soon cornered by the guards. After an impressive transformation, described in over 200 characters, mind you, I successfully escaped. I sought energy and collaborated with the mech special operations team, only to be ambushed and have my transformation gear stolen. Now, I must return to the Ark on foot, and as fortune would have it, I passed by the wasteland today and decided to try my luck." She refrained from inquiring why he bypassed the part about seeking help from the Autobots. Recognizing his plight was already pitiable enough, and she was disinclined to mock him. She extended her hand, demanding the super energy fragment from the Red Spider. "Absolutely not," he exclaimed, tossing the fragment into his mouth, savoring it with an air of triumph. She rolled her eyes in response, stowing the stasis device in the missile compartment of her right arm and proceeding past him. If the narrative unfolded seamlessly, Black Widow should be somewhere nearby. One wondered if she had survived under her brother's watch. Approaching a figure perched upon a boulder, she politely waved with her left hand. "Good morning, Black Widow." "You're alive. Fire War. Tom will be pleased to know," Black Widow replied, sitting regally atop a pile of stones, her words laced with a queenly ire. "Black Widow?" The Red Spider approached, incredulous, hands on his hips. The Decepticons' second-in-command has returned to the wasteland? What's the matter? Did Megatron uncover some of your little secrets? Megatron was notoriously well-informed, yet this time he had delegated the dirty work to another. Black Widow raised her severed limb before the second machine, asserting, "Though I sustained some injuries, my skills proved superior, allowing me to escape." The Red Spider paused, then erupted in laughter. "Ha ha! You possess quite the remarkable abilities, Black Widow. Allow me to speculate. This unsavory task must surely be assigned to some towering figure even grander than Megatron. Am I correct? It goes without saying. Were it not for the advantageous terrain, I might have truly returned to the Allspark. Am I mistaken? Firefight?" Black Widow inclined her head slightly. Her piercing gaze directed toward the younger sister. The assignment was not mine to allocate. Could it be that Tarn dares to defy Megatron? From my perspective, it appears you two are merely creating your own mischief, one aspiring to usurp power as Megatron nears his demise, while the other seeks to carve out an independent domain in his absence. Do you believe yourselves to be invincible? With the Decepticons lacking a medical officer yet not a second-in-command? How dare Firefight speak to me in such a manner? Alas, the unfortunate truth is that he has not erred. However, the curiosity of Red Spider quelled his anger as he inquired, "Lacking a second-in-command? Surely, after my departure, it will be Black Widow, but who follows her?" "Havoc," replied Black Widow. "Have you heard of him? He is the brother of Thunderwing." As Red Spider pondered this, Black Widow continued, "Havoc is also participating in this operation, likely seeking to prove his capability for the role of second-in-command. It seems Firefight was indeed correct. I am merely a substitute. Any individual of renown could easily replace me." A low, rumbling growl suddenly emanated from among the machines as a hunched, massive figure approached slowly. Its claws, comparable in size to a human palm, clutching a sizable chunk of energon. Black Widow smiled, reaching out for the energon fragment. Red Spider's optics widened, his mouth agape enough to accommodate the large piece. Are there truly mechanical insects on Earth? Furthermore, why would this scavenger willingly offer you energon? Observing Black Widow's silent smile, the younger sister teased, "Red Spider, you can surely discern, just by their form, that Black Widow and the mechanical insects share a lineage, correct?" The mechanical insects obediently following Black Widow's directives prompted a sly smile from Red Spider. "I have a splendid proposal, Black Widow. We are now akin to kindred spirits. Why not join forces?" Pray tell, Black Widow's curiosity was piqued. "I have visited the arena on several occasions and have witnessed the ferocity of these mechanical insects. Megatron, being a gladiator himself, might be lured into this trap by inflating his vanity, catching him off guard." The younger sister sighed. "Surely you recognize that Megatron is the king of the arena. Mechanical insects are merely routine for him. Yet with both Black Widow and myself as external support, when Megatron is engaged in battle, I can seize the opportunity to launch a missile. Regardless of his resilience, such a heavy blow would scarcely allow him to survive long. With Megatron's demise, the Decepticons would undoubtedly rally behind me as their leader. Of course, your share of the spoils shall not be neglected, Black Widow." "That sounds promising." But Red Spider, caught up in excitement, suddenly paused. "But what? I presently have a solution that serves two purposes. It will test the assassin's abilities and—" Black Widow's eyes glinted with malice. "You seem to have forgotten who destroyed my ship, dear Red Spider." The Red Spider, startled, shrank behind the diminutive figure of the girl, pleading loudly, "Hey, Black Widow, please calm down. We're on the same side now. I promise to make it up to you later." "Fire Battle, could you say a word for me?" He continued. "Fire Battle, considering our past friendship, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. I trust you will make a wise decision." The girl tilted her head slightly and whispered, "Red Spider, if I were you, I would hastily find a way to escape." Chapter 8. The Rising Gladiator. One cannot live in a state of panic. One must look forward to the future. Optimus Prime understood this well. He did not blame the ambulance, but instead urged his companions to prepare actively for the possible day that might come. Perhaps the conclusion of the second season would not be so rushed, he pondered. "Look, the ambulance has just received a high-frequency message. Is it from the Red Spider again?" The partition sighed helplessly. "I swear we have dealt with this before." The ambulance gathered its medical supplies, shrugged as it opened the land bridge, and said, "Maybe he has some new information. Who knows?" Meanwhile, the Red Spider, clutching his wound and convulsing, glanced up at the conspicuous rescue sign. He hastily propped himself up and lamented his dire state. The ambulance shook its head in resignation, indicating that it would leave immediately if there was no useful information. Yes, of course there is. The red spider sank back to the ground, catching his breath. Black Widow has been ousted by Megatron, and she is now teaming up with another Decepticon, Fire Battle, plotting revenge against Megatron. So, they inquired. They plan to usurp power. Think about it. If Black Widow becomes the leader of the Decepticons, she will undoubtedly focus her efforts against humanity. I can provide precise coordinates to help you thwart her plans. The girl stood in the shadows nearby, observing this absurd scene, her thoughts taking an unusual turn. This was one of the rare moments in the original series where several key figures were present simultaneously. Black Widow was preoccupied with training and had not noticed the stasis lock. Tomorrow would be the day of challenge, and she would surely stand beside Black Widow. If she could take advantage of the chaos to unleash a few laser strikes, capturing Megatron, Black Widow, and Shockwave all at once. She could then align herself with the Autobots to seize the warship alongside her brother, thereby circumventing numerous troubles in the future. This would not only earn her merit, but also allow her to remain on Earth as a consultant, even if she did not wish to live on Cybertron. The Red Spider was at a disadvantage, unable to fly and confined to Earth. The dual waves were not a significant issue. As long as Megatron lived, the Cosmic Emperor would not return. But would the mechanical insects remain dormant indefinitely? And would the monstrous Unicron, without narrative conflict? He could not possibly align with the Autobots. The variables are too numerous. Knowing the future, yet unable to create an original path. Who knows what butterfly effect could arise from a single decision? Theme song. As the girl pondered deeply, unrest also brewed aboard the Decepticon warship. Upon learning of Black Widow's escape, Megatron expressed his dissatisfaction, symbolically reprimanding both Shockwave and Mike. Subsequently, he appointed the former as the new deputy officer and cast a meaningful glance at Mike before departing from the bridge. A poor start, Tarn, mocked Knockout, who lay nearby. Or perhaps you are showing mercy since Black Widow is a woman. Come now, without my assistance, your muscle-bound nurse would be in tatters. Yet, the more Mike pondered, the angrier he became. Just as he was about to raise his hand to teach the indiscreet Knockout a lesson, the communication station suddenly received a voice transmission. Good morning. Decepticons. Mike swiftly stepped forward to respond. Black Widow, it seems you are still quite lively. You're rather rude to women, Tarn. Unfortunately for you, your strength is insufficient. Neither you nor Shockwave can defeat me. Where's Megatron? Mike observed Soundwave typing rapidly at the keyboard and replied, Megatron is not here. Feel free to speak your mind. Then tell Megatron I await him at the signal's origin. If he wishes to reclaim his honor personally, let him come. However, I doubt he has the courage, Black Widow concluded, hanging up the communication as Soundwave simultaneously locked onto the signal. We must inform Lord Megatron. There's no need to trouble him. Mike waved dismissively as he headed towards the bridge's exit. He activated the communication channel for the foot soldiers. Todd, prepare for a celebration feast. Kevin, grab the camera and follow me. Today's podcast will be the most explosive. After a brief black screen, are you truly confident that your mechanical insects can contend with Megatron? Of course, don't forget I am here as well. Fireflight, you aren't afraid I might eliminate Megatron and then turn on you, are you? I still hold some semblance of loyalty, but here they come. Black Widow leapt from the platform, standing atop the initial pile of stones, gazing at the open land bridge. A figure emerged from the bridge, towering and formidable. Yet his shoulders bore a broader, more square build than Megatron's signature sharp style. Even without uttering a word, Black Widow recognized him instantly by his iconic visage. Tarn, what allure does Megatron possess that drives you to your demise? Black Widow exclaimed in frustration, as he was not the arrival she had anticipated. The allure of Megatron is something a mere insect shall never comprehend, Mike asserted as he scanned the rocky walls, finally directing his gaze to a particular spot. Bring your henchmen down. Your ambush tactics are ineffective against me. The mechanical insects roared as they leaped from the rocky wall, bearing their sharp fangs and claws. Black Widow, infuriated, jumped back onto the platform to retrieve her sister, shouting, Look who it is, Tarn. Sister, you have not lost a single part. Impressive. Just wait a moment. I will soon take you home, Mike exclaimed with joy, but he suddenly realized something amiss. Wait, Fireflight, are you now allied with Black Widow? Why is my brother challenging me? Well, it seems our plan has been thwarted. As the young woman contemplated her response, the Black Widow interjected, asserting that the fire battle merely rendered one a spectator and cautioned against dragging others into one's punitive agenda for the sake of performance. She noted the presence of a photographer, challenging the opponent's capabilities. Once I sever the head of this mechanical insect, I shall present your head to Megatron for a reward. As her words faded, the mechanical insect let out a fierce roar and launched itself towards Mike in a bear hug stance. Activating his combat mode, Mike raised his hands to meet the approaching behemoth, their massive forms colliding as they grappled, each gripping the other's shoulders in a test of strength. The insect continued to bellow during the struggle, but Mike, unable to withstand the din, summoned his strength, pulling the creature closer while delivering a headbutt. The impact loosened the insect's prominent mandibles, leaving it dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Mike executed a knee strike, further bending the insect's already hunched back and causing its claws to lose their grip. He forcefully pushed aside the claws resting on his shoulders and, with a powerful downward strike, sent sparks flying from the insect's shoulder as it began to tremble. With momentum on his side, Mike pressed his advantage, once again raising his fist for a downward smash. However, this was a ruse. The insect suddenly retreated and, exploiting Mike's moment of vulnerability, leapt forward, pinning him against the rock wall with a force that nearly dislodged Kevin. Feeling disoriented, Mike sensed a slicing pain at his collarbone. The insect had taken advantage of the moment to open its jaws and bite down, causing visible cracks in his external armor. Quick on his feet, Mike leveraged the pressure to regain his balance, pushing off the wall and propelling himself away, causing the insect to tumble down alongside him. A cloud of dust arose, and the first figure to emerge was the great insect, which raised its claw to strike. However, a large hand caught and firmly grasped it, using the insect's own force to pull itself upright while maintaining its hold. In a moment of confusion, the insect was yanked back by the irresistible strength of its opponent's other fist, accompanied by the resounding impact and a splatter of supercharged energy. The insect's previously loosened mandibles flew high into the air. Before they could touch the ground, Mike released his grip and delivered a precise right hook to the insect's left face, swiftly following up with a left uppercut that forcibly closed its jaws once more. The insect staggered, shaking its head as it retreated. Mike took a brief moment to flex his wrists before advancing again, executing a powerful leap kick that sent the insect crashing into the rock wall, followed by a straight punch that had the insect's skull colliding intimately with the hard surface. Remarkably, the insect's vitality proved resilient as it did not succumb to the barrage. Just as Mike prepared for a decisive strike, the insect revealed two sharp claws from its ribcage, slashing outward. Mike quickly deflected the claws with both hands, but in that split second of distraction, the insect's right claw struck Mike squarely on the left side of his face, although the latter promptly closed its eyes. The horrifying impact of the creature still managed to crack the optical lens through the protective barrier. Mike felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Just as he regained his footing, the beastly form of the creature lunged at him again, knocking him back. It then extended its claws to grasp his shoulder, lifting him into the air before violently tossing him down. Following this series of assaults, Mike's neural module system was severely compromised, triggering alarms that urged an emergency disengagement and forcibly deactivated the combat mode. This creature was indeed extraordinary. Even Megatron required considerable time to contend with it. Shaking his head vigorously, Mike steadied himself against the ground, first glancing at Jerry, who was still capturing the scene, then directing his gaze toward the platform where the eager Black Widow and the spectators, his sister, were positioned, while the Autobots loomed above on a protruding ledge. Tarn, if it becomes unbearable, it is permissible to kneel and plead for mercy. After all, you are not Megatron. Do not smirk too soon, Black Widow. It is merely a creature. Mike mustered his spirit and assumed a defensive stance against the poised creature, turning to Firestorm. Keep a keen eye. Today, I shall accomplish something remarkable. We shall see, soldier, tear him apart. With the Queen's command, the insectoid machine transformed back into its humanoid form and unleashed a roar, charging at Mike with its 4 claws. Another segment of darkness ensues. My brother should manage. He appears more formidable than Megatron. Yet the Autobots should be arriving soon. Where are they? His sister pondered, glancing toward other ledges on the rock face. Below her was only Jerry, still photographing, and above, what a sight! RC, as fierce as ever. faced two Decepticons without flinching. Transforming into motorcycle form, she soared from a slope, tracing a brilliant blue arc through the air. In a moment of extreme reflex, his sister leaped aside to evade, the motorcycle tires narrowly grazing her forehead, while the front of the bike collided intimately with the Black Widow's body, sending a shower of dust and sparks into the air from the metallic impact. What a spectacular scene! Upon landing, RC quickly rose, extending her arm blades and preparing for combat. One at a time, or shall I face two at once? As the Black Widow stood and transformed into her spider form, she signaled to his sister to flank her, only to turn and discover the latter had already distanced herself. Turning back, she found RC launching a kick midair. Unable to utter a curse before being struck in the chest, her entire form crashing against the rocky wall behind her, inadvertently expelling a surge of energy. What just happened? Was my kick that powerful? The Black Widow couldn't be this fragile, could she? Not only RC, but even the Black Widow herself was momentarily stunned. The latter coughed a few times while gazing at the energy residue on the ground, feeling a sharp pain in her fuel tank located at her side, followed by a convulsion in her neck. The Black Widow scratched at her neck in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort, but soon realized her spider legs lacked the strength to support her trembling body, forcing her to revert to her humanoid form and kneel on the ground. Black Widow, what has happened to you? In the midst of battle, Black Widow found herself engulfed in an unprecedented sense of panic. She had only ever experienced the superpower of others, never her own. As the nauseating feeling in her chest intensified, an irresistible force surged from her exhaust pipe. With a sudden bow of her head, she expelled a hefty volume of superpower energy from her mouth. Internal bleeding. It appeared that the severed leg of the spider was merely a minor injury. She had undoubtedly endured several powerful impacts. Could it be that her brother had struck her? The analysis from her sister was not incorrect, but it was merely a counterattack for Mike. Observing Black Widow, who had collapsed into the pool of blue liquid she had expelled due to her lack of superpower energy, the remaining two female machines finally recognized their positions. RC leapt forward, transforming her arm into a wrist gun, while her sister bounded towards Black Widow, deploying the missile replacement chamber from her right arm. With several laser bullets striking the rock wall, both machines landed almost simultaneously. RC swiftly rolled forward and, upon rising, continued to concentrate her fire, but her sister had already taken cover next to Black Widow, directing RC's second volley onto the interwoven spider legs of the fallen hero. Seizing this precious opportunity, her sister activated her stasis device, emulating the technique of the African elder, delivering a faith shot. The continuous barrage of fire abruptly ceased, and this new acolyte slowly lifted her head, relieved to see that her guardian was formidable enough. The arena battle was drawing to a close. Without Black Widow's spiritual guidance, the reckless giant insect could only charge forward. Mike quickly grasped the rhythm of the fight within mere moves, anticipating the insect's actions to seize its claws with both hands, and with a powerful kick, he forcibly detached the insect's talons. The creature, clutching its wounded, sparking appendage, retreated repeatedly. Mike adeptly redirected the talon, grasping the base like a reverse dagger before dashing towards the insect. With a tremendous leap, he plunged both talons fiercely into the creature's shoulders. Before the insect could utter a sound, it was silenced in its cradle. Mike's left hand tightly gripped the insect's throat while his right withdrew the talon, subsequently thrusting it into the gaping maw of the creature. Despite its frantic struggles, it could not evade the grim fate of swallowing its own claw. Behold, this is the fate that befalls those who dare challenge the mightiest of Megatron's lieutenants, Mike declared, stepping on the fallen insect's head, raising his hands triumphantly towards the camera until Kevin signaled the end of the recording, at which point he relaxed and collapsed on the ground. This was undoubtedly headline news. Every Decepticon aboard the warship would witness this video. Kevin, brimming with excitement, jumped to the ground, rushing to hold the camera before Mike. You will be the new star of the arena, the most formidable weapon of the Decepticons. This body was indeed terrifying. I wonder how Megatron will react upon realizing I have usurped his role. For now, I shall seek out my sister. She is truly remarkable. Managing to escape from the Autobot base unscathed, Mike shook off his fatigue, first looking up to confirm the Autobots had departed, then hoisting Kevin onto his shoulder. Once Kevin was securely positioned, he clapped his hands and began to ascend the rock wall. Chapter 9. Psychological Identity at the Behest of Numerous Readers. This chapter has undergone a modification in perspective. Please bear with us until the end. The Black Widow groggily opened her optical lens, her first sight being the curious face of Megatron. Instinctively, she nearly unleashed her spider limbs in defense. Did this face seem somewhat familiar? Unfortunately, this time the Black Widow found herself unable to draw forth her appendages. Where am I? Will I see you again in the Allspark? As she sat up, a sudden emptiness gripped her back. Her hand brushed against several iron rods positioned along her spine, causing her to gasp in horror. Where have my spider limbs gone? All 6 of her elongated appendages, including the reattached severed one, were meticulously assembled at the base of the colossal head of the mechanical insect. Megatron resumed his original demeanor, stepping back with his hands clasped behind him. After approaching the bedside, he utilized the scanner to perform a comprehensive examination, then turned to her with a smile, declaring, "The Black Widow's abilities are currently functioning optimally. The grafting procedure was exceedingly successful." Beiduna nuvut. Huh. Megatron chuckled, a smile gracing his features. "Did you think to ambush me with such a mere appetizer? How naive. Even my enforcers cannot be subdued so easily. Ha ha ha." The Black Widow widened her optical lens, taking time to comprehend the elongated appendages beneath the mechanical insect's head. She tumbled off the medical bed and staggered to her feet, pushing past the inert Firefly and her sister before lunging towards the table, her hands slowly reaching out in disbelief. Upon finally touching her spider limbs, the familiar texture ignited her shock into fury. She spun around, intent on confronting Megatron, but another presence emerged, transforming her rage into sheer terror. Colossal like a mechanical insect, its hand dwarfed even that of the Minister of Justice. The Black Widow watched as this enormous hand brushed past her cheek. The mechanical insect's head, no, more accurately, Knockout had altered it into a squid per Mike's instruction. The perfect soldier held the squid head, the mechanical insect's head, aloft, its tentacles, the spider limbs, swaying rhythmically. In the optics of Mike and her sister, this scene resembled a squid gliding through the ocean. However, in the eyes of other machines, particularly the shared masters of the insect and spider limbs, the Black Widow perceived this tableau with relief, grateful that Red Spider had only witnessed the Allspark in Mike's grasp rather than the strongest bodyguard dangling from her arm. Opening theme. Observing Knockout's confirmation that the Black Widow was merely fainted, he assisted her back onto the bed. Megatron then glanced at the assembled squid on the table, scrutinizing it before discarding it back on its surface, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea. He commanded the medical duo to remain on station and summoned the brother and sister to follow him. The 3 machines proceeded down the corridor, encountering many soldiers who bowed in respect. Yet Megatron sensed that, upon lifting their heads, those soldiers' gazes invariably gravitated towards what lay behind him. Thus, they traversed the corridor for some time until reaching a narrow, deserted passage where the leader gradually halted. Turning his head, he instructed, "Fire War, recount your experience once more." "Indeed, my lord, the situation is as follows. The Autobots shrouded my head and captured me, taking me to their base. During this time, I did not encounter any form of torture. Realizing they could not extract information from me, the Autobots confined me to a storage room. However, I managed to escape using the mechanism I had on me to unlock the door. In my haste, I failed to obtain anything from the Autobots. You are as useless as that faceless one. Having visited the Autobots base, you cannot even report the coordinates accurately." Megatron turned, positioning himself to face the siblings. "Nevertheless, you exhibited some cleverness, at least managing to preserve your life. You may leave now. It is astonishing that Firefight could escape from the Autobots base. Right under Optimus Prime's nose. How formidable is she? Perhaps her talents were not fully realized. No, in my view, such attributes are not worthy of commendation. Being captured is a grave error, and risking one's life without divulging information merely rectifies the mistake." Megatron pondered this while maintaining a serious demeanor. Now addressing the remaining Mike directly. Observe his humble demeanor. Every time I confront him head-on, he bends slightly at the waist, making him appear shorter than me. Unable to speak. Yet, this is beneficial. At least he fears me. Megatron grinned, revealing his shark-like teeth. "Tarn, why did you not inform me of the situation immediately?" Mike lowered his head. "My lord, I serve as the Minister of the Sanction Department. responsible for maintaining order within the Decepticons. However, I faced a dismal failure in my first mission. To atone for this, I vowed to resolve matters before you were burdened with them again. Ah, well spoken, truly loyal. Yet, does such loyalty not seem a tad excessive? Megatron suppressed his delight, feigning confusion as he continued. If that is the case, why did you not bring back Black Widow's spark directly, but instead return with the entire apparatus? Mike's head lowered further. Although I possess privileges as a member of the sanctioned personnel, ultimately, my authority derives from you, my lord. Before exercising my privileges, I wish for you to inaugurate my department personally. How does he surpass even Red Spider in flattery? Where did he acquire such eloquence? Is Shockwave so bored that he downloaded these phrases? Megatron cleared his throat, standing with arms behind his back, and said, "There is no need for that. You now possess full authority to manage the sanctioned personnel without my input." "Thank you, Lord Megatron," Mike deeply bowed. "So, I now have the authority to deal with Black Widow entirely? Indeed, you may handle her as you see fit. I will ensure that the Decepticon stability is maintained." It feels rather strange, was Tarn contemplating. Observing Mike complete his bow and turn to leave, Megatron called out to him, "Where did you derive the idea for the surgical modification that you executed?" Mike slowly turned back, squinting through his optical lens, and replied, "It was merely a flash of inspiration, Lord Megatron. Do you not find it intriguing?" With that, he continued on his way. "Lord Megatron? Lord Megatron!" The two calls reverberated through the air, causing Megatron to shudder momentarily. He lowered his gaze to the soldier beckoning him, then raised it again to observe Mike's receding silhouette. Finally, he inquired, "Did you just witness Tarn smiling?" "Lord Megatron, Tarn lacks a facial expression system. His entire visage is merely a mask, devoid of a mouth," came the reply. "Preposterous. My optical sensors distinctly indicate that he was indeed smiling. What would he possibly find amusing? It is quite bizarre, contemplating the disassembly of spider legs to fashion tentacles. The doctor seems to be emulating him as well. What manner of subordinates do I command?" Megatron shook his head in frustration and turned to depart. "Harry, what did you intend to report to Lord Megatron?" "I wanted to inform the Lord that Soundwave is taking a rest, likely for 3 to 4 days. Shouldn't we notify the authorities about the rotation these days? Isn't he a workaholic?" Harry remained silent, merely gesturing for Otto to accompany him to the mess hall, where today's dessert was Todd's rendition of platinum cream cake. After a brief black screen, congratulations on the department's inauguration. From a moment, he turned toward the medical bay until he uttered this statement. Our esteemed head of the Decepticon Disciplinary Division had intermittently garnered nearly dozens of similar accolades. "Thanks to you, Knockout, your surgical skills are commendable," he remarked. Observing the medical officer blush at the compliment, Mike chuckled, subsequently hoisting his sister under his arm and exiting. "Is there some secret you wish to share? Are you perhaps showcasing your strength or reveling in Black Widow's misfortune?" As his sister pondered, the giant supporting her had already entered the warehouse, slowly beginning to speak. "Why don't we just stay here?" "What do you mean? Why remain in the warehouse?" "I'm not referring to the warehouse. Do you recall our earlier discussions about how to return home?" The giant's gaze intensified, the crimson glow in his optical sensors seemingly more vivid. "We shall not return. Let us forget the past and remain in the present." "Why?" "Our parents. The versions of us in the original world are likely fragmented beyond recognition. If we had not secured the gift of traversing dimensions, our souls would have been utterly extinguished. Even if we could return, what could we accomplish? In which bodies would our souls reside? You've said so much. What is your ultimate point? Do you believe that serving as exemplary soldiers aboard the Decepticon warship is a glorious endeavor? It is astonishing how swiftly the repercussions of power manifest. Listen, Fireflight, we are both adults. Let me be frank. Our souls can never return to our original world. In this realm, I am Tarn, and you are Fireflight. This is our identity. I can lead you to great renown in times of war, basking in the adoration of the minions. With my adept grasp of the narrative, we shall face minimal judgment post-war. At most, we might be confined within the Tomb of I for a brief period before returning to Earth to continue the storyline. Is that not splendid? With no response, his sister was gently set back on the ground, a colossal figure casting an imposing shadow over her. "Annie, this shall be the final time I address you by that name. I am acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in your mind. Yet the truth remains. Though our human forms have perished, I shall eternally regard you as my dear sister." The younger sibling abruptly tilted her head back, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Your body may be that of a Decepticon, but deep within, you know that your spark still harbors a human soul." "Mike, I shall mention that name no more." He gradually crouched down, his tone maintaining the elegance and tranquility that one would attribute to Tarn. "My dear, unless you can unearth a means to return to our former selves, it is time to embrace your current identity. You did not always speak in such a manner. Why the change? Is it merely for the sake of this fleeting applause? I was born into a nurturing family that fostered my growth. I count myself fortunate, yet we remain independent entities, destined to live for ourselves." Tarn stood resolutely with a fist pressed to his chest, declaring, "I crave this adulation, for it affirms that they shall worship and revere me. You are the very image of Megatron. Perhaps it is my fate to embody the antagonist. But who among us is not? You may choose to support me or continue on your own path." Tarn rose, extending a hand towards the furious dissenters. The claws of power ultimately turned against him. "Yet if you truly wish to be a Decepticon, I too shall gamble, for acknowledging an identity is not a compromise. Should it falter, I shall hold you accountable." Firestorm's gaze returned to calm as she clasped Tarn's fingers, his delight evident. "I knew my sister would stand by me. Kulme, let us seek out your dear friend Black Widow." After another segment of black screen, Black Widow groggily opened her optical visor, and her first sight was the enormous Decepticon emblem. Instinctively, she nearly lashed out with her spider legs. Our unfortunate patient still contemplated using her slender limbs to inflict harm upon us, prompting a hearty laugh from the others, with Deadlock leading the jest. The remaining machines seized the opportunity to join in the merriment. Only Firestorm remained solemn. She kicked Deadlock forcefully, then hurled a screwdriver at him. After the trio of machines departed in laughter, she approached the bed and gently assisted Black Widow to her feet. "Firestorm, what has happened to my spider legs?" Black Widow quivered as she sat on the crate. Glancing at the disassembled pieces of squid on the table, she quickly averted her gaze, her hands clasped at her chest. On the brink of tears, "You have made statements of insurrection." Firestorm sat beside Black Widow, draping an arm over her shoulder. "According to Megatron's directive, you should now be buried beneath an unknown mound of earth, rusting away. Then why do I still draw breath? The removal of my spider limbs, how does it differ from extinguishing my spark?" It was Tarn who proposed this, instructing Deadlock to assemble the arm of a rebellious leader with the head of a dissenter as an admonitory measure. Firestorm had never anticipated that her brother would conceive such a cruel stratagem. Not only was the Black Widow herself astounded, but the orders for the surgery also left Knockout and Deadlock in utter shock. However, under Tarn's insistence and Megatron's tacit approval, Knockout ultimately picked up the surgical instruments. It was said that he handled the operation with more care than he would while waxing himself. What was his motive for such actions? The sole purpose of this behavior was to confine me aboard the warship. "You speak the truth, Black Widow." The two ladies sprang up from the box, and once again, the Black Widow confronted the amalgamated squid, though this time she did not faint, for she had Firestar protectively behind her. The latter sighed in exasperation. "Could you refrain from using that thing to intimidate people? Ha! How could I possibly behave that way towards a lady?" Tarn mused as he physically contorted the amalgamated squid into a ball. Knockout exhibited no interest in this artistic creation, prompting me to dispose of it. Moreover, as my first client, I felt obliged to elucidate some fundamental aspects of our future collaboration. "Speak your mind. After all, I am at your mercy," the Black Widow retorted, embodying the spirit of a true queen, resilient even in the face of adversity, as she sheltered behind Firestar. Tarn squinted through his optical lens, but soon reverted to his usual demeanor, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. "According to our initial expectations, your demise was certain. However, Megatron chose to place your fate in my hands due to my accomplishments, and out of respect for Firestar, I have decided to spare you this once. Nevertheless, your spider legs must be removed as a necessary punishment, and you intend to humiliate me by placing them on my enforcer's head?" The Black Widow's optical lens flashed with indignation. "You shall regret not extinguishing my spark. I can assure you, Black Widow, that during your unconsciousness, the reconnaissance team thoroughly searched that location, and apart from the mechanical insect, no signs of life were found, not even a single earth bug. Furthermore, you might be pondering whether I am deceiving you, and that the removal of your spider legs is to prevent you from transforming into a helicopter to seek revenge. However, feel your back. We have reinstalled the helicopter rotor, and your hand cannons and webs remain untouched. The Black Widow, half convinced, opened her palm and exerted force towards the ground, discovering that both her webs and hand cannons functioned correctly. Tarn continued, Lord Megatron cannot treat you as he would the Red Spider. He respects women. Yet a visible punishment is necessary to serve as a warning. Why spare my life? What do you intend to achieve? If you were to perish, Firestar would have to associate with a throng of male machines. However, if you survive, I can justifiably arrange for the two of you to become partners. It's as simple as that. Chapter 10. Discussion time. Final chapter, Volume 2. Just as Firestar was reeling from the news of Mike's demise, a tumultuous debate regarding future circumstances erupted within the Autobot base. All members, including their human allies, had gathered, awaiting Optimus Prime's opening remarks. Our situation is unprecedentedly dire. Even the calm and composed Optimus Prime could not help but express his astonishment upon witnessing soldiers from the Decepticons who could contend with the Insecticons single-handedly. The other Autobots surrounding him displayed evident concern, with Bumblebee being the first to lose his composure, chattering incessantly. Bumblebee, complaining does not resolve our issues. Ratchet struggled to think amidst the cacophony, but after silencing Bumblebee, his mind fell into a void, leaving him to gaze silently at the instrument panel. Old friend, what brings you back? The medic frequently sent messages, and after nudging Ratchet with his elbow, the Jack lifted his chest emblem with pride. With distress signals from comrades. How could the Thunder Rescue Team remain unresponsive? What were we discussing? We were just beginning to address the matter of the escaped prisoner, which everyone is well aware of. According to Ratchet's recollection, Hot Rod managed to free himself from his shackles and, taking advantage of our mission and the empty base, absconded with the stasis pod and took Ratchet hostage. That was my oversight. The display screen trembled violently from Ratchet's frustration. We all bear responsibility, old friend, Optimus Prime reassured, placing a calming hand on the medic. However, as other Autobots returned, Hot Rod had no choice but to flee swiftly from the land bridge, taking less than a minute, and I doubt he had time to ascertain the coordinates of the base. Observing the Autobots fall into silence once more, Agent Fowler could no longer contain himself. If that is the case, allow me to play the villain. Frankly, there are only two possibilities. Either the Decepticons have seen the coordinates, or they have not. I personally lean towards the latter, for had it been the former, the Decepticon warship would have long since descended upon us. Or they might be planning to ensnare us all at once. Though Michaela could find no kind words to say, her bluntness held an undeniable truth. Perhaps the vicinity was already teeming with sentries and surveillance cameras. Ratchet refuted this notion. The scanning zone extends 3 miles from the base. Unless Megatron constructs a facility identical to ours, any abnormal signals would be detected. Should we establish a backup base then? That way, we can respond promptly to any unforeseen circumstances. Raph leaned forward, resting his chin on the railing. Fowler, fully embracing his role as the antagonist, continued, there have been persistent, unfriendly remarks toward the Autobots from the Pentagon, and the higher-ups have repeatedly urged me to disclose more details, to the point where even speaking here requires prior notification. What is General Bazer's stance? He is striving to manage the related comments, but as you know, Optimus. Fowler shook his head, exasperation evident in his demeanor. While information can be erased, the electricity bill is closely monitored. Michaela, puzzled, inquired what electricity bill. The super energy we harness is necessary for maintaining functionality and replenishing ammunition. Thus, any luminescent devices in the base are powered by the Earth-S electrical grid. Are you saying the overhead lights and your display screen? How much does that cost? To put it simply, the daily electricity consumption here equates to that of a typical middle-class household for an entire month. Fowler's elaboration was compelling, evident from both his status and expression. The partition glanced left and right, scratching its head, and remarked, I too thought it wouldn't be much. One cannot fathom the value of household expenses without being in charge. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted silence. An ambulance raised its hand, aiming to deliver a powerful blow to the Bumblebee, which nimbly dodged and dove beside Elsie. Elsie, you have remained silent. Jack, who had not spoken until then, turned to his similarly situated companion. Are you all right? Since returning to the base, Elsie had been seated on a box for a full hour, yet the haunting memory of the earlier scene lingered in her mind. Let us revert to the interior of the platform an hour prior. At that moment, in the arena, Tarn had just forcefully wrenched the mechanical insect's claws from its grasp. Fire Battle first delivered 2 solid kicks to Black Widow, ensuring her was thoroughly incapacitated before approaching Alcee. Alcee maintained a half-step back, her hands stretched outward. A flicker of terror reflected in her optical lens, yet a greater sense of resignation in the face of death. How exquisite! How could you be Sunshine? Fire Battle leaned the immobilizer against the wall, trembling hands reaching out, first forming a V-shape to hold Alcee's face, feeling the smooth metallic texture before moving to her cheek guards, and then exploring her entire head. The more she touched, the more fervently she continued, her unclean little hands gliding from Alcee's neck to her wings, tracing along her slender waist to her thighs, and finally playfully spinning the wheels on Alcee's calves. Even a life-size figurine cannot compare to the sensation of a genuine machine. Oh dear. Fire Battle suddenly turned shy, covering her face and repeatedly apologizing. I am so sorry. I did not mean to offend. It was merely my curiosity. I wouldn't dare let you go. What if you were to chop off my hand? A shiver coursed through her as her sharpened, slender fingers created a narrow gap, from which red light and questions emanated. You wouldn't hit me over this, would you? She shuffled closer, taking hold of Alcee's head and playfully moving it up and down. Then, with a smile covering her chest, expressed, "Thank you." I knew Alcee would be magnanimous. A ripple of relief washed over Alcee, who relaxed entirely and cast a gaze of utter astonishment at Fire Battle, who awkwardly scratched her chin, justifying her actions. This is what you owe me for kidnapping me. You worry my brother. Fire Battle, you wretched scoundrel. Taking this opportunity to touch me. Oh my, dear lady. Fire Battle initially covered her mouth, then waved her hand at Alcee. How can your words be so foul? A lady should have decorum. If you have the audacity to set down the immobilizer, I swear to Primus, if I do not remove your head within 10 seconds, I shall self-destruct. You startled me. Indeed, throughout the entire narrative, Alcee had never exhibited such fury. The previously boisterous audience fell into silence, and, simultaneously, Alcee's communicator crackled to life with Optimus Prime's voice. Alcee, Tarn has single-handedly dealt with the mechanical insect. He must have come to capture Black Widow. Where are you now? What is the situation? Allow me to provide a brief analysis. Black Widow has fainted, rendering her unable to escape. Tarn will undoubtedly take her away. Firefight, with an air of seriousness, pointed from Black Widow's hand to the edge of the spectator's stands. His imposing stature suggests he could ascend in no time. One mech might be manageable, but Kevin has also arrived. What are you talking about? Arcee exclaimed, nearly beside herself with frustration. Tarn is unaware that I have escaped, which is why he brought Kevin. Thus, I certainly cannot kill Kevin, nor can I capture you. Oh, just go ahead. I didn't even catch a glimpse of her base coordinates, and I will hide the stasis device well. This weapon will prove invaluable in the future. Now, let us return to an hour later. So you just left? After the Autobots had largely absorbed this tale, the ever-curious Jack was the first to inquire. His disdain for Arcee's predicament palpable. Arcee crossed her arms, trembling with indignation. What was I supposed to do? Firefight wielded a weapon I could not possibly contend with. She not only took the opportunity to grope me, but also let me go. It was a blatant provocation. This is more painful than extinguishing my spark. Arcee, setting aside other matters, Mickey whispered, casting cautious glances toward Arcee. It's about the two of you. An irate roar erupted from Ambulance exhaust. Though he tempered his tone in the presence of the human children, Firefight is pure insanity. She cannot compare to Arcee's beauty, yet still seeks to demean her. However, we should be discussing why Firefight released Arcee, especially after obtaining the stasis device. Perhaps the Decepticon intends to broker some sort of deal with us? Jack suggested confidently. Having faced countless similar situations, he was no stranger to deceit. Optimus Prime pondered briefly, attempting to analyze. Perhaps Firefight harbors untold motives. She may wish to engage in a flirtatious alliance, akin to that of Starscream, without a desire to join us directly. Jack, dismissing Optimus' theory, waved his hands in negation. No. From what you saw, Firefight stood shoulder to shoulder with that Black Widow, and Tarn, a formidable Decepticon, referred to her as sister. A female mech receiving such treatment from a Decepticon clearly indicates she is thriving in their ranks. Yet we have never encountered the name Firefight during the war. Even during my missions with the Thunder Rescue Team in remote areas, I never came across her. Could it be that Firefight is a clandestine operative? Jack stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. That seems quite plausible. The Decepticons have always classified ranks based on power. Tarn undoubtedly belongs to the upper echelon, perhaps even serving as the current vice commander. However, Firefight could not possibly thrive in public unless all Decepticons are driven by base instincts. What then shall we do? For the first time, the partition spoke wisely, yet was taken aback by its own words. The con artist and Optimus Prime urged everyone to speak up. The Needle, once a Decepticon, was familiar with their ways but ultimately fell victim to them. Now, this assassin had acquired a stasis device. Calm down, partition, calm down, Optimus Prime asserted, shaking the partition's shoulder firmly until it regained composure. He continued, in dire circumstances, we must remain composed. Considering the situation, Optimus, urged RC, it would be beneficial if you could articulate something to help us maintain our calm. Fireflight keeps insisting she couldn't discern the base coordinates. Who knows what might happen if she returns with her troops at any moment. RC's concern resonated with the others, igniting a flurry of discussions. Although Optimus hesitated, he quickly regained his focus, turning to Ratchet and asking, what logistical resources can we transport from a base? We have only 2 boxes of medical supplies. And aside from the bulky data processing unit taking up most of the space, we can currently copy the data and the screens can be folded, Ratchet replied. Optimus then addressed Fowler. What are the chances the government would fund the construction of a second base? I'll need to inquire about that, but I must approach it as a personal matter, akin to a drunken slip of the tongue, lest my superior reprimand me. They've been rather on edge lately. Understood, Autobots. With Optimus's command, the elite guard formed a line, attentively awaiting their leader's directives. Ratchet, I need you to remain on constant alert at the base. Aside from essential fieldwork, focus your efforts on vigilance around the perimeter. Understood, Optimus, Ratchet replied. Jolt, maintain your patrol status, but with an additional task. Keep a keen eye on large, abandoned factories in remote areas. We may need to temporarily relocate supplies there for storage, so I hope you can investigate thoroughly. I will ensure the task is accomplished, boss. Jolt affirmed. Partition, Bumblebee, RC, you 3 are to carry on with your daily activities, but with greater stealth and caution. The Decepticons may target the children. We must be prepared for scenarios where we cannot retrieve them ourselves. For example, multiple units must ensure their safe return home. The 3 stood tall and resolute. Agent Fowler. Optimus turned. I hope to arrange a direct dialogue with General Meering or higher government officials. A face-to-face meeting may yield more favorable results. Are you certain, Optimus? Fowler inquired. Though I have adhered to the principle of secrecy, striving to shield innocence from our conflict, it is essential for humanity to comprehend the threat posed by the Decepticons if we are to foster a more open and amicable situation. This is a necessity, and moreover, it would not be detrimental to humanity. Fowler straightened his posture, stowing away his concerns. I will do my utmost to facilitate this meeting, though I cannot guarantee the outcome. Your arrangements would be of utmost assistance to us, Agent Fuller. The Autobots shall return to their respective posts. During this period, we must summon greater resolve to confront the impending unknown crises. Once the plans are finalized, Jack inquired about Agent Fuller's earlier remark. Are the Autobots not our allies? Why the tension? You are unaware, my child, that there have been several incidents of high-tech thefts recently. Surveillance footage consistently captures a truck remarkably resembling Optimus Prime. I cannot allow my superiors to associate the construction of a second base with any hidden agendas. Could it be the mech's special operations team? It is difficult to ascertain, considering trucks akin to Optimus Prime are ubiquitous, and the surveillance cameras have an extensive range without capturing precise color matching. So, it is strictly a coincidence. Chapter 11. Conclusion. First, let us mourn the demise of Mike and Annie, followed by the arrival of Tarn and Firestorm. All hail Decepticons. Recap. As Tarn anticipated, the team of the Celestial Master's apostles successfully thwarted the resurrection of the Cosmic Emperor. Unexpectedly, however, the Cosmic Emperor seemed to infiltrate Tarn's mind through a vaporous dark energy entity. In the aftermath of this grand conflict, Optimus lost his memory, transforming into Orion Pax. Despite lacking the strength and memories of a leader, the Cosmic Emperor refused to relinquish him, forcibly accessing Tarn's memories. Upon discovering that Tarn was not a creation of the Celestial Master, he immediately employed his control skills, rendering Tarn a mere puppet. Amidst the chaos, Orion, aided by the protagonist's aura and Tarn's self-awareness, narrowly escaped peril, while Megatron swiftly arrived and incapacitated Tarn. Although Tarn freed himself from the Cosmic Emperor's control, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Tarn opened his eyes once more, he had transformed back into Mike, destined to find happiness alongside his sister in the world crafted from the Allspark. Yet, Mike would rather face complete annihilation than dwell in a virtual realm. He resolutely declined the Celestial Master's invitation, demanding to return to Tarn's body, a significant leap for his soul and a monumental decision for himself and his sister. Though his brother was reborn, Firestorm's reactive behavior betrayed their identities. Under Megatron's intense questioning, Tarn cleverly deflected by requesting Firestorm to serve as his laserbird, simultaneously offering the medical duo a glimpse of competitive hope. Black Widow and Firestorm share a mutual admiration, perhaps as the only two female Transformers aboard the Decepticon warship. They embody a true sisterhood, unlike the female soldiers who are treated the same as the males. Thanks to Tarn's intervention, Spider Enmity, Black Widow's ship was spared from destruction at Jack's hands. Firestorm was invited to view the shipowner's collection, only to encounter Red Spider, who was searching for resources. In the ensuing chaos, the ship ultimately could not escape the fate of an explosion. Ultimately, the conclusion is favorable. Firefight successfully rescues Black Widow, and their bond deepens, with the latter expressing her indebtedness for her life. It is preferable that there never comes a day of repayment. It is best if the power of the narrative remains unassailable, much like the Red Spider, who ultimately boards the warship, encounters Olean, is shot down, and ultimately reveals the location of the space bridge in an act of rescue. Behold, this is the essence of the honorable Autobots. Tarn, like many devoted Decepticon followers, harbors aspirations for their victory, yet he finds himself unable to resist the allure of leadership. He remains transfixed during the sacred moment of imparting the energy treasure, a moment of exquisite beauty. Megatron is displeased with Tarn's failure, and the latter senses a looming transformation into a Decepticon. In an attempt to alleviate the tension, he contemplates earning some merit, yet his relationship with his sister is far from relaxed. The term socialite embodies both commendatory and derogatory connotations in relation to Firefight. She is praised for her high emotional intelligence and eloquence, capable of rescuing a Decepticon named Simon from Megatron's clutches, yet criticized for her astonishing record of having 29 boyfriends at the tender age of 20. Fortunately, Firefight possesses ample medical knowledge, always bringing hangover remedies to counteract the advances of those eager to intoxicate young women. Perhaps Tarn is somewhat on edge. Despite being well acquainted with the two characters he must confront, he worries about his ability to maintain control. Fortunately, the adversary does not hold grudges, as Tarn is one of the few aboard the warship who would not be disparaged as a coward behind his back. However, education must be contextually appropriate. Tarn, fully aware of the task at hand, cannot suppress his desire to impart wisdom. Indeed, the Autobots have directly captured his sister. Well done, Tarn. In truth, Optimus Prime might release Firefight after failing to extract information, yet she dares not gamble on whether Jack will return and eliminate her. She is indifferent, for at least she has the Allspark. However, should her brother unleash a massacre, it would be irrevocably disastrous. Recklessness is the most unwise course of action. Yet it seems that nearly all characters in this chapter are engaging in such behavior. Jack and the Barrier recklessly challenge the Decepticons. Despite Bumblebee being capable of retrieving the child alone, RC insists on accompanying him. Ratchet, despite his lack of combat prowess, is nonetheless left alone at the base by Optimus. Tarn's careless outing leads to a reprimand from Megatron, and the Decepticon stands beside the neurotic, engaged in meticulous tasks. Not to mention the even more scatterbrained Deadlock is involved. The Decepticons not only defeat the Autobots, but also manage to escape from Optimus Prime, earning Megatron's respect, while simultaneously igniting his murderous intent towards Black Widow. He commands the Minister of Sanctions and the future Vice Commander to collaborate and dispatches them to carry out his dirty work. Frankly, Tarn harbors little affection for Black Widow, thus striking with lethal intent. Yet she benefits from a favorable position at that moment, narrowly escaping annihilation, albeit wounded, and can only seek refuge in a derelict mine. Should we attribute this to mere coincidence or to the narrative's ability to weave disparate threads together? The trio in high heels remarkably converges upon the same location from different directions, undoubtedly traversing on foot. considering the absence of transforming gears for Red Spider, the loss of wheels for Fire Warrior, and Black Widow's temporary inability to assume helicopter form, the two girls naturally refrain from complicating matters for one another. Only Red Spider maintains his characteristic comedic flair and resolute demeanor. His escape from the mechanical insects is nothing short of hilariously absurd. Can you envision a grown man sprinting in high heels while evading obstacles? Goodness. As Fire Warrior fled the Autobot base, she swiped the stasis device, harboring a premonition that her brother might engage in some outrageous antics, especially since he had begun to revel in the adoration and cheers of the minions. Uncertain if this was a blessing or a curse, she resolved to conclude this war in her own manner. However, today's gladiator was not Megatron, but rather the formidable weapon of the Decepticons, Tarn, who even brought Kevin along for photographs. Did he truly aspire to become a gladiator? Fortunately, she harbored no fanatical admiration. Her brother had been entirely swayed by Megatron's influence. As Fire Warrior pondered this while observing the fierce competition below, she momentarily lost track of the Autobots' movements, allowing RC to seize the opportunity and charge towards the onlookers, Black Widow and Fire Warrior. At that moment, Black Widow's prior internal injuries finally erupted. Before she could comprehend her own expulsion of energy, she tilted her head and collapsed, unconscious, using the erratic spider limbs for cover. Fire Warrior swiftly activated the stasis device to immobilize the frenzied RC, subsequently humbling her before releasing her. The trajectory of Black Widow's narrative has shifted. She did not linger in her original position, but was instead transported back to the warship, likely rendering the awakening of the mechanical insect army a distant prospect. Perhaps the Autobots have made certain adjustments in response to the current predicament. Could these modifications afford them a sufficient advantage in the impending relic contest? Whose hands shall the relic ultimately fall into? I trust you are all acquainted with a new friend, Smokescreen. If my calculations are correct, he should be en route to Earth. Will this new ally empower the Autobots to enhance their strength akin to the original series? Speaking of new friends, let's first celebrate the survival of an old one. Congratulations, Deadlock. You have lived to see another day. What are you babbling about, Chi-Yong? It's nothing. Just a jest. By the way, I am Chi-Yong, with June merely as a suffix. And what of it? You remain but a feeble human, appearing even less robust than the members of the Mecha Special Operations Team. I hope you perish before the finale. Chapter 1. Barbaric Acts. Let us return to the moment the mechanical insects fell. Tarn forcefully wrenched the head from the mechanical insect and then hoisted Kevin onto his shoulder. As he ascended the rocky wall to the platform, a blue figure suddenly charged towards him, utilizing his shoulder for leverage. He leapt effortlessly to a nearby platform before transforming into a motorcycle and departing with panache. The Autobots. Kevin swiftly conjured a wrist-mounted firearm and unleashed a flurry of shots. Though they were merely outlines, at least he exerted himself. Tarn shook his head in resignation, ascending the platform. At first glance, he beheld the fiery warrior squatting on the ground, and upon a second glance, he noticed the Black Widow lurking in the corner. Commander Fire War, you're still alive. Is that the Black Widow? As Kevin leapt down from his shoulder and approached, he delivered 2 firm kicks before turning back and nodding. This is the Black Widow, Tarn. Shall we take her back? Did you inflict this damage? Quite the ruthless strike. Fire War rolled his eyes dramatically. Am I truly capable of inflicting such internal injuries? Hearing this, Tarn leaned against the edge of the platform to rest. He observed Kevin dragging the Black Widow and turned to inquire, though I still possess some strength. I am rather reluctant to carry 2 women back. You are my sister, and that is well known, but the Black Widow. Well, what are you truly contemplating? You know I am democratic. I am, of course, soliciting your opinion. It was you who initially sought to eliminate the Black Widow. What are your thoughts now? It appears you share a mutual admiration. I find myself rather fond of the Black Widow now. Perhaps we should keep her around, at least as a friend? Fire War suddenly had a spark of inspiration, pointing at Kevin. Aren't you the one eager to clear my social circle? With no other women on the battleship. If the Black Widow perishes, I shall be left with only Kevin and his lot. Tarn's brow furrowed into a sharp V. Are you threatening me? Yet, he was often so easily intimidated. This fellow was essentially his sister's keeper. However, the Black Widow could not be returned unscathed. Tarn pondered for a moment, deciding to uphold the commendable style of DJD, not in the twisted manner of transforming an undercover agent into a pet. but rather by affixing the victim's arm beneath the assailant's head. This approach seemed much improved, threatening yet not cruel. Opening theme. Is that thing moving? Or is my optical lens malfunctioning? Otto's voice quivered as he spoke. I hear this is a punishment devised by Tarn, Eric replied, his tone steady, though his body trembled involuntarily at the thought of the specialized punishment for Decepticon traitors. The battleship sailed smoothly, so it was reasonable to assume that the stitched squid hanging at the door of the Black Widow's chamber would not sway. Yet, in the optical lenses of the two miscellaneous soldiers, this stitched squid appeared to writhe in midair, its 6 peculiar tentacles undulating as if animated by some unseen force. This phenomenon was also documented in Kevin's podcast. Why does that stitched rust sea jelly seem to move on its own? Could it be equipped with some internal mechanism? Who shall inquire about this? You are unaware, Robert. Knockout is profoundly unsettled by this artistic creation he crafted with his own hands. According to him, had it not been for Lord Megatron's tacit approval, he would never have performed such a grotesque operation. Speaking of Tarn, he truly was in his prime. First, he single-handedly defeated the machine insect, and subsequently, he publicly established the Decepticon Sanctioning Department, rumored to consist of 5 members, with Commander Firewar among them. And who else is there? Don't ask me, Scott. One should not take reckless guesses. I certainly do not wish to find my arm and head entangled in a dire situation. Surely, it cannot be that grave. Tarn would only impose sanctions upon the traitors of the Decepticons. We have always been steadfastly loyal. Why would he place a blade at our throats? That is undoubtedly true. However, those who have shared whispers may not be so fortunate. Are you insinuating something, Henry? Ha, Ryan, do not be so quick to react. I have yet to name names. Shall we meet at Hangar 6 in 10 minutes? I shall be there to the very end. Upon hearing this, Otto lowered his left arm and turned to inquire. Henry and Ryan are about to clash again. Who do you think will prevail this time? I shall take the first bet. I wager on Henry. Noticing that Eric merely shrugged in silence, Otto lifted his left arm again. After scrolling past a few heated exchanges between the two, the door to the Black Widow's room creaked open, and a vast projection along with a pair of crimson eyes instantly illuminated the space. The two diminutive soldiers quickly stood at attention upon recognizing the incoming figure. Tarn brushed aside the tendrils obscuring his face, approached and crouched down, his gaze flitting between Otto and Eric before finally settling on the former. Is there any issue? No, none at all, Commander Tarn. The crimson gaze shifted to Eric's face. Do you not wish to inquire why I am in the Black Widow's quarters? I have no such questions, Commander. According to the 3rd clause of sanction privileges, you possess the right to enter any room aboard the warship. You have remembered that well. However, rest assured, I shall not abuse this privilege. Tarn straightened his posture, casting a shadow over the heads of the two soldiers. Now, can you escort me to Hangar 6? The latter nodded vigorously and swiftly led the way. Once the giant departed, 2 smaller figures were revealed on the screen behind them. Although Tarn verbally claimed to be in search of the long-absent firefight and refrained from indiscriminately observing or touching anything, the Black Widow, as the room's owner, still felt an unsettling discomfort, particularly when the crimson light fell upon her, sending a chill coursing through her. Firefight? How could you and that fellow be siblings? The Black Widow trembled slightly as she walked, her hands unsure of where to rest, ultimately falling into a natural fist at her sides. That fellow studies history and has a peculiar fondness for mustaches. Do you know what name he originally intended for the Sanction Department? Firefight, witnessing her brother's state, felt a shiver run down her spine. Gestapo. Good heavens. He has truly gone mad with history. What is that? A more terrifying organization than the Mecha Special Operations Team. Later, this fellow shifted to ancient history, fixating on Macbeth daily. He truly possesses the potential to become a tyrant. Who might that be? The Black Widow turned to follow Firefight's gaze, spotting a slender, silvery gray figure lurking at the intersection, casting furtive glances. She would never forget that silhouette and, through gritted teeth, declared Black Widow. The slender figure clearly heard the call, jolting in surprise and attempting to flee. But the Black Widow was swifter. With a quick motion, she unleashed 2 strands of webbing, ensnaring the heels of the fleeing figure tightly to the ground. The upper body of the latter lurched forward uncontrollably due to inertia, barely regaining balance when a shadowy figure in deep violet and black materialized behind. His left hand was ensnared against the wall by a web, while his right arm succumbed to numbness after a precise puncture in the armpit, falling limply at his side. What? The Black Widow? The Red Spider could scarcely imagine that the Black Widow would be captured once more aboard the warship. But more astonishing was the fact that you still managed to appear alive here. I swore that I would not perish before placing your head in my display case. The Black Widow uttered no further words, her right index finger piercing into the neck of the Red Spider. As she manipulated her fingertip, the pupils of the Red Spider contracted instantaneously. After her finger was withdrawn, an overflow of super energy surged forth from the breach, and with both hands immobilized, the Red Spider could only watch helplessly as the energy coursed through his body, ultimately staining the web beneath his feet a brilliant blue. Fire battle. Save the pitiful Red Spider. Before he could finish his plea, the optical lens extinguished its glow, leaving his demise notably grotesque. One hand pinned to the wall, clutching his upper body, while both feet remained fixed to the ground, unable to bend at the knees. It must be a clone. The Red Spider had reached the vanguard, and one could only wonder about the fate of his original self. Fire Battle cast a sidelong glance at the Black Widow, who was savoring her victory, her brow involuntarily twitching. Indeed, you are a savage, Black Widow. The taste of brutal revenge is the sweetest. The Black Widow relished the moment, remarking, by the way, didn't the Red Spider lose his transformation gears? How could he still ascend? I do not know, but his head can surely earn accolades from Megatron, and you might as well redeem yourself. The two girls exchanged knowing smiles, working together to extricate the Red Spider from his cocoon, each supporting a side as they made their way toward the bridge. After a brief black screen, the hangar of Unit 6 was teeming with spectators. The wheels on one side, the aircraft lined up in formation. Although clearly divided, both factions united in fervently cheering for their respective gladiators. Henry, the motorcycle tiger is far steadier than those flying insects above. Knock him down. Ryan, the flying tiger is significantly more agile than those four-legged creatures on the ground. Disorient him. The onlookers clamored, and Jerry, having missed the action, pondered how to squeeze into the fray when an overwhelming aura accompanied heavy footsteps. Turning to reveal a familiar broad silhouette, Jerry immediately stood at attention, his demeanor swiftly influencing the previously raucous crowd of onlookers, who fell silent in the presence of this palpable force. Even the two eager gladiators halted their movements, all eyes fixated upon Tarn. Gladiatorial combat? Or a private duel? Perhaps even a clash between wheels and aircraft? Tarn strode into the center of the arena, his piercing gaze directed at the two combatants. With such strength, it would be better spent on self-training, ultimately reflected in the Autobots. Yet this was the tradition of the Decepticons. With power, one could command the respect of others. Ryan instantly regretted his words as he noticed that the optical lens directed at him had expanded significantly. For the sake of Primus, take a good look at yourself. You may be slender, but let us not even discuss your ability to withstand a few gunshots. Even a mere punch or a fall could lead to your downfall. And gladiating. Are you intending to injure yourself and waste precious medical resources? However, there are no buts, Henry. One of the objectives of the Sanctions Department is to ensure, in any possible form, that the Decepticons experience no internal strife. All units, heed my words, from this moment forth, any form of conflict among combatants of this nature is strictly forbidden. Such barbaric behavior should have been eradicated long ago. Tarn suddenly halted in shock, swiftly turning to pay his respects, exclaiming alongside the other units, Lord Megatron. At ease. Megatron nodded, walking towards Tarn, who still stood a half-head shorter. Perhaps it is due to my prolonged combat that my audio receptors are somewhat impaired. How did you just describe gladiating? What a coincidence. Does Megatron desire the truth or mere flattery? In truth, Tarn could glean nothing from his expression. With a spark of inspiration, he began to articulate, for these lowly soldiers, it is merely a savage act of mutual destruction. Their conflicts lead only to injury and a waste of medical resources. However, for you, Lord Megatron, is a demonstration of your wisdom and might. You could effortlessly claim the title of King of the Karen Arena, trampling all challengers beneath your feet, while the other units chant your glorious name. Strange, why did he not react? Just as Tarn pondered why he had failed to impress Megatron, the latter closed his optical visor, reopening it to reveal a look of disdain. You may not realize it, Tarn, but you are merely a larger version of Starscream. The giant's gaze sharpened. Perhaps so, Megatron. No one desires to be Starscream, yet inevitably, all must become him. Thus, are you a sycophant or a coward? Before Megatron could finish his sentence, Tarn landed a solid left hook to his face, causing the latter to stagger back several steps amidst the shock of the soldiers. Once steady, he touched his jaw, noticing a smear of blue on his fingertip, yet a smirk involuntarily formed at the corner of his mouth. How audacious! Tarn shouted as he advanced, launching a charged right swing. Megatron leaned back to evade, seizing Tarn's arm during the follow-through and executing a shoulder throw that sent Tarn crashing against the hangar door. The soldiers, perceptive enough, swiftly cleared a path for Megatron, with some clever ones secretly activating their cameras to capture the scene of Tarn rising slowly from the ground. Indeed, soldiers capable of single-handedly confronting the Insecticons did not disappoint me. Alas, they were not clever enough. Hearing this, Tarn chuckled quietly. As his armed system activated, several red dots swiftly appeared on Megatron, revealing the optimal strike trajectory through the optical visor. Megatron took the initiative, striding forward and throwing a powerful right swing. Tarn raised his arms to block, yet the immense force still jolted his body. Seizing the opportunity, Megatron unleashed a left hook, but Tarn, riding the momentum of the previous impact, sank his body low, dodging the blow and countering with a right uppercut. The long-forgotten pain radiated from the left rib, yet this only ignited Megatron's fighting spirit. He immediately retaliated with a left back fist, but Tarn deftly evaded once more. However, this time he did not rise to counterattack. Instead, he bent low, leveraging the force of his stance to plunge downward. What was happening? Just as Megatron was about to bring his elbow down with a cry of surprise, Tarn had already ensnared the former's hamstrings with both arms. With a surge of strength, Megatron's knee buckled and his body toppled uncontrollably backward. Truly, a champion of the arena. Megatron quickly raised his arms to shield his face, blocking Tarn's right hook, and instantly tilted his head as Tarn's left fist struck the ground, creating a concave dent near Megatron's left cheek. Seizing the opportunity, Megatron grasped Tarn's shoulders and forcefully yanked him off, toppling him. Both combatants swiftly regained their footing, each simultaneously raising their fusion cannons to aim at one another. You are aware, my lord, that I cannot fire upon you, Tarn declared as he lowered his fusion cannon and spread his hands, inviting Megatron to act as he pleased. Megatron, too, relinquished his weapon, a sense of delight returning to his optics. Combat is not barbaric, Tarn. This is simply the most efficient means for us Decepticons to resolve our disputes. Our strikes are measured, and moreover, the medical resources aboard our warship are abundantly sufficient. This minor skirmish will scarcely deplete our reserves. As he approached Tarn with hands clasped behind his back, Megatron leaned in close, whispering beneath his mask, "Do not forget the fundamental truth. Tarn, it is I who permits you to establish the Decepticon Enforcement Division. You hold privileges, but do not overstep." "Understood, my lord," Tarn replied. Megatron let out a hearty laugh and strode out of the hangar, entirely oblivious to the increasingly sharp gaze that followed his retreating figure. Chapter 2. Agile form. Just a moment ago, Black Widow was on the road discussing with Hot Rod how to garner favor with Megatron. Yet upon entering the bridge, she was taken aback by the sight of several fallen foot soldiers, and the familiar silhouette at the command console was unmistakable. "Red Spider, this cannot be," she exclaimed, only to suddenly grasp the situation. "Clones, well played, Red Spider." The figure at the command console slowly turned to reveal another intact Red Spider, while two additional Red Spiders emerged from the shadows flanking the bridge, maintaining a stance with their right arms raised, fingers already disengaging the safeties. "Though not quite what I expected, I suppose I can consider you an appetizer, Black Widow," the Red Spider at the console grinned, signaling the shadowy counterparts to take aim. Hot Rod sensed something amiss, comparing the positions of the two Red Spiders while asking, "Shouldn't you be telling me to leave now, Red Spider?" "Not a chance, Hot Rod. You are currently allied with Black Widow. Perhaps there's a mutual respect among cunning women." The Red Spider at the console raised an eyebrow before lifting his left hand, commanding, "Fire." With a swift click as his fingers closed, the missile's tail ignited and sparks erupted, reaching maximum output in a mere tenth of a cosmic standard second. The fixed mount was swiftly released, and the missile surged forward like a wild stallion, its tail flame tracing a brilliant line through the air, complementing the menacing grins of the three Red Spiders. "Fire." In an instant, the battle commenced. Fire War widened his optical lens, leaning forward while simultaneously pushing back with his hand. As Black Widow was thrust backward, he propelled himself forward once more, narrowly avoiding a missile that whizzed past his head. Black Widow, already in retreat, stumbled and fell backward, her entire machine teetering in alarm. Yet another missile grazed her chin and flew off in the opposite direction. The two missiles danced between Fire War and Black Widow's heads, miraculously defying Bernoulli's principle while maintaining their original trajectories. The two shadowy red spiders, facing each other, simultaneously retracted their smug smiles, mouths agape in astonishment and fear. Their wide-open mouths were perfectly positioned to receive the incoming missile. Just a moment ago, the red spider at the command center had been reveling in daydreams of Black Widow and the traitor Fire War exploding simultaneously. Now, witnessing his comrades' heads burst apart nearly caused him to drop his jaw in shock. However, he quickly noticed Fire War, propelled by his earlier momentum, performing a forward roll and rising to his feet, sprinting towards him with remarkable speed. To meet the primordial celestial master, the red spider raised his right arm, taking aim without a moment's hesitation for a faith shot. Yet, he could never have anticipated the unfolding scene. Fire War, having anticipated the move, swiftly bent his knees as the red spider raised his hand, leaning back at the same time. Once his knees touched the ground, he shifted his weight backward, allowing his body to slide forward on his knees as another missile narrowly grazed his forehead, igniting a dazzling fire at the end of the long bridge. The red spider had not yet recovered from his shock when a powerful impact surged through the ball bearings, sending intense pain and a tingling sensation coursing through him. Trembling, he collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way as he clasped his groin with shaking hands. When he finally mustered the strength to lift his head, the debris from the explosion swirled toward him, obscuring the lights above the command center. In the shadow of the dust, a pair of crimson, leaf-shaped lights bore down upon him. Tarn? No, you are not him. Who are you? Perhaps you are unaware, Red Spider, Fire War said, slowly bending down to lift the red spider's chin with his fingertips, a smile gracing his lips. But you may venture a guess. Do you know why I dared to date 29 boyfriends consecutively since 6th grade? How could I know? Because, my dear, I began learning Sanda with my brother in 1st grade, and I have never missed a day. Fire War's smile faded as he stepped aside, creating a path. Fire War, what are you planning to do? Red Spider, if I were you, I would stand up right now and flee. After a brief blackout, however, the red spider did not escape. As he crossed the long bridge, the intense pain from the ball bearings forced him back to his knees. Fire War approached with disdain, kicking the red spider over, observing him curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. As the Black Widow regained her composure from the shock, the first thing she did was to embrace Fire War with great fervor, nearly suffocating him in the process. Following that, she meticulously examined his body, this time solely focusing on his wounds. Upon discovering that he was completely unscathed, her astonishment deepened. She covered her mouth with both hands, her optical lenses filled with disbelief. How did you manage that? How is it even possible? In truth, it was merely a fight-or-flight response. Only a body endowed with both formidable adrenaline and an exceptional computational system could execute such extreme maneuvers with flawless precision. No, this is impossible. What on earth is happening? At that moment, Megatron entered the bridge with Tarn by his side. The two giants, upon noticing the decapitated red spiders lying on the ground, exchanged glances at the shrunken remnants of their kind, eventually turning their attention to the two female mechs present. By Primus, Megatron, you have no idea what just transpired. The Black Widow, momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, forgot both her decorum and her status as a subordinate. The events that had unfolded were so extraordinary that even extracting my memories through a cerebral connection would not suffice to convey it. Please, continue, Megatron urged. With his approval, the Black Widow's excitement surged anew as she animatedly recounted the scene to Megatron and Tarn, her hands gesturing towards the headless red spider, then to the diminished one, and occasionally waving before her face. Her greatest desire at that moment was for her spider legs to still be intact, a reflection of her flustered state. As Fire War pondered this, he noticed his brother approaching. This giant exhibited a gentleness that belied his massive form, carefully crouching down to lift Fire War with one hand, inspecting his injuries as though he were handling a rare collectible. Are you all right? Fire War, upon hearing this, leapt from his palm and shook his head. After listening to the description, Megatron stepped forward and inquired, while evading danger. You managed to push your ally to safety and then deftly dodged the Red Spider's missile from such close range. Pray tell, Fire War, how did you accomplish this? I can hardly recall, Lord Megatron. Perhaps it was merely the emergence of latent potential in a moment of crisis. Megatron's admiration was palpable. Ah, potential. Though these Red Spiders are clones, they are indeed formidable. According to the Black Widow's account, you single-handedly dispatched them without her assistance. Truly remarkable. However, the diminished Red Spider chose that moment to emit a series of grunts, abruptly shattering Megatron's good humor. He approached the creature, eager to extinguish its spark personally when suddenly the ship trembled violently, causing all mechs present to topple. What is happening? Megatron struggled to regain his footing and, disregarding the fleeing Red Spider, rushed to the command console. Give me a coherent link to someone who can explain the situation. My lord, there has been an explosion in the energy storage facility. The core maintenance station has been severely compromised. What? All personnel, secure your vital equipment and prepare for a hard landing. After another brief moment of darkness, the siblings followed the external maintenance crew to the exterior of the battleship, standing shoulder to shoulder at the edge of a cliff, gazing out at the vast sea before them. Where exactly did you land your punch? You inquired. In your opinion, which vital area is most susceptible to a strike while sliding on one's knees? A hearty laugh erupted from Tarn. It seems you have indeed made some progress. At least in this regard, you have not disappointed me. By the way, we will soon be dividing into 4 teams to search for the sacred artifacts. Yet Megatron has not reclaimed the insectoid army. What about the toxic energy entity? Naturally, it must be destroyed. Are you going? Fire War replied, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Tarn shook his head vehemently. God knows what side effects that thing possesses. If we were to send insects, it wouldn't matter much, but dispatching personnel could lead to serious injuries. The Black Widow has stated that she owes me 3 lives. A debt she can never repay in this lifetime. If I am to undertake a mission, she will undoubtedly accompany me. I believe we are quite likely to confront the Decepticons at the New York subway station. How is that even possible? If Deadlock is still alive, he will surely be with the Decepticons. No, wait, Tarn pondered, stroking his chin. I recall that the barrier has saved Deadlock at least once. If you leverage this opportunity to request Megatron's permission to join the Decepticons, he may very well grant your request, allowing Deadlock to pursue other tasks. Fire War shrugged. Good idea, but how might the missions be redistributed? In the Arctic region, we must face Optimus Prime with only Soundwave available. It will be me and Sky Shadow leading the charge, but Megatron will not send Soundwave to the ends of the Earth. He can only choose one from either me or the Deputy Commander. Thus, Soundwave's mission is likely to remain unchanged and still be a solo endeavor. If all goes according to plan, you, the Black Widow, and Deadlock will encounter RC and Bumblebee in the New York subway. They possess little offensive capability. Just be cautious of the electrified tracks. Deadlock and the barrier will meet at the volcano as the toxic energy entities engage in fierce combat, simultaneously advancing their respective narratives. We still have a sufficient number of personnel. Perhaps Megatron will dispatch someone else for rapid support and to oversee the battleship. That would have to be Sky Shadow, given his rank and speed. Thus, I will be the one heading to the poles. Fire War was also deep in thought, but his mind wandered to an unrelated topic. If Deadlock were still alive, what about Silas? What? Tarn's expression shifted in an instant, though it was not discernible on the surface. Are you intending to incite a biological crisis aboard the ship? Not all. If it comes to that, I have a plan. I was merely contemplating that without Deadlock as a vessel, he won't still be using. Fire War's words were cut short by the urgent call. All external members, return to the battleship immediately. Repeat, all external members, return to the battleship. The battleship is prepared for takeoff. The siblings exchanged a glance. The elder brother simply shook his head in resignation, bending down to lift his sister onto his arm, teasing as they walked. Do you think when we are frozen in time, we will be able to see the world before us? Or will it be darkness as we drift into dreams? I'm not certain. I possess a stasis device. Shall I test it on you? The march forward suddenly halted as Fire Battle forcibly drew his face near Tarn's mask. The latter's inquiry seemed to emanate directly from the optical lens. What do you have on you? A stasis field? Why didn't you inform me? Oh, why are you so fierce? Fire Battle crossed his arms, pouting defiantly. I have kept it in the built-in missile compartment all along. No one knew. Didn't Knockout scan it? He didn't detect anything? I told him it was a component I found on the road. Something sentimental from our journey. A keepsake to carry with me. He thought it harmless that I was missing a missile, and I kept a close watch. No one touched it when it was on the table. Tarn furrowed his brow and shook his head repeatedly. This is utter nonsense. Perhaps Knockout and Deadlock are unaware, but there's also the Black Widow, whom I have personally used. Not to mention Megatron and Soundwave. Even Starscream and Skywarp may recognize it. Rest assured, Fire Battle confidently patted Tarn's shoulder. I carry it with me. And Deadlock is rather oblivious. Knockout is too preoccupied with his plans for human world lacquer to even inquire. Even if they did, I doubt they could accurately describe what it looks like. This was utter chaos, yet Tarn had not yet devised a countermeasure when the communicator crackled to life again. Tarn, Fire Battle. If you two do not board the battleship, you will be sent to the next mission location. Approximately half an hour later, the first thing Kevin did upon waking was frantically search for the archive he had accidentally placed in the recycle bin half an hour earlier. But soon he found himself pounding the table, cursing vehemently, due to the high operational efficiency maintained by the resurrected battleship. It had simultaneously decrypted the coordinates of the Iron Treasure while conveniently emptying the recycle bin. Kevin's entire 2,000-character discussion for the day had been completely erased. However, as a podcast host, his formidable adaptability always allowed him to conjure up new ideas. Our battleship can be resurrected by a dark energy entity. Does it possess a soul? Wasn't the vengeance crafted from the head of an iron dragon? Knockout, having failed to secure the data chip, received a harsh reprimand from Megatron. He appeared disinclined to respond, prompting Fire Battle to pose the question to Deadlock, who scratched his head in ignorance. The Iron Dragon is lying well on Cybertron. The Black Widow stepped forward to interject, perhaps already beginning to rust. However, his opponent, the formidable Sledge, is also in stasis due to severe injuries, bringing this prolonged conflict to a potential conclusion. Yet I distinctly recall some rumors. They say the vengeance was indeed crafted from the head of an Iron Dragon. For Primus's sake, Fire Battle, the Decepticons have not sunk so low as to use the head of an organic being to construct a battleship. Chapter 3. A gripping contest deploying multiple teams allows us to simultaneously search the 4 coordinates we have obtained. This competition is one the Autobots simply cannot afford to lose. It is one the Decepticons must win at all costs. In the Autobot base, Optimus Prime is engaged in a discussion regarding the allocation of 4 coordinates. The first coordinate is located in downtown New York City. However, the Decepticon warship has already vacated the skies above, likely dispatching a ground force. Should we awaken full to alert the troops? Jack swiftly answers RC's inquiry, stating that the Decepticons are racing against time and would not squander energy on the surface. They must have discovered the comprehensive subway tunnel network and burrowed underground. Very well, RC and Bumblebee, you two are best suited for operations in densely populated areas. Optimus Prime instructs, signaling the ambulance to open the land bridge, reminding them to exercise caution, as they are unaware of the roles the Decepticons might deploy this time. Jack and Mickey volunteer once more, asserting that a representative is essential for navigating the metropolis to evade potential disputes. Optimus consents, reiterating the importance of caution, before watching them enter the land bridge. On the Decepticon warship, Megatron addresses, Lord Megatron, Dead End and I have assembled the mining team, ready to contribute to the Decepticon cause once again. Dead End, eager to volunteer, has even adorned himself with a fresh coat of paint, yet inadvertently blinds Megatron with a glint. The latter rubs his optics forcefully, admonishing this is a top priority mission, Dead End, not a leisurely drive through the city. And you, Dead End, this task demands penetration underground. Are you certain your bulk can fit through the subway tunnels? Dead End waves dismissively. Fear not, Lord Megatron. Though I am missing an eye, my hammer remains effective. Effective, perhaps, but what use is it if you cannot wield it properly? Fireflight leaps forth from the ranks, addressing Megatron. As I understand, the subway tunnels are intricate and exceedingly narrow. He turns to indicate Dead End. He may find himself utterly ineffective, unable to extend his limbs. Do you wish to claim this task? Fireflight ventures, forgive my boldness, but my reasoning suggests that the Autobots dispatched for this operation are those best suited for maneuvering in the city. RC, as a motorcycle, and Bumblebee, as a compact sports car, are optimal choices, perfectly positioned to align with Dead End and myself. What? You propose that Dead End and I operate separately? We are partners. And are you so certain you can handle RC alone, or that dead end can manage Bumblebee in isolation? Quite the duo. Fireflight shakes his head, gesturing towards the door. Patience, dead end. I will bring another partner along. Come forth. Megatron is not surprised by Fireflight's choice of partner. Indeed, it is Black Widow. You two have been quite close of late. Do explain your reasoning. Lord Megatron, the Black Widow, belonging to the clan of mechanical insects, possesses superior reconnaissance abilities in intricate terrains. Firefight greeted the Black Widow with an open hand, the former's optical lens revealing a hint of victorious amusement. Our diminutive forms allow us to adapt more effectively in confined spaces, and we shall show no mercy to any Autobot, least of all RC. The opening theme resonated as we faced the oppressive humidity of the subway tunnels, which I detest, along with the dust stirred up by drilling machinery. Furthermore, I find the Black Widow, whose optical lens lacks even a focal point, quite unpleasant. Fortunately, I have a two-wheeled motorcycle of the same color beside me. This task will require some time, Firefight remarked, waving away the dust that drifted towards us, her smile brightening as she looked over. You haven't scanned the vehicle yet, have you? Would you like to take it for a spin and brake in those newly replaced tires? The target merely smiled without replying, but her bodyguard stepped forward, glaring through her purple optical lens. Focus on the mission, knockout. RC is cunning and may strike from behind at any moment. How did these two become acquainted? Firefight pondered, perplexed by the idea of befriending a multi-legged creature. Knockout, struck by inspiration, retorted swiftly. Know your place, Black Widow. The commander is speaking. Refrain from interrupting, unless you wish to forego your propellers altogether. That arrogant racing fanatic. I would love to give him a few scratches. The Black Widow countered sharply. At least I have served as a vice commander of the Decepticons. And what about you, Doctor? While you remember your identity, you should also be aware of Firefight's stature. What stature does Firefight possess? Do you think I fear Tarn? By Primus, Black Widow. If you truly cannot find a retort, perhaps you should silence your vocalizer and rewire your neural circuits as well. Enough, Black Widow. Engaging in this squabble will only frustrate yourself. Firefight interjected, pulling the Black Widow back a few steps and gesturing towards knockout. Handsome. If we can spot the exit within the next two corners, let us stretch our legs a bit. Firefight was genuinely curious to witness the clash between a fan and her best friend, yet she feared that the latter, in a moment of rage, might scratch the pain of the former, which would not be a wise path to tread. I have always wondered, you refer to Tarn as a brother? So why the affinity with the Black Widow? A treacherous fallen who lacks even the basic combat prowess without her spider limbs. What do you see in her? The subway is indeed damp. My joints are beginning to stiffen, I remarked. Regarding Knockout's earlier question, Firefight said while stretching her arms. She is one of only 2 female machines aboard the entire warship. Furthermore, her rust-proof oil is quite impressive. Haven't you noticed how radiant my face has been lately? Certainly, but it cannot solely be attributed to such trivial matters, can it? If we delve deeper, I find it hard to articulate. I simply feel that the Black Widow has a certain appeal, and her color scheme is quite pleasing. Indeed, a whole attire of purple, so gloomy, much like Tarn himself. The memory of Tarn's warning sent a shiver down Knockout's spine. Color schemes, indeed. How could I have overlooked this? Fire Battle, having reached the second corner without an exit, halted in place beside a dilapidated platform, where tattered advertisements hung forlornly from the sign. Despite being only half intact, it was evident that it promoted couples counseling. It seems our joyride has come to an end. What are you gazing at? Knockdown followed Fire Battle's line of sight and couldn't help but chuckle at the couples counseling ad. Such emotional entanglements are truly troublesome. Do you think my brother and Black Widow could become an item? Not only Knockdown, but even Fire Battle was taken aback by his own spontaneous utterance. However, before he could ponder further, a distress signal crackled through the communicator. Fire Battle, Knockdown, have you two finished your whispers? The Autobots are coming. To safeguard the artifact and his own reputation, Knockdown promptly transformed into an Aston Martin and sped toward the artifact's location. Just as Fire Battle was about to mimic him, he suddenly remembered he had yet to scan an Earth form. Smacking his forehead, he had no choice but to dash back in his high heels. After a brief blackout, with Bumblebee momentarily keeping a few miners occupied, Black Widow turned to confront her arch-nemesis, RC. Just as the latter contemplated a transformation, she found herself stumbling, collapsing to the ground. RC, Unable to contain herself, mockingly laughed. "By Primus, Black Widow. How did you return from a Decepticon warship without your spider limbs? I can tear you apart, even without them," Black Widow retorted, reverting to her human form. Unleashing a strand of webbing, RC executed a swift roll to evade, closing in rapidly. With no time to launch a second web, Black Widow extended her sharpened fingers toward her opponent. RC sidestepped deftly, then unleashed her arm blades, first blocking Black Widow's subsequent strike with her left blade before thrusting her right blade directly into Black Widow's left chest. Following up with a powerful kick, she sent the stunned Black Widow crashing to the ground. "Damn it, I've never fought with my dominant hand before," Black Widow thought, clutching the wound where energy leaked from her body. With her other hand pressed against the ground, she attempted to rise, only for RC to place a foot on her chest emblem, forcing her back down. At that moment, a blue glowing handgun was raised before Black Widow, who resignedly smiled. "I never expected to fall at your hands. It seems I have overestimated my own strength, but fire battle will avenge me. I await your arrival," RC replied, just as the handgun emitted a charging sound. As the blue light threatened to breach the muzzle, a sleek red sports car suddenly raced in, colliding forcefully with RC. The car sped past Black Widow before swiftly braking, transforming back into human form and playfully gesturing with 2 fingers to her forehead. She then tossed a quip back at Black Widow. "This is quite comfortable. Thank heavens, I'm finally back. Hurry and protect the artifact." Black Widow, struggling to rise yet again, directed her finger toward the mine entrance, shouting. At that moment, Bumblebee finished off a few miners and charged toward the mine, when a buzzing noise suddenly erupted behind him. Reacting with the speed of a wasp, Bumblebee bent down just in time, narrowly avoiding a chainsaw that grazed his forehead, the user propelled forward by inertia. Beep, beep, beep. How annoying. With a swift turn, the chainsaw was brought down, yet the poised Bumblebee adeptly raised both hands to block the strike. Observing this, the former pressed down on the base of the chainsaw with his other hand, as the 2 similarly sized vehicles began to grapple. RC, recovering from the impact, executed a nimble roll to her feet. Upon noticing Bumblebee in distress, she hastened to assist, her optical sensors tracing a red silhouette as she utilized her years of combat experience to deflect the attack, precisely intercepting the elbow of Hot Rod, while only the force of the punch grazed her cheek. Realizing her assault had been thwarted, Hot Rod swiftly extended his other hand, pressing down on RC's shoulder while simultaneously raising his knee. RC quickly drew her arm in to shield her abdomen, successfully blocking the powerful shoulder strike. Noticing his knee strike had been countered, Hot Rod adapted his approach. He continued the momentum from his knee, releasing his grip and leaning back, channeling his core strength to launch a powerful kick, forcing RC to retreat. "How's he so fast?" RC steadied her stance and drew her left-hand pistol. Unexpectedly, Hot Rod advanced rapidly, first executing a reverse kick that knocked the weapon aside, then unleashing a high whip kick aimed at her chin. Fortunately, RC managed to retreat just in time, narrowly avoiding a severe metallic bruise. Hot Rod pressed on with a right hook aimed at her face, prompting RC to evade by sidestepping, followed by a duck to avoid his subsequent left hook. As Hot Rod continued his barrage of hooks, RC, having regained her composure, anticipated the trajectory of his punches, sidestepped, and seized his arm to execute a shoulder throw. Finding Hot Rod temporarily incapacitated, RC, unwilling to linger, pivoted to assist Bumblebee. The 2 sleek vehicles had been locked in a standoff, but the introduction of a third party swiftly disrupted their stalemate, resulting in Bumblebee delivering a punch that sent Hot Rod to the ground, his head colliding with the iron track, rendering him unconscious. As Bumblebee entered the mine to retrieve the artifact, Hot Rod's voice, accompanied by the sound of weapon charging, echoed behind him. "Hold on, let's talk this through, shall we? What do you want, Hot Rod?" RC turned, her hands raised in a gesture of openness. "You clearly haven't forgotten about that weapon of yours." Hot Rod activated the stasis device, his finger poised on the trigger, yet he chose to retract it, deliberately disarming the missile from his arm and placing it gently on the ground, extending an invitation to RC. "Care for another round? You wish to fight me?" She replied. "Fair and square, no weapons. You see, I have no desire to be a doctor. I long to train in combat. Yet aboard the battleship, every individual is a hulking brute, and I have been stifled until I encountered you. Hot Rod flexed his shoulders and assumed a fighting stance. If you join the Autobots, I would team mine practicing with you every day. RC mirrored his movements, preparing her own stance. Practicing is dull. Hot Rod bellowed, charging forward with a flying knee strike. RC seized the opportunity, skillfully sidestepping while raising her right fist, ready to capitalize on his overcommitment. The fiery battle indeed commenced with an early knee strike. It was executed with premeditation. As she landed, she swiftly bent forward, successfully luring Alcee into a right hook, which was a momentary lapse on her part. Seizing the opportunity during Alcee's recovery, she pivoted and retaliated with a punch. When did she become so adept? Alcee, renowned for her quick reflexes, deftly retreated to evade the counterattack, immediately raising her arm to block a high kick. Just as she caught her breath, she noticed a severed arm of a miner at her feet, and a sudden epiphany struck her. The right hook was perilously close. While she raised her arm to defend, she used her foot to hook the severed limb, which collided with Huajian's leg, momentarily stunning her. This brief distraction afforded Alcee the chance to counterattack. She promptly leapt onto the tunnel wall, utilizing it for leverage to deliver a powerful punch that struck Huajian's cheek. The latter staggered from the blow, and, as she retreated, she tripped over the railway tracks and fell to the ground. Just as Alcee contemplated pursuing her, her attention was diverted by an object that had fallen from Huajian's face, a blue chip embedded at the base of her jagged cheek guard. As expected, you concealed your escape tool right on your face. Alcee let out a soft huff, and upon hearing Bumblebee call her, she transformed into her vehicle form and sped towards the tunnel exit alongside him. As Huajian lay on the ground, Jidao awakened. The two identical color machines rubbed their heads and stood up. Jidao first hastily checked the paint on his body, and only then did he erupt in fury over the lost artifact. Goodness, this is truly hopeless. Huajian shook her head in resignation, approaching the Black Widow. Upon confirming the latter was still alive, she felt a sense of relief. Just as she bent down to assist her, her right arm was suddenly seized, and the shock on the Black Widow's face was palpable. How did you end up here? Huajian's gaze sharpened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. You have quite the keen eye, but you're injured, so it's best to speak less. The Black Widow glanced at Jidao, who was still venting his frustration by kicking the corpse of the miner, then turned back to Huajian and nodded firmly. Chapter 4. Farewell. Little Red, deploying multiple units will allow us to simultaneously search the 4 coordinates we have obtained. This competition is one that the Autobots simply cannot afford to lose. It is a contest the Decepticons must win at all costs. At the Autobot base Optimus Prime, the area you are about to head to is Antarctica, where temperatures plummet below freezing year-round. Will you be able to withstand it? I can take care of myself, Raph. Optimus's smile reassured Raph, who swiftly moved to the computer and, after a series of operations, opened the land bridge. On the Decepticon warship, Tarn had just entered the bridge when he saw Deadlock standing beside Megatron, fuming. After inquiring, he learned that Huajian and the Black Widow had usurped his partner position. It's merely that the tasks suitable for you have yet to be assigned. Tarn strode up to Megatron and saluted. Lord Megatron, I am always at your service. Excellent, Tarn. This is the second of the 4 Iron Fortress Autobot artifacts. Its coordinates are located at the south pole of this planet. I intend to choose between you and Skywarp. Shall I make the selection, or will you decide among yourselves? The long-awaited Skywing swiftly approached and bowed. I would brave fire and water to seize this sacred artifact, Lord Megatron. I merely require a squadron of aerial forces to embark. Red Spider and Optimus Prime. I shall not overlook the most thrilling episode. With this thought, Tarn stepped forward to speak. Lord Megatron, I have studied Earth. The polar regions of this planet are characterized by extreme and inhospitable conditions, with perpetual blizzards and temperatures rivaling those of outer space. The greatest advantage of Commander Skywing lies in his speed of flight, yet this also constitutes his most significant drawback. To elaborate, the coordinates indicate that the artifact resides in East Antarctica, a region that forms an ancient and elevated geological shield, having undergone a quasi-plane transformation, thus creating vast plateaus. If Skywing aims to reach the designated coordinates swiftly, he must assume his airplane form. However, due to the expansive visibility of the plains, the blizzards there are particularly fierce, and it is highly likely that Skywing will need to abandon flight in favor of walking due to unforeseen circumstances. But aren't you also walking? Skywing retorted, stepping closer to Tarn. How much faster can you be than me? The latter slightly bent forward, raising his right arm to point the fusion cannon at the tracks on his shoulder. Surely you haven't forgotten that my vehicle form is a tank? In the midst of the blizzard, my foundation is far more robust than yours. Moreover, my fusion cannon possesses firepower that rivals your railgun. At that moment, Megatron made a decision. No need for further discussion. Given the analysis of the operational location in your words, I decree that Tarn shall retrieve this artifact. Supreme Divine Armor. I am coming. Tarn laughed triumphantly amidst the sparks, bowed, and swiftly exited the bridge. A land bridge suddenly materialized upon the Antarctic plains. But emerging from it was not a figure of imposing presence, but rather a small magnetic levitation vehicle. Red Spider trembled as he manipulated the vehicle's controls, his mouth incessantly muttering. This wretched planet is either freezing or scorching, but his mood quickly shifted to excitement in search of the artifact, scanning for his fellow Decepticons. Not a single shadow appeared as Red Spider gazed into the distance, when suddenly a purple laser, as thick as an arm, whizzed past him, causing him to instinctively wrench the controls aside. The uncooperative vehicle promptly flipped over, sending Red Spider tumbling into a nearby snowbank. Who dares to ambush me from behind? Red Spider struggled to extract his head from the snow, spitting out the free snow cone that had lodged in his mouth, and then directed an angry glare behind him. However, as the optical lens refocused, his ire swiftly transformed into astonishment. Red Spider's expression elicited laughter from Tarn. Ha! What is the matter, Red Spider? Long time no see. Are you so astonished to see me? Wait, we did see each other a few days ago. Perhaps, let's not dwell on the past. Red Spider observed Tarn without malice, allowing himself to relax. He then turned to grasp the vehicle's handlebars. What are you standing there for? Come over and help me. Was it you who fired just now? I can't believe you're still the former deputy commander. I never expected you to be so easily startled. Tarn approached with a subtle smirk, effortlessly extricating the electric steed from the snowdrift. However, its prolonged neglect and the drastic temperature fluctuations had rendered it inoperable, much to Red Spider's dismay. What a useless piece of machinery. It functioned just fine before we arrived, Red Spider exclaimed, delivering a kick that resulted in a painful twist of her ankle, leaving her grimacing for a considerable while. Eventually, she stood upright, hands on her hips, and declared, "Look at the mess you've created. From now on, you shall carry me on this journey, and no objections will be tolerated." A colossal hand descended suddenly, prompting a startled scream from Red Spider as she instinctively dodged, yet her wings were captured between Tarn's fingers, lifting her into the air. In her flailing struggle, she found herself seated upon a broad, rectangular iron slab. Having previously battled alongside Firefight, captured Alcee, shouldered Kevin, and cradled Black Widow, Tarn mused that he had no regrets in life, now treating Red Spider as if she were a mere collectible. With a playful heft of his right forearm, he jested, "You are quite lightweight, Red Spider. Pray tell, how did someone as frail as you ascend to the rank of Vice Commander?" Red Spider, one hand resting on the fusion cannon and the other on her treaded shoulder, barely adjusted her position before retorting, "Becoming Vice Commander relies on intellect. Something a brute like you could never achieve. Besides, you are merely a manufactured war machine. Red Spider, should you dare to mention once more that I am merely a war machine, I shall bury you in the snow without a hint of jest," Tarn warned, his tone laced with mock severity. Despite her bravado, Red Spider felt a shiver of fear upon meeting the gaze of the formidable Hockey Tarn, which was several times more powerful than her own. She quickly swallowed her almost revealed retort. After a brief black screen, as they traveled together, the silence grew somewhat awkward, prompting Tarn to strike up a conversation with Red Spider, primarily discussing the daily occurrences since her departure from the battleship. He lifted his left arm, allowing her to access the historical records of Kevin's podcasts. "Have you ventured into the realm of the Cosmic Emperor? What is it like? Is it teeming with dark, super-powered entities?" Red Spider inquired, scrolling through the display as she listened to his descriptions. Eventually, she settled on a video, laughing, Black Widow still aspires to usurp me? Does she even possess the strength for that?" The video featured Thales during the Dark Ascendancy, showcasing Black Widow confidently delivering a proclamation, her spider limbs occasionally swaying behind her. "By the way, I encountered her in Firefight at a desolate mine. Initially, I assumed they were both exiled by the Decepticons, only to discover that Firefight had actually escaped from the Autobot base. That girl is truly impressive. I had misjudged her before. Indeed, I never anticipated her capabilities either. But let us refrain from excessive praise. It may lead to arrogance, Tarn responded, shaking his head vigorously. Red Spider then posed her next question. What is Black Widow's current status? Has her spark been extinguished? She is alive, currently aboard the battleship. We do not subject her to severe interrogation. But all of her spider limbs have been removed, Tarn replied, unwilling to disclose further details, as his optical sensor struggled to focus amidst the fluttering of Red Spider's wings. Tarn took long strides, swiftly guiding Red Spider to the designated coordinates. Yet upon arrival, they found nothing but a large hole and several small red flags scattered about, marking the site as utterly devoid of any substantial presence. The Red Spider leapt down from his arm, hands on his hips, and approached the gaping hole, turning his head to inquire. Tarn, throughout this journey, you have yet to disclose what exactly the Decepticons are in search of? At least one thing remains unchanged. The scientific expedition has excavated the supreme divine armor, and the surroundings are now a stark white, devoid of any tire tracks. Tarn redirected his gaze back to the Red Spider, stating, Megatron seeks a crucial component that has fallen here, but it appears to have already been unearthed. It seems to be of human origin, for Autobots do not plant little red flags in places of victory. If we follow the tire tracks, we can locate the human base and, consequently, the component. By the way, what is this assembly of components? Does it require the Decepticons to activate 4 ground bridges simultaneously? It seems you did visit the Ark. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent a clone to assassinate Megatron, would you? Indeed, yet it still ended in failure. Did it not? The Red Spider shuddered at the painful memory of the spherical bearings. But this very tremor allowed him to spot a distant figure clad in red and blue, pointing exultantly. Optimus Prime. The two Titans stood their ground, entering a standoff. Cowardly as a mouse, the Red Spider quickly retreated behind his fellow giant, who smirked disdainfully before addressing the opposing figure. Optimus Prime, surrender now. You cannot prevail against two. Tarn, lower your weapon. Though you don the mask of a Decepticon, I believe your spark yearns for peace. Do not sacrifice yourself for Megatron's relentless pursuit of conquest and destruction. Remove your mask, join the Autobots, and walk with us towards peace. Before Tarn could respond, the Red Spider interjected, You think too optimistically, Optimus. Tarn will not betray the Decepticons. It is inscribed in his foundational programming. Foundational programming? Red Spider, silence yourself. Tarn forcefully shoved the Red Spider aside, only to turn back and see a figure nearly his height lunging towards him. He instinctively raised his arms to shield his head, while simultaneously lifting his foot to kick. Both arms and feet met with tremendous force, propelling his entire body backward. Tarn swiftly retracted his kicking foot, stabilizing himself while activating his armament system, raising his right hand to deploy the fusion cannon. After receiving a kick, Optimus Prime also slid backward a few steps, but quickly steadied himself and launched an attack, perfectly timed to intercept Tarn's newly raised fusion cannon. With a single upward thrust, he deflected the cannon's barrel, causing the laser to strike the adjacent ice wall, erupting in a shower of sparkling snowflakes. As he deflected the cannon, Optimus transformed his free hand into a blaster, taking aim. Tarn, relying on his muscular reflexes, swiftly raised his hand to deflect the blaster, only to hear an urgent system alert announcing an incoming kick. Observing Optimus continually retreating, Tarn advanced rapidly, executing a leap and delivering a kick aimed directly at Optimus's abdomen. But the latter sidestepped, planting one foot in the snow and preemptively countering with an elbow strike, successfully colliding with Optimus's punch. In a bid to create an opening for his strike, Tarn swiftly launched a combination of sweeping punches and a rear straight punch to mount his offensive. Seizing the moment while Optimus Prime was preoccupied with defense, he quickly retracted his foot, immediately following up with advancing sweeping punches to apply pressure. However, miscalculating the distance, he inadvertently extended his elbow, allowing Optimus Prime to capitalize on the opportunity. With a quick motion, he seized Tarn's punching arm and executed a shoulder throw. Yet, to his surprise, he found himself unable to project Tarn away as he had envisioned. Instead, he felt an insurmountable force at his shoulder. The entire machine ascended into the air, completing a rotation before hurtling towards a nearby ice wall. The ice wall trembled violently upon impact, and a significant chunk began to crack and slide downwards, ultimately burying Optimus Prime beneath it. "Impressive, Tarn," exclaimed the recently emerged Red Spider, who had been lurking nearby, applauding Tarn's unexpected victory over Optimus Prime. "It was merely luck. Optimus underestimated my mass compared to his, and he failed to realize that I could handle him without much effort. Now, let us depart, Red Spider, and swiftly retrieve the components." After a brief blackout, "Are you certain the components are at the camp ahead? In this frigid wasteland, where could humans possibly transport the excavated parts?" Tarn suggested. "We shall charge in. You will lead the way. That is a scientific expedition. It would not bode well if any researchers were harmed." Tarn pondered for a moment before altering the plan. "Typically, research teams do not deploy heavy weaponry. I will clear the path, but refrain from indiscriminate fire. We must avoid escalating the situation." "Huh." The illustrious Decepticon soldier, showing compassion for those frail creatures, Red Spider scoffed, shrugging and gesturing invitingly. "Do as you wish. But should those insects produce missiles or the like, you shall bear the brunt of it." As Tarn anticipated, the research team had indeed not set up heavy weaponry, nor did they possess even basic armaments capable of penetrating steel. Upon sighting the two colossal figures, the researchers hurriedly retreated into their residential quarters, some praying through their windows that these giant robots would spare them from harm. Those pitiful creatures are amusing, clasping their hands in prayer over who knows what. "Perhaps I should send them on their way," Red Spider mused, slowly extending his arm and flicking two fingers, only to receive a sharp rap on the back of his head. "Focus on finding what we need. With so many warehouses, let's ask a couple of people," Tarn said, striding toward a researcher who had yet to flee into the residential area. The researcher stumbled and fell, terrified as he sat on the ground, gazing up at the advancing giant. "Please don't step on me," he pleaded. "Fear not, good sir," Tarn reassured gently, cradling the researcher in his palm. "This slender fellow and I are organic life forms from Cybertron. My name is Tarn, and he is Red Spider. We have come to retrieve a component, one that you excavated but rightfully belongs to us." As the researcher trembled and pointed towards the storage warehouse, Red Spider, incensed by Tarn's words, interjected, "What do you mean, slender fellow? Tarn, how do you address your battleship commander? Regrettably, your position has already been filled, Red Spider." Tarn gently set the researcher back on the ground. "Of course, you could return to compete. I will call the land bridge after I collect my items, and you may accompany me back. Forget it. I have yet to achieve anything and am without the transformation gear. Although Black Widow certainly holds no power, there remains that. What was it called? The Harbinger, the search team leader from Subverts? Should I return now? Megatron will surely have my hide." Red Spider waved his hand and retrieved the land bridge control device from his waist. "You're always welcome back, former commander. By the way, I have always harbored a question," Red Spider said, opening the land bridge yet turning to look up. "Why do you consistently speak to me in such a cordial manner?" In Red Spider's eyes, Tarn could be exceedingly intimidating and oppressive, yet also gentle and approachable. Logically, the coexistence of these traits in a perfect soldier is not surprising, given their impeccable combat prowess and self-regard. "It is simply because I find you appealing, Red Spider. You are indeed a limited edition collectible." Chapter 5. Blades and Shadows. Deploying multiple forces allows us to simultaneously search the 4 coordinates we currently possess. This contest is one that the Autobots cannot afford to lose. It is a battle that the Decepticons must win at all costs. Within the Autobot base, I misspoke. The rendezvous point is at the edge of a forest. Just then, Jack stood beside the jackhammer, playing with a grenade. Medic emerged from the land bridge and felt a sense of exasperation upon seeing his partner, who appeared indifferent. "The boss called me, stating that our doctor requires tactical support." "First, Jack, I do not go by doctor. I have a name, and that is Medic. Furthermore, it is not I who requires tactical support. It is Optimus who has assigned me to supervise you, you rogue." All right, I will do my best to behave. Just sit tight and await my good news." Jack smiled as he lowered the 2 fingers he had raised before him. "Doctor, I have told you. I do not go by doctor. Suit yourself, Sunshine. Let us temporarily set aside the fact that Medic's life support system is on the brink of exploding, and return to the Decepticon warship. Harbinger, it seems you and your flight squadron can put forth effort in the quest for this artifact." Megatron pointed at the command screen. "This landmark area is mountainous, with rugged terrain and pleasant weather, making it ideal for those in vehicle forms as aircraft to venture forth. I shall depart immediately to retrieve this artifact for you, my lord. Harbinger quickly bowed, stepped back, and turned to leave the command bridge. Megatron, you troublesome one-eyed being, you may now prepare. Megatron shook his head slightly and turned back to face the command screen. Soundwave, do your own thing. I shall manage Soundwave's actions myself. Megatron could not be bothered to look back, lest he inadvertently reflect upon the optical lenses of one who had been captured by mere vermin. After the departure of the dying fire, the mission for the Soundwave was promptly assigned, which entailed the continuous monitoring of the task with the lowest completion rate among the four. The mission site was relatively serene, illuminated by a pleasant sun. Yet some of the airborne tigers were rather displeased, and it was evident that the sound emitters required recalibration. Captain Thales could no longer endure the incessant complaints and delivered a decisive kick to Ryan S. rear, commanding, "Can you refrain from incessant chatter? It only serves to highlight the superiority of your sound emitter, does it not?" Setting aside the Harbinger, Ryan insisted on effortlessly inserting the portable drill into the hole recently created. Perhaps it would indeed result in fewer words. What's the issue with you carrying a drill? A miner must possess the capability to traverse mountains and valleys, and you are still required to work? The drill was as long and thick as an entire arm, and I bore its weight for a continuous 3 hours. 3 hours, during which no one stepped in to assist, and now I'm expected to drill. Let me tell you, it is only out of the camaraderie built along the way that I have refrained from hurling this drill at your face. Thales clenched his fists and stepped closer to Ryan, who stood his ground, chest out, as the two hot-headed individuals were nearly close enough to kiss. Jerry, who had been watching the scene unfold, quickly intervened, suggesting, "Let us focus on completing the task first, or I can take over the drill." "Listen, Ryan, you are not the captain and have no comprehension of the weight of my responsibilities," Thales retorted. Such eloquent words, Ryan scoffed, waving his hand dismissively to interrupt the captain, before turning back to retrieve the drill. "Since we've been at this for so long, I might as well finish it in one go. Harbinger should be returning soon." In the skyline, the sun hung precariously upon the branches like a yellow energy source meant for illumination, yet the wire appeared singed. A dark spot abruptly manifested at the center, swiftly enlarging until its rectangular outline was fully revealed. It was not the Harbinger. The airborne tigers were not so colossal. "Fool! It is an Autobot spacecraft. Prepare for engagement." Upon hearing the captain's command, the three machines immediately transformed their arms into guns and commenced firing, while their patrolling comrades swiftly provided supporting fire from the flanks. A barrage of laser projectiles surged towards the hammerhead, accompanied by a cacophony of impact sounds that startled the ambulance in the co-pilot's seat into a panicked outcry. "Jack, fire back. Do not rush, Doctor. We must first detonate the artifact." Jack activated the missile system, simultaneously raising the rod. The hammerhead soared past the renowned trio, yet the missiles veered off and collided directly with the stone wall. "Transform." As the order was only half uttered, Thales was jolted by the explosion of the missiles, while Jerry struggled to maintain his balance. Unfortunately, Ryan lost his footing, tumbling and colliding with the two machines, sending himself sprawling atop the former. In a fit of frustration, Thales' sound emitter began to operate, while the optical sensor detected rapidly forming cracks in the surrounding rocks, and the audio receiver simultaneously picked up the terrifying sound of shattering. "It's collapsing. Cover your heads." Before the warning could fully escape his lips, the ground beneath the three machines gave way, plummeting them amidst the explosive debris and rising dust to the next substantial platform below. After a moment of darkness, an unidentified bird emerged from its nest, glancing back at its mate who was diligently incubating their eggs. After a few chirps, it spread its wings and soared into the air, only to collide with the rapidly approaching hammerhead. "Jack, steady now." The ambulance gripped the sides of its seat tightly, straining to utter these words through clenched teeth. Jack, manipulating the lever with one hand while frantically tapping the dashboard with the other, managed to respond amidst the chaos. "Just hold on tight." A swarm of Decepticons, having entered firing range, unleashed a barrage upon Hammerhead. Fortunately, Jack had previously redirected all energy to the rear shields, allowing them to withstand the onslaught. As strategies swirled in his mind, the ambulance, unable to remain still, insisted that Jack take immediate action. Rolling his eyes, Jack suddenly pulled the lever upwards, causing the hammerhead to momentarily stall in midair, its nose rising due to inertia. The Decepticons, caught off guard, crashed headlong into the space ahead of the hammerhead. The spectacle commenced. Jack promptly pressed down on the lever, stabilizing the hammerhead's nose while simultaneously deploying the forward-mounted cannon. As he pressed the firing button, two streams of concentrated bullets surged towards the Decepticon horde, obliterating one mid-flight. The Decepticons quickly scattered, but Jack pressed his advantage, eliminating the nearest one before swinging the nose and colliding directly with another Decepticon that attempted a sharp turn to counterattack. The Decepticon's wing was shattered upon impact, and it plummeted to the ground, accompanied by a violent explosion that erupted from the forest. An F-35 fighter jet rushed past, dispersing the billowing smoke that had just risen. "Commander, urgent assistance needed." The unfortunate Decepticon's plea was cut short as it was shot down. With gritted teeth, Skywing executed a sharp turn and ascended rapidly, launching 3 consecutive rounds from a railgun towards the hammerhead. The rear shields absorbed the first 2 shots, but when the third struck, a sudden energy deficit occurred. A robust orange projectile penetrated the left thruster, triggering a red alert as the hammerhead began to wobble and descend towards the earth. "Jack, no!" At that moment, thick black smoke erupted from the hammerhead's tail. Spinning several times in the air, it crashed to the ground, accompanied by the ambulance's frantic cries. Yet, propelled by inertia, the hammerhead continued to slide forward for 100 meters, wreaking havoc and raising a cloud of dust. Skywing snickered derisively, transforming mid-air into a humanoid form and executing a leap of faith down to the ground. 2 surviving Decepticons landed beside him, and together they raised their weapons, advancing towards the fallen hammerhead in a formation of officer and soldiers. As the dust settled, the vicinity of the hammerhead revealed no presence. The nearest Decepticon cautiously approached, weapon drawn, when a slender shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness. As the Decepticon's optical lens refocused, it found a long knife embedded in its chest. Witnessing the fall of its comrade, the second Decepticon and Skywing swiftly opened fire towards the source of the knife, yet no sound came in response. Instead, upon looking up, they beheld a Ford sports car soaring from above the hammerhead, its front colliding squarely with the Decepticon's forehead. The Harpy swiftly lowered its cannon, but the Jack stood faster. With a press of the accelerator, it dashed before the former, executing a fluid transformation into a leap, delivering kicks to the railgun and the Harpy's chest, forcing it back and dislodging the weapon. After a brief standoff, both parties drew their melee weapons. Suddenly, Jack felt an unexpected lightness in one hand and tilted his head, recalling that he had just wielded the long knife as a ranged weapon. Unfazed, he shrugged, pointing the blade at his opponent. "A single knife is sufficient to defeat you. Enjoy the company of your Autobot brethren." The Harpy deftly unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, then assumed a combat stance. Jack opened his visor and advanced, executing a wrist flick with his blade from below. The Harpy quickly blocked with its sword, only to discover that Jack's move was a feint. In the instant their weapons clashed, he reversed his wrist and lunged forward again. However, the Harpy, a veteran of combat, swiftly sidestepped after noticing the change in Jack's wrist movement. The long knife grazed past its cheek, and though it quickly raised its sword to block Jack's diagonal strike, it was still forced back a few steps by the impact. Seizing the moment, Jack shouted and raised his long knife high, launching a powerful downward strike. The Harpy quickly parried, but Jack continued to reverse his wrist, now not for a thrust, but to execute a series of sweeping cuts in a wrapping motion. As the name suggests, this technique involved quickly rotating the knife around his head before delivering a strike, augmenting the blade's reach and kinetic energy to unleash a formidable assault. This onslaught effectively pressured the Harpy into retreat, but it also drained Jack's stamina, and he soon felt fatigue in his arms, causing his speed to wane. The Harpy capitalized on this opportunity, sidestepping to parry before thrusting its sword in return, forcing Jack to retreat. After evading several thrusts, he spotted an opening. He used the back of his knife to deflect the thrust, pivoted, and fortuitously seized the Harpy's wrist. Immediately, he swung down with his knife. Yet, his own wrist was caught, and the two combat masters found themselves in a struggle, entering a verbal sparring match. The Harpy flipped a coin. "When I was installing bombs beneath the wavebreaker, you didn't even hear me, for I had damaged your audio receiver." With a furious shout, it declared, "Today, I shall tear your spark apart, just as Bumblebee did to your brother, Thundercracker." The Harpy unleashed a fierce kick, and Jack mimicked the move. After exchanging blows, they separated. Jack turned his head just in time to see his second knife embedded in the chest of the fallen Skyfire. He swiftly retrieved it and charged at the Harpy again, now wielding dual knives. The Harpy thrust once more, but Jack parried with a horizontal slice, following up with a series of whirlwind strikes that forced the Harpy to retreat. It leaned back to evade the first double strike, and then blocked the second with its sword, using its strong blade to deflect Jack's weaker strike before delivering a powerful counter. I still prefer one-on-one. The Harpy began to revel in its advantage, only to realize that Jack had transformed his empty hand into a wrist-mounted gun. In an instant, he raised it and fired a shot, which, despite the Harpy's timely block, still sent it staggering from impact. Horrified Wing swung his sword recklessly, yet felt no impact upon collision. As he refocused his gaze, he discovered that the Jack had transformed into its automotive form and sped away towards the excavation site of the sacred artifact. Damn it! Just as Horrified Wing was about to shift into his aircraft mode, he caught sight of a grenade not far off. With a gasp, the grenade detonated instantaneously, the shockwave hurling him against a tree, causing him to lose consciousness. After a brief interlude of darkness, the source of ignition is above. Ryan, you incompetent fool. Thales exerted great effort to free himself from the rubble, subsequently pulling out his two teammates who were pinned beneath the stones. This is quite the predicament. Jerry stumbled about the clearing, brushing off the dust that clung to him. How fortuitous that the excavation site lies just at the cliff's edge. Now I can see the whole of the sacred artifact. It might just be buried beneath the debris. The three machines exchanged glances, ultimately deciding through a majority vote to send Ryan to retrieve the artifact. Exhausted, Ryan could scarcely muster the energy to protest and return to the stone pile in search of the artifact's trace. I found it. Look, this is the captain. Behind you. Though Thales heard Ryan's warning, he was quickly approached from behind by an assailant, his left arm firmly grasped, a surgical knife pressed against his throat. The ambulance led Thales aside, tilting his head slightly to assess the width of the path behind him before commanding, "Hand over the artifact, or prepare to see your accomplices' heads roll." Don't listen to him, Ryan. Quickly conjure a gun and open fire, or use the artifact directly. I'd rather perish alongside this automaton. Wait, Ryan. Noticing the executor's hesitation, Jerry swiftly interjected, "Automaton, lower your knife and leave quickly. We might consider sparing your life." Then, there is nothing to discuss. The ambulance tightened its grip on the surgical knife, a trickle of blue liquid dripping from the blade. "No, put down the knife. I'll give you the artifact." "You've lost your mind, Ryan. Once Horrified Wing-S commander arrives, he will eliminate this automaton. Your commander is already dead." A long knife suddenly poised against Jerry's neck. The Jack lifted his mask, revealing a smug smile. "I personally obliterated him. I'm in a good mood today. So hand the artifact to the doctor, and I'll spare your lives." "Ryan, I beg you." Thales' voice trembled with pain, yet remained stern. "Take the artifact and flee. Do your kind keep their word?" The Jack glanced at the ambulance, which recalled Optimus Prime's words, and nodded in agreement. The Jack then hoisted Jerry in front of Ryan, and after receiving the artifact, he took the opportunity to knee him, swiftly transforming into vehicle mode and pressing the accelerator. The ambulance, having pushed Thales down, also transformed and closely followed suit. This matter must not be disclosed to the outside world. But can we silence the commander? Upon hearing this, Ryan and Thales quickly turned to the direction Jerry was gazing. A robust figure stood resolutely atop the mountain, the insignia on his left chest confirming him as the elite air commander of the Decepticons. Chapter 6. On-the-spot judgment. Dispatching multiple squads enables us to simultaneously search the 4 coordinates we currently possess. This competition is one the Autobots cannot afford to lose, and it is imperative for the Decepticons to emerge victorious. Within the Autobot base, a partition is prepared for departure. The medic opens the land bridge, pointing towards the map coordinates. The destination is the equator, the hottest place on this planet. I am a member of the Thunder Rescue Team. My physique is meant for facing perilous challenges. What is there to fear about the heat? The partition firmly pats its chest and strides into the land bridge. On board the Decepticon warship, Deadlock idly leans against the land bridge command console, awaiting news. His shift partner, Vincent, cannot help but tease Deadlock. "I hear the medic has been dispatched on a mission while you're just loitering here. As the most exceptional warrior, I must choose the climactic mission." Though Deadlock feels a twinge of insecurity at this moment, he still thumps his chest for courage. Just wait for me to retrieve the sacred artifact, and Lord Megatron will commend me. Everyone will praise me on Kevin's podcast. Indeed, today's podcast is primed for launch. Kevin has even released the opening remarks in advance, eagerly anticipating the coordinates for these 4 sacred missions. I shall now activate the land bridge. Best of luck to you. On the bridge, Megatron waits until Deadlock departs before withdrawing from the surveillance screen, turning to his companion Soundwave, whose chest appears vacant. Has Laserbeak been dispatched? Soundwave nods affirmatively. Excellent, Megatron muses. Deadlock can be deemed a formidable warrior. He possesses great strength, making him well-suited for the front lines. Yet, he exhibits an excessive concern for the lower-ranking soldiers, which leads me to believe that his judgment has been influenced since being rescued by the Autobots. Soundwave tilts his head slightly. I understand, Tarn also possesses this trait. However, even if this perfect soldier has self-awareness, his fundamental logic will not lead him to betray the Decepticon cause. If we could cultivate his management abilities, he might even succeed me. Soundwave remains silent, but raises his head slightly. Noticing this, Megatron refrains from further commentary and instead contemplates. Black Widow harbors grand ambitions that she fails to conceal. Losing her spider limbs is a fitting retribution. Yet, without her soul combat capability, she is now reduced to mere keyboard work. Skywarp is obedient but overly sentimental, often preoccupied with his deceased brother. Knockout is indecisive, easily swayed by Deadlock's orders. Firestar is eloquent, yet as a female machine, her petite stature makes it difficult for her to assert control over her subordinates when necessary. Tarn is nearly perfect, powerful and devoid of friendly fire, formidable yet approachable, capable of completing missions with ease. Yet, I struggle to decipher its thoughts. I cannot fathom its expressions. If it were merely a tool, it would be acceptable for it to display no emotion, but it possesses its own will. Soundwave and the elusive Shockwave share a similar disposition. They are efficient workers yet lack social skills. In contemplating who could serve as my deputy, the only suitable candidate seems to be the Tarantulas. Megatron felt an undeniable headache, and he struck his metallic head several times in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. As he stepped out of the land bridge, the pungent sulfuric scent of the volcanic region overwhelmed him, causing him to wave his hand in front of his face. This stench is even more unbearable than the Decepticon barracks. Have you experienced it? A voice chimed in. Fire. Recognizing the voice, Megatron transformed his weapon into a meteor hammer. I was curious about whom I would confront, and to my surprise, it was you. I was equally pleased to encounter one of the Autobots I most desired to meet. Prepare yourself. Die. Fire brandished his hammer, letting out a war cry as he charged toward Megatron. The meteor hammer and the war hammer met like long-lost friends, yet the surrounding air, filled with jealousy, recoiled sharply, emitting a piercing scream as it circled away. A portion of it burrowed into the grayish-yellow ground, forcibly creating a fissure wide enough for an arm. The ensuing clash was a back-and-forth exchange. Die. Fire seized the rhythm first, dodging Megatron's straight punch with a sidestep, retaliating with a back fist that left Megatron momentarily stunned. Taking advantage of the opening, Die. Fire swiftly transformed his weapon into a war hammer and swung it with ferocity. Megatron's jaw nearly dislocated, and he staggered several steps sideways before collapsing to the ground, legs flailing in the air. You cannot defeat me, Megatron. Just as Die. Fire was about to deliver a finishing blow. His communicator crackled with the leader's urgency. Die. Fire. The coordinates indicate you are near the relic. Why have you stopped? Some matters delayed me. I do not care what those matters are, whether the road is rough or a tire has burst, or even if it involves Autobots. Complete your mission first. With that, Megatron abruptly cut off the communication. Die. Fire felt a surge of irritation. He glanced at the still unconscious Megatron before scanning the surroundings. And indeed, he spotted a Cybertronian spacecraft not far away. After breaking apart the hardened Earth, he was able to extract it. As he grasped the vessel, he contemplated its contents. Upon lifting the lid, a murky green gas suddenly erupted, causing him to drop it in haste. The spacecraft clattered to the ground, and the so-called relic tumbled out. Recovering from his coughing fit, both Die, Fire, and Megatron turned to gaze at the object in unison, exclaiming, "Toxic energy entity." Both warriors raised their weapons, but after a brief standoff, Megatron was the first to lower his arm, prompting Die Fire to question, "What do you mean?" Let's converse. What is there to discuss with an Autobot? Megatron opened his hands towards the toxic energy entity. We both understand the power of this thing. During the Battle of Ambus Mountain, you were the assault team leader, and I was the guard captain of the 3rd Squad. I remember. That was our first battle, Die. Fire reflected, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his mind, yet he remained steadfast. But what of it? My mission is to deliver this to Megatron for a reward. I merely advise you to ponder carefully on what caused the demise of your half of the assault team. The anguished cries of his comrades suddenly reverberated through the lifeless audio receiver. A hand abruptly grasped his foot, causing Deathfire to be struck with terror. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not free himself. Instead, more hands seized his legs and body. Startled by the voice calling him, Deathfire turned his trembling gaze to the source. It was his friend, the formidable Vince, whose body was marred by toxic energy. One of his arms had already fallen away, and the optical lens was deeply embedded in the corrosive hole of his helmet, emitting a ghostly green glow. "Vince, you," Deathfire began, but before he could finish, a spark flickered from Megatron towards Vince's neck, causing his head to sway and his disorganized words to tumble to the ground. After a brief black screen, when silence proved futile, Megatron ceased the recording and approached Deathfire and the 3 airborne Decepticons, his fury palpable. "Kneel before me." Once the 4 machines had knelt, Megatron unleashed his wrath upon the remaining crew on the bridge. What a bunch of useless fools. Beyond Tarn's efforts to wrest the supreme god armor from Optimus Prime, none of you succeeded, and yet you still chose to betray us. My Lord Megatron, you flatter me. In truth, I was the one who defeated Optimus Prime alongside the former commander, Red Spider. That is not the crux of the matter, Tarn, Megatron interjected, pointing at the 4 kneeling machines. How could such an event occur under the establishment of the Decepticon judiciary? Do you not recognize me as your leader? This is not entirely their fault. Had I not intervened, Deathfire would have perished, and Tyreus and the others would not have faced the Jack. This butterfly effect is my responsibility. It cannot be overlooked. Tarn stepped forward and bowed. My Lord Megatron, this is a failure on my part. I request permission to conduct a public trial for these 4 criminals, as a cautionary measure. Granted, this matter is entirely in your hands. All Decepticon members without urgent tasks connect to the Decepticon warship S screens. During the camera setup, Tarn swiftly gathered information from the 2 teams of criminals. Moments later, with a chime, all screens aboard the Decepticon warship displayed the courtroom setup of the bridge. Megatron, as the leader, stood at the head of the tribunal. At the far end of the long bridge, flanked by Soundwave and Sky Shadow, while Firefight, Black Widow, and Knockout occupied the spectator S seats. Tarn, serving as the judge, stood before the 4 criminals, hands clasped behind his back, facing the camera as he proclaimed, "Decepticons. The purpose of today's trial is simple, to clarify the crimes of these 4 criminals before us. We shall begin with the accusations from Commander Sky Shadow. According to him, these 3 motorcycle Decepticons privately handed over the sacred artifact to the Autobots. Commander, could you please recount the details?" Sky Shadow stepped forward to reiterate upon my arrival. I discovered that the Autobot known as Jack was receiving the sacred artifact from the hands of the airborne Decepticons. Subsequently, the former struck down the latter and swiftly retreated. I preliminarily conclude that these 3 motorcycle Decepticons acted in treachery to preserve their own lives. The 3 of you. Tarn urged his companions to deliberate on a strategy as they slowly approached the trio of mechanical tigers. Who was it that relinquished the sacred artifact to the Autobots? As Ryan gradually rose to his feet, Tarn conceived a plan, leaning in closer and bellowing, "You are truly a fool, Ryan. If you lack the skill to wield the artifact, you ought to be ever vigilant of the Autobots' movements." "Yes, Commander, what of it? How could a flying tiger possibly comprehend the artifact's usage? Instead of wasting time aiming it at your comrades and the Autobots, it would have been far wiser to seize the chance to retrieve it." Tarn was exonerating those traitors. No, this was intriguing. The normally furious Megatron's mind was suddenly filled with curiosity, and after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to let events unfold naturally. However, Skywing was unable to remain composed. I distinctly observed that flying tiger exhibiting no desire to attack. "Commander, please remain calm. Based on your previous account, you initially engaged in a fierce battle with the Jack, only to be ambushed and collide with a tree, rendering you unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, you hastily returned to the excavation site, and it is only natural that your focus would be somewhat compromised under such duress. Ryan was operating under the duress of having his companions abducted by the Autobots. As a low-ranking soldier, errors are to be expected. I suspect the Jack seized the opportunity to stealthily approach and snatch the artifact while Ryan's attention was diverted. Truly cunning Autobots. Noticing Skywing's stunned expression, Tarn shifted his scrutiny towards Dead End. Dead End, your actions are well known. Under the surveillance of Laserbeak, you audaciously fired your shoulder cannon at the toxic energy entity. Although you returned early due to environmental factors, this very incident serves as evidence. This could be seen as repaying the favor of the partition's life-saving grace, though regrettably, it does not compensate Tarn's share. Dead End, aware of the gravity of his transgressions, lowered his head in resignation, preparing to accept his punishment. It also illustrates that you are a complete brute, devoid of any situational awareness. Can he still fabricate excuses? What could possibly reside within that dense skull of his? Megatron's optical sensors widened in astonishment, not to mention the reactions of the other present characters and the observing soldiers. The toxic energy entity poses significant threats to the body. Your targeting system has been compromised upon contact with the toxic energy entity and subsequent combat. Not to mention, through your recklessness, you have also lost a beam calibrating sphere. In such an uncertain situation, how could you dare to recklessly employ ranged weaponry? Not only did you fail to injure the Autobots, but you also damaged mission-critical items. This is sheer folly. Soundwave stepped forward, raising his fist before Tarn. Tarn bowed slightly. Soundwave, this trial has been entrusted entirely to me by the higher-ups. If you or Laserbeak have any additional points to make, please display the footage. Otherwise, do not impede the trial's progression. A finger jabbed forcefully into Tarn's chest, unexpectedly pushing him back a step. The instigator, Soundwave, raised his fist once more and returned to the spectator's seat. The thunder was loud, and the rain was no less significant. After all, I have always regarded him as the most critical point of vigilance. Tarn turned once more to face the camera, raising his left hand to proclaim. Though through my meticulous contemplation and analysis, I have concluded that the four are not traitors. They may escape the death penalty, yet cannot evade the consequences of their failure. They remain the primary culprits of the mission's demise. As the minister of the Decepticon Punishment Department, my foremost duty is to eradicate any potential internal strife and rebellion within the Decepticon ranks. While the punishment for mission failure does not fall under my purview, by the decree of Lord Megatron, this trial has been entrusted to my full authority. Thus, I shall comply with due respect. I hereby declare, the wings of the 3 aerial bots shall be removed, and they shall serve a lifetime of labor, compensated at the same rate as miners. As for Scorponok, considering his past valor in battle, all honors shall be stripped from him. On Victory Day, he will receive rewards equivalent to those of a common soldier. Yet, in light of his role as a capable aid in the defeat of foes, I shall retain his position while reducing his salary to that of a lowly ground vehicle. Tarn slowly turned, bowing deeply to Megatron, inquiring, "Might I know your thoughts on the verdict, my lord? Are you inclined to show leniency?" "Intriguing, quite intriguing. Yet the matter remains unresolved," Megatron replied with a slight nod, lifting his head to conceal a hint of amusement. Tarn then directed his gaze towards the 4 bots still kneeling in stunned silence, abruptly altering his demeanor as he bellowed. "You cannot be any smarter? Lord Megatron bestows his grace upon you, and yet you wait passively for it to descend upon your heads?" Tyler was the first to react, swiftly turning on his knees and prostrating himself at Megatron's feet, exclaiming, "Long live the Lord." The other bots quickly followed suit, mimicking Tyler's actions with fervor. "Enough, enough. The sight of your faces repulses me. You 3, hasten to the operating room. Scorponok, you shall wield the scalpel." Observing Scorponok trailing behind Tarn, who was carrying 1 aerial bot in each hand and another suspended at his feet, Megatron waved his hand, signaling the conclusion of the trial before dismissing the others. "My lord, could it be that my eyes deceive me? You should inquire of Scorponok, not me." However, once the departing Skywing completed his bow, Megatron turned his gaze to the only one remaining, Soundwave. "Quite the eloquent speaker, are you not? This time, you have managed to persuade Tarn to this extent, but let it not become a precedent." Soundwave remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 7. The Art of Language. The land bridge at the entrance of the mine opened as a double-barreled tank emerged, pausing momentarily before directly penetrating the tunnel of the mine. Hearing the commotion, the foreman, Herdo, quickly halted his work and approached to greet the newcomer. The tank transformed back into its humanoid form only in a more spacious area. Herdo, upon seeing the long-absent giant, was filled with excitement. Tarn, what mission brings you this time? Are the Autobots coming? Or is it something else? Herdo, I wish to station a few old acquaintances under your supervision. Is that permissible? Ah, old acquaintances, you say? Tyler, Jerry, and Ryan stepped out from behind Tarn, and as Herdo was about to inquire about their presence, he inadvertently focused on their vacant backs and instantly understood. Turning, he called for his second-in-command, Payne, escort these three to the labor reform team. Good morning, Tarn. The three of you may come forth. Payne's joints are not in good condition. It took him several seconds, from bowing to greeting and finally extending an invitation. As Tarn completed the handover and prepared to depart, he turned to leave, only to be called back by a voice. It was the three reformed convicts, standing in a line, two behind one. Upon seeing and turn around, they all knelt in unison. No, please do not do this. Tarn swiftly bent down to assist them, shaking his head repeatedly. I cannot bear such grand gestures. Taylor's trembled. I know I cannot express my gratitude eloquently, but I do not understand why we must offend Lord Megatron to save ourselves. Every soldier is the protagonist of their own life. They should not become expendable fodder. I believe that any action taken by a sentient being is justified, and you would not betray your own principles. I also do not wish for you to be wronged. But we are not wronged, Taylor's replied, once again bowing deeply with the other two before turning to follow Payne's footsteps. I am well aware that you're not wronged. Remember the favor you owe me. It will be of use in the future. Tarn chuckled softly to himself as he transformed into vehicle form and exited the mine tunnel. Emerging at the entrance of the load. Opening theme. I am here, my lord. Will you accompany me for a stroll? This night was devoid of moonlight. The sky shrouded in a heavy cloak of darkness. The stars obscured as if the entire world had been consumed by an endless abyss. A gentle breeze, tinged with a hint of chill, brushed against the skin, while the rustling of fallen leaves and dust created an echoing sound that resonated distinctly in the profound silence of the night. The branches swayed in the nocturnal wind, casting mottled shadows that added an eerie quality to the atmosphere. The two giants walked in tandem for quite some time until the frail moon peeked out from behind its shroud of clouds, casting silvery rays back upon the earth. This planet requires stillness and contemplation to reveal its true beauty. How can one aspire to be artistic when it feels as though life is intent on extinguishing me? Faced with this ambiguous compliment, Tarn assumed it was Megatron in a poetic mood and readily echoed the sentiment. Tell me, Tarn, when the light of life kisses the earth, yet darkness entombs it, is this the ruler of the night or the shame of the day? Upon hearing this, Tarn felt a familiar yet uncertain sensation surge within him. I do not comprehend. Simply express your thoughts. What is this? Tarn found himself at a loss, compelled to continue the conversation, the sense of familiarity growing stronger. And a phrase escaped his lips. The ruler of the night is indeed the shame of the day. This blinding darkness obscures the tender eyes of the pitiful daylight. The onset of darkness is inherently unjust, yet it seeks to solidify its dominion through the sinful depths of the night. Indeed, beautifully articulated. Where does this wisdom originate? Megatron slowly turned, his shark-like eyes glowing a deep crimson, the two white rings showing no signs of wavering. Is it from Macbeth? What? Megatron turned his entire body around, remarking, your face resembles a disc, yet without the proper interface, I cannot discern anything from within. You are well aware of this, and have taken great pains to conceal it. Alas, no matter how hard you try, your true nature remains unmasked. He finally comprehended. Perhaps it was the sound waves tracing through the web of fibers, or the intense interrogation of Firestorm, or more directly, an invasion of my memories while I lay unconscious. Megatron drew closer, stating, I know what lies concealed within your core. This is it. I cannot fire upon Megatron, nor do I possess any melee weapons. Megatron, however, wields a wrist sword, and with several boulders nearby, I could take advantage of the moment when he strikes, break it, and then plunge it back into his core. Is your core truly the essence of a human soul? Very well, allow me to show you the soul of a human Autobot. Suddenly, my brain module system malfunctioned, and as I raised my right hand halfway, I instinctively wiped it before my optical lens, startling Megatron, his wrist sword already protruding menacingly. What are you up to? Megatron blinked, his shark-like eyes widening with sudden realization. He fully extended his sword and pressed it against my chin, concluding that I was indeed the greatest traitor. What a false alarm. I grasped Megatron's right arm with both hands and urged it down forcefully, attempting to suppress a smile as I spoke. My entire existence belongs to Lord Megatron. Yet if you intend to execute me, it must first adhere to reason, does it not? Reason? Megatron retorted. You truly are a product of Shockwave. You believe it is logical to assert that Deadlock and those 3 motorcycle Decepticons are innocent? In truth, it was a failure of the Shockwave's focus, or perhaps an issue with Soundwave's laserbeak. Is that all? I had anticipated this inquiry. I bowed respectfully. No, my lord. Quite the contrary. My reasoning suggests that failing to execute those 4 traitors would severely tarnish your reputation. Megatron raised an eyebrow, intrigued. But I possess a superior method to garner their support and elevate your reputation to even greater heights. Due elaborati. Megatron would not inquire about matters beyond his knowledge. Thus, this honesty was more prudent. I bowed once more. The entire crew of the warship is aware that I am the Minister of Enforcement, personally verified by you. If traitors were to emerge under such circumstances, would that not strike a blow to your dignity? Indeed. Thus, we cannot categorize those 4 as traitors. I have discovered certain discrepancies. The commander of the Shockwave was observing from a distance, casting doubt on his judgment. And the video recorded by the laserbeak ceased at the moment Deadlock fired, after which the camera was obscured by volcanic smoke. While there are sufficient grounds to assert treachery, as I previously mentioned, I utilized my computational system to reinterpret their actions as foolish blunders that led to mission failure, thereby placing the fault upon them, rather than you. Fascinating, Megatron nodded slightly. Yet I am incapable of error. They cannot place blame upon me. Why would you go to such lengths to assist? I am rendering them a favor, my lord. They will undoubtedly remember my life-saving grace. When the time comes, they will not hesitate to exert themselves on my behalf. My endeavors are for your cause, and should they assist me in fulfilling my mission, it would indeed contribute to your grand enterprise. At this moment, the moon fully revealed itself, casting a silvery light upon the ground, illuminating it as if it were daylight, and revealing the unmistakable smile of Megatron. Tarn pressed his advantage. While I may have saved their lives, it is, in truth, your mercy that has granted them a chance to live for future purposes. Naturally, they will turn their gratitude towards you, thereby fostering greater loyalty. But what are the sacred relics that have yet to be obtained? Those artifacts are mere trifles, my lord. While these so-called remnants may help win battles, how can they ensure lasting dominion? Such items are destined to be locked away. Yet the hearts of the people can never be confined. If you had the gift of speech, I suspect you would tear it away now, for it is simply exquisite. Megatron laughed heartily. Yet I wonder if you are curious as to why I assert that the spark within you embodies the essence of the Autobots. I am well aware, my lord, that you perceive my approach as akin to that of the Autobots, sacrificing intellect for the sake of a few minor characters. Despite their insignificance to the Decepticon cause, Megatron's laughter faded as he stepped closer, bringing his face near Tarn's mask. Inquiring, how is it that you are so astute? I am but slightly inferior to you, my lord. I merely possess a more robust computational system. Indeed, after all, you're the perfect soldier. Megatron resumed his original stance, gazing up at the moon on the horizon. Yet even perfection has its vulnerabilities. When a direct reason eludes you, you resort to psychological warfare. Tarn clenched his fists, striving to respond with composure. Everything that exists in this world possesses a weakness, which is precisely why there is no such thing as an impregnable entity. And what is your weakness? Megatron lowered his gaze, re-establishing eye contact with the perfect soldier. My weaknesses are contingent upon your decisions, my lord, Tarn replied, spreading his hands. However, I hope you will wield them wisely, if pressed too hard. A weakness can swiftly transform into a point of vulnerability. Are you threatening me? It can only be considered a friendly reminder, my lord. If you were truly willing to dispose of me, you would have severed my head at the first opportunity. Megatron's anger flared momentarily, and after a dismissive snort, he continued on his path, with Tarn following closely, listening as Megatron inquired, "What is your relationship with Herdo? Has he investigated the miners' names?" Is this a test followed by targeted actions? Tarn feigned understanding, yet upon Megatron's urging, he replied, "He is an unforgettable machine, my lord. The first miner I met aboard the battleship. And what of Kevin, Vincent, Taylors, and Jeff? They are comrades with whom I have fought side by side. Particularly Kevin. His podcast is quite popular among the crew, and then there's Todd, the only chef aboard the entire battleship. Before I awoke, the battleship was engulfed in silence, with Knockout, Soundwave, Red Spider, and yourself present. What you perceive Knockout and Deadlock to be like? They are quite the duo. Rumored to hail from Speedstar. The former is an ardent automotive enthusiast, a doctor of irreplaceable value, while the latter is a formidable fighter, excelling in physical endeavors. Red Spider serves as an admirable lieutenant, does he not? His actions are meticulously planned. However, he seems to be plagued by misfortune in execution. Some soldiers aboard the ship have remarked that Red Spider is the only one who falters when executing unarmed prisoners. Huh, indeed, what a sound wave. He is the sole individual who sends chills down my spine. By the way, my lord, I find myself quite akin to Soundwave. Our faces are akin to a tape that cannot be rewound, yet I willingly play, while he remains silent. Is Tarn signaling me? Confronting him is akin to dealing with Red Spider. I wish to resolve matters, but hesitate to strike. Megatron nodded, acknowledging, you speak the truth, yet I can decipher Soundwave, while you remain a mystery to me. Indeed, my lord. After all, Soundwave is to you what Macbeth is to the tale. You can read much from his face, akin to a book. Megatron paused, slowly turning, and inquired, if I were to disassemble your mind and place it aboard the battleship, would it not elevate the computational capabilities significantly? What else have you surmised? Speak freely. You are aware that no useful information can be gleaned from my core. Thus you have dispatched Soundwave to surveil Firestar, hoping to extract something from this female counterpart mine. Perhaps while we converse, she is being interrogated or even subjected to cerebral cortex sensors. In response to Tarn's furious inquiry, Megatron merely smiled faintly. I would never resort to such measures, dear Tarn. You just mentioned that weaknesses can sometimes serve as triggers. Do you think I am unaware of this? Firestar has no room to survive among the Decepticons. Yet she eliminated Knockout, leaving you with no choice but to raise your standing for protection. You have even placed the highly adept Black Widow beside Firestar, effectively thwarting any close-range eavesdropping. The battleship's recording capabilities are subpar, rendering all whispers inaudible. Had it not been for Soundwave fortuitously taking a detour during his break, he might have never learned of this so-called Macbeth. I didn't realize you were a historian. It was indeed on the day that Red Spider's clone boarded the ship that misfortune struck. Yet Tarn, ever eloquent, paused to retort. But does Lord Megatron know of this so-called Macbeth? You wish to engage in philosophical debate. I anticipated this. Macbeth is a general who, believing in prophecies, ascends to greatness, only to be ultimately vanquished by fate. I perceive adults to resemble Macbeth, for indeed, the Covenant and the prophecies bear striking similarities. Unlike that feeble human, I have truly ascended, as foretold in the Covenant, to become the most formidable dark entity in existence. I, Megatron, proudly raise my head. Yet the Cosmic Emperor remains but a frog in a well, unaware of my true might. His ultimate demise at my hands is, therefore, deserved. Tarn acknowledged, indeed. The power of Lord Megatron should not be underestimated. Tarn, this conversation not only failed to intimidate you, but it also allowed you to navigate through it with ease. You accomplished all 4 tasks, and your grasp of interpersonal dynamics is remarkably astute. You're simply perfect. However, even the most flawless mechanisms possess vulnerabilities, as you have stated. Tarn chuckled, yet upon focusing, he noticed Megatron's disdainful expression. The latter murmured, had I known, I should have designed you a mouth from the outset. Chapter 8. A moment of leisure while Tarn and Megatron engaged in amiable discourse. Tarn's most significant vulnerability, Firefight, was journeying to the infirmary alongside her well-recognized confidant, Black Widow. Goodness, Todd's culinary skills have become increasingly refined. His thallium-infused spicy sausages taste indistinguishable from those crafted by humans. Huh, what claim? You've tasted human-made dishes. Black Widow teased, her smile brightening as they encountered Deadlock, who was laboriously transporting heavy objects at the next intersection. Hey, Deadlock, toiling away, are we? After managing to load an enormous stack of energy core crates onto the maglev vehicle, Deadlock took a breath and retorted, Black Widow, I believe our situations are quite similar. At least I haven't had to endure any beatings from Tarn. Your group's mockery is truly uniform. I indeed had an unpleasant experience with Tarn, yet without a doubt. He has saved our lives, Black Widow replied, arms crossed, gazing upward. Humph, are you seeking common ground with others again? Deadlock remarked while loading another stack onto the maglev. Flexing his fingers. What I owe to Tarn, I shall repay myself. What about you? Will you offer your body in exchange? At this, the surrounding soldiers erupted in hearty laughter. Black Widow clenched her fists, fury evident on her face. If I still had my claws, I would surely tear out your vocal cords. Regrettably, that was not possible, for Tarn had fashioned them into small toys, adorning the top of your door. Vincent and Henry assisted Deadlock, chuckling, a bug version of the rusty sea jellyfish. To be honest, it's rather amusing. As the scene began to spiral out of control, Firefight quickly positioned herself between the two factions to mediate. Everyone, please remain calm. If we are to reckon, I was unearthed from the ground by Tarn, though I merely got a head start. The rest should step back a bit. The mediation bore little fruit, and the three groups resumed their quarrel. Unbeknownst to them, at the far end of the last path at the intersection, a tall, slender Cybertronian with an inverted triangular screen approached, extending his hand toward Firefight. As I gaze upon the disordered terrain, I behold a lengthy trench, formed by the impact of a fall, brimming with extraordinary energy entities. Following this trench, one can discover an utterly vacant escape pod, its fiery emblem signifying but one truth. An escape pod of the Decepticons? Could it be that the valiant Firestorm is revisiting the mission briefing, only to be struck with a sudden realization upon surveying the site once more? Simon, how long have you served in the Decepticon ranks? Reporting, sir. I joined the illustrious Decepticon faction early in the war. Simon's abrupt salute startled Firestorm, and his resounding reply nearly caused the latter to gouge out a 3-bedroom suite with her high heels. All right, calm down, Firestorm urged, waving his hand until Simon regained his composure. If you joined the Decepticons so early, then surely you're aware of a certain Autobot named Hot Rod? Not really. You must know about the one called Sideswipe and the police car? Oh, I know those two. But sir, what does this have to do with the escape pod? Of course it pertains to the matter. The smokescreen script draws from Hot Rod. The appearance is borrowed from Sideswipe. And the voice is provided by the one known as Blur. Truly, a character devoid of originality. As if conjured by thought, the Autobots descended from the heavens in search of the escape pod signal. Unlike what I recall, this time, the team was lively and vigorous. It seems that Mika need not mourn the injuries of the partitions, yet the Jack wouldn't face off against the mechanical insects. One wonders what implications this holds for the future. Firestorm contemplated returning to the warship for further reflection, and with a grand gesture declared, Decepticons, retreat. 2 minutes later, nothing to show for our efforts? Does this imply we have not located any new Decepticon members? Indeed, Lord Megatron. The target is likely not present at the original location. If it were one of ours, they would naturally emit a signal. Very well, you may take your leave. Once Firestorm exited the bridge, 2 administrative Decepticons leaned close, whispering to one another. Have you noticed that whenever Commander Firestorm or Commander Tarn leads a mission, the injury rate is remarkably low, even to the point of 0 casualties? What is so surprising about that? The missions led by those 2 commanders seldom engage with the Autobots, and their strategies are exceedingly cautious. They always withdraw first, using a triangular firepower net for suppression, causing the Autobots to retreat without a fight. Indeed, but why do other commanders feel compelled to engage the Autobots directly? Our strategic objective primarily focuses on resource suppression, yet upon sighting Autobots, we are compelled to strike. God knows, the Lord approaches. Both Decepticons turned in unison, offering a salute to Megatron. The latter blinked his optical sensors, strode out of the bridge with hands clasped behind his back, while Soundwave instinctively followed, commencing playback of the recent dialogue in an isolated corridor. Triangular firepower suppression? This strategy is rather antiquated. In the early days of warfare, when the captured cities were still relatively intact, a defensive war of attrition was indeed a viable approach. However, as the conflict progressed and the level of destruction increased, coupled with resource depletion, one must resort to more aggressive offensive tactics to achieve breakthroughs, adapting to the evolving circumstances. The sound waves remained silent, merely emphasizing the term resource suppression. You are correct. We certainly possess a significant advantage in resources on Earth, and the Autobots can easily count them on their fingers. They cannot afford to take any risks of injury. Such a defensive strategy is indeed commendable, but I shall ponder further. After a brief moment of darkness, Firefight received an urgent notification and hurried to the medical bay, arriving breathless and with aching legs before finally entering through the door. Leaning against the table to catch his breath, he spoke. You better believe it, There's indeed, an emergency, Of course, we have important matters to announce. Do not jest with me. I can see the mirth in your optical sensors. Look around. Even Kevin, Todd, Vincent, and Simon are here. What is this? A matchmaking event? My foolish sister. Tarn turned around, producing a silver-white cake, large enough to fit in the palm of her hand. Today is your birthday. Firefight's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow the cake. What month is it now? We have converted the year. Your Cybertronian birthday coincides perfectly with today's date on Earth. Knockdown stepped forward, raising his hands to transform into a chainsaw and a drill. You may choose one as your cake-cutting tool. No. Use this one. It's the most explosive. Firefight pushed Knockdown aside and raised a warhammer. If my spider legs were still intact, perhaps I would have been the first to take the first slice. Of course, Black Widow, but I have a better idea. Tarn tilted the cake slightly, her other hand beckoning. Firefight, come here, I have a plan. Surely, he isn't going to use his massive thumb to slice it for me? Firefight approached, filled with confusion. But in an instant, a shadow lunged toward him, a sweet, gooey substance suddenly obscuring his face. Tarn. However, the other machines present quickly recovered from their momentary shock. Bursting into laughter, Kevin adjusted the camera, exclaiming, today's podcast will be absolutely spectacular. Lord Megatron. Upon hearing their call, the Cybertronian fellows stood at attention, while Firefight, adorned with a cake of tin, continued to grumble, swiping at the remnants of cake on his head and, with a casual flick, slapped a large piece of silver-white icing on a Megatron's thigh. Who was behind me? That smacked my hand painfully. Continue, Firefight. In Megatron's optical sensors, there was a rare absence of anger or menace, replaced instead by anticipation. It hurts my spark, my lord. Although it landed on you, my spark is also suffering. Firefight grinned, his expression amusingly juxtaposed with the soft, silver mess atop his head. Megatron suddenly erupted into laughter. Initially standing upright with his eyes wide open, but gradually losing control, eventually closing his eyes and bending over with mirth. After the laughter, consequences were imminent. All the machines, including Firefight, shared the sentiment, save for Tarn and Megatron. Do not be anxious, Megatron chuckled, pausing to soothe his chest that ached from laughter. Once composed, he continued, there is no need for formality. I am not a cold-hearted monarch. I, too, look forward to sharing in the joy with my subjects. That is splendid, Lord Megatron. The Fallen exclaimed, bowing in reverence. We are honored to have you take the first slice. Megatron gestured towards Firefight's head, saying, but hasn't the cake already been wasted? Tarn smiled silently, and as he turned, he produced an even larger cake. The Fallen explained, that was merely for comedic effect. Comedic effect? Where did you learn that? Megatron arched an eyebrow in disbelief. In a human cinema, to be precise, an outdoor cinema, where a group of vehicles gathers to watch films on a large screen. Some of the films are quite entertaining. Outdoor cinema. My grandfather once told me that he met my grandmother in such a place, Tarn said, adjusting his optical lens. After placing the cake back on the table, he gestured invitingly to Megatron. The latter approached the table, surveyed his subordinates, then raised his right arm, revealing his wrist blade. With a flash, the cake was effortlessly sliced in half. Now, guess who won't get any cake? After another moment of darkness, I have serious reservations about this decision. The Fallen remarked. Hey. He interrupted, raising a finger to silence Tarn. Do not question me. I have done my homework on today's human film. This movie is called The Mechanic, featuring a renowned action star, Jason Statham. The Mechanic premiered in January 2011, and it is now March. Tarn, intrigued yet puzzled about the viewing arrangements, asked, you can't possibly bring a tank and a helicopter, can you? I only need to lead the way. The aftermath is not my concern. Farewell, everyone, the Fallen replied, transforming into vehicle mode and speeding toward the viewing location down the slope. The viewing area was situated at the edge of a port, with the Decepticons positioned on a small hill nearby, hidden from the engrossed humans in the woods behind. So, do you wish to watch the film? Should I call for a land bridge, or will you fly back yourself? Tarn asked, feeling a bit awkward, squatting and nervously tapping his thigh. What? Am I being dismissed? Black Widow. I merely hold the respect due to a lady. Best of what? Black Widow sauntered over to Tarn, crossing her arms and tilting her head back. Retreat, perhaps? To be frank, this was Firefight's request, a way to repay her first life. She wants you to return the favor by having you spend time alone with me? Tarn, with no romantic history of his own, but a socialite sister, found the matchmaking intentions rather overt. Cut the chit-chat. The Black Widow sprang into action. 2 strands of web gliding past Tarn's ankle, adhering directly to the stone behind him. Just as the latter was filled with confusion, the Black Widow leaped upward, first using the giant's knee for a second spring to land on a nearby tree trunk. Immediately after, she propelled herself off the tree, launching a flying knee strike aimed at the giant's face. Tarn, half squatting and off balance, was forced back by the strike. In his retreat, he accidentally stepped on the webbing on the stone, causing his foot to slip and sending him crashing backward, snapping a tree in half. When the giant regained his composure, he found the Black Widow poised atop his chest, momentarily stunned, reminiscing about their first encounter when he was still Mike, amidst a similarly awkward and peculiar atmosphere. Even the strongest soldier of the Decepticons is no match for me. The Black Widow laughed heartily, hands on hips. Or are you just letting me win? Tarn shook his head as he propped himself up. I'm doing this for my sister's sake. Otherwise, your head would be decorating my room. How rude. Firefight praised you, saying that despite your towering stature, you possess a delicate mind, showing ample patience with the grunts, yet none for me? Listen, Black Widow, I harbor no feelings for you. I know. You have no interest in any female mech. The female soldier brigade has already lambasted you behind your back, she replied, her mouth twisting as she prepared to leap. It seems there's no need for me to linger. I shall find some bugs to play with. Farewell, Black Widow. The Black Widow leapt into the air, transforming into a helicopter mid-flight. However, before her rotors could complete a few spins, Tarn seized her fuselage, forcing her ascent to halt and revert to her humanoid form. The Black Widow was petite enough to be grasped with one hand, from above the knee to below the shoulder. Tarn gazed in awe at the exquisite figure, raising an eyebrow as she steadied herself and crossed her legs. My heavens! It's an entirely automatic figure. Perhaps sensing Tarn's intense gaze, the Black Widow crossed her arms and spoke slowly. Am I truly that beautiful? Indeed, you are. You have no idea how much effort I expended to pre-order you. I waited a full 2 months to acquire this limited edition. The Black Widow was oblivious to Tarn's words, shrugging her shoulders and turning her gaze toward the cinema, where several police cars suddenly appeared, dispersing the audience, including those who had been knocked down. Without the Black Widow's reminder, Tarn noticed the scene, feeling a sense of familiarity as he tilted his head towards the harbor, spotting a vivid red glimmer in the corner near the control clamp. 2 of you, we must withdraw. Human police are ever so meddlesome, she remarked, the atmosphere pleasant. How's the conversation going? You should head back first. I may need to meet an old friend, Tarn replied, glancing at the Black Widow, who wore an expectant expression, causing him to soften slightly. I've never arranged a meeting before, so I may have caused some offense, at least compared to those bugs and the boss. You are indeed rather likable. The Black Widow leapt from the giant's hand, transforming mid-air into a Black Hawk helicopter, turning to fly in the direction Tarn was looking. Defeated. Return and inform Fire Battle that her little scheme has succeeded. Additionally, upon my return, I shall scrape your paint. As Tarn's words fell, a dual-barreled M1A2 tank leapt down the slope. In a moment of trepidation, he regretted playing matchmaker, transforming into an Aston Martin as he sped towards the race venue on the other side of the city. Chapter 9. The return of the lieutenant on the Autobot side. Under Optimus Prime's approval, everyone eventually accepted Smokescreen as a new ally. While celebrating Cybertron's birthday for Fire Battle, Jack was searching for a vehicle alongside Smokescreen. Meanwhile, the other Autobots began conversing within the base, with Sideswipe initiating the discussion. Deadlock has some semblance of conscience, but I never expected him to actively destroy the toxic energy entity. Each Cybertronian possesses a spark that distinguishes good from evil. Sometimes, due to factional demands and the pressures of war, they amplify their darker inclinations. Yet, if we can ignite even a flicker of goodness, I believe we have accomplished what we set out to do. Listening to Optimus Prime's motivational speech, Sideswipe nodded in agreement. Indeed, leader. But I cannot help but worry if he might fall victim to Megatron's persecution. You need not fret, Sideswipe, Optimus Prime reassured, placing a hand on Sideswipe's shoulder. Given Megatron's temperament, he would not hastily destroy something deemed useful. However, one must ponder the presence of Tarn among the Decepticons. Some captured miner spoke of his establishment of a punitive department dedicated to dealing with rebellious Decepticon members. Optimus Prime pondered this, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Just as he contemplated how to respond, a message from Ratchet, who was engrossed in his computer, interrupted. Optimus, I've discovered something akin to Cybertronium material. Red energy entity. Optimus observed intently, recognizing the substance. What is it? Ratchet inquired. The red energy entity is an exceedingly unstable material that grants its user an extraordinary acceleration before consumption. Ratchet responded, raising his own question. But how could such a substance possibly exist on Earth? Come now, Ratchet. Nearly everything can be found on Earth, can it not? Meek, amidst her musical practice, chimed in with a teasing remark. If we can trace it, the Decepticons will too. We must notify Agent Fullerton immediately. Understood, Optimus affirmed as he established a connection. The voice on the other end spoke first. Let me guess, Optimus, is this regarding that red ore? Precisely. Where's the red energy entity located? Upon extraction, they discovered its instability, leading them to cease further digging and report the findings. It conveniently reached my hands, and I instructed them to store it temporarily, transporting it to the port for shipment. I will now send you the coordinates of the target location. Thank you, Agent Fullerton. Turning to the prepared team, Optimus commanded, Autobots, transform and roll out. Opening theme, beep beep beep, zip zap. In response, RC shook her head and explained. They did not lift it using claw strength, but rather, through magnetic attraction, elevating the entire iron cage. The claws are sized to fit the volume of the cage. It seems that Fuller was indeed correct. The workers were intent on transporting the red energy core onto the cargo ship. The Autobots were preparing to intercept Optimus Prime's words with the emergence of a newly formed land bridge. Suddenly, Starscream strode forth with arms outstretched. His voice sharp and accusatory. Return to your homes, Autobots. The red energy core belongs to me. By what right, Starscream? RC teased, her gaze fixed on a fragile figure before her. By your 2 missile launchers on your arms, or by your pair of non-flying wings? By my very being, RC. Black Widow descended from above, swiftly raising her hands to expel webs. The Autobots quickly dodged to the sides. Just as Bumblebee regained his footing, a shipping container hurtled towards him. Fortunately, a pair of powerful hands appeared just in time, using formidable leadership to halt the container's advance. Before Optimus Prime could express relief, a fist the size of a head pierced through the container, colliding with the newly merged mask, forcing him to retreat under the might of the blow. The container remained lodged on the fist, its owner transforming it into an open palm, effortlessly tearing the container asunder. Optimus Prime, though unsurprised by this predictable turn of events, remarked, So, you have come, Tarn. The perfect soldier discarded the 2 halves of the container onto the ground. Casting a glance at the Autobots' leader, I fear many little ones will be disappointed, for these are figurines, and it appears they are quite limited. Tarn, quickly assist me with the Allspark. Black Widow is indeed still alive. Starscream snapped back to reality and hurriedly turned to flee, only to slip and fall to the ground. When he regained his senses, he discovered his ankle ensnared by webs. Quite the clone you are, Starscream, but I wouldn't mind dispatching you a second time. Black Widow raised a finger, only for her attention to be diverted by RC's bullets, forcing her to evade while retaliating with her arm cannon. Starscream's hands remained mobile. He hastily retrieved the land bridge control device from his waist. Just as he was about to press the activation button, a flash of blue light illuminated the screen, revealing a gaping hole. Oh, by Primus, can my luck worsen today? He lamented, for indeed, fortune had turned against him. A cargo container suddenly plummeted from the air, narrowly missing his head while pinning down his wings, causing Starscream to wince in pain. It was Tarn who had severed the cable, firing wildly to fend off the Autobots while inching closer to the container. Starscream watched as Tarn used his free hand to pry up the container, prompting him to hastily reposition himself. What do you think you're running to, Starscream? The ominous voice echoed from above. Starscream braced himself for a return to the Allspark, but his savior's voice soon followed. He is still of use. Black Widow, now call for the land bridge. Optimus Prime, the Decepticons intend to seize the red energy core. RC urgently called out to her leader as the land bridge illuminated. In a flash of inspiration, Optimus Prime swiftly raised his wrist blaster, exclaiming, "Even if it means destruction, the Decepticons shall not lay claim to it." Tarn, well aware of the stakes, chose not to lift the entire container, but instead struck a powerful blow into it, tearing away a piece as the Autobots' firepower arrived. The armed system swiftly illuminated with warnings as Tarn cast the Crimson Energy entity onto the land bridge, simultaneously grasping Red Spider and Black Widow, leaping into the fray. Just as the land bridge sealed, the Crimson Energy entity erupted spectacularly, providing a dazzling conclusion to this unforeseen incident. After a brief black screen, surrounded by familiar figures, Red Spider felt as though he had 1 foot already in the ignition source. Trembling, he knelt before Megatron, momentarily rendered speechless, unable to utter a plea. To his astonishment, upon their return from a brief excursion, they had unexpectedly acquired something worthwhile. Megatron redirected his gaze to Red Spider, tilting his chin towards him, inquiring about his recent whereabouts. "Naturally, I have been in search of elements to assist you in achieving your grand aspirations, Lord Megatron." Megatron scoffed at such declarations, turning away as he made his way to the medical bay, instructing Knockout prepare a bed and cortical connectors. "Why, my lord, let us observe what Red Spider is capable of accomplishing on his own, while also unveiling my true intentions," Megatron remarked to his comrades, unconventionally deviating from the original narrative. A memory scan would indeed occur. Fortunately, within Red Spider's recollections, he was portrayed in a rather favorable light, having prepared justifications in advance. The siblings exchanged a knowing glance, the elder instinctively bending down, both arms adorned with a figurine. "Havoc, won't you join the revelry?" "No, Tarn, I have matters to attend to." Havoc disdainfully regarded the former target of assassination, now a guest of honor, before turning away with a dismissive huff. As Knockout completed the manipulation, the grand spectacle commenced on the large screen within the medical bay. Following the explosion of the space bridge, Red Spider officially proclaimed his succession. Unlike the silence of reality, within Red Spider's imagination, he swayed his hips while reveling in the cheers of the soldiers. "Is this what you fantasize about daily? For Primus's sake, your cognitive modules must be malfunctioning." Red Spider scratched the back of his head, awkwardly retorting, "Then, according to your lordship, what should I be contemplating?" "Naturally, envisioning the repeated defeat of Optimus Prime and the Autobots. At least my mind is intact." Megatron looked up, exuding an air of great pride. Outside the screen, Fire War barely stifled a laugh, managing to cover his mouth just in time. The memory extraction exhibited some fluctuations, arriving at the moment when Red Spider boasted before Tidal Wave, only to be humiliated thoroughly. The subsequent infiltration plan by the Master of Many Faces was an utter failure. Your failure truly is a source of amusement. It is regrettable for those 2 valiant soldiers, Megatron mused, shaking his head slightly as he continued to adjust the memory. Originally, according to the intended narrative, Red Spider should have confronted Knockout at this juncture, but a massive butterfly quietly descended. Tarn maintained an oppressive presence within Red Spider's memories, with broad, square shoulders, robust limbs, and an aura brimming with the might of the Decepticon military, not to mention the emblematic mask radiating crimson light. The memories of Tarn are manifold, beginning with the initial shock and disbelief upon their first encounter. The comical demeanor of Red Spider elicited hearty laughter from Megatron, while the audience beyond the screen was equally amused. However, the subsequent scenes might render some of the onlookers less jovial. Tarn, undoubtedly a product of Shockwave, pointed to the dialogue that transpired prior to the arrival of the medical duo from the Initiative, asserting that he would heed all reasonable suggestions, an assertion steeped in logic. Indeed, Shockwave scientific creations are infallible. A perfect soldier, particularly one that has awakened self-awareness, is truly remarkable, having already delivered numerous contributions to my cause, both internally and externally. Megatron exuded a sense of pride, yet outside the screen, Black Widow appeared utterly astonished. Gradually, she turned her head, casting a disbelieving gaze upon the equally stunned Tarn. Are you a creation of man? A machine? Good heavens, how could I have overlooked this? I have never regarded myself as a mere scientific product, yet that is precisely what I am." Tarn hastily pivoted, attempting to reassure her, "Black Widow, listen to me, I am not a machine. However, The beleaguered woman leaped down from the giant's arm, stepping back, her optics shifting to an abyss of cold indifference, her tone icy. Was all of this predetermined? No. Black Widow, I possess my own soul, my own will. If emotions can be simulated, then what value does the soul within the spark hold? Observing Black Widow deep in contemplation with her eyes closed, Tarn sought to comfort her further when a cacophony of electronic sounds erupted from the infirmary door. Shockwave's scientific creation. The perfect soldier, the awakened self-aware soldier, Soundwave. Tarn's fury was palpable as he lunged forward, seizing Soundwave and pinning him against the wall. Delete that recording. Now. No, this is not real. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. In but half a cosmic standard second, Soundwave disseminated the recording throughout the entire ship. The anguished cry that had just echoed was that of Kevin, the first soldier Tarn had encountered aboard the warship. What is destined to arrive will inevitably come. The grand performance is about to unfold. What have I done wrong? Why must you treat me this way? Soundwave's taunting of Tarn was immediate, as he effortlessly extricated himself from Tarn's grasp and gracefully approached the audience before the screen. Tarn, taken aback, slowly lowered his gaze to his trembling acquaintances, his own voice quivering as he uttered, Kevin, Vincent, Todd, Stephen. Kevin, leading the group, merely shook his head, disappointment radiating from beneath his mask. The system of the perfect soldier is indeed remarkable, Tarn. All this time, I have not heeded Otto's words. It seems the rumors from the past were true. I swear by the source of sparks. My friendship with you is not fabricated. You are my true friends. Kevin urged, let us depart. We must find a quiet place to reflect upon our friendship during this time. As Todd embraced Kevin and they departed, the space beside the giant once again felt desolate. In the vast expanse of the Decepticon warship, he found himself at a loss as to where he should stand. After another moment of darkness, you must have faith, Black Widow. Tarn undoubtedly possesses self-awareness, and his feelings towards you, me, and everyone else are genuine. ISNT that right. Firestorm? Black Widow fixed her cold gaze upon Firestorm's face. I still remember that you and he are siblings. Has he brainwashed you? Or did you desire to elevate yourself through self-deception? Firestorm could not contain his anger. Let me clarify, Black Widow, Tarn and I are siblings, and that will never change. To be honest, my initial intention in approaching you was to extinguish your flame and fulfill my vengeance. Firestorm grasped Black Widow's shoulders firmly and continued. However, after spending time together, I have come to realize that you are not as cruel as I first thought. We need not engage in conflict. We could be friends. This is an entirely different matter. Tarn's flame was created by a shockwave, and his mind operates on a pre-written program. Suddenly, Black Widow's expression transformed into one of realization. Did you always know this? I knew, of course. Firestorm released his grip and pointed at the large screen. So what? Does the Void not know this? Yet he still regards Tarn as a friend. Does he not? Should I say something? The Void hesitated, but the forthright Deadfire stepped forward to speak first. Both I and the Void recognize that Tarn is a perfect soldier. Yet this does not hinder our relationship with him. Furthermore, his behavior does not suggest a programmed response. It is imbued with genuine emotion. Indeed, Tarn often speaks on my behalf and never belittles me for my sensitivity. The Void, realizing the necessity of contributing to the discussion, added, as a scientist, I can assert that a flame cannot be entirely artificially manufactured. It must draw some essence of soul power from the source to be activated. The primary reason for the initial activation failure was the absence of soul power, and Tarn's presence before us suggests that he likely acquired soul power under unknown circumstances, gaining his own soul and self-awareness. To be continued, Chapter 10, The Return of the Officer Black Widow. Partly out of respect for her bond with Firestorm, and partly due to a touch of Stockholm Syndrome, decided, albeit somewhat impolitely, to heed the advice and watch the performance before engaging in further discussion. Megatron, growing weary of the trivialities aboard the battleship, opted for spontaneous jumps, coincidentally landing on the day when Red Spider approached the Cosmic Emperor, precisely during the rise of darkness. It seems that Tarn possesses a considerable degree of humanity. How do you perceive it? Megatron paused the footage at the moment where Tarn counseled Red Spider kindly. Tarn is indeed commendable. Not only does he support me, but he also respects me. Upon hearing this, Megatron adjusted the memories, specifically seeking segments featuring Tarn. He not only permits you to supplement your energy, but he also willingly accompanies you during missions. Megatron watched the entirety of the leader's return and farewell to Little Red, then shifted his attention to the similarly recounted Red Spider. Proud as he may be, the Red Spider cannot help but exclaim, "Indeed, Tarn is quite peculiar. Despite being a machine of creation, why has he been endowed with an emotional module, and why does he lean so favorably towards the Autobots?" Red Spider, you are truly a fool. Tarn is, strictly speaking, still an infant. Though his combat system is advanced, the pure benevolence residing within his spark predominates. A rarity to behold in such a pure soul. Yes, my dear, war indeed alters the thoughts of many. Shall we return to the matter at hand? Megatron rather brusquely interrupted Red Spider and began to adjust the memories, stating, "Let us uncover what has been guiding your thoughts, compelling you to stab me in the back." At the forefront of the memories was Red Spider's recollection of forming alliances, in which he discussed with the Fallen the need to extinguish Megatron's spark. This revelation sent the Doctor into a flurry. Had it not been for Soundwave's watchful presence, he might have rushed forward to disconnect the plug. Oh dear! When Lord Megatron awakens, he will surely demand both my head and that of Red Spider. There is no need for such pessimism. Tom will intercede on our behalf. Deathfire reassured his companion. Firestorm will too. They're both quite eloquent, are they not? Firestorm shrugged in silence, for the subsequent memory involving Black Widow piqued her interest further. Once the explosive incident involving Black Widow's ship had been clarified, Megatron nodded in approval, remarking, "Your adaptability in the heat of the moment is commendable, Red Spider." Huh. This is all thanks to your guidance, my lord. Yet, as the memories reached that of his partner, anger returned to Megatron's visage. Clenching his shark-like teeth, he pointed at the unfolding scene and inquired, "I had not anticipated that after losing your transformation gears, you would still seek vengeance against your foe, Black Widow." Seeing Red Spider rendered speechless with fear, Megatron proudly lifted his head once more, proclaiming, "However, this assassination attempt was undeniably a dismal failure. For even you witnessed it with your own eyes. My perfect soldier, Tarn, tore apart the head of that mechanical insect. And he even transformed my spider claw into a rusted sea jellyfish. How am I to forgive this wretch who has left me crippled? Is it merely due to his mercy?" Black Widow closed her eyes in anguish, and Firestorm understood that only through her own reflection could this matter be resolved. Thus refraining from offering solace, the memories shifted back to the return of the Almighty as Soundwave, upon hearing Tarn's words while maintaining Lord Megatron, fell into deep contemplation. However, the recorded message born of his vengeful impulse could not be retracted, leaving him to face an abyss of silence. As Megatron perused the memories, one particular moment captivated him. Upon adjusting to it, he discovered the conquest of the Shadow, where Red Spider, in a misguided attempt to enhance himself with dark energy, inadvertently lost an arm, casting a joyous atmosphere both within and beyond the screen. Nonetheless, Red Spider's resurrection of Thunderclash using the remnants of dark energy garnered Megatron's disdain, who spoke solely out of respect for Thunderclash's past. Thunderclash and his brother, the Dreadwing, are immensely loyal, and they know the true meaning of honor. Lord Megatron, we are the Decepticons, and you're the one who understands our nature best. The term honor is irrelevant. Starscream, it is best that you bury this matter deep within the fuel tank. Skywarp should still be engaged with affairs, and I do not wish for such divisive matters to arise. What is that in Tarn's hand? Upon hearing this, Starscream glanced over, and before his optical sensors appeared the terrifying scene of himself fainting before the giant. Reliving it sent chills down his spine. I indeed frightened Tarn to the point of unconsciousness, more so than when you pointed a cannon at me in the mine. Especially when he held the spark, emanating a violet glow. Could it be the one from Thundercracker? Indeed, just look at Tarn's nonchalant demeanor. He shows no shame. The other machines outside the screen fell into discussions about this horrifying scene. Yet the perceptive Soundwave and Black Widow failed to notice the imposing figure at the infirmary door, whose nearly identical physical structure made their identity unmistakable. Starscream desecrated the corpse of his brother, while Tarn would not even allow the body to remain whole. These two cold-blooded creatures, devoid of honor, remain favored minions of Megatron. Woe unto the Decepticons! The thunder outside the warship could not drown out Skywarp's roar, and the torrential rain could not extinguish his fury. His fervor for the Decepticons had completely dissipated, and within the reflection of his optical sensors, only anger and a thirst for vengeance remained. After a brief blackout within the Autobot base, Optimus Prime was conferring with his comrades on how to timely track the remaining artifacts from the Iron Fortress and how to prevent the use of the red energy entities. Ultimately, Starscream returned to the Decepticons, leaving Ratchet feeling rather helpless, as previous medical assistance had proven futile. No, I should have foreseen this. Do not blame yourself, old friend. Although Starscream has contributed slightly, his flaws cannot be overlooked. His return to the Decepticons was inevitable. Hearing the leader's consolation, Ratchet merely shook his head and connected a long-awaited call. Is this Agent Fullerton? It is I, Autobots. I have urgent matters to discuss. I recognize that voice. It's Skywarp. The Jack that had returned to replenish energy stepped forward. But why was he contacting us at this moment? Could he be planning to use the power of the red energy entities to ensnare us all? RC's concerns were entirely justified. Optimus Prime pondered for a moment, then approached the communication console and inquired, Skywarp, how did you come and know our base number? Are you tracking us? You called us the day the warship awakened, and Soundwave attempted a reverse trace. If you could track us, you would have been wiped out long ago. My defensive systems are infallible, Ratchet replied with pride, and then took over the conversation, questioning, what is your true intent? I merely have urgent matters to discuss, and I can attest to my honor, Skywarp declared before abruptly terminating the communication. The Autobots exchanged glances, and Smokescreen spoke first. Optimus, should we really consider, though Skywarp may be from a different faction, his sense of honor aligns closely with ours, perhaps even surpassing it. Surely, the facade of the Decepticons has begun to crack, allowing Skywarp to perceive its corrupt essence. Shall I activate the land bridge? Go ahead, old friend. Optimus Prime turned to survey his surroundings. Autobots, transform and roll out. The mist hung over the ridges, and stately pines stood amid it. Suddenly, a figure of equal height descended from the heavens, dispelling the poetic scene. Optimus Prime and his companions had been waiting for quite some time. Although the former had given the order to refrain from rash actions, Jolt, upon spotting the enemy, defiantly brandished his wrist cannon. I'm not here to fight, Jolt. I merely come bearing a gift. Skyhammer unloaded a heavy object from behind, revealing not a railgun, but the hammer of the heavens. The Divider recognized it first, yet reason urged caution. It could be a ruse, perhaps even laden with explosives. Jolt raised his wrist cannon once more. Boss, just give a nod, and I assure you I won't miss. No, lower your weapon. Optimus Prime felt a genuine surge of leadership energy, a sensation that no signal could replicate. Skyhammer, why do you do this? What do you seek? I only hope you may make good use of this sacred relic. I do not fully comprehend. Skyhammer's fury surged forth once more. The Decepticons are not what they once were. The dream I fought for has been shrouded in shame and darkness. Starscream insulted my brother's corpse, and the loyal Hound Tarn has aided in their tyranny. They even serve as the favored minions of Megatron. The Decepticons have perished within my spark, but the Autobots will embrace you and will never dishonor you. Optimus Prime stepped forward, extending an inviting hand. Join us, Autobots, and help us end this war for all the living and the departed. No, Skyhammer, now is not the time. I must return to uncover my brother's spark and bury it alongside Starscream and Firestorm Sparks. RC inquired, what does Firestorm have to do with this? That Behemoth and Firestorm call each other siblings daily, seemingly bound by fraternal ties. I wish to see if Tarn can empathize when the sister spark is extinguished. As Skyhammer's words fell, he leapt into the air, transforming into vehicle mode and speeding away. Such a pity. Skyhammer's journey was surely a march toward death, fueled by a desire for mutual destruction. Optimus Prime expressed his regret while moving towards the hammer of the heavens. The closer he approached, the stronger the leadership energy became. As the leader's hand embraced the relic of leadership, an earth-shattering energy erupted from its surface, a brilliant blue light flashing forth, accompanied by the frenzied whir of gears. The power of the leader indeed. The smoke screen spoke truth. This potent force would lead the Autobots down a new path, a path of victory. After another brief blackout, just as Skyhammer laid claim to the hammer of the heavens, the account between Megatron and Starscream had yet to conclude. The scene shifted back to the reunion of siblings. After attempting to sway his sister, Starscream ventured out on a mission with Black Widow. Unsurprisingly, Starscream was captured. So Black Widow abandoned you there. Upon hearing this, a figure outside the screen shuddered involuntarily. Indeed, my lord. You see, even in captivity, I used my wits to turn peril into opportunity and successfully escaped. Fortune may favor you, but why have you not returned since? What? The red spider was taken aback, scratching his head repeatedly. You previously aimed your cannon at me, and Tarn showed no inclination for leniency. Had it not been for the Autobot's sudden arrival, the deputy commander would have already met his demise. Ah, Red Spider, I brought Tarn here merely to demonstrate to him the consequences of betrayal. Only by witnessing the fate that befalls those who stab me in the back can he truly commit himself. This performance was indeed a resounding success. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes, Ouija one. What choice does Red Spider have but to acquiesce to his master? Still putting on a show? Yet it is clear that my brother has seen through all your secrets. Such a tumultuous relationship, filled with both love and strife. Outside the screen, Fire Battle remained indifferent, merely shifting his posture while continuing to fold his arms. At this moment, Megatron laid bare his intentions. Listen, Red Spider, if I truly wish to extinguish your spark, I would have made an example of you the moment you first aired. But guess what? Why have I kept you around for so long? Observing Red Spider merely shake his head, Megatron snorted twice before continuing. It is because you bring me amusement. When my spirits are low, watching your comical antics behind my back and giving you a good thrashing brings me great joy. My lord, you are somewhat. I would never be so dull. There are plenty of punching bags, but very few can both please me and achieve results. Your aerial command prowess is a strategic advantage against the Autobots. Furthermore, your arrogance knows no bounds. You seize every opportunity to undermine me, conspire against me, betray me, mock me, hinder my progress, dig beneath my foundations, and usurp my position. Most loathsome of all, you dared to pilfer cupcakes from my refrigerator. I was wrong, my lord, but I did not steal the cupcakes. Tarn gave me his share. I did not believe you. How dare you deceive me? Shift him aside. This incident transpired upon the return of the Almighty. To welcome Megatron back, Todd personally led the catering department into the kitchen for an entire day. The moment the door opened, a white mist enveloped the entire cafeteria without restraint. Ladies and gentlemen, today's dessert is truly exceptional. Iridium bismuth alloy serves as the outer cupcake liner. Aluminum tin alloy forms the cream. Tungsten composes the chocolate layer. An indium lead alloy constitutes the cake base. Finally, atop it all rests, what? A blue marble perched on the dining tongs raised high by Todd. The cafeteria lights casting a brilliant glow upon it, revealing subtle changes in hue under different angles of light, sometimes as deep as the ocean, other times as fresh as morning dew. Mint-flavored concentrated super energy candy. Aside from the tardy Fire Battle and Black Widow, the entire crew received a portion. Even the injured Red Spider trembled as he snatched a share, devouring it ravenously before seeking out the dark super energon. I received 2 portions. Could it be that I have eaten and forgotten? Megatron shook his head, returning to the main topic. Where was I? Ah, yes, I was expressing my pride. Wasn't I? Indeed, Red Spider. You are exceedingly proud to the extent that you cannot tolerate any being standing on equal footing with you. Megatron tilted his head, his shark-like eyes piercing through the entirety of Starscream. To be continued. Chapter 11. The Return of the Lieutenant. I am rather unclear, my lord. Has pride become so habitual that even you remain oblivious to it? It astonishes me, Starscream. Reflect upon it, whether during my presence or absence. Have you ever permitted any character to overshadow you? Upon witnessing Starscream's continued confusion, Megatron could not help but chuckle, continuing to elucidate. At the onset of the Great War, you are my second in command, and no mech has ever held a rank superior to yours, not even Soundwave or Shockwave. Memory leapt forward, abruptly landing on the episode of the original series where the space bridge exploded, marking Shockwave's inaugural appearance. Were it not for Soundwave insisting on my involvement, I could have interrogated those 2 Autobots myself, thereby elevating my own standing. Why, you ask? Naturally, it is to await your silence, Starscream. If you could deduce the truth by yourself, why would you seek me? Given your nature, that would be exceedingly illogical. Shockwave. Do not forget that I am the second in command. Speak with due respect. Starscream, with arms crossed and head held high, projected an air of arrogance. It is indeed illogical for such a formidable second in command to fail in extracting information. Enough, enough. Starscream abruptly interrupted the recollection, clasping his hands together toward Megatron, pleading, My lord, I beseech you, speak plainly. I can scarcely endure this any longer. How tedious. Allow me to clarify, in your absence. Even if I established a Decepticon disciplinary department and appointed Tarn as its minister, I would still be unable to eradicate the internal strife and rebellion within the Decepticons. Of course, this relates somewhat to Tarn's lenient management, hence I still require a firm administrator. Indeed, my Lord Megatron, I am honored to assume the role of that firm administrator. I vow not to disgrace this mission. Outside the screen, Fireflight provided further explanation to the assembled mechs. Lord Megatron would rather bear the betrayal of Starscream alone than have the latter's pride lead to a decentralization of authority. If Starscream can be managed, it is tantamount to managing the entire Decepticon faction. Opening theme. After the connection between Megatron and Starscream was severed, they gradually awakened. Megatron observed Starscream staggering into the ranks of spectators and inquired, "Were you all just here?" "Indeed, my lord," was the response from Fireflight. The only one without a blemish on his record. Defeated? "My lord, I was misled by Starscream." Upon hearing this, Starscream nearly retaliated against the informant. "Forget it. It is of little consequence," Megatron replied, shifting his gaze to the edge of the line. "Black Widow, you do not appear to be panicked by past events. Rather, your optical sensors reflect only melancholy?" Lord Megatron, knockout, edged closer, his words squeezed out between clenched teeth. Black Widow was previously unaware that Tarn was a construct. Megatron's optics widened in surprise, but quickly returned to their usual demeanor as he burst into laughter, jesting. Who would have thought that the erstwhile romantic Black Widow would face emotional setbacks? Black Widow merely shook her head slightly, stating, "These are matters from our high school days, Megatron. We have grown old, and our cognitive modules no longer function with the same agility." "Haha, Black Widow. My ascension to the Decepticon leader owes much to you. Had it not been for you accepting that energy drink at the prom, I would not have accumulated such a mountain of debt, nor would I have resolved to enter the arena, embarking on this entire journey." He chuckled. "No warrior or queen is born as such. All have experienced youthful folly. Before you became a gladiator, you too were brimming with ambition, and your optics did not gleam so brightly. Black Widow, Tarn is merely a newborn. He should not be held to excessive scrutiny. He has much to learn and is aware of his past, yet he has never regarded himself as a war machine, but rather as a being with self-awareness. I simply cannot reconcile the fact that I am in association with a machine that rendered me disabled, a veritable foe, and that I'm also friends with his sister, Firestorm." Megatron turned his gaze towards Firestorm, nodding slightly. "Firestorm, you are now aware that Tarn is a war machine. What are your thoughts?" "Much the same as Black Widow, Lord Megatron," Firestorm replied. "I am well aware of the situation, but words must be adjusted. However, I do not mind. As long as Tarn continues to see me as his sister, I shall always regard him as my brother." Emotions require no elaborate expression. Black Widow tilted her head, smiling. "Indeed, we have fallen behind, Megatron. The younger machines possess a certain openness. Nevertheless, we must look ahead. Even an old woman needs support." With that, she turned and walked outside. "Where's Tarn gone?" Deadfire responded. Soundwave just recorded a message, announcing Tarn's identity as a war machine to the entire ship. Kevin's podcast exploded half an hour ago. Megatron furrowed his brow, shaking his head at Soundwave. "Your thirst for vengeance remains unrelenting. Those soldiers do not share our mindset. Their limited exposure makes them susceptible to extremism. Quickly, where's Tarn?" Soundwave's facial screen flickered, transitioning from the medical bay door to the corridor, then to the cafeteria, and finally to the rooftop, halting as it focused on a broad silhouette standing by the rear engine's heat shield. "He truly is a newborn. Go and convince him." Losing Tarn at this moment would be akin to losing two red spiders. The machine, being compared, muttered something unintelligible, yet moved swiftly, darting ahead. After a brief black screen. At this moment, Shatter had already departed the warship with the hammer of the sky, as the rain had ceased and the skies cleared. Yet darkness lingered in the spark of the giant at the ship's tail. "I am merely a tool. In my human life, I was the umbrella for my sister, the pillar of my home, the answer of questions at school. I had hoped to achieve something here, yet I remain unable to escape the fundamental truth that I am still a machine." With one foot already poised outside the heat shield, I gazed down. The heat waves emanating from the engine clung to the rear of the warship like a dogged plaster, proving that the energy source truly is environmentally friendly. as not a wisp of black smoke rose. Brother, what madness has seized you? In a frenzy, Fire Battle rushed to Tarn's side, gripping his right hand with fervor. Did you not just affirm your identity? Why have you reverted? He implored. Tell me, Fire Battle, what am I? What madness are you uttering? Come back. Fire Battle tugged insistently, yet was akin to an ant shaking a tree, forcing him to seek assistance. Knockdown and Deadfire approached swiftly, while Megatron arrived leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, admonishing, Tarn, it is exceedingly foolish to squander your life in such a manner. You have much yet to accomplish, not only for yourself, but for those around you. Indeed, Tarn, Knockdown interjected, gesturing for Red Alert and Deadfire to draw closer. Everyone regards you as a sentient being. You have never been perceived as mere machinery. Is that so? I view myself in the same light. I possess a soul, self-awareness, and I can feel the essence of all that exists. Yet, my body is a creation, and I cannot escape the identity of an artificial construct. Tarn expressed his contemplations when a sudden tugging sensation from the reflective strips on his back drew his attention. Turning his head, he found two vehicles grasping him, while the nimble Red Alert leapt onto his shoulder, deftly tugging at the lower edge of his mask with pointed fingers. The combined force of three assailants left Tarn momentarily unsteady, causing him to stagger back. Just then, a swift red figure sprang high, striking his optical lens with a force that shattered it. The giant, disoriented, fell backward, and Fire Battle climbed onto his chest, pressing down on his mask with both hands. Her voice breaking with fury. Listen well, you philosophical fool. I alone decide when you will perish. Do you hear me? What? Who said I was dying? The machines surrounding him, restraining his arms and legs, exchanged bewildered glances. Tarn, having discerned their true intentions, sighed deeply and clarified. Did you genuinely believe this was some melodramatic scenario? I merely wish to enjoy the cool breeze after the rain and share some reflective thoughts, considering the spark's essence. That is quite acceptable. Everyone genuinely cares for you, Megatron replied, stepping forward to assist Tarn to his feet with a single hand. I too regard you as a free entity. Do not let me down. I simply sought a moment of tranquility. This is utterly absurd. Upon hearing her name, Black Widow approached with regal grace, arms crossed, and gazing at the newly formed crack in the giant's optical lens. I just passed the cafeteria and saw that today's dessert was mercury ice cream, Black Widow remarked, lightly tapping her thigh. However, after my walk, my legs feel somewhat weary. It would be splendid to have chauffeur. Should Tarn remain oblivious to her insinuation, she would not hesitate to give him a shove into the scrap heap, but fortunately, he understood, bending to extend his arm. Once they descended into the deck below, they unexpectedly encountered Kevin. Tarn spoke first. I apologize, Kevin, but please trust me. Considering you are a loyal listener of Kevin's podcast, why are you not paying attention to today's topic? The fiery battle on the left arm swiftly dismissed Tarn's communication panel. After a few taps, it transitioned to Kevin's podcast, where the day's topic was, soldiers willing to continue coexisting with the scientific creation of Shockwave could cast their votes freely. Upon witnessing the complete absence of votes in the unwilling category, Tarn suddenly comprehended that some prejudices were not as severe as he had imagined. Everyone, to a greater or lesser extent, would exhibit tolerance towards the world, thus allowing for a broader perspective. After another brief blackout, Megatron was in an exceptionally good mood today. Setting aside the substantial portion of Crimson energy and the seamless integration of the perfect soldier into the Decepticon collective, merely having the capable personal punching bag, Red Spider, back in his palm was sufficient to induce Megatron to indulge in 3 large cups. The leader, slightly inebriated, began to exuberantly recount tales from his high school days, where he first met Black Widow. You would believe it, Hick. At the graduation dance, Hick, Black Widow was the finest tap dancer. Hick, I offered a treat, but that one called Sharp Edge was quite unwilling. I promptly gave him a Hick thorough beating. He later sought reinforcements and even sued me. Ha 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 ha. Black Widow also seemed to be intoxicated, grasping Firefight's hand and shaking her head incessantly, mumbling, You still dare to be honest with me? I shall be honest with you too. Hick, actually, all this time you've been a scout. Your direct superior has always been me. I just couldn't stand you because you resembled RC, so I withheld your promotion. It was rare for Firefight to be drunk. She laid her entire form on the table, murmuring about wanting to be a pilot. Tarn, feeling helpless, turned to the still coherent Deadlock. Where has Red Spider gone? I heard he adored ice cream. He went with Deadlock to undergo a transformation gear transplant. It should be concluding soon. Deadlock's medical skills can ensure Tarn's safety. Where are you headed? The things he had forgotten were accumulating. Megatron was surprisingly intoxicated, if it weren't for the fact that I lack a mouth. Red Spider would be in peril. Tarn transformed into vehicle mode and sped away, drifting sharply to the infirmary's entrance. As the doors swung open, the first sight was the sword-wielding Scourge. Red Spider, having tumbled to the floor, retreated repeatedly, and upon catching sight of the giant in the doorway, cried out, "Tarn! Tarn! Quickly save me! Save me!" Deadlock, Megatron is in the cafeteria. Tarn approached, attempting to placate the furious brother. "Scourge, calm yourself. Let us discuss this rationally. Look who we have here. It appears to be a dog under Red Spider. I was waiting to deal with Red Spider before coming to find you." Scourge turned, raising his blade high, directly pointing at Tarn's neck. "I understand your anger, Scourge, but revenge will not resolve matters. Rather, it will lead to backlash. Wait, you haven't done anything else before this, have you?" "I certainly have done other things, and that is giving the hammer of the primes to the Autobots. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive." Tarn clenched his fists tightly, his voice rising sternly. "You pride yourself on being a warrior of honor. Yet your actions of aiding the enemy offer no semblance of honor. Megatron is unworthy of wielding the relic of our leader, and compared to defiling my brother's corpse. This act has caused an almost negligible loss of honor. Enough with the trivialities." A flash of cold light appeared, and the armed system promptly alerted to dodge sideways. However, Tarn did not evade entirely, allowing the longsword to pierce through his right chest. Witnessing this, Hai was momentarily taken aback, and in a moment of distraction, was unexpectedly struck back by a giant's fist, crashing violently into the shelf at the rear of the infirmary, causing the two boxes atop to wobble precariously. I had indeed arrived too late. Regardless of the circumstances, I failed to rescue your brother in time and to prevent you from smuggling the hammer of the Chosen. Yet, the mistake has been made, and it must be further entrenched by even graver sins. The long sword was slowly withdrawn and cast to the ground, while Hai, now supporting himself against the shelf, stood up only to be lunged at once more, inevitably being knocked back again by another punch. The force of this blow shattered the shelf, causing the topmost box to plummet and splash a pool of pale blue energy upon impact. "Hai, if only your voice-acting role were a tad more affordable, I would not mind spending more time with you." Alas, the warning was not heeded in time, and Hai inadvertently slipped on the energy, sprawling to the ground. After a violent struggle, he fell silent. The Red Spider cautiously approached, flipping the unresponsive Hai onto his back, revealing two large holes where his chest and original left insignia once were, the grayish-white edges indicating the handiwork of the cosmic rust bacteria. Who would have thought that something fixed atop the shelf could come crashing down? Is this fate? Tarn remained silent, merely clutching his wound, casting a searing gaze upon the trembling Red Spider. Chapter 12. The ultimate weapon. Hai's collusion with external enemies is irrefutable. Remove him and his brother, Tianjun, from the Decepticons. The Red Spider shall resume his position as deputy commander, while the roles of the remaining members shall remain unchanged. "As you command, Lord Megatron," the Red Spider replied, leading the others off the bridge. Upon exiting, he could not resist mocking the Black Widow. "How the tables have turned. Not only have I reclaimed my former position, but you have also lost your ability to compete with me." The Black Widow scoffed at this. "I doubt this is a significant issue, Red Spider. Considering your past interactions with the Autobots, had Tarn not shown mercy, you would surely have found yourself on that list as well." "Ah, well, that was merely a ruse to deceive the Autobots. I trust Tarn understands me, does he not?" The Red Spider shrugged, glancing upwards. The one who had mentioned this was digging at the dirt lodged between his knuckles, and upon realizing that an organic was inquiring, he lowered his gaze to respond, "I am well aware of you, Red Spider, too well, in fact. By the way, what are your thoughts on Hai's funeral?" "I feel nothing. I hardly knew him. I have little interest in taking down a massive aircraft. Setting that aside, it is rather amusing to see two individuals who once hunted me now turn on each other." It was evident who was being teased without needing to say. The dead fire merely shrugged, and all eyes turned toward the quiet flame strike. He scratched his head and expressed a long-held opinion. One could say he was ill-suited for the Decepticons, but at least he can rest alongside the spark of his brother. Does that count as a fitting end? Is that how this idiom is used? Ah, I merely spoke without much thought. I never held a strong sentiment towards this character. Opening theme. The Decepticon High Command convened once more during the lunch of the following day. Megatron's displeasure began to dissipate only after Todd served him tungsten chocolate. He picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth, the crunching sound amplifying the already oppressive silence in the room. The strategic advantages of the Decepticons appeared to be in jeopardy. Once he had consumed a piece of chocolate, Megatron slowly inquired, "Aside from our advantages in resources and operational scope, what else do we possess?" The commander responsible for this area, Knockout, pondered for a moment before counting off on his fingers. A super shield, supreme armor, a substantial canister of red energon. And if we count the attempted synthesis of the super energon, though that would require some experimental feedback from our test subjects. Indeed, poor Silas remains oblivious to the offense he has caused aboard the warship. Regrettably, his battle satellite has proven useless, and he can now only reside within the bodies of the grunts as a test subject. When Black Arachnia spoke, the optical lens gleamed with the satisfaction of vengeance. There is also the stasis field, but Fireflight has her reasons for withholding that information. Black Widow first confirmed that Soundwave was not present, then discreetly cast a glance toward the missile compartment within Fireflight's right arm. Megatron had already polished off an entire platter of chocolate and rose to announce, however, the Iacon database remains firmly in our grasp. The Autobots are at an absolute disadvantage on this front. We must effectively exploit the temporal discrepancy. With that, he strode out of the cafeteria with his hands clasped behind his back. He summoned us for jest, yet failed to leave even a piece of chocolate for us. Black Arachnia desperately scraped the empty iron plate, her hopes dashed as she pounded the table. "Todd, are there no other desserts?" "It's done, Black Arachnia." Todd was the only soldier permitted to address any officer by name aside from Megatron. "All we have obtained are defensive weapons." While the Autobots seem devoid of any significant offensive weaponry, save for the Allspark extractor, there are also the magnetic gloves. I had intended to use them as jewelry, but Deadlock insists on claiming them. "Come now, Black Widow, those are hardly useful." After pressing for ages, I failed to grasp their function. Knockout, possessing some knowledge, swiftly elucidated to his partner. The magnetic gloves are the bane of all Cybertronians. The magnetism they impart carries substantial residual effects, rendering their operational procedure exceedingly complex and unsuitable for spontaneous use. Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, Optimus Prime, alongside his comrades, deliberated on how to maximize the utility of the sacred artifacts. He first requested Ratchet to confirm, is the Soundwave Resonance Blaster truly beyond repair? Observing Ratchet nodding while casting a resentful glance in his direction, Smokescreen scratched his head. "I was unaware of what it was at the time. I merely took it out to inspect, and unexpectedly you were indeed startled. But how did you manage to crush it just so?" Ratchet rubbed his optical lens vigorously. "This weapon might still prove useful. Let us refrain from employing such weaponry that inflicts severe harm upon our physiological structures. After all, it is destined for destruction sooner or later." Optimus Prime turned to address the assembled machines, gesturing towards the warehouse. "Although we possess the Ember Extractor, magnetic gloves, and phase shifters, the Decepticons have also acquired some of the sacred relics." Alita seized the opportunity to add, "Moreover, Fireflight absconded with the stasis field generator during their escape. While she may not be adept at wielding it, this weapon in the hands of the Decepticons poses a grave threat." "Beep beep," murmured Bumblebee. "He is correct. Do we not still possess a relic of our leader? Perhaps we could use that hammer to smash Megatron's insufferable visage." Smokescreen clenched his fists, his face alight with anticipation. "The hammer of Primus requires a more suitable application. Where do you suggest, Master Titanium?" Optimus remained silent, observing as his companions fervently debated various peculiar usages. After a brief interlude of darkness, the dust raised by the construction crew lingered around Deadlock, who relentlessly hammered away at the stone until he fashioned a handle-like object. After scrutinizing it closely, he turned and exclaimed, "Lord Megatron, you do possess some utility, Cyclops. I hope this new relic will be." Megatron's expression shifted from eager anticipation to sheer disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly, declaring, "This is simply impossible." Tarn adjusted his position to gain a clearer view, watching as Deadlock placed his hands upon the hilt of the Starsaber. Just a moment ago, he had been heralding the act of drawing the sword for his lord, yet in the next breath, he nearly dislocated his shoulder in the attempt. Tarn understood the fundamental principles of the Starsaber's usage, yet he could not resist the urge to step forward. Grasping the hilt with one hand and the counterweight with the other, pulling against the stone wall in an effort to wield it. The scene mirrored the original tale, where Megatron struggled to lift it. "Have you two strongmen finished your display?" Megatron pointed at the Starsaber from a distance, stating, "This relic is known as the Starsaber, and it can only be wielded by the leader of the Autobots, imbued with the power of the leader module." The two Titans exchanged glances. The taller one inquired, "In that case, we cannot allow Optimus Prime to possess both weapons reserved solely for the leader. While Black Widow employs a decoy, we must swiftly retrieve the Starsaber. Retrieving it is a simple matter. We shall blast the stone. Stand back." Red Spider raised his arm, and once his companions had retreated, he launched a missile, eagerly awaiting the smoke to clear. However, the scene before his optical sensor left him utterly flabbergasted. Red Spider, in disbelief, darted towards the unscathed stone, skeptically prodding it with his pointed finger, only to inflict pain upon himself with no effect whatsoever. The relic, ensuring its user's safety, had even encased the surrounding solid-state molecules in a protective shield. Megatron waved his hand, resolutely declaring, "Under no circumstances shall Optimus Prime lay his hands on it." Move the entire mountain. All available construction personnel from the warship converged. Even the catering department was summoned in haste, underscoring the immense significance of the Starsaber in Megatron's perception. The narrative surrounding the Autobots closely follows the original storyline. On the mountaintop, Optimus Prime and his companions find themselves at the mercy of helicopters, while the reckless smokescreen unwittingly brings human teacher Jack to the construction site. Time is of the essence. The Decepticons have already commenced their operations. "Jack, remain where you are. I shall retrieve a sacred artifact." Smokescreen leaps from the rocks, transforming midair into a race car, revving its engine. Several surrounding soldiers attempt to intervene, but their shots either miss the mark or result in head-on collisions. With a stylish drift, he elegantly transforms back into his humanoid form, executing a slick slide followed by a forward roll, gripping the hilt of the Starsaber, poised to unsheath it and transform once more. Yet an unseen force halts him. What is happening? Smokescreen strains against this mysterious restraint, only to be met with a heavy fist to the forehead before his cognitive modules can fully engage. A new Autobot? The curious Red Alert takes an interest in this disruptive entity, demanding, "Tell me, Autobot, what is your name?" Smokescreen shakes his head, his tone dripping with disdain. "And who might you be, Miss High Heels?" Red Alert trembles in fury, and upon hearing the derisive laughter of his comrades, his anger escalates further, raising his claws to strike, only to be interrupted by a barrage of laser fire. The Autobots are always so punctual. Decepticons seek nearby cover for triangular fire suppression. Tarn swiftly gestures and positions a square stone in front of him. The fire network rapidly establishes itself, compelling the Autobots to seek shelter. However, Megatron is more concerned with the direction of the Autobot leader. A quick glance reveals a towering figure adorned in red and blue scaling the heights. "Optimus Prime, leave it to me, my lord." Red Alert leaps off Tarn's knee, transforming into vehicle form and speeding away. Optimus reaches a flat area and swiftly transforms into vehicle form, racing onward. Red Alert, however, gains ground quickly, soon soaring behind Optimus, launching a missile. Just as the missile is about to collide with the rearview mirror, Optimus sharply veers, sending the missile hurtling forward, detonating in a cloud of dust. Red Alert launches another missile, but this time it lacks a target, as Optimus plunges into the freshly kicked-up dust for cover. The speed of the aircraft amplifies the centrifugal force, making it necessary for Red Alert to navigate further ahead before making a sharp turn. Seizing the opportunity, Optimus emerges from the dust, hot on Red Alert's tail. The latter exerts every effort to pivot, but it is too late. Optimus launches himself off a slope, prompting Red Alert to hastily ascend. Yet, Optimus's intent is not to eliminate, but to collide with the nearby boulder that remains unscathed. The sky has now fallen into complete darkness, but a brilliant blue light suddenly illuminates the horizon, causing both combatants to cease their hostilities simultaneously. Red Alert transforms back into humanoid form, standing atop the mountain, gazing through his optical lens at the astonishing spectacle unfolding before him. The luminous blue light emanating from the Star Sword is accompanied by a continuous dispersal of azure, powdery flames, causing the optical lens of Optimus Prime to gleam ever more brilliantly. He gently pulls, and the star sword slides out through the crevice, plummeting towards the ground alongside its master. Ultimately, the curry stick still requires Arthur to extract it. Megatron, indifferent to Tarn's murmurs, observes Optimus Prime descending and swiftly issues a command to the warship. Release the hook now. While Optimus is still unresponsive, crush him with the boulder. The colossal rock descends from above with the force of an earthquake, roaring towards Optimus Prime. The latter, after a brief examination of the sword, swiftly turns around and, with a deft swing, unleashes a beam of blue light. The boulder, unable to emit a cry of despair, is cleaved in two before Optimus, the cut as smooth as a mirror. After another moment of darkness, in stark contrast to the joyous laughter at the Autobot base, the Decepticon bridge is steeped in silence. Todd's unexpected injury is secondary. The primary concern is that Optimus Prime has just bisected a boulder the size of a warship. Eventually, it is Megatron who shatters the silence, though it proves futile. Furthermore, this time he cannot even rely on Emperor Maxim to forge the Dark Star sword, and surely the plot cannot reach its conclusion prematurely. Tarn, filled with dread, suddenly regrets having brought Starscream back to the warship too soon. The usually ingenious Tarn, whose cerebral systems are running hot, has yet to conceive a plan. However, Soundwave, who has remained aboard the warship since the onset of this incident, delivers encouraging news. In critical moments, Soundwave provides the coordinates for the next artifact. A moral e boosting revelation. This time, failure is not an option. An exhaustive reconnaissance of the target environment is imperative, dispatching the most suitable operatives for the mission without delay. Delving into the pyramid to unearth the first ultimate key is not particularly challenging. However, deciphering the intentions of the Firecon is a formidable task. Black Widow never managed to grasp it before. Seizing this moment of solitude, she formally inquires, "How much longer do you intend to hide?" It appears that the Decepticon's sole tactical advantage currently lies in possessing the Iron Fortress database, which the Autobots have yet to pilfer. Firecon, clutching the ultimate key, responds evasively, which is mightier, the stasis field or the Star Sword. While the Autobot's Star Sword can cleave us with mere sword energy, the stasis field can immobilize the user, rendering the blade useless and devoid of danger. Yet, when do you plan to reveal it? I do not have a specific timeline. However, this weapon will serve as my final bastion. Unless absolutely necessary, I must keep it concealed. In truth, you could have showcased this weapon to Megatron a long time ago. Why risk keeping in your possession? Firecon struggles to respond. She merely feels that since she was immediately drawn to this weapon, there will undoubtedly be intersections in the future. Perhaps. Chapter 13. Mutual Advantages. What is this? The outwardly focused Deadlock shrugs. Some sort of data transfer? It feels quite similar. Fellow outwardly focused Starscream scratches his chin. It should be a bomb. It closely resembles the missiles on my arm. Soundwave is diligently engaged in decoding. The Black Widow remains silent, her thoughts consumed by the stasis device, while Hot Rod and Tarn, fearing they might inadvertently reveal too much, kept their lips sealed. Oh, so now every new discovery must come through me? I wave my hand dismissively, attempting to disrupt the focus of the assembled machines. I possess a modicum of scientific knowledge. Thus I dare to call myself a scientist, yet I am no historian. Megatron returned the ultimate key to its pedestal, and as the camera zoomed into his bewildered crimson optics, it emerged again as the signal light at the tail end of Smokescreen. Have the coordinates been thoroughly investigated? The gaze of Ambulin shifted from the screen to the returning entity. The smoke transformed back into a humanoid form, stepping forward to nod. I have circled around the pyramid several times, even managed to enter when no one was around. Aside from one dislodged stone brick, I found nothing. Beneath that stone brick likely lies the newly acquired artifact of the Decepticons. Jack and his human associates have long since arrived at the base for the weekend. What might it be, Optimus? The leader had just returned from a conversation with Master Titanium, slowly opening his eyes to utter 4 significant words. The ultimate key. A key? Indeed, it is the one Master Titanium entrusted to us, intended to unlock the door to Cybertron's rebirth and the ultimate lock. Ambulin expressed his excitement with this revelation. We have renewed hope. However, the Iron Fortress database lies in the hands of the Decepticons. Even if we possess 2 relics of our leader, how can we regain the upper hand? Fear not. Old friend, Optimus replied, his gaze fixed upon the hammer of the Chosen. We must first closely monitor the Decepticons' movements. I have an idea, but I need to ponder it further. Opening theme. Kevin's podcast had been dormant for a while due to personal reasons. But today, he finally found the time to reopen the channel, allowing the multitude of questions that had accumulated during this period to be expressed. Foremost among them was the funeral of the former commander. According to the recollections of attending foot soldiers, aside from Megatron, who held onto the last vestiges of respect, and the Red Spider, who was connected to the deaths of the two brothers, the only senior officials present were Tarn, who personally dug the grave, and his sister, Hot Rod. In fact, even I and some of my colleagues had once served under the former commander, which compelled us to pay our respects. Yet, I was taken aback to learn that Tarn, having been stabbed, would still choose to dig the grave himself. According to his own words, it was a final tribute to a short-lived character. Yet the two rarely conversed, and the former commander had often exhibited a rather harsh demeanor towards Tarn. I cannot fathom this. Secondly, there was the parasite, Silas. In light of the Allspark, how did the Special Task Force manage to procure enough parts to assemble a motorcycle tiger, all while ensuring compatibility between the energy entity and the human form? I cannot fathom whose face lies beneath the mask, and I dare not look. Should I recognize it, it would be utterly revolting. What if it were Gary? Aren't you the one who wished for his demise to be the most tragic, Otto? In light of the Allspark, Vincent, my hatred for Gary is one matter. But the notion of him being denied peace and death, his body overtaken by a parasite, is an entirely different matter. Yet that human parasite lay bound upon the toppled experimental bed. Why not wager 3 cups of energy elixir and see who dares to unveil the mask? Never mind, that is quite revolting. Jerry, upon witnessing this wager, stood at the laboratory entrance, emboldened by his audacity, genuinely contemplating unveiling the mask for the sake of those 3 cups of energy elixir. However, just as he approached the door, it swung open automatically, and he collided with the mech emerging from within. Ha ha ha, soldier, what are you loitering at the entrance for? The mech swiftly checked its chest, confirming all was well, and raised the shield generator in its hand. Do you see these tree-like spikes along the edge? They're quite perilous. Return to your post. The mining team had already gathered in the land bridge control room under the leadership of Deadlock. The mech glanced around for a moment and inquired of a rather discordant, diminutive figure. Firefight, what brings you here? We are here to collect artifacts, not to watch a film. Please, during the tunnel incident, had it not been for me, your paint would have been scraped clean by the Autobots while you were unconscious. Now you are equipped with a shield generator. What are you still worried about? I naturally must be concerned for you. If anything were to happen to me, no one would care. But if you were to encounter trouble, Tom would have to dismantle my wheels and doors. Observing the animated gestures of the mech, Firefight raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly, and activated the land bridge. Around half a cosmic standard hour later, a red dot appeared instantaneously on the screen. The previously lethargic ambulance suddenly perked up and turned to report to its companions. The energy detector has registered a fluctuation. It must be the Decepticons' land bridge. Autobots, transform and roll out. After a brief black screen, the mech was beset by an ominous premonition, even with the divine artifact, which he had personally tested, in hand. He felt a significant part of this unease stemmed from the dangerous individual, Firefight, who stood beneath the tree, observing the hive. Look at Firefight so leisurely, as if he could predict every eventuality. He always remained so unflappable. The mech's incessant speculations only served to amplify his vexation, prompting him to vent his frustrations at the construction team. Hurry up, folks. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. To his surprise, Captain Harry was equally brash. He reluctantly set down the drill, but after a mere 2 seconds of respite, he was met with rebuke and retorted. And what about you? Just talking without working? You fatso. What? I'm not fat at all. The mech, known as Knockout, was momentarily taken aback by this retort, and upon hearing the laughter nearby, felt even less confident. Firefight, I'm not fat, am I? The enthusiastic female fan, who would not hesitate to brawl with her older brother for a figurine, certainly did not mind, but she teasingly twirled her red and purple eyes and said, actually, Knockout. I didn't want to bring this up before Knockout could voice his astonishment. His attention was abruptly redirected by Deadlock's exclamation, as a portal materialized not far from the excavation site, through which the leader of the Autobots and his comrades leaped forth. Optimus Prime swiftly wielded the Star Sword, its blade leaving a trail of particle effects as it sliced through the air. A resplendent blue sword energy shot forth in a vertical arc towards the excavation site, cleaving 3 henchmen in twain. Quickly, take them down. Activate the shield. The artifact has revealed itself. Yet I must still uncover the lid. Hearing this, Knockout surged forward while retrieving a shield generator from his waist. Several blue projectiles erupted from Bumblebee's cannon, hurtling towards the dead zone, only to be met by a more translucent blue glass shield that abruptly appeared before it, completely deflecting the bullets. Alchemist and his companions, witnessing this, brandished their handguns to amplify their firepower, yet no amount of shooting could shake the ever-expanding shield generator. Optimus swung his sword, but the resulting recoil sent him stumbling back. It appeared this, too, was a relic. Knockout, wielding the shield generator, forced Optimus and the others to retreat, his face a mask of triumph. Deeming it the perfect paint protector for himself, the ultimate key was soon retrieved by Deadlock, and the land bridge summoned by Firestorm materialized behind the shield. As an entire squadron of motorcycle tigers burst forth, followed closely by Tarn and Megatron. We cannot delay any further. Gripping the sword's hilt with increasing intensity, the brilliant blue glow emanating from the star sword grew ever more dazzling, nearly rivaling the scorching sun above. Knockout sensed impending doom as he observed Optimus beginning to spin in place, swiftly adjusting the frequency of the shield generator to its maximum. At that moment, the latter halted its rotation, and the star sword, propelled by kinetic energy, was unleashed in a swift horizontal slash. The sword energy and shield embraced as long-lost allies, their brilliant blue light resonating with an earth-shattering brilliance. Yet the shield seemed unable to withstand such fervor, trembling violently as it began to fracture with a multitude of cracks. "What are you saying?" Knockout's words barely left his lips when a once mighty shield shattered at a visibly rapid pace, disintegrating into molecular fragments. As the laser that generated the shield rebounded, igniting equipment in an instant, both sides shouted in unison, covering fire. Retrieve the artifact. In the blink of an eye, red and blue laser projectiles exchanged trajectories. 3 robust cannon muzzles simultaneously aimed at Optimus. The latter, intending to unleash another wave of sword energy, was forced to raise his blade in defense, while the Decepticons pressed forward, then retreated, successfully escorting the ultimate key back to the land bridge. Optimus remained silent, casually plunging the star sword into the ground, flexing his wrist as he approached the now empty aerospace pod, his optical lenses reflecting a deep sense of frustration. "Optimus, are you all right?" The Decepticons would surely learn from this encounter. The leader summoned by the smoke slowly turned, realizing that next time, they might prefer long-distance flight to employing the land bridge, for we lack the means to scout the former. Shall we notify Agent Fowler to utilize human satellites alongside our detectors for surveillance? Would that be feasible? Let's return to base. Ratchet, activate the land bridge. After another moment of darkness, although the relic was seized, the Decepticons, having witnessed the shield shatter under the blade's force, remained unsettled. Megatron glanced at the ultimate key on the left side of the platform and then to the right. Has Optimus Prime's sword energy truly damaged the shield generator? The uninformed Black Widow inquired, pointing at the charred remains of the device. Knockout, giving a firm pat to his head, explained one could put it that way. The power of the Star Sword's energy was so immense that the generator's emergency safeguards couldn't activate in time, leading to an immediate overload and subsequent failure. The Autobots were undoubtedly on high alert, monitoring our actions, yet fortunately, the Master intervened in a timely manner to safeguard this relic. Megatron waved dismissively, interrupting Starscream's flattery, and resumed his contemplative stance, stating, "These 2 relics are identical. They must be parts of some larger puzzle, and the Autobots' full-scale emergence attests to their significance." What could this be? Observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, Megatron sighed in resignation. Thankfully, Soundwave relayed promising news regarding the deciphering of coordinates. After comprehending the information, he commanded with a wave of his hand, "Starscream, take the aerial squad and set off immediately. If there are any missteps, ensure that your subordinates return with your head." After a swift salute, Starscream departed, followed by Megatron as they exited the laboratory. Knockout and Dead End exchanged glances before stepping out together, while Black Widow lingered momentarily, casting a glance back at the siblings left behind. "What now?" Fireflight spoke slowly when the surroundings were clear. Let's observe the unfolding events, Tarn replied, his expression unchanged. Firefly leaned on the table, tilting his head upward. Do you have a plan? Can you control the situation from behind? Even if you didn't witness the Star Sword's might, you should be aware of it, shouldn't you? Tarn shook his head. It's uncertain. What can I do then? The error has already been made. Uncertain yet you state so? Firefly retorted, tapping his helmet. What difference does that make? Are you merely waiting for the Star Sword to cleave us in two? How splendid. We need not even face judgment. How do you propose to articulate this? Tarn's optical lenses finally adjusted their focus. Don't you still possess the stasis device? Isn't that worth employing at this juncture? Firefly slammed his hands back onto the table. What use is it to say anything? I can utilize the stasis device. But where would the protagonist's aura emerge to save the Autobots? If the stasis field misfires, it would only exacerbate the situation. Tarn narrowed his eyes at his optical lenses. Then perhaps it's best left unsaid. If that is the case, I am left with no options. Let us conclude this conversation. Firefly rubbed his optical lenses vigorously. Do you believe in the invisible guiding hand? Wait. The plot cannot truly cease abruptly. That would lack any dramatic tension. Shockwave hasn't even made his entrance yet. Surely, the narrative's self-correcting force will intervene. Tarn spread his hands. It is already sufficiently cryptic. The guiding hand would only add to the enigma. Heaven knows, the concept of traversing time and space is already steeped in mystique, and now there's the added absurdity of a self-repairing narrative. Fire War waved dismissively. All right, but what if he doesn't come out? Let us speak pragmatically. The smokescreen 1 be scolded out of the base by Alcy. The key count will inevitably be 3-1. What shall we do then? Tarn responded with a shrug. If he doesn't emerge, it becomes somewhat troublesome. But encounters should not pose a significant challenge. Even with 3-1, both sides must venture to Cybertron. The items are already in place. It hinges on who first discerns the location of the Divine Lock. The brother and sister duo's conversation was interrupted by a communication, guiding them to the bridge. The first sight that greeted them was Red Spider, brandishing the ultimate Divine Key, followed closely by the Autobot image displayed on the command screen. The new soldier of Optimus Prime is the last of the Iron Fortress relics. I surmise it must harbor within it an object identical to these 3 relics. Knockdown picked up on Megatron's words. There are no coordinates left to decipher. Now we stand at 3-1 against the Autobots. We must devise a strategy to lure that new soldier out. Indeed, the Autobots remain oblivious to the existence of the final relic. They must still be awaiting our next move. What Fire War stated could very well be the only advantage the Decepticons possess. Chapter 14. The eve of battle. If you hold several puzzle pieces in hand, what would you most desire to do in the absence of a picture? Naturally, one would seek out the fitting points, slotting them in as one would. That is how I observe humans engage with jigsaw puzzles. Now, Red Spider's head throbbed increasingly. To his left stood a racing enthusiast, solely focused on waxing and watching human films, while to his right stood another, perpetually immersed in the so-called Instagram and Facebook during any spare moment. It baffles him why he even came to Earth. Are you so enthralled by the trivial entertainments of these fleshy worms? Hey, Red Spider, the year is still early. Wait a few more years for TikTok. It'll be far more amusing. Besides, if we are to dominate Earth, why not first understand the lifestyle of the indigenous inhabitants? Of course, Fire War refrained from voicing his thoughts on the pre-pandemic world's vibrancy. Knockdown merely shrugged off Red Spider's complaints and then grasped one of the ultimate Divine Keys, testing its connectivity in accordance with Fire War's earlier remarks about puzzles. With a mere press, the 2 ultimate Divine Keys intertwined, emanating a brilliant white light, leaving all present, including Fire War, who was aware of their true efficacy, momentarily stunned. Indeed, witnessing it firsthand differs vastly from viewing it on a screen. It is truly magnificent. Fire War contemplated picking up the remaining key, mimicking the interlocking method, and thrust it forward. The 3 keys converged, projecting an image from their apex. Cybertron? Red Spider exclaimed, the first to recognize the image displayed. As the opening theme played, Megatron, accompanied by Black Widow and Tarn, hastened to the laboratory. The trio initially cast a disdainful glance at Silas, who was bound to the experiment table and groaning, before stepping into the inner chamber, the very room where they had been subdued. Lord Megatron, these are the results of our tests. The cunning Starscream swiftly approached. a sycophantic expression adorning his face as he gestured towards the image, claiming credit. It appears the final piece of our puzzle must be located on Cybertron. However, we are still lacking one crucial element, the coordinates of the target. Indeed, Knockout interjected. Starscream grimaced and continued, "Yes, my lord. We are uncertain of Soundwave search results. Rather than languishing in anticipation, I propose to lead a search party for a thorough sweep of the area surrounding the target location. We need not fear the discovery of those Autobots, nor the human minions." Starscream's confidence, born from his self-nomination, quickly shattered under Knockout's jibes. "Do you not realize that the Autobots possess land bridges? If you deploy so many teams and they detect us, capturing those humans would render our efforts futile." "Quite so. Starscream, you would do better to expend your energy on a comprehensive search of Cybertron. You might even locate a compatible piece of the puzzle," Tarn advised, prompting Black Widow to reflect. After some contemplation, she proposed, "Why not we proceed to Cybertron at once?" "What scheme do you have in mind, Black Widow?" Starscream nearly lost his composure, as nearly all the attention had been stolen by others. "Consider this, Starscream, since these pieces direct us to Cybertron, and their location is the keystone of the Fortress data, their significance likely surpasses that of the Starsaber and the 13th Hammer. We must act swiftly to set an ambush on Cybertron and secure a strategic advantage." Megatron raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Go on, Black Widow." "Yes, my lord. First, we all know that the 13th Hammer can forge any weapon or device in the hands of a leader. Optimus Prime may have already modified their land bridge into a space bridge. The Decepticons have lost their spatial advantage, not to mention that the Starsaber, with its lethal energy, poses a threat to our firepower. Currently, our sole advantage lies in the information gap among our spider family. The conservative members prefer to wait patiently for their prey. They utilize the intricate webs of traps to sense the approach of their quarry and ensnare them. We can employ a similar strategy. Although Cybertron is vast, with meticulous planning, we can organize a web-like network of energy detectors. Once the Autobots activate the space bridge, we can immediately track them, and when they reach their destination, we shall ensnare them all. But how can we ensure the Autobots know the target is Cybertron?" Knockout inquired, his skepticism evident. Black Widow responded with confidence. "They will not know. We shall make them aware." "Ah, so you indeed wish to betray us, Black Widow." Starscream seemed to seize the opportunity, quickly attempting to cast suspicion upon her. "You do not intend to hand over these pieces to the Autobots, allowing them to complete the puzzle on Cybertron, do you? This is an overt act of betrayal, Tarn. Let us await Lord Megatron's conclusion regarding both Black Widow's schemes and the credibility of your assertions." After a dismissive grunt, Red Spider crossed his arms and tilted his head back, his wings soaring high. Yet, he soon recoiled at Megatron's response. "I find it feasible." "Why, my lord?" "The nature of these fragments is evidently linked to the future of Cybertron. Should Optimus Prime grasp this implication, his innate character would compel him to seize any opportunity. However, Megatron paused momentarily, grasping the ultimate key tightly, casting the crimson light from the optical lens onto the surface of the latter. "We must wait until all is prepared." After a brief black screen, the Autobot base lay in profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of Optimus Prime wielding his hammer and the dull resonance of metal striking metal. Can this ultimate key truly restore Cybertron? The unspoken question lingered, as attention was soon diverted by a communication request. Ratchet raised his hand to activate it, and a voice swiftly emerged. "Good morning, everyone. Do you have time to meet?" "Tarn, do you have something to say?" Optimus Prime paused his work, resting the hammer on the ground. "I have two pieces of news for you, Optimus. Firstly, the Iron Fortress database has been decrypted. There are no relics left to excavate, so our struggle can reach a conclusion." "So what does this mean? Will the Decepticons and Autobots achieve peace once more?" "What is the second piece of news? If you don't tell me, I'll hang up." "Hold on, Ratchet. Regarding the second piece of information, I would prefer to discuss it in person with Optimus, as it pertains to the future of Cybertron. I have already sent the coordinates. Come if you wish to talk." Listening to the ticking sound after the communication line was severed, the Autobots began to deliberate the reliability of this meeting. RC was particularly forthright. "You all heard how Scourge evaluated Tarn. Anyone mingling with Red Spider should not be underestimated." The Divider interjected. "However, regarding the ultimate key, we know its quantity only from a slight signal fluctuation since its extraction, and we are unaware of its appearance." I suspect the Decepticons are equally in the dark about its purpose, which is why they are inquiring with us. So, shall we proceed recklessly? What if they lay a trap? Optimus Prime certainly understood Ratchet's concerns, yet the hope that the key and lock represented was immense. Compelling this leader to take the risk, Ratchet, activate the land bridge. Tarn stood with his hands clasped behind him at the cliff's edge, gazing into the misty ridges beyond. Upon hearing the activation of the land bridge, he slowly turned, unflinchingly facing 6 drawn handguns, and exclaimed, "The leader's guard is indeed splendid." "Tarn, speak your mind." Optimus gestured for his companions to lower their weapons. "What are your intentions? What trade do you propose?" "Naturally, it is the restoration of Cybertron. But this endeavor necessitates collaboration from both sides. The final puzzle revealed through the fusion of these sacred relics lies within Cybertron itself." The Autobots followed Tarn's gesture, gazing at the interwoven ultimate key resting upon the stone before them, its image depicting Cybertron. In Optimus Prime's optical lens, hope reignited. Yet he could not afford to relax. "Why have you come alone to share such vital information with us?" The answer was evident. Information remained incomplete. "We had decrypted 4 identical fragments. Of these, 3 required excavation, while 1 was concealed within one of you." Tarn raised his hand, precisely indicating the chosen one beside Optimus Prime. Noticing the Autobots' confusion, Tarn elaborated. "The final data does not denote an exact location. Rather, it reveals an image, a specific Autobot named Smokescreen. Could this young one transform into a relic?" As he spoke, he pulled Smokescreen behind him. "Although I am not well versed in Cybertronian compression technology, I doubt it could reduce such a vast entity to a mere fragment. I am inclined to believe that the relic resides within Smokescreen himself." "Within him? How could that be possible? How could it fit? And how can we ensure that transforming will not damage the ultimate key?" Realization struck as he learned the name of the relic. He lamented, striking his forehead. "Even if it is within Smokescreen, what are your intentions?" Optimus clenched his fists and stepped forward. "If you truly wish to collaborate with us, then lay down your weapons and seek peace. We would gladly join you in the restoration of Cybertron. I am merely a messenger, Optimus. Megatron sent me with the key and information. As for the rest, you shall have to engage with him directly." "May our cooperation be fruitful," Tarn replied. Turning his back once more, Optimus advanced, stooping to grasp the 3 keys. Just as he was about to lead the Autobots back to the land bridge, Tarn suddenly uttered cryptically, "Next time, remember to bring the front door." "What do you mean?" "You'll find out in due time." Following another black screen, Megatron expressed satisfaction with the ambush results, repeatedly praising, "Excellent." In the time, Tarn delayed. Black Widow not only acquired information about the Autobots base, but also learned about those human pets. "It seems the utility of the red energy is indeed vast. Had I utilized the red energy for the ambush, the Autobots base would have been utterly obliterated." As Black Arachnia seethed with jealousy, her wings fluttered in agitation. "Everything must proceed according to plan, Black Arachnia." Megatron gestured for the necessary takedowns to blend into human sectors. "Have your aerial squadron been arranged?" "Of course. All has been organized, Lord Megatron. Once the space bridge opens, I shall lead the aerial squadron to lay in wait." Megatron nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Tarn and his sister, "You two, along with Black Widow, will remain aboard the warship as an emergency response unit, ready for orders at any moment." "Understood, Lord Megatron," Tarn replied, lowering his voice as he carried Firestorm out of the bridge. "It seems we will need to employ that tactic. Is the shield generator repaired?" "The terminal has been completely incinerated. The force of the sword energy is exceedingly potent. When the time comes, adorned in the supreme divine armor, I shall be unable to shield you amidst the chaos. Perhaps it will be you who must protect me." "Undoubtedly." The Autobot base buzzed with discussions upon our return, each machine expressing its perspective, generally divided into 3 factions. The conservative faction, represented by the ambulance, firmly believes that the Decepticons are engaged in a premeditated scheme and must not take risks. In contrast, the optimistic faction, led by Smokescreen, who exuberantly produced the ultimate key from within himself using a phase shifter, is convinced of his destiny as the chosen one. The herald of Cybertron's revival appointed by Master Titanium. The remaining members belong to the neutral faction. They are aware of the Decepticons' treachery and hesitate to proceed recklessly. Yet they also understand that the Decepticons have not clearly defined the exact location of the Divine Lock and contemplate seizing this opportunity for adventure. The debate with the recruits left the ambulance exasperated, repeatedly gesturing for them to cease, and then turning to Optimus Prime, he inquired, "Optimus, as our leader, you must decide. Did Master Titanium leave us any messages to assist?" "No," Optimus replied. "Master Titanium only revealed to me the precise location of the ultimate Divine Lock, which coincides exactly with the coordinates generated after the key is assembled. I believe we can take the risk." Optimus continued, "The ultimate Divine Lock lies at the depths of the Rust Sea, an environment so harsh that even the Decepticons are reluctant to venture there, making it a fitting location to conceal the sacred artifact. However, I'm unclear about the application of the lock and key, as well as the activation procedures. I can only assert that the energy released is immensely powerful. Is it not the fear of drawing the Decepticons towards us?" Smokescreen interjected, stepping before Optimus and gesturing toward the Star Sword leaning against a crate. "We possess the Star Sword. With a mere flick, we could vanquish Megatron. While the weapon is indeed formidable, it also has its limitations." Another communication abruptly interrupted Optimus's thoughts. The ambulance reluctantly answered, and Jack's voice emerged. "We are heading to participate in a social practice class and may finish school early. Will you be able to pick us up?" "We're all quite busy," the ambulance replied. "You'll have to return on your own." With that, he ended the call. As Optimus regained his focus, a sudden spark of realization struck him, and he asked, "Ambulance, where is Jack?" "Who knows where he is off fooling around?" "He hasn't," T responded, came the reply. "Send a message instructing him to wait a moment to pick up the children, stating that it is a small favor requested by the leader." Chapter 15. The final choice. Our world is in peril. Accompanied by Peter Cullen's inspiring voice, several figures appeared before the warehouse housing the sacred artifacts. Megatron must be stopped. As the warehouse door slowly opened, a hand adorned with a phase shifter delicately grasped the all-spark extractor. No matter the cost, a robust hand firmly seized the magnetic gauntlet. Autobots. The elite guard stood in formation, heads held high. Transform and roll out. Opening theme, attention. Energy fluctuations resembling those of the space bridge activation have been detected near the Rust Sea. As anticipated, Megatron immediately communicated with Starscream. "Starscream, assemble the aerial squad and head to the Rust Sea at once." After the call ended, he activated the ship-wide communication, instructing all Decepticons to prepare for battle. "Oh, we are about to engage in combat with the Autobots." There was an inexplicable surge of excitement. Hot Rod displayed considerable enthusiasm. Just in time, Tarn interjected coldly. "Your excitement stems from the fact that you merely hide behind the soldiers awaiting the outcome, rather than being a stepping stone to the protagonist's glory." "Vincent, we are all online, Commander." "Attention, leaders of the vehicle teams. If any squad suffers casualties exceeding 1/3, the leader would do well to self-destruct rather than await my command. Assemble at the command platform." "Perhaps you are being a bit extreme." "Silence." Tarn bent down to lift Hot Rod and place him on his right arm, stating, "I will lead the interception to buy time for the Battleship S advance. You prepare the Supreme Armor and ensure your safety. I will accompany you, but Hot Rod," halfway through his sentence, returned to the ground, watching as the giant boarded the command platform. Once positioned, he surveyed his fellow Decepticons and raised his arm, proclaiming, "No character is inherently destined to be cannon fodder. In their own lives, every character is the protagonist. Live like protagonists." After a brief black screen, the Rust Sea lies along the equator of Cybertron, a region composed of unstable planetary matter and particle streams, which often release high-speed gases that, while relatively harmless, always evoke a sense of corrosion in my filtration system. We must be nearing the location, though there remains some distance. Smokescreen deployed. RC positioned towards the rear of the formation, primarily responsible for securing the lateral rear visibility. Optimus Prime, we have guests approaching from the right rear. Following Bumblebee's report from the front, Optimus commanded, "Maintain formation. Seek an opportunity to break through." 3 vehicle teams, totaling 18 vehicles, surged forth from the ruins on the right rear, forming a triangular formation closely trailing the Autobots. As the lead vehicles entered range, they swiftly transformed their front-mounted guns and charged energy. Witnessing a barrage of purple lasers, the Autobots shifted their formation. Bumblebee pressed the accelerator, forging ahead alone to clear the path, while RC simultaneously turned her vehicle's head, launching off a protrusion and landing near Optimus Prime. Shields and smoke screens quickly adhered to Optimus's rear, utilizing the relatively dense rear armor to cover RC as she activated her magnetic gloves. Once prepared, she swiftly separated. An orange beam shot forth, directly striking the lead vehicle of the triangular formation, flipping it over in an instant, sending the entire vehicle crashing upside down, toppling two adjacent Decepticons. The remaining members quickly dispersed, each seeking interception points in a free chase formation, with an additional 4 Decepticons being overturned by the magnetic gloves. As they ventured into a desolate urban area, 3 motorcycle warriors trailed behind their leader, Vincent, taking a shortcut onto an overpass. 4 others formed their own formation and veered into a tunnel on the right, while the remaining 3 retreated to evade the magnetic field, yet remained within sight. The tunnel group initiated the attack first, as 4 vehicles symmetrically emerged from either side, unveiling their machine guns to fire at the enemy's flanks. The pursuing team also accelerated fiercely, closing in on the shooting range. The Autobots countered with agility. The left side barricade, leveraging the bulk of a hefty vehicle, charged forward, sending the trailing car flying before transforming to unleash a front-mounted cannon that obliterated the front vehicle's side wheel. The latter, after a violent shake, toppled onto the ground. Simultaneously, the right side smoke screen activated its phase shifter, deftly maneuvering to obscure the front vehicle's line of sight. As the motorcycle warriors prepared to retaliate, they felt a sudden jolt at the front, followed by a constriction at the rear, transforming the entire machine into a rusted mural against the electric pole and trailing vehicle. The pursuing forces did not fare any better, as RC's quick thinking led to the magnetic light beam, previously evaded, clinging to a protruding rebar ahead on the street. A powerful tug ensued, causing the rebar to emit a terrifying screech as it fell precisely behind the Autobots. "Brake!" came the command, but it was too late. 3 vehicles collided simultaneously, performing a dazzling aerial spin before crashing to the ground. How spectacular! Before the smoke could fully settle, a thick purple laser suddenly grazed the vehicle's roof, and even with their advanced technology, they could feel the searing heat. Where did that tank come from? It was not a tank, but Tarn, blocking the intersection. Autobots disperse. As Optimus Prime's voice faded, another shell flew past him. Although the urgent turn prevented the shockwave from reaching him and RC, the resulting turbulence caused RC to lose grip on his magnetic gloves, sending them flying to the roadside. "Be careful, Bumblebee!" A yellow figure soared towards him from a slope, and the turret immediately fell to tug. Tarn, muttering about the unexpected jazz-style combat, swiftly transformed to humanoid form, swinging his hand back to catch Bumblebee. Before he could gain momentum, he flung the scout against the wall, only for Bumblebee to rebound off and leap back at him. Just as they grappled, a massive truck charged in, transforming midway to deliver a punch. Tarn had just pulled Bumblebee away when he received a fist from Optimus Prime, momentarily dazed. Suddenly, his left foot lifted off the ground, and his right side took a heavy blow, sending him careening into a nearby abandoned building, stirring up a cloud of dust. The giant steadied himself, brushing away the dust from his optical sensors, and first observed the Autobots retreating in formation. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of the spark extractor at his feet. "Warning!" he exclaimed, raising his hand to fire in one fluid motion. Tarn trembled in fear, stumbling backward and landing on the ground, a chill creeping up his neck. "Tarn, those Autobots are still breaking through. The spark extractor, did you damage it?" Vincent, arriving late, couldn't help but marvel at Tarn's swift reactions. "Impressive. It seems they truly intend to bring about my demise." Tarn, leaning against the wall, shook his head and remarked, "We cannot catch up. Let's first ascertain the casualty rate." After another moment of darkness, as the Autobots traversed the fallen Tarn, the social practice class for the human children concluded, and the 3 exited the school gate, eagerly seeking a designated driver. "Are you certain it is these 3 humans? I possess 2 perfectly functional optical lenses. Just continue your tasks behind me." As Knockout extended the front of his vehicle, Vince, distracted by his flirtations, carelessly bumped into him, causing a portion of paint to vanish in an instant. "You little scoundrel. If I do not reverse your fluid lines and exhausted A, I am not the rusted sea creature I claim to be. Deadlock, give me 2 minutes." Witnessing Knockout accelerate in pursuit of the fleeing Vince, Deadlock reluctantly approached the human children waiting for their rides, aiming to transform and dash forward when a Ford vehicle came into view. "Jax!" exclaimed Mickey, excitedly hopping into the driver's seat. "Why are you the one picking us up today? The boss has matters to attend to, so I'm here to transport you. However, it seems I'm short one seat." "No worries. Take Mickey and Laffy back. I will have my mother come pick me up," Jack replied, stepping back down the stairs and retrieving his phone. Damn Autobots. Fighting amidst humans can easily attract other Autobots. "Let Knockout pursue. I will remain here with this boy." Deadlock retreated to the parking space, moving his tires. Just as Knockout had rolled Vince beneath the underpass, he received a message from Deadlock. Coincidentally, Jax, accompanied by the two children, was passing over the bridge. Knockout shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, launching towards Jax like an arrow released from its bow. The latter swiftly turned the steering wheel, executing a drift to evade the impact, then performed another drift to return to the track for a counterattack. The two sports cars facing off against each other. "Flip that Decepticon, Jax. Rest assured, Mickey, I will make this race more dramatic." As Jax finished speaking, he suddenly shifted into reverse and wrenched the steering wheel, catching Knockout off guard, propelling himself into the bridge pillar with his immense momentum. "Marvelous, Jax. You certainly taught that Decepticon a lesson." Mickey clapped in applause, while Laffy in the passenger seat suddenly smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Decepticons do not operate alone." "Where's Jack?" A flash of realization struck Jax, who immediately opened the door to let the two children out, then twisted the vehicle's nose towards the school gate, only to find the scene upon arrival mirrored his worst fears. Chaos reigned at the entrance, faces around him displaying shock and panic, a red vehicle overturned on the ground, while many were capturing images of a blue Jeep speeding away. "Decepticons!" Jax pressed the accelerator, charging forward. Deadlock, observing the approaching enemy in the rearview mirror, also hastily accelerated. Yet, the Jeep, despite its efforts, was not as swift as the Ford, and just as Jax neared, a red figure suddenly emerged from a side path, colliding directly with Jack's rear taillight. Even though the latter desperately slammed the brakes and yanked the steering wheel, it was all in vain. The vehicle spun in place a few times before colliding with a lamppost. In a daze, it caught a glimpse of the land bridge dramatically opening at the end of the road. No one could gain an advantage over me. Even if I faltered, I would ensure they tasted defeat in the second round. Acknowledging my partner's triumph with a nod, I turned and placed the two human pets of the Autobots I had captured into the oxygen can prepare by Soundwave. After a lengthy trek, the Autobots successfully arrived at the designated coordinates. One by one, they transformed into their humanoid forms, retrieving their respective keys. Before them stood a square altar, dusted off to reveal the Autobot insignia. As joy filled the air, the keys in their hands emanated a brilliant white light. The ultimate lock seemed to respond, radiating a pure white glow from within, extending to the radial patterns on the ground. As these patterns illuminated one by one, 4 square pillars emerged from the trembling earth. Symmetrically designed, the pillars boasted a balanced and harmonious structure. Once elevated, they formed a circular device overhead, which swayed momentarily before filling with a luminous blue substance, the renowned Cybertronian matter. Metal and intricate geometric patterns intertwined, exuding precision and a sense of advanced technology. The bright lights on either side sparkled like brilliant stars, standing out against the dim, rust-laden sky. Just as Optimus Prime revealed a long-awaited smile, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed nearby. Following the sound, they saw the Decepticon warship Nemesis, its cannons aimed directly at the Autobots on the ground. The land bridge on my side opened, and 4 teams of motorcycle Decepticons surged forth, guns drawn, surrounding the Autobots. Megatron made his grand entrance, accompanied by Black Widow and Hot Rod. The sky filled with the sound of whirring and transformation as Starscream and his aerial squadron arrived on the scene, enveloping the heroic Autobots in a tight net of opposition from the air and ground. Megatron, the hope of Cybertron's resurgence looming above, urged them to cease their resistance. "Lay down your weapons and join the Autobots in achieving peace." Optimus Prime drew the Starsaber, its radiant blue light causing Megatron to flinch. Yet, the latter remained unyielding. "Then why do you not lay down your arms first? If you hand over the keys and the Starsaber, I shall overlook the past. That is not open for negotiation." Optimus Prime raised the Starsaber, and the Autobots followed suit, brandishing their weapons. In that instant, the second land bridge opened abruptly, and the medical duo alongside Soundwave stepped forth, each holding a transparent oxygen canister. The sight within caused RC to gasp in shock. Jack. Little J. Oh my hot rod. Is this a birthday gift for me? Black Widow stepped forward to take the jar containing Jack, her slender fingers gently tapping on the glass wall. I am sorry, Elsie, but it seems this is your little partner. Black Widow, if you dare to harm a single hair on Jack, I swear. Swear what, Elsie? Why don't you cross over these 5 layers of soldiers before you speak to me? She laughed heartily. Optimus Prime firmly pressed down on the furious Elsie with one hand, then turned to Megatron and exclaimed, using humans as a threat, Megatron, it appears you are truly desperate. Enough with the idle chatter. You would do well to heed Lord Megatron's words, the treacherous Starscream declared, retracting his weapon and snatching Jack from Black Widow's grasp. Otherwise, I shall unveil this child's fate before his mother's very eyes. Chapter 16. The Final Choice. Volume 3 Epilogue. No, don't touch my son. If you have the courage, come for me. Little Jane pounded against the glass wall with all her might, but it was futile. Mom. Jack pressed himself against the glass wall. This is intolerable. Firefly's mental defenses were ultimately not as formidable as she had believed. She stepped forward, wresting Jack from Starscream's grip and reaching for little Jane, holding a jar aloft while shouting at Optimus Prime, place the Star Sword and the key down, and I will personally return Jack and little Jane to you. Are your words trustworthy? Firefly, I may be a Decepticon, but I do not derive pleasure from subjugating other species. Black Widow suddenly froze, as if Firefly's words had struck a deep chord within her. Megatron, your desires have utterly blinded your spark. Yet I am not like you. Perhaps my actions today will jeopardize the future of the Autobots on Cybertron, but I cannot harm our human allies because of it. As Optimus Prime finished speaking, he forcefully plunged the Star Sword into the ground, then spread his arms wide, retreating with the Autobots who were prepared to relinquish the key. Ha ha ha! Megatron's booming laughter echoed through the air, sending a jolt through the Autobot sparks. Without the Star Sword, you are no longer a threat. Ha ha! Starscream crushed those 2 humans. No, Jack! Upon hearing this, Elsie attempted to break free from the encirclement, only to be met with a violent punch to the side of her face, followed by a swift kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. Starscream approached with a mocking grin, extending his hand to Firefly. Hurry and give it to me, or perhaps you prefer to keep it for your own amusement. Before his words could reach the Autobot's audio receptors, Starscream suddenly felt a force strike his knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. Just as he was about to utter a curse, his chin was harshly met with a sharp kick from a high heel. As Starscream flew sideways like a broken kite and writhed on the ground, both Autobots and Decepticons stood frozen in astonishment. The most surprised of all was Elsie. She strained to prop herself up to see clearly, when suddenly 2 glass jars were placed before her optics. A pulling force tugged at her arms, guiding her to stand upright. Once her vision refocused, she realized the benefactor had turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, Elsie felt as though she had been left behind. Firefly, how dare you attack me? The Red Spider finally struggled to rise, brandishing his claws as he lunged at Fire Battle. She adeptly sidestepped and, leveraging her momentum, executed a shoulder throw. The Red Spider, furious like a ruffled garment, exclaimed, Fire Battle, how audacious of you! Do you truly believe that being my brother's most esteemed soldier grants you the liberty to disregard my commands? Understanding the importance of maintaining decorum, Fire Battle turned to bow and articulated her premeditated rationale. Lord Megatron, I beseech your forgiveness for my impudence, but I have made a commitment that, if unfulfilled, would contravene basic principles. Moreover, since the Star Sword is already on our side and the Autobots pose no threat, why not seize this opportunity to enhance your reputation as one who honors his word? I shall dismantle your vocalizer sooner or later. Enough, enough, Red Spider. Lower your arm. Such a blow is hardly worthy of the term injury. Fetch the keys. The Red Spider, begrudgingly lowering his arm, stooped to gather 4 keys and toss them onto the ultimate divine lock. Megatron nodded in acknowledgement, leading Soundwave and Knockout forward, as the 4 machines sequentially inserted the keys into the lock according to their identities. A radiant glow emanated from the top of the ultimate divine lock, the dispersing light coalescing into a map of Cybertron. Several currents appeared at the bases of the 4 pillars, ascending along their shafts to encircle the ring, causing the Cybertronian material within to stir and ripple. Let us put this so-called artifact capable of resurrecting Cybertron to the test, declared Megatron, casually tapping the screen, which revealed a red dot on the Cybertronian map. The exit aligned with the red dot began to charge, and soon, a brilliant light capable of piercing the deepest night burst forth from the exit, illuminating the target structure upon contact. Concurrently, the damaged materials nearby began to gather, and after a more intense flash of white light, a brand new skyscraper stood restored, appearing as pristine as if it had just been unveiled. This is truly a marvel of technology and magic. Yet, as always, there's a stark difference between what one sees on a screen and what one witnesses firsthand. You have achieved your desire, Megatron. You are now a hero. Allow me to return these humans to Earth. They ought not to be entangled in this conflict. I do not believe their return to Earth is a prudent decision, Megatron replied, his expression one of pride as he slowly turned. In truth, Cybertron is already secured. An additional Earth poses no inconvenience. You have completely lost your mind, Megatron. And what of it? I am the very embodiment of madness. Ha ha ha. Lock on a space bridge. Megatron pivoted to activate the switch, only to be interrupted by a small hand blocking his path. The obstructor was none other than Fire Battle, who first cast a glance at the intact structure before turning to Megatron. Lord Megatron, I strongly advise against introducing Cybertronian material to Earth. Fire Battle, I have shown you leniency for the sake of Tarn, but your incessant overreach has become intolerable. Should you utter another word, I shall promptly rip out your vocalizer. Why should I proceed? No, let's first attempt persuasion. Perhaps Megatron might listen, said Hot Rod, as he pushed away the grasping Black Widow. Standing tall in the face of the approaching Megatron, he declared, the Cybertronian material is intended for the revival of Cybertron, not for resurrecting the Cosmic Emperor. Megatron's large hand tightened around Hot Rod's throat, but upon hearing the final word, he loosened his grip slightly, baring his shark-like teeth as he inquired, what did you say? The Cosmic Emperor, my Lord Megatron, Hot Rod replied cautiously, extricating his throat from Megatron's hold. Have you forgotten that Earth itself is the Cosmic Emperor? I am indeed aware. So what of it? He has fallen into slumber once more. Megatron retorted, rising and clasping his hands behind his back, vowing silently that he would not exhibit such patience again. Slumber does not equate to an absence of awakening. Though the interstellar alignment is protracted, it does not preclude its recurrence. Setting aside that notion, recklessly injecting Cybertronian material into Earth would undoubtedly rouse the Cosmic Emperor. Although the Cosmic Emperor's essence is comprised of dark energy, which contradicts the Cybertronian material formed of energy, their origins are akin, and the powers they harbor are complementary. Perhaps, my lord, you contemplate neutralizing the blood of the Cosmic Emperor with the energy, but have you considered the implications of scale? The ultimate godlock, crafted by our ancestors, is indeed a potent vessel for the revival of Cybertron. However, they never envisioned utilizing the stored material to neutralize the Cosmic Emperor's blood, nor to simultaneously transform Earth into a reflection of Cybertron. I am no scientist, yet I possess a modicum of logical understanding. Cybertron has perished. The ultimate godlock cannot draw power from the planet itself. If the energy it holds is insufficient to entirely neutralize the dark energy, it may inadvertently awaken the giant, endowing him with newfound strength. What then could prevent that? Even if complete neutralization were achievable, should the transformation of Earth encounter an unexpected energy depletion, we would be left with a half-transformed Earth and a lifeless planet, yielding no benefits whatsoever. I propose that we seize this opportunity to fully restore Cybertron, leveraging the political advantage to enhance the reputation of the Decepticons, and subsequently gather our strength to one day transform the surface of Earth into a reflection of Cybertron. What do you think? There seems to be merit in that. Megatron tilted his head, but according to our initial discussion, the Cosmic Emperor would still awaken. What then? By not delving into the core? We shall not disturb the Cosmic Emperor. As for the interstellar alignment, that is a matter for the future, and Lord Megatron, you have already ascended as the Emperor of Cybertron. What was this Decepticon's previous occupation? Such eloquence. In response to Smokescreen's query, RC shook her head slightly and uttered 4 words, beauty pageant contestant. Your vocal apparatus may still prove useful. Just as Hot Rod believed he had swayed the argument, Megatron's ensuing words left her utterly astonished. However, suspicion and paranoia will not forge the grand destiny of the Decepticons. What do you mean? Hot Rod exclaimed. I have said so much. I genuinely wish to observe whether that cosmic emperor, who strives to surpass me, can endure until the Cybertronian material is exhausted. I trust our ancestors considered this as well. Soundwave continued to lock onto the space bridge. Megatron is nothing more than a gluttonous creature, insatiable in his greed. I have offered my counsel, and my conscience remains clear. Besides, I am curious to observe Shockwave. Firefight clenched his fists tightly, granting Megatron a modicum of operational space, while effortlessly leading Black Widow to the side of Deadlock. It seems the butterfly effect does not wield much influence, or perhaps my fluttering wings lack sufficient force. Firefight gazed at the robust blue beam piercing the space bridge, crossing his arms in resignation, and remarked, "It appears we share a peculiar bond with Earth." Deadlock, taken aback, lowered his gaze, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" "We, the Cybertronians, are inherently capable of transforming into vehicles or aircraft, and fortuitously, Earth's technological advancements have already unlocked our vehicular forms. Is this not fate?" Regrettably, aside from myself and my brother, not a single native machine comprehended this sentiment, nor would they ponder it deeply, as their attention was entirely focused on Optimus Prime, who was valiantly breaking through with a sweeping motion of his hand. The Autobot leader displayed increasing fervor in battle, his left hand plunging a blade into the chest of Skyfire, using the lifeless form as a shield against incoming fire, while his other hand spun the blade with fervent precision, swiftly extinguishing a spark. Witnessing Optimus Prime carve a path through the deluge of scattered debris, Megatron raised his hand and bellowed, "Quickly, intercept him. Do not allow him to seize the Star Sword." At this moment, the long-awaited protagonist's aura surged forth. Neither the missiles fired by Red Spider nor the relentless barrage of bullets from the minions could land a single blow on Optimus Prime. The Destined One brandished a curry stick, effortlessly unleashing a fierce sword aura that cleaved all in its path. As the sword aura surged toward him, Megatron momentarily froze, his feet seemingly vanishing beneath him as he plummeted onto the land bridge activated by Soundwave. The sword aura sliced through the minions who attempted to obstruct it, cleaving them in twain before it grazed Red Spider's shoulder, soared over the roof of a toppled vehicle, and ultimately collided with the display screen positioned above the ultimate Divine Lock. The Divine Lock, detecting an anomalous energy surge, immediately terminated the protocol, forcefully ejecting the key. The Cybertronian material energy began to retract urgently. However, due to the vast distance, the resultant shockwave rattled the ring and its supporting columns, causing a cacophony of cracking sounds and triggering a violent tremor across the ground. A terrifying sound of fracture reverberated overhead. As the ring could not withstand the subsequent vibrations from the shockwave, the shielding device shattered instantly, releasing Cybertronian material from 8 control openings, emitting blinding white light at random locations across Cybertron. Yet, this was not the end. The rupture of the shield also signified the loosening of the supporting structure, leading to enormous cracks forming at the base of the ring. Cybertronian material began to seep from these fissures, intersecting with sparks generated by electrical leakage from the columns, igniting a magnificent yet fearsome orange flame that rapidly engulfed the entire ring. "Retreat! Withdraw!" Red Spider immediately transformed into vehicle mode and sped away, followed closely by Soundwave and a few swift Skyfires, though the land soldiers lagged behind. This conflagration has grown vast, and is truly a sight to behold. The Fire Warrior, true to her name, was oblivious to the Autobots fleeing through the space bridge, her gaze captivated by the magnificent flames that loomed above, even as they threatened to engulf her. "Fire Warrior, run! Commander, take cover!" As two figures eclipsed her vision, Fire Warrior felt no regret in her life. She simply closed her optical lenses gently. After a brief black screen, by the time Tarn and Vincent's squad arrived, the scene was one of utter devastation. A cacophony of wails and frantic searches intertwined. The fierce blaze encircled the still intact ring and 4 square pillars, and the billowing black smoke dulled the sunlight of Cybertron. In a clearing at the disaster site, a diminutive red figure sat at the feet of the Decepticon leader, whose optical lenses had lost their ferocity, replaced by a look of bewilderment. Fire Warrior cradled Black Widow in her arms, and upon seeing her brother's arrival, she merely exchanged a glance with him before looking down again. He blinked his optical lenses and smiled. "This is my second life. I too shall repay cough." Fire Warrior, Simon coughed from his seat nearby. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to both of you, Tarn said, surveying the grim surroundings. Feeling a poignant sadness at the unfolding tragedy, his gaze fell upon Knockout, prompting an involuntary question. Goodness, why did you end up like this? Knockout's current state was difficult to describe, resembling his appearance after traversing the subway line in the original narrative, but now marred with soot. He scrapped away a chunk and responded, all for the sake of rescuing your precious sister. I'm covered in flames. Tarn felt a surge of emotion, stepping forward to pat Knockout's shoulder firmly, casually scraping off a large patch of charred remains from his back, and commended, at last, you resemble a true male warrior. Knockout, noticing the man remained silent, Tarn turned to Megatron, who was fixated on the now inert Ultimate Lock. Upon sensing Tarn's gaze, he murmured, Optimus Prime has destroyed our sole hope for the resurrection of Cybertron. Given his sister's demeanor, it was apparent she had attempted to persuade him. Thus, Megatron's refusal to heed her counsel was unsurprising. Tarn felt it prudent not to press further, merely bowing and inquiring, what are your plans, my lord? Shall we return to Earth to hunt down the Autobots? Indeed, a fierce glint returned to Megatron's shark-like eyes as he slowly turned, surveying the assembled Decepticons. Optimus Prime is a traitor. He has obliterated our only hope for the revival of our homeland. We shall eradicate the Autobots. We shall annihilate the Autobots. The Decepticons will strike back. We shall retaliate. 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 The siblings exchanged knowing glances, and upon seeing his sister shrug, the brother turned and proclaimed, Please, Lord Megatron, issue your command. Frank Welker's voice remained iconic and commanding. Decepticons, transform and rise up. Chapter 17. Conclusion and Reflection in Retrospect. Tarn was indeed resolved to be a worthy Decepticon, yet he intended to govern them by his own ethical standards, which included eradicating the barbaric practice of dueling from the hearts of his soldiers. However, Tarn happens to overlook one crucial detail. Megatron derives his formidable power and commanding presence from the arena, where he leads the Decepticons with an iron fist. This leader is quite willing to perpetuate such behavior, and friction with the perfect soldier is inevitable. Nevertheless, the former holds a significant advantage in status. Thus, the perfect soldier is unable to take extreme actions. The Black Widow harbors both hatred and fear toward this giant, particularly due to the rusting jellyfish hanging at her door. Although the jellyfish was dealt with under the intervention of Firefight, the shadow it casts still sends chills down her spine at the mere sight of Tarn. At this moment, the clone of Red Spider stealthily boards the warship, coincidentally encountering an old enemy. Although the Black Widow has avenged herself, she finds herself ill-equipped to confront the remaining clones of Red Spider, who are attacking from three sides. Firefight demonstrates his agility, initially dodging two misfired missiles before sliding down to confront the last Red Spider clone, delivering a single punch that shatters its intake pipe. Unaware of the original Red Spider-S reaction, following the defeat of the assassin, the narrative will transition to the main storyline involving the artifacts. In a spirited competition with Alcee, Firefight showcases the results of his long-term training in martial arts. While he does not completely dominate, he at least manages to exchange blows. However, Alcee is not keen on prolonged combat and uses her agility to cast Firefight aside, rapidly retreating with the artifact alongside Bumblebee. This mission also features minor incidents, such as the Black Widow discovering Firefight's hidden stasis device. Yet, due to their friendship, she refrains from disclosing this to her superiors, resulting in a mishap where she knocks her head against the tracks and loses consciousness, fortuitously avoiding a tragic fate under the subway. The original Red Spider, invigorated, joins the fray and encounters the calculating Tarn. Their reunion is cordial, yet Red Spider's inherent pride compels him to view Tarn merely as a machine. Tarn is not the scourge. Only his adversaries lie buried beneath the glaciers, even if those adversaries are as formidable as Optimus Prime. Amidst the clashing blades of Scourge and Jack, the mindset of three notable underlings is subtly shifting. Under Tarn's influence, they become more loyal and are unwilling to sacrifice friends for the benefit of the upper echelons. Similarly, Deadlock reflects on the grim fate of comrades during the Cybertronian War, resolutely deciding not to allow the toxic energy to befall his allies once more, even if it constitutes a betrayal of Megatron. The formidable computational power of the perfect soldier and Mike's exceptional emotional intelligence converge at this moment. As a judge from the enforcement department, He skillfully utilizes a timeless vocalizer to thoroughly pique Megatron's curiosity, distorting the entire betrayal into a failed mission under his tacit approval. I have always believed that the art of language is an essential subject for everyone, which is why I initially requested to maximize the brain module's power. If certain works aim to convey a viewpoint but fear rebuttal, it is prudent to rely on the cerebral repository for armor. However, even the most flawless lie can be unveiled, and even the most perfect character possesses a fatal flaw, a weakness that is widely recognized and, in its essence, well understood. Megatron regarded this as the quintessential pawn for mastering the perfect soldier. By merely providing sufficient energy and freedom, one could tether a rational beast, while simultaneously acquiring a lubricant for the team and a civilian operative. This was also in line with Tarn's aspirations. He did not dare to claim the role of the protagonist, nor did he feel compelled to align himself with the Autobots to satisfy the original cast. As long as the Decepticons could ensure the safety and daily needs of his sister, he was more than willing to navigate the unfolding narrative while rising above the machines. Of course, engaging with the most captivating female antagonist in the series was not out of the question. As the saying goes, one's worldview often follows the allure of the senses, and who could resist the charm of a genuine collectible? Their first date could be deemed a success, and at its conclusion, they encountered the Red Widow, who was in the midst of seizing a crimson energy source. Perhaps it was a fleeting impulse, or perhaps a reluctance to wait for the plot to unfold, but Tarn surprisingly brought the Red Widow back to the warship. This undoubtedly triggered a significant butterfly effect, reflected in the return of the Deputy in the trilogy. Tarn's identity as the manufactured perfect soldier was made public, witnessing the potential obliteration of long-standing friendships and nascent affections. Fortunately, the accumulated wisdom of human interactions during the era of human thought successfully averted this tragedy. However, the former deputy commander, Skywarp, learned of his brother's dire fate, just as the original narrative dictated. He felt that Megatron was unworthy of wielding the leader's relic, thus bestowing the Star Saber upon the Autobots. As he prepared to sacrifice the Red Widow, Tarn discovered his intentions and retaliated. The funeral was not extravagant. For Megatron, a proponent of consequentialism, betrayal was tolerable, yet incompetence was not. If one was inept, loyalty became meaningless, and when that loyalty vanished, Skywarp was rendered utterly valueless. At the funeral, Megatron uttered not a word, his gaze devoid of any sorrow. He coldly regarded the sparks of the two brothers encased in a box before shifting his attention to Tarn, who was digging, and the Red Widow, who was idling. Presently, the Decepticons faced a grave dilemma. Without the Star Saber, they could not forge the Dark Star Sword, leaving Megatron unable to vanquish the Star Sword in terms of ultimate weaponry. Fortunately, during the previous chapter of Relics, the Autobots had not acquired the Iron Fortress database via a virus. Following a series of confrontations, both sides had their advantages. The Decepticons seized 3 of the ultimate keys that required excavation, yet one remained elusive within the smokescreen. After considering the strategist's counsel and his own cautious deliberation, Megatron resolved to take an unconventional approach by granting all the ultimate keys to the Autobots, allowing them to venture into Cybertron and unwittingly step into the trap he had laid for them. Optimus Prime ultimately chose to take the risk, leading the Autobots to evade the pursuit of the motorcycle tiger and break through Tarn's interception, ultimately arriving beneath the ultimate lock. It seemed fated. Even with the Autobots providing escort, human allies became the final bargaining chip threatening the Autobots. Under duress, Optimus yielded, conceding the honor of reviving Cybertron to Megatron. However, the latter, insatiable in his ambition, blindly disregarded the ample justifications provided by Hot Rod, obstinately pursuing dominion over 2 planets. The outcome was predictable. Optimus retaliated fiercely, disrupting the activation sequence with a surge of sword energy. Although this time the ultimate divine lock was not directly shattered, the negative consequences it wrought were nearly enough to shatter the restored structure, simultaneously igniting a fierce blaze. Seizing this opportunity to repay the favor from the prior fire battle, Simon and Black Widow found themselves puzzled by Tarn's involvement in the fray. Logically, he would not allow his own essence to be ensnared in such perilous circumstances. Could it be that, in the next chapter preview, the counteroffensive of the Decepticons is inevitable? However, considering the emergency plan mentioned by Optimus Prime during the discussion at the conclusion of the previous volume, How will the future of the Autobots alter? Regardless of whether the ultimate divine lock is destroyed, Shockwave will inevitably be drawn to its immense energy. How will he perceive the resurgence of his past endeavors? And what fate awaits the monstrous project during his confinement? Faced with the dual pressure from Shockwave and Black Widow, how will Starscream act to solidify his position? He seems to have set his sights on Silas. What will be the fate of that little test subject? The climactic battle is fast approaching. The destinies of the Autobots, Decepticons, and even Cybertron are on the brink of being sealed. What example will the siblings set? Will they adhere to the narrative, allowing the Autobots to triumph? Or will they diverge from a path, enabling Megatron's dominion to be realized? Chapter 1. The transfer of the new home. This is all my fault. I failed to rescue my human friends in time. Old Fox, do not be too hard on yourself. It is those Decepticons who are exceedingly cunning. Optimus Prime placed his massive hand upon the shoulder of the Jack, who felt a weighty warmth, alleviating his distress as he murmured, "Fortunately, this lad and his mother are not gravely harmed." "Optimus, I am truly grateful for your rescue of me and Jack," said a teary-eyed Margot, clutching her chest as she stepped forward. "I do not know how to repay you. This is what I must do, Ms. Darby. I absolutely refuse to jeopardize the welfare of another race for the restoration of my own homeland." Initially, Ratchet was quite enraged and disheartened upon hearing of the destruction of the ultimate divine lock. However, after attentively listening to the descriptions from Smokescreen and the others, his mood lightened somewhat as he turned to his leader, asking, "What shall we do now?" The leader's brow furrowed, worry evident upon his countenance. "If the Decepticons learn of our human allies and successfully abduct them, it signifies that this location is no longer safe. They may have discovered this information through certain means. Could they even trace the location of our base through subtle clues?" Smokescreen ventured a thought that none wished to contemplate. Hey, Autobots, can anyone respond?" Agent Furlow's anxious voice crackled through the communication channel. "Come out quickly. There's a towering spire outside that pierces the heavens." Optimus was the first to react, leading the Autobots to the elevator. As the lift ascended slowly and sunlight returned to their heads, an edifice as sharp and lofty as described by Furlow came into view. Among the Autobots, Optimus was the most astonished. He slowly opened his mouth and uttered 4 words. The Dark Pinnacle. The imposing fortress of Megatron, Dark Peak, looms ominously beneath a shroud of murky clouds, exuding an unsettling aura. The desolation and silence of the surrounding environment accentuate the solitude and dominance of Dark Peak. Sunlight occasionally pierces through, casting an eerie glow upon the towering edifice. Its Gothic architectural style conveys a sense of foreboding and intrigue, with spires resembling menacing claws reaching towards the heavens, as if to seize and consume all light into the abyss of darkness. Indeed, its towering presence is striking. And standing at the edge of the warship's docking platform, Tarn peers down curiously, pondering the peculiarities of Cybertronian design, particularly the multitude of twisted spires beneath the castle. Yet, one cannot deny its formidable allure, invoking a potent sense of menace. Looking up, he notices that the fusion cannon has been completed. Following the direction pointed out by the War Machine, Tarn's gaze lands on the 4 massive square cannons at the pinnacle. The War Machine shakes its head, correcting him. This is known as the Space Distortion Cannon, mentioned in the Cybertronian Fall game. Just as he admires the scene, the sound of helicopter engines and transformation effects reaches his ears. Glancing down, he sees Black Widow sauntering leisurely towards him. She reaches the edge and, hands on her hips, inquires, "Why aren't you joining the final assault on the Autobot base? We are ground troops. We should leave the glory of the assault to the air commander, Starscream." Sometimes, sharing the accolades fosters a better balance among us. The aforementioned air commander is currently assembling a new unit on the warship's platform, comprised entirely of Seekers. Their silver forms bear the red Decepticon insignia on their chests, identical to that of Starscream. Decepticons, we have lost our singular opportunity to revive our homeland due to the Autobots' betrayal, but today we shall strike back and obliterate those Autobots. The day we have awaited is upon us. My fleet, transform, ascend, and attack. Starscream leads the charge, leaping into the air and transforming into an F-16, speeding ahead, followed closely by his squadron. In the face of overwhelming fire, Optimus Prime quickly retreats to the base after a brief counterattack with his comrades and begins issuing urgent commands. "We must abandon the base. All personnel prepare for evacuation. Where shall we retreat to? This question arises from Smokescreen, who, after all, had not been part of the discussions. Long ago, Jax had begun searching for a backup base, while Ratchet swiftly sought the coordinates previously provided. Upon locating them, he hurried to activate the ground bridge, arriving just in time to lend a helping hand. Meanwhile, the hissing of the elevator shaft resonates ominously above the heads of the machines. Optimus Prime hastily instructs his companions to refocus and to lighten his load. Leans the Star Saber against a nearby crate. I have set up reinforcement protocols for the elevator shaft. The Decepticon doors have two 6-centimeter thick steel gates that must be cut open. Do not use universal parts. I can reconstruct them with Earth steel. Retrieve the Matrix Hammer from Warehouse 2. And Smokescreen, do not follow the partition. Go to my lab and fetch the medical kit. And do not forget the samples for the synthetic superenergy. Those must come with us. Alcee and Bumblebee, you two swift ones, proceed to activate the bombs in each warehouse. And gather as many precision instruments as you can. Hey, where is Jackhammer? Jackhammer, while tossing a crate containing the concentrated superenergy core into the hanging box, replied, while hidden, Doctor, I'll send you the coordinates shortly. Seeing that the hanging box was nearly full, Optimus Prime swiftly transformed into vehicle mode, reversed to connect with the box hook, and pressed the accelerator, charging into the land bridge. The other machines, following the ambulance's instructions, rushed into the land bridge with the instruments. The latter, reluctantly glancing around, activated the self-destruct sequence, grabbed the backup chip, and dashed into the land bridge with Jack and his mother. At that moment, the Decepticon assault team blasted open the elevator doors, exuberantly charging into the base with their weapons drawn. Their smiles widened upon spotting the Star sword leaning against the box, leading to a brief scuffle for possession. The squad leader, unable to manage the chaos, caught sight of the red light on the operation screen. As he approached to refocus, the red light prominently displayed a countdown in the optical lens. Self-destruct sequence. Retreat. You fools. After a moment of black screen, the Decepticon excavation team turned the entire mountain containing the original Autobot base upside down. However, aside from the land bridge equipment reduced to molecular fragments and a heap of warped components due to extreme heat, Megatron found nothing. Those Autobots must have escaped via the land bridge. I should have anticipated this. I ought to have commanded the warship to ascend and initiate the laser, rather than letting Starscream dawdle dismantling the steel plates. But, my lord, we did seize the Star Sword, did we not? Starscream said, drooping his wings and nervously rubbing his hands together. But I can't utilize the Star Sword at all. You imbecile. Megatron bellowed at Starscream, then turned and waved his hand repeatedly, ordering the search fleet to locate them. Every vehicle must be thoroughly scanned, observing Megatron issuing commands and the silver-white Seekers responding. Tarn's attention was fixated on Firestorm, who sat upon his right arm. This diverges somewhat from the original narrative. Surely Optimus Prime cannot be incapable of leveling up? Even if he cannot, he remains the leader and can still overpower you. Instead of worrying about that, it would be better to concern ourselves with the impending appearance of Shockwave. Perhaps it will be a father-son reunion. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing about? Black Widow's voice accompanied a pebble striking Tarn's calf. The latter slowly turned, widening one optical lens while gazing down. Black Widow, why do you always intrude when Firestorm and I are conversing privately? Are you eavesdropping on us? If I were eavesdropping, it would be strange if you could even perceive my presence. Black Widow leapt from Tarn's extended left hand, gracefully landing on his shoulder, proudly crossing her legs. So this is the perspective of a giant. It's truly expansive. Standing tall comes with a harsh fall. Black Widow, I advise you to place your legs down and sit steadily. Do not lose your balance and tumble down. Even if I fall, someone will catch me. As for you, Doctor, I didn't expect your pain to be restored so swiftly. With a swift motion, the victor brushed past the newly painted surface, firmly patting the chest of a lifeless one, asserting, do not forget, I too possess a sensitive-hearted giant. Given their close relationship, the jest was made, why not become partners? Ha! In response to the teasing from the fiery combatant, the victor repeatedly waved his hands, stating, some words should not be carelessly uttered. My bond with the lifeless one is strong, for we are longtime companions. Isn't it true that you are partners in flame? Before the victor could respond to this inquiry, the recognized father and son approached. The father, Megatron, casting a glance at Black Widow perched upon Tarn's shoulder. This prompted the son, Starscream, to chime in, "Hey, Black Widow, shouldn't you come down and pay your respects to the adults?" After exchanging glances with her companion, the two jumped down to join the colossal leader in a bow. Once the medical duo had completed their gesture, Megatron slowly commanded, "The victor and the lifeless one shall return to Cybertron with the search team to thoroughly investigate the ruins of the ultimate godlock, seeking any remnants of value. The remaining characters will accompany me back to the Dark Pinnacle, awaiting further orders." "Very well, Shockwave. It appears I must simulate ahead of time. I hope he hasn't set any traps for me." Tarn once again bowed, and before following Megatron and the others back, cast a reluctant glance at the ruins of the base. After another segment of darkness, Smoke signaled towards the glaring Decepticon emblem on the dashboard, his confusion palpable. "Is our backup base the abandoned Decepticon warship?" In truth, this derelict vessel bore a name, the Valiant. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. "Partition, adjust the energy converter." Ambulance stepped forward, parting the smoke, and with a series of commands on the dashboard, the overhead lights gradually brightened. "I told you my instincts were sound, Doctor. We have indeed located the Decepticons' abandoned warship." The first task for the Jack was to rummage through the armory. "But this place is in worse shape than the Rust Sea slums. There's nothing here." In the Rust Sea, Optimus Prime, who was sorting through energy blocks, let out a weary sigh, while RC gently placed her hand on his arm in silent comfort. He turned slowly, offering a smile of encouragement. "Where did the Star Sword go?" The Autobots, each preoccupied, suddenly jolted, and Ambulance, surveying the faces around him, let out a heavy sigh. Optimus Prime stood to reassure. "There is no need for undue concern, old friend. Without the leadership module's power, Megatron cannot wield the Star Sword." Suddenly, Bumblebee dashed into the control room, and after a series of beeps, he led the Autobots back outside, the sound of rushing wind heralding the arrival of an F-35 fighter jet landing vertically. "Bumblebee, Smoke, maintain vigilance from above regarding the Fuller agents. What is the situation at the former base?" "It has been thoroughly ransacked, Optimus. The residents of Jasper have been completely evacuated before your escape, and our human allies are safe. However, General Pixis and his colleagues are planning a tentative counterattack. We cannot engage the Decepticons." Optimus Prime hastily gestured, emphasizing that although Cybertronian technology had significantly lagged due to years of warfare, the Decepticons' military-industrial complex had never faltered, rendering human forces incapable of standing against them. "I certainly had advised, yet those generals were utterly indifferent." Now, Fuller had just answered the call, his face instantly transformed by shock and fury. It was evident what had transpired. The Autobots observed him silently terminate the call and slowly return his mobile device to his pocket. After a brief silence, Fuller wrinkled his nose, placed his hands on his hips, and inquired, "Optimus, how long do you intend to remain here?" "At present, it is rather unclear, Agent Fuller. Although we temporarily possess sufficient equipment and shelter, we cannot remain confined here awaiting the depletion of our energy reserves. Moreover, the abandoned warship lacks shielding. We must seek another location where we can safely activate a land bridge." "Very well, I shall contact General Bays. I am confident that once he comprehends the necessity of collaborating with the Autobots under these circumstances, he will undoubtedly report to his superiors and request support." "Thank you, Agent Fuller." Optimus Prime saluted the human envoy along with his companions, watching him return to the aircraft. As the aircraft departed, Jolt stroked his chin and slowly spoke, "Boss, the wreckers can operate normally. If you require transportation, you may board my vessel." "Not at present, Jolt, but kindly ensure that Jack and his mother are returned to a human settlement first." Upon hearing this, Jolt patted his chest vigorously and strode into the wrecker's ship. In stark contrast to the Autobot silence, the Dark Apex was filled with laughter and revelry. Megatron sat firmly upon the three-tiered throne, organizing seating arrangements for the numerous machines that followed him. Starscream, as the deputy commander and personal punching bag, stood on the step to his right. Soundwave positioned himself to Starscream's left. On the lower tier beside Soundwave stood Knockout, while Tarantulas, who should have occupied the opposite side, had to stand lower on the platform due to his enormous stature, with his sister, Black Arachnia, replacing his original position. Black Widow stood before Tarantulas, while Deadlock stood before Knockout. But currently, the latter two were occupied with recording data from Cybertron, leaving the area beside Soundwave empty. The Dark Apex had been completed, and the humans had also experienced the formidable power of the spatial distortion cannon. The Decepticons were growing increasingly powerful. We were on the cusp of dominating this planet. Long live Megatron! The sycophantic Starscream immediately proclaimed, with the other machines echoing their agreement, except for Soundwave, who remained silent as he illuminated Knockout as communications on the screen. Knockout appeared to have discovered something promising. Activate the space bridge. With a grand gesture for Megatron and Soundwave-S pivot, the space bridge swiftly materialized on the reception platform directly in front of the throne. The siblings exchanged a knowing glance. The elder brother, suddenly feeling a lump in his throat, raising his pointed finger and vigorously rubbing it. Chapter 2. Logical Consistency Knockout. What is the progress on the data collection for the ultimate Godlock? The process is proceeding steadily. Lord Megatron, upon receiving a slight bow from Soundwave, raised his left index finger. However, I believe you would be more intrigued by another entity, or rather, another mechanism. Megatron raised an eyebrow, stood up from his seat, and, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached with the Decepticon entourage. He first cast a glance at the space bridge before lowering his head, inquiring, "Who is it?" With a mere moment's pause, Soundwave gestured for an invitation and gradually departed from the entrance of the space bridge. A heavy thud of footsteps echoed through the audio receptors of all present machines. The fully aware siblings instinctively tightened their sparks, while the slightly perceptive Starscream displayed a look of confusion. Only Megatron, oblivious to the circumstances, wore a face of eager anticipation. In just half a cosmic standard second, the awaited figure finally made his entrance. The thudding footsteps belonged to him, his broad footfalls resonating with each step. His limbs were nearly as wide as those of his exemplary soldiers, and his left arm, having been replaced by a square fusion cannon due to an encounter with a mechanical dinosaur, bore testament to the frequent modifications embraced by certain Cybertronians. However, no modder would dare replace their head with a bright red circular optical lens. Questions had previously been posed by Shockwave, but this towering scientist, standing shoulder to shoulder with Megatron, merely dismissed them with, "I was born this way." As for the details, they were left to speculation. Megatron scrutinized Shockwave with wide optical lenses, ultimately fixating on his chest, which was large enough to reflect his entire visage. Trembling slightly, he uttered the name that instilled fear in Starscream, jealousy in Soundwave, and caution in Tarantulas. "Shockwave. Lord Megatron, it is an honor to see you again." The joy radiating from Megatron was unmistakable. He extended his arms to embrace Shockwave, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. My Shockwave has returned to my fold. Ha ha ha. It seems your strategic plans are progressing smoothly, though the inclusion of members is quite illogical." Shockwave's gaze suddenly landed behind Megatron, prompting him to step forward. The first to encounter him was Starscream, who, trembling, raised a hand to explain. However, a large hand pressed against his head, forcibly pushing him aside. Following closely was Black Widow, who was pondering her connection to Shockwave when she was similarly dismissed by a fusion cannon of considerable width. This is illogical. This is absolutely illogical. Shockwave rushed toward his ultimate target, extending his right hand to touch it, his antennae rhythmically swaying at his temples. It was nothing short of a scientific marvel. Indeed, it had momentarily escaped my mind that Shockwave was the creator of tarantulas. Perhaps, with the existing resources, he could craft several more perfect soldiers for me. Megatron's delight knew no bounds, yet he wished not to tire the industrious chief scientist unduly. Thus, he invited Shockwave to replenish his energy, suggesting that other matters could be set aside for the time being. "Of course, Lord Megatron. However, I must allow the perfect soldiers to engage directly, to observe their logical analytical capabilities and standard of movement." "Well then, let be so. Let Shockwave handle it. Allow Tarantulas to explain himself." As Megatron pondered, the self-aware perfect soldier spoke with a remarkably steady tone. Shockwave indeed lives up to his name. It is not merely the vibrations of his stride or the forcefulness of his speech. The language module is functioning normally. And while the basic logic of communication requires further verification, it appears initially stable. "Please lead the way. I have many inquiries." Seeing Shockwave, whose appeal in the collection ranks just below Megatron, extend an invitation, Tarn's delight overshadowed his concerns. He mirrored the gesture with his right hand while resting his left upon Shockwave's back. The scene of a soldier meeting his creator was rather heartwarming. In response to the unintentional jibes, Black Widow merely tilted her head and rolled her eyes before gracefully stepping forward. At that moment, Firestorm approached, cupping his chin with both hands, remarking, "It seems to have truly come to pass, hasn't it?" Setting aside Firestorm's incessant chatter, let's return our focus to the two formidable figures. The one-eyed man had been observing the operation of the creation intently before finally inquiring, "You appear to possess self-awareness?" The masked figure tilted his head in response. "And how did you come to that conclusion?" Reflecting on their current dialogue, I vaguely recall that during the design phase, I did not incorporate such tedious analyses or superfluous rhetorical questions. You wound me, Shockwave. Though I am ultimately a machine, the thoughts within my mind and the spark in my chest signify that I am a being endowed with autonomous consciousness, a machine that shares the same vitality as you. While the notion of an artificial spark facilitating movement may seem illogical, we shall address that later. You claim to possess self-awareness. Do you have a name? Indeed, I do. I'm called Tarn. Naming oneself after the first city conquered by the Decepticons is quite logical for a perfect soldier sworn to serve them until death. You truly are the logic fanatic the soldiers speak of. Although you require everything to be logical, I have heard that you indeed harbor emotions, albeit concealed beneath your so-called rigorous scientific logic. I am a scientist. Scientific logic naturally takes precedence. Allowing emotions to deplete my energy would be quite unreasonable. Tarn swiftly interjected and pressed on, "Precisely, you are a scientist. For you, anything logical or illogical is commonplace. Why not remove those two antennas atop your head? They sway about like your attempts at expressing emotions. That is a part of my physiological structure. What does that have to do with my expressions? Indeed, you lack expressions. For your entire visage resembles a large red light bulb." Tarn abruptly halted, leaning in closer. "It's as if my face is merely a mask. However, do you know, I can still convey emotions through optical lenses while you are left to parade around with a giant light bulb, attempting to appear aloof." Shockwave seemed to quiver slightly, the antennas on either side of his head vibrating rapidly before he spoke once more, maintaining his calm tone. "You are attempting to provoke me. I do not recall installing an emotional module for you. And so what? I am indeed unlike you, engaging in a constant interplay of logic, only to uphold the lofty image of a scientist. What a pitiable soul. Silence. You, a mere diode short-circuiting in the furnace of existence." My sudden surge of energy, like an antenna shooting up, gradually returns to a state of repose, and at this moment, my clenched fists relax. Do my actions, or perhaps yours, possess any semblance of logic? The giant straightens his posture, his optical lenses wide with anticipation. What is happening? Megatron strides forward, glaring at the giant, commanding Tarn, "What have you done to our esteemed guest, your creator?" "Fear not, Lord Megatron. Allow me to take my leave," Tarn replies as Megatron, with a face twisted in anger, turns back to the retreating figure of Shockwave, biting his shark-like teeth and demanding, "What exactly did you say to him?" "He wished to assess my logical reasoning capabilities. I merely offered a slight demonstration, nothing more," Shockwave replies. "A mere test, and yet incensed Shockwave?" Megatron raises an eyebrow in confusion, shifting his gaze back to the receding form of Shockwave. After a brief blackout, in contrast to the monumental victory against the Autobots yesterday, the attention seems to gravitate towards the induction of new high-ranking members, a topic also noted in Kevin's podcast. I heard that the one-eyed scientist has returned from the dead. Indeed, it appears to be Shockwave, a logic fanatic, constantly uttering logical and illogical phrases. So what? Rather than being obedient to his own creation, Tarn, it seems he publicly displayed his fury before the esteemed ones and other members yesterday. Alas, I wasn't present to capture the moment on video. Ha! I too pondered what might transpire upon the encounter of Tarn and Shockwave. Such drama, to provoke his own creation, is merely indicative of the progress of our times. At this juncture, Black Widow received a couple of elbow jabs to her left side, dropping her arm and glancing quizzically at Firestorm, who pointed in a direction that drew her attention back to Shockwave, who was recounting his past before arriving here. The exploration team was not in pursuit of me, but rather to gather data on the ultimate godlock. The anticipated moment would eventually arrive. So why, Starscream? Why did you abandon me back then? The Allspark above. Who knew you were alive at that time? You, with a life more precious than the heavens. Why couldn't you have perished in the ruins? Of course, such words should not be voiced. Starscream could only fumble through an explanation. generally revolving around the notion that ignorance is bliss, accompanied by Starscream. 0, O, and Shockwave. Oh, 0. I anticipated your response when a sudden sound, subtle yet potent enough to shatter the tranquility of the moment, interrupted Shockwave's conclusion and drew his gaze towards me. Firestorm, reveling in the capture of a significant scene, received 2 more elbow jabs from Black Widow, lifting his head only to be met by a red light bulb the size of his own face. After another brief blackout, Shockwave made no declaration at that moment. Instead, after the meeting adjourned, he privately summoned the clandestine observer to a nearby flat-topped hill, where the entirety of the dark peak could be encompassed within his optical lens. Where should the large wave emitter be installed? Behind the optical lens or on the neck? No, no, no. It must be at the chest. In a moment of distraction, Fire Battle blurted out, "It is definitely at the back of the head." Standing at the edge, gazing at the fortress, the large wave slowly turned its head. No, my emitter is aligned beneath the optical lens, corresponding to the universal structure at the chin. Oh, I see. Fire Battle initially appeared enlightened, but upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily waved his hands in apology. I was merely curious. I understand. Your curiosity and innocence have been influenced by the current ample living conditions and memory loss. The once menacing aura of a killer has vanished completely. Do you recall my previous life as an assassin? This particular memory did not appear in Fire Battle's past records. Of course, I remember. You did not seem nearly as optimistic when you took on the assassination of the Strike Pin. Indeed, Fire Battle stepped forward, craning his neck to gaze directly at the light bulb. Was it you who sent me to assassinate the Strike Pin? Precisely. He stole my experimental data from the Gemini Hemisphere system, an act utterly intolerable. Thus, I provided you with the cosmic rust disease bullets and a launcher. Judging by the images returned, you performed admirably. However, I lost contact with you on your return trip and was astonished when you veered off course to Earth. Tell me, how many bullets do you have left? Confronted with this unexpected past, Fire Battle was momentarily taken aback, then recounted the weapon incident. The shockwave merely jostled a few antennas. It is logical, yet this is not the primary reason for our conversation. The rust disease bullets can no longer be replicated. Their tactical value is null. The shockwave seemed to anticipate Fire Battle's inquiry, responding before he could speak, while drawing closer. During my assessment of the perfect soldier's basic emotional regulation and fundamental logical analysis, I discovered that you have a sister. I have a brother named Tarn. What of it? Is there a problem? Fire Battle sensed something amiss and took a half step back with his right foot. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly toward Fire Battle's left arm. Despite his quick retraction, he was seized by the wrist, a powerful force pulling him toward the assailant. This martial arts expert's struggles or counterattacks were futile against the imposing figure of the shockwave, who then grasped Fire Battle's shoulder and pushed him toward the edge of the cliff. Fire Battle attempted to resist, but a sudden chill coursed through his back. Turning his head, he realized his entire body was dangling over the precipice. In a panic, he pressed his toes against the edge, gripping tightly onto the protruding part of the shockwave's right arm. Have you lost your mind, Shockwave? Fire Battle found himself in a precarious position, teetering on the brink, yet managing to maintain a semblance of balance with his toes and hands. The shockwave did not relent, glaring intensely through the large red optical lens at Fire Battle. Did you alter the program of my perfect soldier? What madness are you spouting? Please pull me back. If anything were to happen to me in your grasp, Tom would shatter your optical lens into pieces. Do not presume I shall forget the reason that initially led you to join the Decepticons. It is utterly illogical for Megatron to accept a motorcycle as a member of his faction, unless one considers your unique ability to traverse spaces that others cannot, such as the filthy conduits that Soundwave's miniature Decepticons disdain to enter. And what of it? Is that the essence of a scout? Firestorm, intrigued, peered once more over the cliff's edge, estimating that as long as she safeguarded her shoulders, she would remain unharmed. A scout? You are but a thief, adept only at petty theft, aside from the loyalty you profess to offer. Where have you concealed the original module of the perfect soldier-esque programming? By the Allspark Shockwave. Pull me back first, and then I shall contemplate further. Firestorm's suggestion seemed to bear fruit, as Shockwave gradually pulled her back, just as she steadied herself, ready to counterattack. The entire mechanism suddenly took flight, crashing heavily to the ground. What in the world? Firestorm, bracing herself against the earth, was abruptly struck on the back of her head by a fierce impact, her skull rebounding against the ground with a dull thud. You may not remember, but Shockwave pressed the fusion cannon against Firestorm's back, observing as she struggled to blow away the dust from her lips, while simultaneously using his right hand to open the compartment in his chest. Yet the cortical connector would surely remind you. A sensation of pressure and electric tingling coursed through her skull, and just before losing consciousness, Firestorm's final sight was of Shockwave withdrawing a connector from the glass compartment in his chest and inserting the other end into the back of her head. Shockwave's chest was, astonishingly, a compartment. No wonder he possessed such formidable power. Chapter 3. A fair transaction. What have you done to Firestorm? We had a minor altercation. She fell. Fell? Tarn seized Shockwave's head, yanking him toward the medical display like one with a flashlight. Shall I let you fall as well? To see if your brainwaves can be disordered to such an extent? Tarn, exercise caution. Not only is Shockwave your creator, but he is also my chief scientist. You ought to discern the gravity of the situation. Understood, Lord Megatron. Tarn slowly released his grip, fully aware of the grim fate that had befallen Skyfire. Yet since her return, his sister had been clutching her head, and were it not for Black Widow's keen observation, she might have suffered lasting repercussions by being dragged to the infirmary. Knockout stepped forward, pointing at the brainwave patterns, adding, Shockwave. While I may not possess your countless scientific achievements, you must concede that in matters of medicine, I surpass you. The configuration of these patterns is not indicative of a mere stumble. She fell quite severely. The back of her head struck a protrusion, which logically accounts for her condition. Logic? Take your logic elsewhere. Just as Tarn raised his right fist, Megatron's furious voice halted his further actions. The latter approached and placed a hand on Tarn's shoulder. Half in comfort, half as a warning. Firestorm's fundamental condition is now stable, and there is no significant injury. Minor frictions within the team are unavoidable. Yet, as the head of the Department of Justice, I trust you comprehend the importance of unity. I understand, completely understand. Megatron nodded in satisfaction, then lowered his hand and departed with Soundwave, leaving behind the fallen to conduct another scan. After confirming that Tarn was unharmed, he too took his leave. Black Widow, I am grateful for your timely assistance in bringing Firestorm to receive medical attention. No need for thanks. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards my spider sense. Black Widow replied dismissively, turning to face Firestorm, who had sat upright on the medical bed. You've been reluctant to accept help. You truly neglect your own well-being. What exactly transpired? Soundtrack. Soundwave observed his companion's hesitance, prompting Black Widow to swiftly exit the infirmary, only to return moments later to an empty space outside. I will keep watch for you, she declared, as Black Widow left the infirmary once more. Closing the door behind her, fragments of the earlier scene flickered before Firestorm's optical lens. It truly isn't you. This was the first utterance she heard upon regaining consciousness. She shifted her body, propping herself up on one elbow, vigorously shaking her disoriented head and inquiring, So, you intend to resort to torture if I can't recall? Yet I had not anticipated any unexpected gains. This is troubling. Human memory. Firestorm instinctively raised her arm, only to find the missile had vanished without a trace. The built-in missile compartment empty, and the stasis device also gone. Soundwave held the activated stasis device in his right hand, a triumphant glint in his optical lens. Had I not disarmed your weapon in advance, it would have been exceedingly illogical. So you're fully aware? What do you intend to do? Utilize your fusion cannon, which rivals Megatron's hand cannon, to obliterate my head? No, it would be illogical to squander such a perfect opportunity. I propose we strike a deal, a fair exchange. Soundwave abruptly tossed the stasis device back towards Firestorm. For reasons unknown, the latter recalled a scene from Inglourious Bastard, where the Jewish hunter Hans negotiated with the villainous leader. Orlando. She grasped the stasis device, leveraging it to rise from the ground, and aimed her weapon at Soundwave. You remain remarkably composed. You possess knowledge that you should not have, and you seek to gain something from it. But why approach me in this manner? Inviting the wolf into the fold, releasing the tiger back into the wild? You could easily immobilize me now and detonate a missile to blast my head off, yet that would be highly illogical. As you know, Megatron would never let you off the hook. And my brother, he is the perfect soldier. The fundamental programming of the perfect soldier prohibits firing upon allies, even though he may match Megatron in combat. Do not forget that there are other roles, such as the Soundwave and others. Moreover, you cannot seriously contemplate defecting to the Autobots, can you? Had I not eliminated that so-called puncture, I would have fled long ago. If it were any other members, it would be one thing, but it is precisely the Thunder Rescue Team. The Jack should dismantle me. Then why not set aside the stasis device and engage in a candid conversation? Soundwave extended his right hand towards Firestorm. What is his intention? Is he also a traitor? Currently, Fire War finds himself at a loss, compelled to retract the stabilizer and stow it back into the missile compartment, simultaneously extending his right hand to grasp it. Shortly thereafter, Shockwave releases his grip and nods slowly. It appears we have reached a consensus. You're not as dim-witted as I presumed. I am certainly not lacking in intelligence, especially in light of the circumstances you are well aware of, Fire War retorted, casting a fierce glare at Shockwave before raising an eyebrow. However, I must first clarify an illogical point. How is it that you, too, are a traitor? Sparing your life does not equate to betraying the Decepticons. Rather, it is a consideration for long-term interests, given that I require time to analyze these higher-dimensional logical behaviors. And your physiological capabilities cannot endure prolonged cerebral cortex connections, along with the fact that I lack the means to record data. Stop. Cease your jargon. Fire War interjected as a dull ache began to throb in the back of his head. He raised a hand to support it. My head is starting to ache. Speak plainly. Shockwave's antennae twitched as he strode forward, stating, I require a personal assistant. What do you mean? Fire War inquired. I cannot fully immerse myself in the scientific endeavors of the present, while simultaneously allocating time to untangle your chaotic memories. Shockwave leaned down, grasping 3 missiles in one hand and presenting them to Fire War. Upon accepting them, Shockwave continued, You will serve as my research assistant, facilitating better choices at critical junctures, which will also be advantageous for you. Advantageous. How does this benefit me? Fire War adeptly equipped the missiles. I am uncertain of the corresponding Cybertronian age, but at 20, within the native ecological sphere of this planet, one is at the peak of cognitive vigor. It is quite incongruous that you cannot deduce this. All right, stop. I think. Fire War waved his hands dismissively. After a moment's pause, he tilted his head and mused, an assistant akin to an Ottoman Tarn? The war will inevitably conclude, and you possess a unique skill set. With both my presence and the connection to perfect Starscream, no role can jeopardize your position. However, this conclusion holds true only if the Decepticons prevail. Utilize your spark to respond to me, Fire War, and Shockwave press closer, reflecting Fire War's visage in the optical lens. In relation to your brother, which side's victory would be most beneficial for his survival? Following a brief blackout, after dropping off Jack and his mother, Jackhammer hurried back, contemplating the prospect of crafting a ball from materials aboard the Pioneer. In the distance, he spotted a spacecraft, twice the size of the Jackhammer, parked outside his home. Fellows? Noticing that communications had failed, Jackhammer leapt from the ship before it had even come to a complete stop, drawing his twin blades as he raced into the Pioneer. After a series of frantic turns, a towering, unfamiliar figure emerged at the end of the corridor. Prepare to meet your demise. As Decepticon Prime prepared to strike the unfamiliar silhouette, a beam of light shone from the side, illuminating the figure's lofty shoulders, causing Jackhammer to instinctively adjust his blade. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough that only the back of the blade made contact. Soldier, what is your intention? Why do you wield a knife? Do you intend to assault me? Had it not been for that pair of shoulders, the Jack would have almost mistaken this bothersome fellow for Optimus Prime. The former, however, calmly sheathed his blade, apologizing, I thought you were a Decepticon. Even your commander fails to recognize you? Immediately drop and give me 20 push-ups? No, Commander Sander. Old Jack is just impatient, thinking of everyone's welfare. Seeing the barrier, he tries to be the good guy. The Jack shrugged helplessly, offering a symbolic bow of apology. Consider this a warning, but at 1T happened again. Thunder turned and departed the corridor, approaching the leader who was engrossed in observing film imagery. Commander, do you need me to take over the observation? You've been at it all day and should rest. I'm in excellent health, Commander, but your well-being is the foremost factor in our mission's success. Optimus sighed softly, relinquishing his position before the screen, slowly exiting once Thunder officially took over. His legs had indeed stood for an entire day. As he sat down, his joints emitted sharp creaks from stiffness. Boss, when did he arrive? Just 2 hours after you left. Thunder followed our camp signal to find us. According to him, he came due to the energy fluctuations from the ultimate godlock. How fortuitous, the Jack remarked, facing Optimus while slightly tilting his head towards the focused Thunder, a look of disdain on his face. I wonder what you see in him. Life is like a mirror, and Thunder reflects another version of myself. If I am gentle, he is stern. The military requires a commander who can see the bigger picture and possesses tactical skills. But our team is more like. A communication interrupted Optimus's words. It was Agent Fuller. Sounding quite excited. Optimus, we received news from the Pentagon. The general said that as long as the Autobots are willing to assist Uncle Sam in repelling the Decepticons, they are willing to fund the establishment of a temporary base for you. A temporary base? I always thought our bases were permanent. No, Jack. We cannot disclose our identity to Earth civilians. Therefore, after the war with the Decepticons concludes, we will permanently leave Earth. Optimus, supporting himself on a crate, stood up and quickly approached the communication console. Agent Fuller, could you elaborate? Well, Optimus, the hangar assigned to me by General Bice just became available due to external troop deployments. He discussed with other generals about granting you that hangar as a temporary base. In his words, it's spacious enough. Are we to occupy a human military base? Optimus glanced down at the puzzled RC and then looked around at their albeit tidied but still dilapidated living environment. Nodding, we need timely fire support, as well as a safer and more comfortable environment. Then I'll take that as your agreement. Optimus, I'll report this right away, but to truly impress those financiers, I believe we should quickly strategize on how to collapse that dark pinnacle. As soon as Fuller finished speaking, he hung up the phone. As Optimus Prime turned, the Autobots gradually gathered around him, with the foremost being Teletron 1. After presenting his observations, he exuberantly raised his clenched fist, proclaiming, "Commander, issue the mission directives." Autobots, I understand that the loss of hope for the revival of our homeland has left you disheartened. However, the true essence of Cybertron lies not in its planet, but in its people. Only through unity can we propel our beliefs forward, until we are one. After another black screen. Your brother is a war machine created by the Decepticons. Do you truly believe that those Autobots would allow such a significant threat to persist in the world, even if it possesses self-awareness? Faced with Shockwave's probing questions, Hot Rod found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, redirecting the conversation to the former's initial motives. You have accessed my memories. Thus you could easily report directly to Megatron and receive a reward, yet you choose to leave me as a potential threat? While seemingly illogical, this perspective aligns with a long-term view. From a higher dimensional standpoint, Megatron is destined to fail, even with the modifications from Unicron. Ultimately, he would escape in a form of self-exile. In my view, he is no longer fit to lead the Decepticons. So, you aim to usurp him? Yet, is now not the time? Indeed, not to mention the many obstacles that lie before me. Prior to that, I must strengthen my own ranks. Even if the Autobots eventually defeat Megatron, I can still carve out a domain for the Decepticons. Very well. Your aspirations are quite grand, Hot Rod remarked, raising an eyebrow and stepping back. What purpose does your alliance with me serve? Shouldn't your priority be to foster a relationship with my brother? It appears you are unaware of your standing within the team. Noticing Hot Rod's expression of confusion, Shockwave continued to elucidate. You are the favored machine of Tarn. He has never rebuffed your unreasonable antics. Your close bond with Black Widow remains strong, and many mechanical insects still guard Cybertron. My Rust C laboratory contains numerous insect eggs. Although Black Widow has lost her power, she can still exert control over those insects. It seems that defeating you piques his interest. Medical personnel are invaluable in any circumstance. I previously committed a grave error when I created the mechanical dinosaurs, but failed to impose sufficient constraints upon them. Now, I intend to shift my control philosophy from external shackles to internal restraint. Interesting. For me, it matters not which faction emerges victorious, yet I must consider my brother's situation. I permit the Autobots their mercy, but I am not without the contemplations of the radical Hot Rod, which Shockwave accepted as an unspoken agreement. The latter then lifted his gaze and began to call for the land bridge. Hey, Shockwave, you have created triple changers, correct? That project is still in the planning stages. But the foundational programming has been sufficiently established. It simply has not been practically applied in this universe. Can you transform me into a triple changer? Why? Shockwave's antennae perked slightly. I have yet to scan the vehicle's form. Additionally, we currently possess ample resources. Fire Battle, arms crossed and head tilted with a smile, has one crucial objective: to evoke jealousy in my brother akin to that of child. In Chapter 4, The Fall of Black Mountain, Shockwave believed that Fire Battle would not disclose their private agreement, and indeed, she did not. She told a lie, even in the presence of her brother. The rusted bullet truly troubled Shockwave, who hastily suppressed the amplifying device, leaning in to continue questioning. Yet he could not dismiss you simply for lacking a sample to replicate. In truth, lying demands a certain skill. Blending falsehoods with truths can more effectively persuade oneself and arouse less suspicion in others. It was still your provocation that angered him. Likely a momentary emotional backlash, which is quite common in psychology. The angry individual, upon suppressing their feelings, often seeks a more suitable outlet for their emotions, resulting in a more intense outburst. Moreover, it requires the use of terms that one is familiar with, yet may sound unfamiliar to others. It was evident that Tarn had struck a nerve. His words revealed hints of embarrassment and regret. I merely intended to jest with Shockwave. I had no inkling he would redirect his ire towards you for losing some supposed tactical advantage. However, as a devoted brother, Tarn quickly clenched his fists, determined to teach Shockwave a lesson and ensure he fully comprehended the connection between his creation and Fire Battle. No need for anger. Shockwave had already resolved to undertake some action to make amends. Noticing the look of confusion reflected in his brother's optical visor, Fire Battle had secretly begun to chuckle. Deciding to perform a minor operation for me. An operation? Given your frail form, are you planning to install additional protective components? Wouldn't that make you a brute? Goodness. Do you believe Shockwave would only conduct such an operation? What could it involve? Could he transform you into Tarn? Tarn tilted his head, pondering for a moment, then suddenly widened his optical visor in disbelief. This is impossible. I knew you would be jealous like a child. Ha ha. Opening theme. The operation was a resounding success. Fire Battle's physique was so light that a single jet propulsion device sufficed to achieve the anticipated flight speed. Thus, while altering its appearance, I drew inspiration from the Red Spider. Shockwave proudly introduced the newly transformed Triple Change Warrior. Fire Battle's lower half remained unchanged, still resembling the sleek legs and high heels of Black Widow, while a jet propulsion device akin to that of the Red Spider was nestled at the center of her back, level with her shoulders and aligned with the human body's acupoint. Two wings dangled from the tires on either side of her rear shoulders. For a brief moment, Tarn nearly mistook his sister for a fragment, despite the overall appearance being nearly identical. Are you certain Fire Battle can fly? The Red Spider scoffed at Black Widow's concerns. The former leisurely approached, lifting her right claw on a Fire Battle's left wheel, teasingly remarking, "You're still a spider. Black Widow, can't you spin your little propeller to soar into the sky?" The Red Spider remarked that this was due to the inherent flight capabilities of the insect lineage. The Black Widow, hands on her hips, tilted her head and scrutinized the optical lens, noting the stark contrast of heights and colors. "And you wouldn't be contemplating an invitation to join us so soon, would you? What's that supposed to mean? Don't speak out of turn. I am the Air Force commander, with the Fire Warrior now possessing flight capabilities. It naturally falls under my direct jurisdiction. Surely, she needs a mentor to teach her how to soar?" The Red Spider's exasperation indeed confirmed his underlying thoughts. Yet the necessity for a highly qualified flight instructor was unquestionable. First, let us scan the vehicle form, considering that we are both single-engine jets. I take pride in covering my chest with one hand. Wouldn't you prefer a vehicle akin to mine? The Fire Warrior, intending to stick out her tongue in mockery, soon realized that Cybertronians lack tongues, and instead settled for a couple of dismissive hums. I lean towards originality. I have no desire to become a mere variant of the same model. The mentor smirked as he and his apprentice exited the medical bay, followed closely by the Black Widow, Deadlock, and Shockwave, leaving Tarn and the defeated one exchanging glances. After a moment, the latter finally spoke. "Both wheels can ascend to the heavens." "What? Reluctant to part ways?" Tarn turned to glance at the retreating figure. "My sister may often let her thoughts soar higher than the skies, but she is always grounded in reality. Your concerns are utterly unfounded. Let's hope so." After a brief interlude of darkness, a group intended to assist the Fire Warrior in locating a vehicle scan was summoned by Megatron to the bridge with urgency. The latter, displaying visible irritation, gestured at Soundwave, who was engrossed in his work. Is it necessary to have so many medics assisting with the installation of a pair of wings? We will return to our posts immediately, Lord Megatron, the Red Spider obediently asserted, retreating to his command station. As he activated the screen, he noticed a discordant reflection and turned his head with disdain. Black Widow, this is my command station. What are you doing standing there? My apologies, Red Spider. Given my documentation skills and prior experience, Lord Megatron has appointed me as the deputy commander. Thus, I essentially share the same screen as you. Likewise, as the current environment does not necessitate deep infiltration or extensive reconnaissance tasks, Lord Megatron has instructed me to accompany you both to enhance my documentation and command capabilities. The Red Spider, faced with the harmonious banter of his two companions, felt utterly powerless and allowed them to stand by his side, one in purple, the other in red. With a few sharp taps of his claws, the command station resumed communication with the various mining veins and tactical squads. Once the Beast King is unleashed, it will inevitably awaken its consciousness. If following the original line, it would succumb to the onslaught of the perfect soldier and Megatron. However, Shockwave, contemplating the future at the end of the long bridge, suddenly felt an intense focus behind him and turned to confront the imposing Decepticon insignia. The insignia spoke slowly. Do you have any inquiries for the perfect soldier, Mr. Irritable? None. Tarn appreciated the directness of the response. Just a few moments after the medical duo departed from a bridge due to a lack of assignments, a crimson suddenly appeared on the command screen. Upon system analysis, this that was identified as the communication signal of a human named Jack. Foolish humans, the Red Spider chuckled. I knew they would inevitably succumb to using their communication devices. With a tap of his fingertip on the microphone key, he commanded Air Force Squadron 16, proceed immediately to the target location. How could the plot advance so swiftly? The monstrous entity hasn't even emerged yet. Where has the alteration occurred? Fire Battle stared blankly at the screen, inadvertently turning his head towards his elder brother, only to lock eyes with a mask and an optical lens. At that moment, a second crimson dot appeared on the screen, causing the Red Spider to lose interest in laughter as he promptly dispatched his second air squadron. However, the subsequent third squadron was intercepted by the Black Widow, who pointed at the three crimson dots on the screen and queried, humans possess a certain level of intelligence. Could the simultaneous emergence of three signals be a ruse? This is precisely why I prefer not to have female machines accompany me. They are perpetually suspicious at critical moments. Captain, can you hear me? Proceed as originally planned. As the three Decepticon air squadrons set forth, all Dark Sentinels near the Dark Peak were eradicated. Thundercracker, applauding while tossing a sentinel down the mountainside, remarked, I never imagined that the native species satellites possessed thermal imaging capabilities. Indeed, Smokescreen responded, we Cybertronians are the hottest at the ignition point. We never miss a target. According to the plan, Thundercracker led the Thunder Rescue Team in creating disturbances beneath the Dark Peak, while RC and Bumblebee executed secondary disruptions at the mid-peak. Smokescreen and Optimus Prime advanced directly towards the summit, with the latter providing decapitation cover for the former to locate the Star Sword. Just a second ago, Megatron had not yet finished inquiring about the Red Spider's intent in dispatching the fleet when a violent tremor interrupted his question. He turned to activate internal communications, and a sentinel immediately reported, Lord Megatron, the Autobots are attacking below. There are three of them. One appears to be Optimus Prime, but its shoulders are taller than its head. It seems the Autobots will not relent until they are utterly vanquished. It has barely been a few days since the base fell, and they have already returned with new allies to retaliate. There are surely more than three of them. Order the base to be placed on high alert. Mobilize all available forces. Tarn, I am here, Lord Megatron. If you allow those three to breach the fortress, do not return to face me. Understood, my lord. As TRN turned and dashed out of the bridge, Shockwave first glanced at Fire Battle, who was intently focused on the screen, then sought Megatron's permission to follow closely under the pretense of observing the flawless soldier's combat performance. Intriguing. Claiming to observe, he merely wishes to admire his own masterpiece and find a few points to report back to Megatron. Fire Battle paid little heed to the Red Spider's grievances, connecting to the cameras surrounding the fortress and projecting the feed onto his operational screen. After another segment of black screen, Commander, doesn't this resemble the style of the Thunder Rescue Team? Asked Jolt, cheerfully firing with his hand cannon. Soldier, This is standard raid operational procedure. Keep your head down. With a firm grip, Tong Xiangxiu pressed down the head of the jack while raising the energy cannon to obliterate the assailant's head. Be cautious. This is the true spirit of the Thunder Rescue Team, charging in without seeking cover. The partition defender, upon hearing this, emerged from behind the barricade, switching his large-caliber energy gun to a rapid-fire mode. Bravely shouldering the enemy's firepower, he retaliated with even greater ferocity. The barrage of blue laser bullets rendered the motorcycle tiger incapable of lifting its head. Finally, when the onslaught momentarily paused, it attempted to rise, only to find itself confronted by the advancing Jack and Tong Xiangxiu. The two swiftly eliminated the peripheral foot soldiers with a flurry of gunfire, subsequently utilizing the outer barricade for defensive cover. Excellent. I desire such camaraderie. Jack, provide fire support. Just as Tong Xiangxiu intended to employ the same tactic again, a sudden flash of insight compelled him to withdraw instinctively. Witnessing two purple projectiles, each as thick as his arm, soar past him, he felt a shiver of dread. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, opting to use the energy cannon scope to assess the situation ahead. Tong Xiangxiu, evade. The scene reflected in the optical lens, coupled with Jack's urgent call, triggered another instinctual reaction. The latter rolled sideways, narrowly escaping as the sturdy barricade was utterly shattered by the collision of a formidable tank. Is that the Decepticon tank? Jack wondered if this was a new adversary. Sheathing his hand cannon, he drew a single knife from his back, leaping over the waist-high cover to land precisely behind the now-transformed Tarn. Without uttering a word, he seized the giant's shoulder and brought down the blade with a swift strike. The cold glint of the blade met Tarn's head with a dull thud, but to Jack's astonishment, the knife failed to penetrate. Aside from a dent in the mask, not even a trace of energy was extracted, and in his shock, he inadvertently allowed the giant to seize his shoulder, leading to a disorienting embrace with the partition defender. Tarn, intrigued by the mask's defensive limits, raised his hand to gauge the depth of the knife mark. Suddenly, a flash of blue light was alarmingly close. He instinctively blocked it, only to lift his other hand in response to the system's warning, but grasped nothing but air. For Tong Xiangxiu was swifter. He ducked beneath the giant's grasp and delivered a powerful thrust to Tarn's abdomen. To his surprise, Tarn merely stepped back half a pace, absorbing the full force and managing to grasp Tong Xiangxiu's shoulder. Tong Xiangxiu, you dare to participate in ground operations? Is there a role reserved for you in the decapitation mission? Enough chit-chat, Decepticon. Tong Xiangxiu countered, expanding his chest and pushing Tarn's grasp aside, swiftly delivering a kick to the giant's abdomen. With space cleared, he rapidly transformed his hands into cannons, unleashing a series of shots. Tarn raised his left arm to shield his face, while simultaneously aiming with his right. But the obstruction of his line of sight rendered him unable to utilize precise targeting, forcing him to fire randomly by instinct. Tong Xiangxiu effortlessly evaded every shot, swiftly maneuvering to grasp Tarn's left shoulder. Thunder Rescue Team, attack now. Upon receiving the command, Tarn sensed an impending danger. Instinctively, he pivoted the barrel of his right arm towards his side, unleashing an energy whip that lashed out with incredible speed. It ensnared his arm and yanked sharply to the side, propelling a laser projectile that had been charged for a full 3 seconds directly towards the adjacent area. Pressure returned to his left shoulder, accompanied by the ominous sounds of deformation and the charging of his hand cannon. The long knife on his right side lunged forward, followed closely by the charged meteor hammer, now perilously near. The system's warning reached a deafening crescendo, indicating an inability to analyze the primary blocking threat. I am Tarn, the perfect soldier. In a moment of clarity, Tarn elevated his left shoulder while leaning back, successfully disrupting the hand cannon's trajectory as a blue light grazed past his face. Just as the adversary prepared to fire again, an irresistible force surged through his legs, violently pulling him down. With an impeccable turn, Tarn traced a flawless arc, colliding perfectly with the raised blade of the meteor hammer. As he cast aside the hand cannon, he immediately planted his right foot to halt the rotation, drawing back his right arm in preparation for a punch, while simultaneously pulling the charged meteor hammer to its limit. In merely half a universe standard second, the meteor hammer met the giant's fist, creating a tremendous shockwave that instantly evacuated the surrounding air, leaving all who could observe this spectacle in stunned silence. The giant was the first to stagger back, trembling as he raised his right hand before him, for fingers broken and devoid of sensation, sparking ominously. "Huh! Your fist is still no match for my hammer." The final word was abruptly cut off by a cacophony of cracking sounds, emanating from his meteor hammer, which had developed a fracture at the point of impact, its intricate patterns rapidly spreading across its surface and greedily extending towards the arm of the hammer, eventually halting at the elbow joint. A sharp crack resonated as the elbow joint of the hammer burst forth with a surge of super energy, causing the entire arm to droop helplessly. "Seek cover, hammer," Tarn shouted, rising to his feet while bracing himself against the ground, fists clenched as he charged towards Tarn. Chapter 5. The Fall of Black Mountain. Tarn's calculations were astute. While one hand suffered damage, the resultant impact rendered any Cybertronian incapable of swift reaction. He understood that if he surged forward now, he would undoubtedly find the vulnerability to eliminate this Decepticon giant. Yet not just Tarn, but even Tarn himself was oblivious to the perfect soldier's rebound mechanism. When a part of the body sustained damage that could affect the entire system, the mechanism forcibly severed all neural connections to that area. "Why can't I feel my right hand?" Tarn had no time to ponder further, hastily following the system's prompt to swing his right arm. As Tarn sprinted, he strategized, only to be abruptly interrupted by the swing of Tarn's right arm, which disrupted his thoughts and footing. Before he could refocus, Tarn's left fist struck directly at his face, sending him reeling backward to the ground. "How is this possible? Do you not feel pain?" Tarn forcefully overturned the struggling Tongxiangxio once more, pinning him down by the chest while raising his immobile right hand, casting a slightly disdainful glance. "Perhaps your pain receptors are slightly more acute than mine, Tongxiangxio. After all, you are not Optimus Prime." "Indeed, for the leader has already obliterated your fusion cannon." Following the direction indicated by the jack, fierce flames erupted from the central energy column atop the dark peak. At that moment, the command from Red Spider resounded. "Retreat. All personnel to the battleship." Tarn was momentarily absorbed in contemplation when a sudden impact struck his knees, followed by a side kick from the jack that connected with the giantess waist. Concurrently, Tongxiangxio braced himself on the ground, and the trio of simultaneous forces successfully broke Tarn's balance, sending him crashing to the ground. Dust and debris clung to his face as Tarn gradually rose, touching the scar on his cheek while looking up at several missiles exploding in splendid fireworks at the peak's edge, regretting that he had not activated the camera in advance. As the Perfect Soldiers and the Thunder Rescue Team engaged in fierce combat, Optimus Prime and Smokescreen had already ascended the Black Mountain Peak under the cover of Alcee and Bumblebee. The former two parted ways, with Smokescreen activating the relative offset device and transforming into the 38th racing car, speeding towards the Vengeance. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime transformed into a truck, heading towards the fusion cannon control room. Today was Vincent's unfortunate day. He awoke in the morning from a tumble off the bed, only to bump the back of his head against the table he had forgotten to fold away the night before. Upon stepping outside, he mistakenly stepped on Red Spider's foot and was met with a harsh reprimand before being sent to stand guard at the fusion cannon control room. Just as he intended to lean against the wall for a brief nap, an urgent alarm sounded, and upon turning, he accidentally opened the door for Optimus Prime. When only Optimus Prime's fist filled his vision, Vincent, in that fleeting moment, pondered why the Autobots did not simply strike him down, only to find himself hurled through the air, colliding with the control panel alongside an operator. After two precise shots eliminated the remaining operators, Optimus Prime retrieved a grenade from his waist, poised to disengage the safety when a gust of wind swept past his head. Reflexively, he ducked and rolled, tossing the grenade behind him as he rose. Megatron deflected the grenade with his right arm, swiftly launching his wrist sword. Optimus Prime transformed his weapons into dual blades, crossing them to parry Megatron's downward strike, then thrusting upwards with his arm. Seizing the moment while Megatron remained unguarded, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at his abdomen. Megatron staggered back 2 steps, adopting a fighting stance as he taunted, "Optimus Prime, what will it take to bring you down?" "Megatron, I shall not easily return to the Allspark until I thwart your invasion." Optimus Prime sheathed his left-hand blade while coiling his right-hand blade, charging towards his foe. "Damn it, this must be a swift resolution." Megatron interrupted Optimus Prime's upward strike with a diagonal slash, but the overwhelming force caused him to misalign, exposing his back in a miscalculated maneuver, which was merely a ruse on Megatron's part. He grinned wickedly pivoting to counterattack. Yet, how could Optimus Prime, endowed with the wisdom of a leader, not foresee such a tactic? He did not follow through. Instead, he retreated and leaped backwards, evading Megatron's retaliatory strike. With a quick tiptoe jump, he raised his right hand high, delivering a sudden and forceful downward slash. The sharp sound of metal slicing through the air resonated throughout the control room, nearly causing Megatron to lose his balance. However, relying on years of dueling experience, he swiftly executed an upward slash with his right hand and lifted his other hand to block the sword strike, barely managing to defend against Optimus Prime's powerful blow. Megatron, surrender. No, impossible. Even though Optimus Prime's hand strike was mere inches away, Megatron stubbornly held on with his still intact sword. Send support quickly. My lord. Return to the Allspark. Optimus. Accompanied by the shrill cries of Starscream, missiles were launched, forcing Optimus Prime to retreat and evade, allowing the missiles to pass before him, plunging directly into the energy core of the fusion cannon. The anticipated explosion erupted instantaneously, its immense shockwave toppling all three machines to the ground. Optimus Prime awoke first, witnessing the energy core ablaze, and transformed into vehicle mode to exit the control room. Starscream was the second to regain consciousness. He propped himself against the wall to stand and turned to see their leader, or rather, the former leader, still lying on the ground. I can't do this alone, no. There's also Shockwave and Black Widow, and Tarn ISNT entirely on my side. I need to keep Megatron in check. Starscream decisively rushed forward, extending his claws toward Megatron. The latter, having just opened his optical sensors, was startled to find Starscream rummaging on him and immediately seized the traitor by the throat, bellowing, Starscream, what treachery are you plotting now? My lord, I can't, manage this alone. Oh, I see. Megatron released Starscream, steadied himself against the ground, and, feeling the flames licking at his back, clenched his fists tightly before striding purposefully towards the nemesis. At that moment, Vincent and the operator also regained consciousness. The former glanced at the brilliant flames rising beside him and shook his head in resignation, bending down to help his companion up. And they hurriedly exited the fusion cannon control room together. The squadron led by Agent Fowler arrived, launching several missiles that followed the expanding flames, trailing wisps of smoke before colliding with Black Mountain. Brother, Black Mountain is about to collapse. I'll create a land bridge for you. She truly endeavored to learn Cybertronian technology, even mastering the land bridge. Tarn turned to see a land bridge materializing, chuckling as he shook his head, leisurely walking across just before a massive metal shard fell. After a brief blackout, soldiers, our raid was remarkably successful. There were no casualties, and even the injuries sustained were minor. Soundwave turned back to face Optimus Prime, standing at attention. Sir, the mission summary is complete. Optimus Prime nodded and turned to face Agent Fowler on the platform, standing tall as he proclaimed, Agent Fowler, on behalf of my team, I express our gratitude to you and the human faction you represent. Without your fire support, we could not have dismantled Darkmount. Fowler similarly stood at attention and saluted, replying, on behalf of the President and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I extend the highest respect for your courageous efforts in protecting this planet. In stark contrast to the silent yet noble scene at the Autobots' temporary base, the Decepticon warship buzzed with a cacophony of noise and despondency. Knockout and Deadlock. What were you two doing during the Autobot invasion? Faced with the formidable presence of Megatron, Deadlock dared not utter a word, blinking his solitary optical sensor to signal Knockout. The latter trembled momentarily, yet quickly composed himself, straightening his posture and declaring loudly, Report, my lord. At that time, we were engaged in an advanced surface gloss enhancement treatment, employing professional-grade wax coating techniques to meticulously cover the object surface. This, combined with specialized application methods, effectively enhances the surface's resistance to wear, stains, and oxidation, while imparting a lasting and uniform high gloss, thereby elevating the overall aesthetic and tactile appeal. Knockout, I am here, my lord. I give you 3 seconds to leave, or I shall have Starscream strip away your confidence and primer. As the medical duo stumbled out of the bridge, Megatron took several deep breaths to alleviate the tension, then turned his attention to another corner. Black Widow, do you have anything to report? Yes, Lord Megatron. Black Widow replied slowly, casually glancing at Starscream. The Autobots attempted to infiltrate the Nemesis to steal the Star Sword, but were thwarted by Fireflight and me. Very well, a partial victory. Megatron responded dismissively, then abruptly shifted his inquiry. Where is Tarn? He should be in the medical bay, awaiting the medic. His right index finger was fractured during the battle. Good. You may leave. Shockwave. You stay. Once Starscream sauntered out behind Black Widow, Shockwave approached Megatron, who leaned slightly forward to ask, regarding the perfect soldier cloning program I previously inquired about. I fear it may prove difficult to execute, Lord Megatron. The original program module of the perfect soldier was lost long ago, and due to the original plan's infeasibility, I have regarded it as a failed project, without any deep data preservation. Is it possible to extract the module from Tarn's mind? Megatron gestured, struggling to recall the terminology. You wish to reverse engineer Tarn's neural module to obtain a sufficient foundational program? Seeing Megatron nod repeatedly, the creator shook his head. However, to achieve this, one must extract Tarn's entire brain, and I would require extensive disassembly to locate the foundational module chip. Is that not a task easily within your capabilities? We still have Knockdown to assist you. No, my lord. We currently lack the complete tools that were equipped during the early days of war. Not to mention the difficulty of locating the necessary chips. Even if we managed to find them, reassembling them would prove exceedingly challenging. A moment's inattention could very well result in the total destruction of Tarn. Should we succeed in cloning based on the chips, we still lack the most critical driving material, the spark. This is also why the Perfect Soldier project has been put on hold. Artificial sparks cannot provide complete autonomous propulsion. Even if we could resolve this issue with fusion sparks, we still lack suitable material for the body. Tarn's form, aside from its joints and extremities, is crafted from the finest alloys of that era. Even the mask is made of the same material, endowing it with extraordinary defensive capabilities and weight. Constructing a body with the existing alloys would be inferior to continuing the cold casting for the Decepticon foot soldiers. Though the quality is subpar, it suffices for their daily tasks, which is their highest standard. Cold casting does not require a leader module, does it? Megatron nodded, acknowledging, I understand, you may leave. I have one more matter, Lord Megatron. Shockwave continued after receiving the leader's permission. According to descriptions from other entities, the Cybertronian material generated within the ultimate God lock can instantaneously repair a structure. Indeed, Shockwave, what a powerful and marvelous force. Do you have something to inquire? To my knowledge, the ultimate God lock is largely intact, though its deployment mechanism is extensively fractured and burned. I have a thought. If we could restore the God lock and reactivate the Cybertron core, once sufficient super energy entities are generated, we could restore the abandoned thermal fusion plant of your. The probability of creating warriors with defensive capabilities akin to Tarn would be high. Although they may not possess the imposing stature of the perfect soldier, their fundamental attributes would far exceed those of the current tracker team. Why does everyone say the same thing? They all insist I restore Cybertron first, and it does seem that way. Once I possess a cadre of soldiers as formidable as Tarn, conquering the universe will be within reach. Megatron appeared to suddenly comprehend, nodding vigorously. This idea has merit. But from where shall we acquire the Cybertronian material? Allow me to ponder that, my lord. I shall take my leave for now, with Megatron's permission. Shockwave bowed and turned to depart. After another black screen, to rule 2 planets is one thing, but to squander precious Cybertronian material to neutralize the blood of the Universe Emperor is utterly illogical. If he views Cybertron as inferior to Earth, then he should remain on Earth. As Shockwave contemplated this, he entered the laboratory and happened upon Knockdown venting his frustrations on Silas. The dashboard indicated that the latter had already injected 3 times the usual amount of synthetic super energy into his system. After a bout of futile roaring, he promptly collapsed. Is this the synthetic super energy? It seems the user's response is not particularly favorable. Indeed, great scientist, Knockdown gestured helplessly at Silas. This green super energy injected into the user not only incites extreme rage, but also dramatically escalates the corresponding energy expenditure. Indeed, the instability is quite pronounced. It appears to stem from an incomplete formula. From whence does this formula originate? As the Shockwave approached the dashboard, it retrieved the current formula for synthesizing the super energy entity after several probing touches. As for the automotive physician, you may not be aware, but he became extraordinarily powerful after consuming this. He single-handedly penetrated the mining tunnel. Had it not been for Lord Tarn and Lord Megatron supervising at the time, I would have faced dire consequences. What? Are you intrigued by the synthesis of the super energy entity? The voice of Firefight captured Shockwave's attention. Both machines exchanged glances, with the latter breaking away first, inadvertently colliding with a perfect soldier as he turned. Tarn glanced at the dashboard, then leaned closer to the crimson flashlight. Great scientist. Do you have any novel ideas? Indeed. How succinct. Could be a bit more elaborate. In the blink of an eye, Tarn and his companions, who were eagerly anticipating Shockwave's innovative thoughts, found themselves astounded by the perfect soldier's cloning plan. The most astonished was none other than the perfect soldier himself. A sudden thought emerged in his mind, one that required confrontation. Chapter 6. Each to their duty. Tarn's appearance lacked the rugged sharpness of Megatron. Instead, it was characterized by a broader and more square form. Consequently, the sense of oppression he exuded was not akin to the piercing discomfort of the latter, but rather a suffocating weight, akin to a massive boulder looming overhead, coupled with the masked design of his facial emblem, which revealed no expression save for a pair of crimson optical lenses. The perfect soldier epitomized perfection. After all, he was created not solely for combat, but also for the subsequent interrogation of prisoners of war. Firefight was aware that Cybertronians did not require respiration, and he recognized that the giant behind the optical lenses was his elder brother. Yet, in their close exchange of gazes, he felt an overwhelming pressure upon his chest, particularly as this confrontation was not merely arm's length. The giant had leaned down. Where is the Leviathan? You must inquire, Shockwave. How should I know? The response quivered slightly, yet the inquisitive voice remained steady. Are you suggesting I ask your mentor? Yes, one might say that. The respondent's leaf-shaped lenses flickered momentarily. Is this part of the compensation? That crimson lens flickered in response. I suppose it is. Could he persuade himself through logic? This is not my decision. Could you refrain from pressing me so? Noting the irritation of his younger sister, the elder brother straightened, allowing the previously obscured light to cascade down once more. In an instant, her optical lenses became momentarily dazed, and when she refocused, that immense figure had already retreated. Opening theme. I have heard that you are quite the sought-after commodity now. Firefight had become largely desensitized to Red Spider, but he couldn't resist retorting. Sought after? Why don't you declare yourself a personal punching bag? Having just scanned the vehicle, you suddenly grow bold? How dare you speak to the commander in such a manner? Do you believe that Red Spider had already raised his claws, only to be startled by the massive figure that appeared behind him, causing him to pivot in fright? Tarn. It is Lord Megatron. Megatron merely desired to secure the first bowl of ice cream, but unexpectedly, upon rounding a corner, he startled his personal punching bag, eliciting a laugh. What is the matter, Starscream? Are you concocting another scheme? No, my lord, absolutely not, came the hurried reply. That's reassuring. Oh, do not forget, Blitzwing is also a member of the Decepticon Enforcement Division. With a hearty laugh, Megatron turned away, leaving the bewildered duo with a proud silhouette. Starscream raised an eyebrow, higher than the sky, and upon noticing Blitzwing shared a similar expression, he promptly closed his optics and vigorously shook his head. After a deep breath, he reopened them, declaring, "Let us proceed to the landing platform." As the platform's gates swiftly opened upon sensing the members, the first sight to greet Starscream's optics was the brilliant sunlight, followed closely by all the high-ranking members of the Decepticons, save for Soundwave. Almost forgotten were Kevin and his filming crew. Was such a large audience truly necessary for a mere test flight? Documenting the flight speed and transformation fluidity of the triple changers will be immensely beneficial for future modification procedures. At the forefront, Shockwave raised his right hand holding a datapad, tilting his head slightly towards the team. Kevin's team was there to assist in filming, while others were merely basking in the sun, as Dead End could attest. Hearing his comrade's call, Dead End quickly nodded toward Blitzwing. Do not fault my ominous words, but I believe that as a helicopter, I could provide emergency assistance. Blitzwing smiled in understanding, his gaze shifting to the rear of the team. What brings you here? Are you here to witness my test flight? I would not deign to watch you. Starscream's flight is far more aesthetically pleasing. Tarantula scoffed, crossing his arms and turning his head away. Why should I concern myself with the emotional module Shockwave designed for you? Starscream cleared his throat dramatically, then hands behind his back, proclaimed, As the vice commander of the warship and minister of the military division, I shall take full responsibility for the flight training and aerial combat training of Blitzwing, a member of the Decepticon Enforcement Division and a senior research apprentice. Do you understand? You're the only aircraft here. Who would compete with you? Silence. Downed. Starscream coughed again, then extended his hands toward Shockwave. However, considering the needs of the research department, I shall generously allow Minister Shockwave to record the data from sidelines. What you say lacks any semblance of logic, came the retort. Haha. Even Shockwave finds you tedious, Starscream. Downed. One more word, and I shall strip your paint, he threatened. And upon succeeding in instilling fear, Starscream clapped his hands and pointed to a spot for Blitzwing to proceed. Transform into ground mode now. Blitzwing merely had a flash of inspiration. The external armor and joint connections unfolded instantaneously. As his upper body descended in a spinning motion, his lower half merged seamlessly into a kneeling position. With the transformation sound effects concluding and a leather seat materializing, a gleaming crimson Ducati materialized in its place. How does it feel? Tarantulas inquired, curious given the tank's rather poor visibility system. Absolutely exhilarating. My entire body feels as though it is lying atop the tires. The front headlights serve as my forward vision, while the rearview mirrors are my backward sight. Fire Battle maneuvered the handlebars with a lively energy, occasionally adjusting the rearview mirrors haphazardly. The mirror reflected a beam of sunlight onto the face of Red Spider, causing him to emit a startled yelp and wave his hand in a gesture for Fire Battle to maintain silence while continuing the test. In protest, Fire Battle let out a couple of honks, revved the throttle, and circled around Red Spider several times, seizing the moment to nudge him playfully with the front of the bike. Observing his clumsy antics elicited laughter from the other characters, leaving Red Spider's face flushed with embarrassment as he stamped his feet in frustration. Fire Battle, losing interest in the playful banter, obediently halted. Indeed, the transformation had now reached its third phase, transforming into a flying vehicle. At the command, the sides of the motorcycle opened in a V shape from the rear, folding into a symmetrical triangular form. The once streamlined front of the motorcycle was enveloped by a conical aircraft nose, while the leather seat flipped to become the fuselage. The single-jet propulsion system emerged and settled atop the rear wheel. What model is the aircraft you scanned? F-20. Wow, it's undeniably a fighter jet, albeit with a reduction in size to nearly 2/3 of the prototype. Fire Battle, can you feel the control stick? Pulling back will initiate vertical ascent, just like in reality. All right, pulling back. Suddenly, Fire Battle felt a surge of powerful lift, and the entire machine soared into the air with a swift motion. By the gods. Stabilize the control stick. Red Spider swiftly transformed into vehicle mode and sped away, while Black Widow made her move, but Shockwave extended the fusion cannon to intercept her. Fire Battle, knowing how to operate, redirected her focus toward the Earth fighter jet hovering just above, slightly smaller than the Flying Tiger. She was learning rapidly. This is so cool. It's just like playing VR. Pulling back ascends, pushing forward ascends, and remaining still allows for hovering. Cybertron technology, let me find the throttle. Is it the up arrow key? Fire Battle's guess proved correct. As she pressed the arrow down, the rear thrusters erupted with immense heat. As high-pressure gas was expelled at high speed, the machine utilized the recoil effect to generate forward thrust and shot ahead, leaving a trail of smoke behind. Wow, Cybertron technology can even defy Bernoulli's principle. The wings are flat, Don't get carried away, Fire Battle. Red Spider quickly caught up, shouting through the comms. Any Cybertronian can soar, but to fly well requires practice. Of course, Red Spider, just let me take a couple of laps first. At that moment, Shockwave's voice echoed. Fire Battle, first mark this coordinate. Circle the planet at a constant speed. I need to record the basic velocity. Red Spider, keep pace with her. Keep pace? I'm the fastest aircraft in all of Cybertron. I lead, not follow. Red Spider spun around twice, overtaking Fire Battle, leaving a trail of flames in her wake before soaring ahead. After a brief blackout, when did Fire Battle become the favored one? When she first arrived, she wasn't even considered a senior member. Indeed, now she is a triple changer and the chief apprentice of Shockwave. She wasn't even allowed to touch a medic's scalpel before. Kevin had anticipated the impact of today as podcast. Thus, he summarized his long-standing observations and reflections, ultimately arriving at a significant conclusion. Commander Firewar possesses extraordinary talent. She had previously feigned incompetence in administrative tasks because her true calling was to engage in combat. Ridiculous, as if a female mech could truly battle. Commander Firewar's physique is not to be underestimated. If we were to discuss Black Widow, I would believe it, but Commander Firewar. At that moment, Black Widow discreetly glanced sideways, involuntarily shuddering. Firewar continued to type fluently, yet with an incessant tremor, her optical lens occasionally focusing on the podcast message window. Her face growing increasingly somber with each notification. It was the mention of Tarn's influence that finally triggered Firewar's outburst. She immediately activated the podcast's audio, lowering her head to the microphone and furiously exclaimed, 3 seconds. Anyone who hasn't returned to their designated duties will be dismissed for dereliction of duty and sent to mine. There was no need for any other mech to withdraw, as the podcast was forcefully shut down by Kevin within the first second. What is happening? Firewar. Don't bother me. Firewar snapped, turning abruptly to confront the leader's visage. Nothing's wrong, Lord Megatron. Despite her small stature, her temper was anything but diminished. She had merely been overly pampered. At that moment, Tarn arrived on the bridge and saluted Megatron, stating that although he was the elder brother, his authority seemed utterly diminished in Firewar's presence. We need to discuss this at some point. I do not wish for this inexplicable foul temper to disrupt the morale of the troops. You may leave, Megatron declared before turning back to the command console. Tarn bowed once more and, while bending down, gently lifted Firewar, escorting her off the bridge. Can we chat? If this pertains to the inquiries from this morning, I apologize. It's not about this morning. Upon seeing the younger sister merely cross her arms and turn her head away, Tarn sighed, having initially intended to take a stroll, only to be immediately summoned due to an urgent matter at the mine. If you find conversing with a giant uncomfortable, perhaps you would prefer chatting with someone of a similar stature? Firewar turned to glance at the emerging Deadfire from around the corner, then returned her gaze to the corridor where Tarn's figure had vanished, asking, Aren't you also 3 heads taller than I? If you are willing, you may sit on my arm or shoulder, although considering your new physique, I wonder if I can manage to carry you as Tarn does. Then we shall see the results of your recent weightlifting endeavors, muscle nurse, Deadfire teased, causing a hint of shyness to wash over him as he scratched his head repeatedly. Firewar chuckled and shook her head, inquiring what he truly wished to convey. Let me start from the beginning. I have actually been observing you for some time, Deadfire confessed, prompting Firewar to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He quickly waved his hands in denial. Not in the way you're thinking. I'm not spying on you. It's just that, I've been watching your return, and since then, I have developed a certain admiration. I mean appreciation for you, which is why I've been paying close attention. Do share your observations. What ill intentions could Deadfire possibly harbor? He merely states the facts. It remains unclear to many why you regarded Tarn as a sibling. Initially, you were simply a renowned member, perceived by others as Tarn's miniature counterpart. However, as time progressed, whether due to Tarn's influence or your own merits, public opinion shifted significantly after your return from the automotive base. You accrued numerous achievements, battling alongside the Autobots, mediating conflicts among the foot soldiers, and courageously offering counsel before Lord Megatron. Your accomplishments, such as being selected as an apprentice to Shockwave and undergoing transformation into a triple changer, are aspirations coveted by any Decepticon. Firefight nodded slightly. Yet it seems this is not the genuine sentiment you wish to convey to me. In my usual discussions with the foot soldiers, they perceive you as increasingly irritable. How did you discern that? With your singular optical lens? Half-blind. The optical character wore an expression of astonishment, while Deadlock shrugged and raised his hands, stating, We understand that Lord Megatron can be somewhat obstinate. The destruction of the ultimate key is not significantly related to you, so there is no need for such self-reproach. I'm not self-reproaching, Deadlock. Firefight suddenly chuckled, his laughter fading into a somber tone, revealing a hint of discontent, primarily concerning the uncontrollable nature of the future. I believe I know how to respond, Deadlock exclaimed, first patting his own chest. Before the war, I was a security captain, a natural warrior, and thus it was only fitting for me to become the captain of the strike team during wartime. Deadlock then turned to Firefight, extending his hands. Although I am unaware of your pre-war profession, having witnessed beauty pageants and analyzed your physique, I can infer that you likely belong to a more administrative role, perhaps a medic. Do not take offense. I do not intend to belittle you. You seek to ascend rather than remain in a supportive role, a desire evident in your acknowledgement of Tarn as a sibling and your voluntary transformation into a triple changer. Am I incorrect? Your frustration does not stem from an inability to influence the future, but rather from the worry that despite your myriad changes, others still perceive you as a fragile female warrior, leaving you feeling that your voice holds less weight than that of other characters. Is that not so? In truth, you need not fret. This is merely your role within the Decepticon hierarchy. Your physical structure may not lend itself to direct combat, yet you can excel in other domains, such as reconnaissance and scientific research. Like myself, Deadlock chuckled, my intellect is not so sharp. Should I ever overexert myself and become incapable of fighting? Megatron would swiftly discard me as scrap metal. While this scenario is unlikely, it remains a reality. You possess a gift for intellectual endeavors, and even if your presence in this world were to persist solely as consciousness, you could still create immense value. We each possess our own strengths. It is only by fulfilling our respective roles that the Decepticons can truly become formidable. Perhaps it does not entirely reflect my true circumstances, yet I am grateful to you. The Fire Warrior stepped forward and gave Deathfire's chest a hearty thump, then rose on tiptoe to add, moreover, please extend my thanks to the knockout. As the Fire Warrior vanished at the corridor's end, Deathfire glared into the shadows behind him, fixating on the only optical lens present. I told you she's quite astute. She can deduce matters swiftly. Next time, if you have something to say, speak for yourself. My mind aches from remembering words. Suddenly, a pair of crimson lights emerged from the shadows, and Knockout slowly stepped into the light, revealing a similarly fiery coating, a faint smile playing at his lips. In truth, you are quite clever as well, partner. Combining your own insights lends considerable persuasive power. Although these were Deathfire's innermost thoughts, he was not overly concerned, shrugging and following his partner back to the maintenance room. Chapter 7. The Master of Chaos Red Spider constantly felt as though Megatron would soon find him intolerable. In the past, I was vying for favor with that multi-legged creature, the Black Widow, and now I must contend with Shockwave and his scientific marvels. Goodness, do I still have a path forward? Red Spider, must you be so querulous while flailing about? Knockout retreated a few steps before picking up the grinder again. Moreover, why do you persist in such negativity? Then how am I to remain optimistic? Red Spider retorted. It is rather unfortunate that you have been a second-in-command for millions of years. Analyze the situation using your so-called theories of power. The Black Widow has returned the warship under the guise of a traitor. Everything she does now is an attempt to atone for her sins. Her spider legs have been severed, rendering her disabled. Meanwhile, Shockwave immerses himself in research with the Fire Warrior, and Tarn possesses autonomy as a machine. The perfect soldier cloning project is still a distant dream. What is there to worry about? Red Spider scratched his head, pondering deeply for a moment before nodding in sudden realization. You make a valid point. By the way, where have Deathfire and Tarn gone? They have gone to inspect the new Energon mine and set up a base to deter the Autobots. Given Shockwave's research on Cybertronium materials, our demand for Energon will significantly increase. Oh, I see. Red Spider, enough. Knockout, Red Spider exclaimed, slapping his own face and exhaling heavily. Next time I speak, kindly turn off your little lab rat's vocalizer, would you? On the experimental table lay a rather incomplete motorcycle chassis, almost entirely marred by surface scars from Earth-style welding. Each piece of plating was derived from different fallen soldiers, some even supplemented with minor components, resulting in an odd assembly that was nevertheless quite imposing, towering over Red Spider by a head. Knockout cast a disdainful glance in that direction, his lips curling in distaste. Fortunately, the parasite is equipped with a combat mask. If I were to discover whose face this body bears, I doubt I could ever face his comrades. Indeed, it is quite revolting. By the way, what experiment do you plan to conduct today? As usual, I am testing the efficacy of the synthetic super-energy body. I believe I have made significant advancements in the formula. Behold, I set aside the polishing device and gently approached Cella's with the syringe in hand. As the verdant synthetic super-energy body was fully injected, the V-shaped display on the combat visor swiftly transitioned from an orange glow to a green one. Cella's entire machine began to tremble violently, and an array of profanities erupted from its mouth. Red Spider gritted his teeth and shook his head, remarking on the unpleasantness of the curses, indicating a lack of fidelity in the formula and significant side effects. While inducing aggression in the user is one aspect, Have you not noticed the extraordinary strength displayed? That feeble auto-doctor managed to repel Tarn with a single punch. And one must remember that the perfect soldier can effortlessly lift Optimus Prime. Indeed, Red Spider mused, scratching his chin with his sharp claws, a smile creeping onto his lips. This energy source seems ready for our utilization. Imagine if we could equip our soldiers with it. But what has happened to Celis? The once agitated Celis now lay rigidly back on the experimental bed. The green glow of the display vanished, and the orange light did not return, replaced instead by an abyss of darkness. Knockdown was unfazed by this, merely shrugging and stating that while other issues could be managed, the rapid energy depletion might be the reason for needing to open a new mining site to facilitate sufficient synthesis and application. You truly are a genius, Knockdown. I shall submit a proposal to Lord Megatron at once, and if it proves successful, I might share a small fraction with you. Red Spider waved a hand dismissively and strode out of the laboratory. No sooner had the deputy commander departed than a senior research apprentice followed his mentor out of the adjacent room, the latter holding a liquid crystal detector in one hand, tapping it swiftly with a single finger. Master DeBow, he called, as Shockwave halted and turned. Please examine this quadratic vector substitution equation. If we substitute the zero vector squared, will it yield better results than the vector squared? This can be done, but it does not adhere to the logic of simplified calculations. The direct use of the zero vector squared is only suitable for cubic equations and higher, for quadratic equations. The standard formula suffices. However, within the current formula, many are cubic or above. If we start from the quadratic, if you're confident in your abilities, you may attempt this. Yet, considering your foundational learning capabilities and logical analytical skills, I would recommend employing the most conventional cutting algorithm first, reducing the formula to quadratic before proceeding with the relatively simpler vector formula substitution. Very well then. The Fire War General placed the liquid crystal board back in front of himself, forming a triangular shape with one hand while striking the screen with the other, so engrossed that he did not even acknowledge Knockdown's greeting. Red Spider's words were indeed accurate. With the arrival of Shockwave, the attendance of the larger beings noticeably increased. Hot Rod followed closely behind, beginning to absorb knowledge, while Black Widow found herself unable to engage with them. Before the racing car, whose tires were on the verge of deflation, could finish its grumbling, the diminutive aircraft, wings drooping, retreated into the laboratory, pounding its thigh and exclaiming with indignation. I was having a splendid conversation with Megatron, but that Shockwave character interrupted. The master immediately dismissed me. Are you mocking me? Upon witnessing Red Spider's eyebrows arching skyward, Knockout folded his arms and shrugged, adopting an air of indifference. Red Spider, recognizing the situation, refrained from speaking further and approached the unconscious Silas, beginning to employ his nimble intellect. After a brief black screen, although the overall structure of the ultimate lock was relatively intact, its critical launch mechanism had suffered severe damage. I recommend considering terrestrial technology for a rudimentary repair, which would at least ensure the primary launch port's functionality. Megatron nodded repeatedly. Certainly, Shockwave. Once the new mining site is sufficiently excavated, I will ensure a seamless transition for the construction crew. Lord Megatron, I have heard that the remnants of the Dark Peak have not yet been fully recovered. Those Autobots, allied with humans, have pilfered some materials from us. Yet the bulk remains there. After all, it has only been about a week. Could the debris still hold value? Since the Dark Peak was also constructed with Cybertronium materials, I believe the fundamental materials should be compatible. For the shell structure, we could utilize the salvaged debris for repairs, thereby conserving considerable additional effort. If permitted, I would like to conduct an on-site investigation. Of course, Shockwave. However, you cannot go alone. You will need an assistant to aid you. Perhaps your new student could accompany you? Shockwave turned to glance at the diligent student, still engrossed in formulating equations, and replied, "No need. Hot Rod has her paperwork to complete. I find Black Widow to be a suitable companion. Her agility matches Hot Rod's, and her insectoid form would facilitate navigation through the collapsed areas. Your reasoning holds merit. Yet what if Black Widow seizes the opportunity to escape? Logically, you would not deny Knockout the installation of a tracking chip." Ha ha ha, indeed. Megatron chuckled heartily, raising his hand to activate the communicator, bellowing into the microphone. Black Widow. The target character had already applied skincare oil on her face, with half her body submerged in the hot oil vat. Just as she lifted a glass of mint-flavored energy drink, the roar from the communicator startled her, causing her to accidentally topple the cup into the vat. Son of a cough. Cough. What is it? Lord Megatron. An urgent field mission, Black Widow. Report to the bridge immediately. Upon hearing this, Black Widow, who was frantically retrieving her cup, suddenly froze. Then retorted loudly, but today is my day off. You promised. Isn't it a 2-day weekend? Taking 1 day is of no consequence. You can resume your own affairs tomorrow. Now hurry and report. I do not wish to repeat myself. After delivering his command, Megatron abruptly ended the call. The Black Widow was seething with rage. Her teeth clenched as she leapt from the oil tank, hot oil splattering everywhere. Just as the cleaner prepared to offer a word of caution, the fierce gaze of the Black Widow silenced him instantly. Work. All you do is boss me around, she grumbled as she returned to the oil tank, pouring the scalding liquid over her face while continuing her tirade. One day, I shall return to Cybertron, and you will pay for this. Black Widow, I do not intend to hinder you, but why are you dousing yourself in oil? Try having your lower half hot and your upper half cold. I still have a face full of skincare oil to wash off. Get out. The cleaner, terrified, turned and fled, narrowly avoiding a collision with the Red Spider, who had been carrying a box. Initially prepared to scold, Red Spider burst into laughter upon seeing the Black Widow crazily pouring oil over herself in the bathing room. I'll be waiting for you, Red Spider. Do you really need to search for your little tools for so long? Just encountering some amusing antics. I'm on my way. Red Spider hoisted the box emitting a purple glow and continued toward the laboratory. After another black screen, curse this damned mathematics of the ellipsoid's flattening ratio. Focus. The internal condition of variable E remains unchanged under connected circumstances. No. It's the solitary fire war gazing at the formula provided by the shockwave while leaning against the laboratory door. Red Spider, you fool. The synthesis of the super energy body requires heat, and the rate of heat generation is the cube root of variable E, yin 3, divided by the square root of the thrust rate. Run, knock down, don't block my way. With Red Spider's shout, the laboratory door swung open suddenly, and 2 figures dashed out, colliding solidly with Fire War, knocking him to the ground. Children, do not lean against the door, or you will end up feeling as miserable as Fire War. Red Spider, you smashed my tablet. I was only halfway through carrying it. A sharp claw suddenly reached out, and Fire War swatted it away while admonishing not to interfere. Unexpectedly, that claw reached out again, directly grasping his shoulder. Fire War's temper flared anew as he rose, shouting, Red Spider, you little furnace, As another claw seized his other shoulder, Silas slowly lifted his head, gradually opening his 4-part mouth reminiscent of a biohazard. With words seemingly uttered through the elongated, siphoning pincers, a super energy body. In an instant, Fire War reflexively grabbed the ends of the siphoning pincers with both hands, biting down hard on the 4 sharp tips in front of his face, then fully opening toward the optical lens. At that moment, several beams of red laser light surged in like a savior, striking Silas's right arm, which seemed to loosen with a crackling sound. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Fire Battle first flung the grasping claws away with great force. Then, leveraging the grip strength of Silas's left hand, she leapt into the air, delivering a powerful double kick aimed at his groin. With the immense reaction force, she successfully broke free, transforming into motorcycle form the moment she hit the ground. Executing a drift, she maneuvered behind the Red Spider and reverted to her human form. I told you I aim accurately, right? What are you still blabbering about? Attack already. I know where to strike. Aim for his head. Upon noticing the 2 pairs of bewildered gazes directed at her, the Down swiftly added, I learned this while watching horror movies at an open-air cinema. What's the point of only hitting the head? Just obliterate him. Fire Battle pushed past the Down, raising both arms towards the approaching Silas. 2 missiles launched simultaneously towards Silas's upper body, the explosive force toppling the 3 machines to the ground. As the smoke cleared, the 3 unfortunate souls rose, gaping in astonishment at the zombie giant, which now bore only a few additional cracks, continuing its advance. Run. The moment the Down's words faded, a gust of wind swept by, and upon turning, she saw 2 aircraft roaring away, prompting her to cuss and transform into a sports car, closely trailing the departing smoke. The three machines gradually came to a halt before the rooms at the two crossroads, with Fire Battle being the most agitated. The shattered flat was of little concern compared to the fact that she had nearly been bitten. If I had been bitten, I would have been infected. Fire Battle seized the shoulder of the red spider, who towered over her, and forcefully pinned him against the wall. If anything happens to me, Tom will rip both your legs off and then put them back on upside down. What are you doing, Down? Don't you want to paint? Your right shoulder, what shoulder? Fire Battle froze momentarily, her attention consumed by focusing on the optical lens. Once she managed to bring her right shoulder into view, a gruesome open wound became visible through the optics. Ha ha, what's wrong with her? Hearing this, the red spider merely shook his head in trepidation. Ha ha, I didn't die at the hands of the Autobots, nor did I perish at Megatron's hand, but I might die at the hands of you two zombies. As Fire Battle, momentarily losing control, laughed maniacally, she suddenly widened her optical lens, launching a backup missile from her left arm, pointing it left and right with fury evident on her face. Are you two irreplaceable? Huh? I'm taking one of you with me before I turn into a zombie. Calm down, Fire Battle. It's not certain you'll get infected. If you're taking someone, take him. It's the Downed's fault for not measuring properly. What? Downed, are you still blaming me at this moment? I said just add a drop or two, and you filled an entire bottle? The dark energy entity has assimilative properties. You fool. Enough. Seeing the two Cybertronian fellows standing at attention, Fire Battle lowered her left arm, vigorously knocking on her forehead with her right hand. Go sound the alarm. Don't let it affect the dining area and accounting department. Observing the swift escape of two figures, Fire War curled up against the wall, contemplating for a moment before aiming the missile head of his left arm at his own cheek, intending to self-destruct with a sense of noble sacrifice the moment his tongue emerged. The vector of a square root could be unraveled using the law of triangles. Damn! It only dawned on me when death was imminent. Chapter 8. The Cunning and Crafty. Fortunately, those two fools triggered the alarm just in time, prompting the minions to enter a state of vigilance. Upon spotting Silas, they opened fire, and it was the sound of gunfire and the guiding waves that led Megatron to the zombie giant. Look at this abomination they have created. It survives by consuming energy. After surveying Silas, whom he had just blasted through, Megatron turned towards the pair of starry-eyed best friends. You two imbeciles. If it weren't for the lack of casualties, I would have peeled the paint off you both. Actually, adults are speaking. Red Spider, there might be an injured party. Following Red Spider, Megatron discovered Fire War, still curled up and reciting formulas. At first, the former two thought Fire War was preparing for an attack, slowly approaching with 3 hand cannons raised. Fire War. Fire War. Huh. Oh, it's you. You startled me. Upon recognizing his visitors, Fire War gradually lowered his weary arm, leaning back against the wall, and burst into laughter. I suspect it's due to the shockwave. Fire War's mental state has not been quite right lately. Listening to Red Spider's explanation, Megatron almost twisted his face into a knot. This should just be a minor injury. Fire War halted his laughter, bracing himself against the wall to stand. It seems that as long as I don't make direct contact with the interface, I won't be infected, similar to a vampire's nature. Megatron was even more perplexed. What is a vampire? Red Spider swiftly responded. You should ask Knockout, Lord Megatron. He knows more about it. Fire War stumbled forward, gripping Red Spider's shoulder while pushing down on him, standing on tiptoe, and speaking into the audio receiver. You know I don't hold grudges, Red Spider, but I think it would be best for my brother to examine this wound personally. After all, he doesn't like girls to have scars. Opening theme. Red Spider had been waiting in the room for a full 10 Cosmic Standard hours, undisturbed, even as numerous minions came to pay their respects, merely standing quietly behind the filming crew. What? With a familiar voice that pierced through the door, Red Spider realized he had stepped foot into the source of flame. Knockout. Say that again, and I swear to the source of flame. I am Fire War. Don't move or cry. I am with Red Spider. By the grace of Primus, may I not be turned into a rust sea jellyfish. Just then, the sound of a door opening abruptly interrupted Red Spider's kneeling prayer, and he trembled as he looked towards the shadow projected before him. The 3-pointed head between 2 squares formally indicated the identity of the newcomer. Deon, you and Red Spider are friends, right? No, pleasant, no. As the second laugh of the Red Spider echoed, Tarn advanced steadily and with a piercing scream, A large hand seized him by the chest, lifting him effortlessly into the air as if he were a mere figurine. The owner of that hand let out a low, menacing growl, bringing the nearly terrified red spider close to his face and, in the calmest tone, uttered the words he dreaded most. "You will make a fine specimen." It took a full 6 cosmic standard hours for the red spider to gradually awaken from his stupor, blinking vigorously to clear his blurred optical lens. He glanced around and was horrified to discover that he lay upon an operating table. "No, no, no. The red spider," he quivered as he attempted to rise, only to slip and fall to the ground. However, lying there did not deter him from checking for any missing parts. After a thorough exploration, he was relieved to find nothing amiss and begrudgingly propped himself up against the bedside. "Hey, you finally awakened, Red Spider," Tarn remarked. "Ah, yes, Tarn." The red spider stammered, greeting the towering figure before him. Noticing his relatively mild demeanor, he cautiously inquired, "Have you decided to spare me? You know I hold no grudges. But the illness of an officer is a serious matter, so I personally prepared some maintenance supplies for you." Following Tarn's gesture, the red spider's gaze fell upon a nearly empty vial of energy serum on the table. Squinting at the residue, he discerned hints of green and purple. "Do you feel particularly restless now? Or rather, extremely hungry?" "I feel no adverse effects, but my neck feels a bit warm. Why do I sense a lack of energy?" In an instant, the red spider's expression shifted to one of alarm as he turned to Tarn and exclaimed, You were trying to kill me." Seeing the lack of response from Tarn, the red spider flung himself upon the nearby leader, lamenting, "My lord, your most loyal soldier intends to slay your most devoted officer. Will you not intervene?" "Umph, Red Spider, your fearful demeanor is quite amusing," chuckled Megatron. Upon hearing this, the red spider felt an odd sensation and instinctively scanned his surroundings, noting that everyone, from the grunts to the higher ranks, was laughing uproariously, especially his close companion, who had been knocked down. "Did you capture that moment, Kevin?" the podcast host inquired as he gave a thumbs up, prompting the giant to nod in agreement. "Excellent. I want that photo featured prominently for at least a week." "Impressive, Tarn." Even the cunning red spider failed to perceive the ruse and could only admire in awe. Having had his fill of amusement, Megatron raised his hand, signaling the grunts to disperse, and began a summary and redistribution of recent activities. Shockwave inspected the Black Mountain ruins yesterday and identified several recyclable components. "Deadfire, take your construction team and proceed immediately." "Understood, Lord Megatron," came the reply as Deadfire bowed and departed. "The Autobots will not easily relinquish their current mine, Tarn. I need you to continue leading the troops stationed there." Tarn placed his right hand over his chest and inclined slightly. "At your command, my lord. However, if I may be so bold, could we assign the labor reform team to work beneath that mine? Firstly, their current site is nearly depleted, and secondly, it would augment my workforce. Missing old friends, are we? Very well. Currently, Shockwave not only needs to oversee the repair of the ultimate Godlock, but also to monitor the production of Cybertronian materials, engage in combat, and execute takedowns. From this moment onward, you two shall officially become Shockwave's primary assistants. As for promotions or demotions, I trust that everyone can deduce the outcome. Starscream will transition to a full-time field commander role, allowing him to summon senior members in the event of challenging missions, while Soundwave's position remains unchanged. Very well. You may all take your leave. And what about me? As Black Widow approached Megatron after the others departed, she was taken aback when he spoke first. "All right, Black Widow, enjoy your weekend and a hot oil bath." "Thank you, my lord, but I'm a bit perplexed. How'd you know I took a hot oil bath?" Megatron lowered his head, disdain evident in his expression. "You always bring a cup of super energy drink when you indulge in your baths, and yesterday, as soon as you arrived, the bridge was filled with the scent of mint. When did you learn to mix drinks with hot oil? Quite the curiosity." "It's not my fault you bellowed into the phone like a rusted tin can," Black Widow retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration. After a brief blackout, Tarn strode out onto the land bridge, first glancing up at the dim sky before looking down to ask Starscream, "I barely had a moment to converse with Tyrist and the others before you summoned me here. What's the deal? Are you plotting something against me?" "Listen well, Tarn. Should I wish to plot against you, there will be ample opportunity. Do not presume your petty tricks can humiliate me." Starscream pounded his fist against the giant's leg until he grew weary, then retrieved a compact display screen from his waist. As Starscream maximized the screen, the text within became fully visible. Tarn began to read aloud while translating. Nuclear reactor control rods, plasma injectors, unipolar lithium batteries. These are all research products? Indeed. It is a list provided by Shockwave, Starscream replied, stowing the display back at his waist. And Megatron has urged me to gather them promptly, as if I am merely his errand runner. But you know, Tarn, this is all for the reconstruction of the ultimate God Lock to restore Cybertron. Yes, I understand. But Shockwave insists I find a way to capture an ambulance, claiming that it is essential for completing the synthesis formula for super energy, which is necessary to further synthesize Cybertronian materials. How am I to capture? Tarn's mind sparked with an idea, and he tentatively inquired. So you want me to assist you in acquiring the items on the list while simultaneously devising a plan to capture an Autobot for exchange? Seeing the small gray aircraft beside him offer a mischievous smile, the giant understood and winked back, closing his right optical sensor. Carter, the guard at the Los Alamos nuclear power plant, relished sipping concentrated coffee while listening to the evening news. However, the radio seemed to be malfunctioning today, emitting a constant crackle. This cursed machine, if only there were a portable device to receive news anywhere, where would the vehicle come from? Carter's attention shifted from the radio to the cement road before the gate, where, illuminated by the moonlight, the shadow of a tank was faintly visible. When did the government acquire a double-barreled tank? Before Carter could comprehend the situation, a brilliant purple light suddenly erupted from the barrel of the tank, transforming into a laser that struck the entrance of the nuclear power plant directly. A formidable shock wave surged forth, causing the glass of the entrance booth to tremble violently. Carter swiftly crouched beneath the table, shielding his head to avoid the shards of glass that threatened to rain down upon him. Command Center. This is the Los Alamos nuclear power plant. We are under attack from an unidentified source. Repeat, unidentified source of fire. The enemy is a dual-barreled tank capable of firing purple lasers. After delivering his report, Carter leaned over the table to peer outside, witnessing dozens of purple vehicles racing through the breached entrance. Suddenly, a robust stiletto heel, wide as a shoulder, landed before him, followed by two glistening, menacing claws. After a brief moment of darkness, Optimus Prime. I am here, Agent Furler. Speak quickly if there is an urgent matter. The Los Alamos nuclear power plant is under siege. The Decepticons appear intent on executing a terrorist attack, firing indiscriminately. If they manage to cause a nuclear meltdown, the repercussions would be akin to the Chernobyl disaster. Understood. Agent Furler. We will respond promptly and ensure the immediate evacuation of personnel. After terminating the communication, it was time to mobilize the troops. Upon hearing of the combat, Jax willingly volunteered, but Optimus Prime, concerned he might breach standard procedures, insisted on accompanying him. Optimus also brought Bumblebee NRC for reconnaissance. Though Ratchet wished to join, he was denied due to his injuries, eliciting a sigh of disappointment from Jax. Ratchet, activate the land bridge. Autobots, transform and roll out. Two sentinels stationed at the perimeter envied the commotion emanating from the center. Sam continuously kicked pebbles aside, grumbling, I thought when Tarn arrived, we'd be allowed to wreak havoc inside. Yet here we are, standing guard. His comrade patted him firmly on the shoulder. Focus on the mission. Next time, we might get our chance to be the assault team. I fear there may not be a next time. With a fierce shout, a long knife suddenly flew from the shadows, piercing through his comrade's spark chamber. Sam froze, his vision abruptly elevated several feet before crashing back to the ground. Boss, the two sentinels have been neutralized. Jax, I told you to wait for cover to advance. Treadshot emerged from the darkness, his displeasure evident. When will you ever adhere to standard procedures? Jax rolled his eyes dramatically, sheathing his twin blades and sprinting towards the central area. Treadshot sighed heavily, glancing back at Optimus Prime, who shared a look of exasperation before hastily following Jax. Bumblebee, RC, you two will flank and assist in the breakout. Noticing their nods of understanding, Optimus Prime quickly joined Treadshot. When the dual celestial beings arrived, the Jack had already descended into a frenzy at the periphery of the central zone. He first twirled his blade, unleashing a series of crimson lasers, and with calculated precision, hurled his right-hand knife to pierce through the heart of a nearby foot soldier. Subsequently, wielding a single sword in both hands, he executed a devastating strike that cleaved another foe in two. 3-foot soldiers approached in a menacing encirclement. Jack swiftly switched his grip, deflecting bullets from the right with a flourish of his blade while his left hand conjured a hand cannon, delivering precise shots that instantly dispatched 2 adversaries with headshots. At that moment, the soldiers on his right closed in, and as Jack prepared for an extreme reaction, a stray bullet inadvertently knocked the knife from his grasp. Just as the barrel of a gun was raised to his face, the assailant stumbled, collapsing to the ground. This is precisely why we must wait for cover. Tong Xiangxiu quickly pulled Jack behind him, wielding an energy cannon alongside Optimus Prime to repel the approaching Decepticon foot soldiers, who, realizing their inability to withstand the onslaught, retreated into the central factory. Understood, understood, Jack responded dismissively, retrieving his sword and advancing to kick open the factory doors. The source of the fire is above. Optimus Prime, how do you manage these unruly soldiers? Tong Xiangxiu shook his head vigorously and immediately followed suit with his weapon raised. Optimus Prime, trailing closely, remarked, "The leader's guard has transcended the realm of mere soldiers and officers. Thus, we cannot train them as fresh recruits, but must treat them as seasoned warriors." Before he could utter the final word, both machines had dashed into the factory, while the Alcyone team simultaneously breached through the windows on either side, unleashing a deluge of blue bullets that fell like rain, accurately striking the foot soldiers attempting to ambush the Lone Ranger. "Boss, we are unstoppable." No sooner had Jack finished speaking than a powerful force shattered the wall on Alcyone's side, causing the platform to lose its support and collapse, dragging Alcyone down with it. "Cover him! Jack! Hurry, cover him!" Without needing Tong Xiangxiu's reminder, Jack instinctively knew what to do. With his right hand gripping the sword and his left morphing into a hand cannon, he fired into the smoke while raising his long blade to gather strength. As Jack approached the breach, a colossal figure surged from the smoke. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a fist, as large as his head, struck him directly, propelling him into the opposing wall where his body landed precariously on a support beam, causing the platform beneath Bumblebee to tremble violently. It's that Decepticon giant. His name is Tarn, an exceedingly dangerous foe. Optimus Prime instantly transformed into dual blades and charged forward, while Tong Xiangxiu swiftly sought advantageous ground for fire support. Retrieving Alcyone? Before the Black Widow Tarn could contemplate, Tong Xiangxiu's explosive rounds were already upon him. Following the system's prompts, he swiftly sidestepped, raising his arms to seize Optimus Prime's. "Tarn, surrender. Do not pay the price for Megatron's madness. Your words are truly tiresome." As I stood on the sidelines, Tarn swiftly gathered his strength, parting the crossed blades of Optimus Prime while immediately following up with a headbutt, sending the latter staggering backward a few steps. Shaking his head, he continued, "I must say, I never tire of this, but you are very much in the thick of it." Optimus Prime readied himself once more, shaking his head to signal the arrival of Ultra Magnus to rescue RC, who was at the feet of the giant. "I certainly cannot allow myself to be condemned for betraying my own faction. Then I must apologize." Optimus transformed his left blade into a hand cannon and charged toward Tarn, who panicked momentarily. In the blink of an eye, he raised his right arm to aim, only for the cannon to misfire a blue laser. Seeing the right blade coming down upon him, Tarn instinctively raised his left arm, allowing the edge to slice into his armor. Optimus quickly withdrew his weapon, causing a few droplets of super energy to splatter forth, which fortuitously intercepted Tarn's retaliatory right hook. The former's hand cannon just barely caught the punch as the right blade shifted from a downward slash to a thrust, its tip glinting coldly beneath the overhead lamp as it trembled, halting mere centimeters from Tarn's left optical sensor. What? Optimus suddenly felt his right arm immobilized. Refocusing, he discovered a massive hand gripping the base of his blade. "Surprised that you couldn't eliminate me?" Tarn trembled as he spoke, experiencing for the first time the pressure of battling a true leader. No wonder he was personally acknowledged by Primus. "Then surrender. It's best to do so now." "Surrender? Hell, I'd rather be reborn as a Transformer in my next life." Tarn suddenly exerted his strength, shifting from blocking the blade to pulling it toward himself. Optimus, following the momentum, was met with a second headbutt. Even a stalwart figure like Optimus could not withstand such relentless assaults and was left dazed. Tarn was not in much better shape, but thanks to the system's urgent alerts, he managed to deliver a decisive kick that sent the Autobot leader tumbling into the core pit beside them. At that moment, Ultra Magnus arrived to lend assistance, attempting to cross the battlefield through an opening. Just then, he felt a gust behind him and instinctively turned to block, only to be met with a devastating downward punch. In the blink of an eye, his arm was driven back to his waist, and before he knew it, he was hoisted off the ground, his face colliding with a massive Decepticon mask. The Autobot lieutenant strained to break free from the embrace, stumbling back to the ground, reacting purely on instinct. He crossed his arms to block another powerful punch from the perfect soldier. Just as he transformed his hands into cannons, the adversary forcefully pushed him aside, resulting in yet another intimate encounter with the mask. Drenched in super energy, Ultra Magnus staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground after receiving a firm kick to the chest. Truly, the perfect soldier's mask is remarkably resilient. Once all the high-end combatants lay defeated, Black Arachnia entered the factory with her guards through the gap, applauding the display of destruction. Engaged in earnest matters, Red Spider gestured toward the stone mound where RC lay buried not far away, exclaiming, "A captive stand before you." "Understood, perfect soldier," he laughed, "right above your head." As Red Spider's call echoed, Bumblebee leaped down, landing deftly behind Tarn. With his left hand gripping the gap, he brandished his wrist-mounted gun, aimed directly at Tarn's nape. Just as Bumblebee was poised to pull the trigger, a missile struck him from behind, sending one side of the vehicle's door and wheels soaring into the air amidst a spectacular display of fireworks, while the entirety of the machine plummeted into the core pool like leaves caught in an autumn gale. Optimus Prime emerged from the pool just in time to witness this scene. He swiftly reached out to retrieve Bumblebee, and upon seeing his once dear companion grievously injured, the leader's fury erupted. With a powerful thrust, he leaped from the core pool, wielding dual blades as he charged toward the perfect soldier. The system emitted a series of sharp warning tones, and Tarn, gripped by fear, raised his cannon and opened fire, the resounding blast reverberating throughout the factory. A purple shell, as thick as an arm, hurtled forward. Optimus Prime immediately raised his blades to intercept it. Although he cleaved the projectile in two, he could not prevent it from detonating against his chest, erupting into a cloud of violet smoke. The tremendous shockwave shattered every pane of glass in the factory and sent Optimus Prime soaring like a falcon with broken wings, crashing through the opposite wall and creating a gaping hole. In the midst of the chaos, the conscious Jack seemed torn, uncertain whether to first rescue the severely injured Bumblebee and Optimus Prime, or to seize the unconscious RC from the Decepticons. "Have I slain Optimus Prime?" Red Spider took several steps forward, kicking the dazed perfect soldier's leg and bellowing, "What you dawdling for? This is a momentous achievement. Quickly, cover our retreat." As the Decepticons carried RC away from the factory, Jack exerted himself to extricate himself from the crevice in the wall, pressing down on his communicator and slowly saying, "Dr. Jack, how many times must I tell you not to call me that? What's the matter? Is the mission complete? Consider it concluded, cough, cough. But I believe we require a rescue team." No sooner had Jack spoken than he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he collapsed to the ground. A segment of black screen ensues. RC was awakened by a chorus of laughter. "Ha ha! Splendid work, Tarn. Absolutely splendid. Truly worthy of the title Perfect Soldier, narrating the entire process of grievously wounding an Autobot in exquisite detail on Kevin's podcast. I shall ensure the entire battleship is aware of your accomplishments. I dare not claim such honor, my lord, were it not for Red Spider's adept command and timely rescue. I fear I would have met my end. Oh, Tarn, you are far too modest. Your self-effacing nature may backfire. Take the accolades that are rightfully yours." Though Red Spider relished in claiming credit, he momentarily refrained, aware that no one would believe he could handle 5 Autobots single-handedly. No, no, no. I cannot bear this honor. It is far too great. Please, Tarn, this is a distinction reserved for only the mightiest of Megatron's ilk." A single shot struck Optimus Prime squarely in the chest. Even divine intervention could not save him from this fate. What have you done to Optimus Prime?" Alcee, triggered by the keywords, attempted to grasp Tarn's mask for clarity, only to find herself immobilized. Upon refocusing, she realized her wrists were secured by electromagnetic cuffs, and a web of strands tightly bound her calves. "Oh dear, this scene feels quite familiar," Black Widow mused, stroking her chin as she drew closer, suddenly recalling. "It was on the day I extracted the shield spark that you hung before me in this very manner." Ha ha ha. In a mere instant, a fleeting shadow darted forth, causing Black Widow to crash heavily to the ground. She covered her face with one hand while propping herself up with the other, cursing as she contemplated incapacitating Alcye's legs. Enough, Black Widow. You are only inviting your own suffering. After dismissing Black Widow, Megatron strode confidently to Alcye and released her from the floating cuffs. As she fell to the ground, the first thing she did upon regaining her freedom was to raise her arms, only to be met with the disheartening sound of armor clattering. Neither her pistol nor her blade could be summoned. For combat-oriented captives, it is illogical not to remove the transformation gears. This is precisely why we have struggled to contain captives in the past. In response to Shockwave's subtle guidance, Black Arachnia clenched her teeth and boldly approached, her demeanor brimming with arrogance. The cycle of fate is relentless, Alcye. We find ourselves back on the bridge. But where is the Ascendant? Oh, my sincerest apologies. Just as Black Arachnia basked in her triumph, her ankle lost balance, causing her entire frame to topple backward. Before her wings could touch the ground, her face met a well-aimed kick from a high-heeled shoe. Ha! It is no surprise that soldiers under Optimus Prime are so formidable, even in sheer physical prowess. Alcye did not acknowledge Megatron's flattery. Instead, she pointed an accusing finger at his chest, her fury palpable. What have you done to Optimus Prime? I would relish keeping this moment for myself, but I dislike taking undue credit. Come forth, the leader's killer, Tarn. As Megatron spoke, he prepared to present an introduction, but found his hands empty. Turning, he spotted a giant attempting to conceal itself in the shadows of the cell. Is it you? The furious blue motorcycle charged toward the purple tank, startling the latter into retreat. What have you done to Optimus Prime? Tarn's focus wavered, his voice uncertain. Speak quickly. You were born to slay, not to indulge in sentimentality. Black Arachnia struggled to rise, a frenzied smile returning to her lips. Allow me to clarify. Tarn, with a dual-barrel fusion cannon, I extinguished the spark of the traitorous Autobot leader, Optimus Prime. After another segment of black screen, let us momentarily set aside the fury and sorrow clouding Alcye's mind and shift our focus to the wailing Autobot base. Can anyone elucidate what has transpired? The most anxious among them was undoubtedly Fowler. With Optimus Prime fallen, the Decepticons could likely return with overwhelming force. You think you are the only one concerned for them? Silence. Allow me to concentrate on my work. Observing the ambulance in such a frantic state, one might ponder that had he possessed an ample supply of synthetic super-energy, he would have likely armed himself with a wrench and pursued the assailant. Forgive me, old friend, the ambulance murmured. Alas, do not speak. Conserve your strength, Optimus. The ambulance exerted every effort to stabilize the surgical instruments. Yet the hand that patted the leader's shoulder felt weightless. Please, do not utter a word. Rest well, Bumblebee. His condition has stabilized, and he is currently in a state of slumber. You must also take the time to recuperate. As for the others, they are faring well. However, your situation is dire. I implore you, prioritize your rest. Smokescreen felt a profound sense of guilt in this scenario. Had he not diverted to scan the new paint job, Optimus would not be in this predicament. Brother, this is not your fault. It is a flaw in my battle strategy for failing to account for that towering Decepticon, which led to our ambush. Jack, he retorted, I insisted on waiting for cover, and your carelessness has ensnared us in this dire situation. Commander, the power of that Decepticon is evident. He can shatter the barrier with a mere punch and is impervious to blades and bullets. Even with cover, I could not have saved Alita. Yet at the very least, Optimus and Bumblebee would not have sustained such grievous injuries. Enough. If mere noise could extinguish Megatron's spark, I would have already claimed victory. Silence. Conserve your strength. After completing the surgery and tidying away the instruments, the ambulance approached the communication console. Who is it? You have indeed not changed your number, Doctor. Megatron, where is Alita? She is well, Doctor. I do not know how Optimus fares. Is he all right? The sinister glee in Megatron's laughter nearly caused the ambulance to grind his teeth. Uninterested in jest, Megatron stated the purpose of the call. Ambulance. Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, the current situation is clear to all. The Decepticons have demonstrated their power in this operation. I suggest immediate surrender. At the very least, the Decepticons treat research personnel with respect. Even if I rust alongside the wounded, I shall not lend an ounce of strength to your dark conquest. Do not be so hasty with your words, Doctor. Should you wish to converse face-to-face, I believe we might come to a mutual understanding. You are all too predictable, Megatron. It is evident you have encountered a dilemma even Shockwave cannot resolve, and thus seek to lure me out of the base? Not a chance. Haha, you're absolutely right. Ambulance, you know me too well. However, I fear you have no choice. While you may possess the capability to stabilize the injured within your base, I doubt you can reach this companion aboard my warship. The ambulance paused, gripping the communication console tightly, leaning closer to the microphone. He enunciated through clenched teeth. By the Allspark Megatron, do not you dare. Icertendidare. Reflect on it, until we meet again at the old base. As Megatron ended the call, Soundwave, supporting a crate, slowly rose, attempting to prevent the medical officer from advancing, only to be pressed back into place by the officer. Smokescreen also sought to rally the other Autobots to intervene, yet was halted by a single hand. The obstructor is none other than the awakened leader. He exerts every ounce of strength to lift his upper body, gathering his resolve before addressing the ambulance. Inform Megatron that my spark may falter, but should he dare to harm RC, I shall extinguish his spark before mine dims. I comprehend. Optimus, shrouded in smoke, take care of everyone. I shall return shortly. The ambulance activated the land bridge, but paused momentarily, slowly turning around as if to imprint the final image of everyone in his memory. Chapter 10. The Zero-Sum Game among the senior members. Discussions regarding Tarn's formidable strength abound, while Kevin's podcast circulates tales of the perfect soldier's feats, yet the giant remains indifferent. Even Shockwave, aware of the predetermined outcome, struggles to grasp the situation. He sets down the nucleic acid samples and calls for his apprentice to fetch the nucleic acid density meter, casually inquiring, "Your brother appears rather unconcerned about this achievement, does he not?" He requires time to digest the matter, as it encompasses a preliminary constant of 90%. The Fire Warrior retrieves the measuring device from its container for secondary screening, yielding a secondary constant of 87%, still exceeding the standard viscosity by at least threefold. Now, where were we? What are you saying this pertains to? Knockout interjects, gesticulating animatedly, his excitement palpable. What else could it pertain to? Naturally, it concerns the demise of the Autobots. Since my arrival on Earth, it has been ages since I witnessed anyone extinguish an Autobot spark. Tarn's original intent was to achieve overwhelming victory in battle. It would be illogical for him not to have extinguished an Autobot spark at some point. Indeed, Knockout continues. Even a misguided mind can discern Tarn's area of expertise. On a side note, I harbor a concern. Do you not feel as though we exist within a fabricated reality designed to amuse children? The Fire Warrior's hand trembles as he cleans the instruments, nearly toppling the sample container. But Shockwave's quick reflexes save it, though a few drops of viscous solution escape, splattering the ground in a muddy mess. What troubles you? Fire Warrior? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine, Knockout. Perhaps I'm simply fatigued, momentarily lost in thought. The Fire Warrior retrieves the cleaner, swiftly tidying the debris. By the way, your theory. Knockout shrugs. I derived it from those human films. I find their themes remarkably akin to our situation, where the villain may seem overwhelmingly powerful, but is inevitably vanquished by the protagonist. It is not merely a resemblance. Knockout. It is strikingly similar. The Fire Warrior extracts the filter paper, crumples it, and discards it into the waste processor. Theme song. Megatron cannot genuinely believe that releasing her is a feasible endeavor. Can he? Black Widow scans the prison surveillance footage, searching fervently, yet finding no trace of RC. Let Megatron do as he pleases. If anything goes awry, it will invariably fall upon my shoulders, something I have grown accustomed to. Red Alert shares a similar sense of resignation. Had the corridor space permitted, he would likely have dispatched an entire aerial squadron for surveillance. Can you endure this frustration? You are merely a release valve for Megatron's pent-up anger. What is wrong with enduring a bit of pressure? My position among the Decepticons is akin to that of a high-ranking minister. Who else stands above me beneath a single commander? Black Widow raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips as she placed her hands on her hips and remarked, "You should realize that Megatron is simply having fun at your expense. Every time a problem arises, he intimidates you, and you make excuses, leaving everyone satisfied. So, what are you trying to convey? Should I turn against Megatron? Even if I could, those under me would not heed my command. What good is having a legion of subordinates who cannot be directed? You fool, I'm certainly not referring to you." Black Widow cast a sidelong glance at Soundwave, who was diligently working at the command console, then pulled Red Alert down by the shoulder, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Rather, I am alluding to certain characters who are strikingly similar, yet fundamentally different from Megatron. Red Alert's optical sensors widened in surprise as he spun around, focusing his gaze while keeping an eye on Soundwave, and whispered back, in what way are they similar yet different? Same faction, same objectives, same deterrent power, same credibility. Yet lacking ambition, shallow in strategy, and even weak enough to be easily controlled. Upon hearing this, I was reminded of someone, although he seemed to contradict the last point. Just a big boy, his mind not yet fully engaged. I could easily manage him with one hand. Yet he is not alone, especially considering he has allied himself with such a high-ranking figure. His issues are manageable, at least not as significant as those of his contemporaries. Black Widow slightly tilted her head, her piercing gaze fixed on Soundwave, who was still engrossed in his work. Indeed, Red Alert echoed, following her gaze, blinking rapidly before continuing to inquire. How do you plan to address this? Naturally, we must act according to the situation, but I cannot handle it alone. The crucial question is, what is your perspective? Do we maintain our current positions, or do we take a leap of faith? Wait, let us set that aside for now. What about the biggest trouble we face? At this, Black Widow could not provide a concrete answer. She merely rubbed her fingertips together and slowly replied, I have a premonition that a day of upheaval is approaching. Yet we must wait for the moment of truth to clarify. As soon as she finished speaking, the bridge doors swung open, and Megatron strode in with his hands clasped behind his back. He surveyed the room before finally fixing his gaze on the two rebellious figures standing side by side. Red Alert. The mere mention of his name nearly extinguished the spark of courage within him. He rubbed his twitching right eyebrow and responded with utmost respect. What is your command, Lord Megatron? What is the status of the prisoner? Well, at present, things seem quite favorable, at the very least. She still has the strength to play hide and seek with us. Excellent. I trust you've heard that, Doctor. Megatron turned slightly, tilting his head to inquire of the guest following closely behind him. The latter grunted in response, and Megatron, unfazed, simply chuckled. I know you must have your concerns. Why don't we pay her a visit ourselves? He then turned sharply to the two standing before him. What are you two dawdling for? Lead the way. Yes, lead the way. By the way, what was Black Widow's premonition about? Red Alert grimaced, guiding Black Widow at the forefront of the procession. At this moment, RC huddled by the door of her cell, her body searching for the transformation suppressor while poised to strike. Ready to make the next Decepticon who entered the cell regret not having locked her away. As the cell door creaked open, RC propelled herself off the ground, prepared to launch a direct punch. However, upon refocusing, she froze in place, her mouth opening and closing in disbelief. Ratchet? RC, it's good to see you're unharmed. Even the Decepticons wouldn't dare to do anything to you. As two Autobots glared at her with fury, the target merely shrugged and raised a hand to close the cell door. Ratchet, how did you end up here? How are Optimus and the others? Optimus and the others are stable. We were all quite worried about you. Ratchet, RC stamped her foot, gripping the Medic's arm tightly. Why did you come alone to rescue me? Megatron threatened me, saying that if I didn't come, he would bind you and deliver you to Black Widow. We both know that any member captured must be prepared for sacrifice. And you know, I'm always the most resolute one. You didn't come for that reason alone, did you? After a brief blackout, half an hour earlier, when Hot Rod had tossed that filter paper into the garbage disposal, Ratchet had bravely crossed the land bridge into the trap. Even amidst a throng of minions surrounding him, he held his head high. If I were to blow your head off right now, those injured in the Autobot base would likely lose all hope of recovery. It was unfortunate that Megatron lowered his weapon, instead extending a hand large enough to cover Ratchet's head, indicating there was still room for cooperation. Ratchet's gaze shifted from the enormous hand to the horizon, his demeanor unyielding. Kill or maim as you wish. If you have something to say, do so quickly. While I still possess patience. Megatron gritted his teeth, forcing a smile, as his hand pressed down on Ratchet's shoulder, firmly guiding him toward the open land bridge. The minions followed their leader and the guest into the land bridge. One lagged behind, distracted by the clouds, and as the remaining members entered, he finally made his way forward. Just as he was about to step onto the land bridge, this machine suddenly burrowed into the hard ground. In its place emerged a figure shimmering with blue light, who glanced around and, without hesitation, leaped into the closing land bridge. fortuitously using the momentum to crash onto the battleship's floor. The land bridge operator, Henry, suddenly felt a moment of disorientation, turning to look at the empty floor. He queried, "Victor, did you just see something? You really should check that out." "Henry, there's nothing there." His colleague was busy trying to retrieve the interface he had just slacked off from and had no time to respond. "Perhaps," Henry scratched his head, just missing the smoke that re-emerged from the floor. "All right, now, I must locate RC. I will make Optimus proud and be acknowledged by the Allspark." The smoke retreated back into the floor, searching for the cell in the layers below. The mastermind behind the plan naturally contemplated that the ambulance might be subjected to the probing of memories through a cortical connector, completely unbeknownst to the latter. However, he would not remain passive. While casually engaging with Megatron, he stealthily observed the intersections they passed. What truly diverted the ambulance's attention was not the escape pod or the battleship's arsenal, but rather Megatron's assertion: "If we possess sufficient Cybertronian material, Cybertron shall rise again." Cybertronian material? Indeed, ambulance. That is the substance contained within the ultimate divine lock, and witnessing the intrigue it sparked in the ambulance, a smirk appeared on Megatron's lips, for it held the potential to restore Cybertron in an instant. What substance could be so miraculous? Megatron waved his hand, passing a liquid crystal panel from an accompanying soldier to the ambulance, stating slowly, "You may view the recorded images from the battleship. You should be able to discern that this is not a mere simulation. It is nothing short of a creator's miracle." After viewing the footage, the ambulance was taken aback, but soon regained composure. "So what? Can you manufacture such a substance?" "I certainly cannot, Doctor, for I lack your assistance." "What do you mean?" Shockwave discovered, during a serendipitous experiment, that by fusing super energy matter with Cybertronian nucleic acid in a specific ratio, one could produce the foundational elements for a substitute for Cybertronian material, thereby creating it. Even if it could be produced, what then? I'm not familiar with the precise formula for synthesizing super energy matter. Moreover, even if the formula could be completed, you might hastily utilize this boundless energy to create weapons against us. Haha, I'm not in such a rush. Once the ultimate divine lock is repaired and Cybertron revived, with a mere wave of my hand, I can create thousands of perfect soldiers as tall and robust as Tarn. Whether to conquer Earth or the universe is merely a matter of time. If you are indeed like this, your restoration is merely a means to conquer again and to enslave all who oppose you. Megatron's laughter grew more brazen. Of course, and your scattered companions fleeing into the cosmos will once again seek to rebel against me. Yet, he abruptly ceased his laughter, his expression turning grave as he lowered his head and said, "But before that, tell me with your spark, ambulance. Do you wish for us to fight for a dead star, or for a resurrected planet?" After another segment of black screen, yet Megatron would not be satisfied. After reviving Cybertron and creating more Tons, Earth and we, who are so near, may indeed become his primary targets. The Decepticons will also turn their attention to Jack and his companions. However, RC, this may truly be the last opportunity to revive Cybertron. Our technology has always lagged behind, and the Decepticons could fill that void. Yet even so, with a mere flick of his finger, Megatron could dismantle the bridge behind him. How could a non-transforming female machine and a doctor protect themselves? I am at a loss, left with no recourse merely. RC blinked her optical sensors and turned her gaze towards the ambulance, where a blue head radiating a soft azure glow emerged from the floor. The iconic angelic smile sparked a flicker of hope in both her and the ambulance. Seizing the moment, the ambulance nodded gently and raised its hand to knock heavily on the cell door. "Megatron, we have come to an understanding. Open the door." The cell door creaked open, and the ambulance met Megatron's expectant gaze, mustering its spirit to say, "RC and I have, had a thorough discussion. I believe revitalizing Cybertron should take precedence." "What does that mean? So direct?" Megatron squinted his shark-like eyes in confusion, then turned to regard RC behind the ambulance. Sensing his gaze, she stiffly nodded. After all, with Tarn around, these two Autobots posed little threat. Megatron's smile returned, and he nodded repeatedly, stating, "I look forward to collaborating with both of you, specifically with you, ambulance. Cooperation is acceptable, Megatron, but I have one condition: release RC. I require her as my chief assistant. Any item I utilize must first pass her inspection." "That can certainly be arranged. After all, I won't need weapons for experiments. Follow me. Megatron waved his hand, and the guards swiftly surrounded them, escorting the two Autobots behind the Decepticon leader. Too many eyes upon them would hinder my ability to work. Understood, Doctor. I shall provide you with a relatively quiet workspace. But to ensure efficiency, I will assign you some assistants. If they are brutish combatants, then I'd rather not. I can't afford to damage my experimental equipment. Dear ambulance, how could you think I would be so foolish? Rest assured, the assistance I provide will be quite steady. I have one final question. You intend to repair the ultimate god lock, an artifact created by our ancestors that was never unearthed even during the Golden Age. What confidence do you possess to undertake such a restoration? Do not jump to conclusions too early, Doctor. One must first attempt before passing judgment. Megatron paused, hands clasped behind his back, and turned to face him. Rather than spend time explaining, it is more prudent to demonstrate. Chapter 11. Each with their desires, Tarn spoke. I am here, Lord Megatron. You do not seem overly pleased with your accolades, which is commendable. Yet why the melancholy? Are you fearful of having stolen my honor? I fear that once Optimus Prime is restored, he may cleave me in two, you rusting bucket of bolts. Tarn's silence led Megatron to believe he had struck a chord, and he gave the perfect soldier a reassuring pat on the shoulder, indicating forgiveness before turning away. Hey, big guy, what troubles you now? Knees, arm cannon, and shoulder aligned in a straight line. Tarn did not lament Black Widow's growing proficiency, but merely watched Megatron's retreating figure and shook his head. Is it that Megatron is beginning to regard you with some trepidation? He has always held himself in high esteem, yet he is narrow-minded, fearful that his subordinates may eclipse him. Indeed, I am a prime example. The character known as Red Spider appeared at Tarn's left side, standing with arms crossed, gazing at the silhouette of Megatron. Do you know how everyone refers to you now? I listened to today's podcast. It seems you are dubbed the leader assassin. Black Widow, with her legs elegantly crossed, leaned forward, extending a hand to caress the protruding side of Tarn's mask, possessing the formidable strength to inflict grave injury, perhaps even slay a leader. The title of perfect soldier has become outdated. Who knows what greater feats may be accomplished in the future? Perhaps defeating another Prime? Red Spider transitioned from a casual pose to one of crossed arms, puffing out his chest even further. Are you alluding to something, Red Spider? Tarn lifted Red Spider's wing with his left hand, raising it into the air, reminding him not to forget his own identity and symbolism. Of course, I shall not forget, Red Spider replied, raising an eyebrow, baring his teeth in a smile. You are Tarn, the perfect soldier, the leader assassin, the most loyal warrior to the Decepticons. The most loyal warrior to the Decepticons, rather than to Megatron? Is he rallying allies? Yet Megatron stands at the pinnacle of power. How could Tarn doubt him? He paced back and forth outside the laboratory, contemplating Red Spider's words. Tarn, have you noticed how peculiar Firebrand has been lately? The giant momentarily lost his train of thought at the interruption, merely shaking his head in response. Oh, look at what I'm saying. You've been outside for far too long, unaware of the happenings aboard the battleship. Black Widow slid down from the shoulder, resting against Tarn's outstretched right arm, her fingers gently gripping his chin. In the giant's optical lens, confusion and anticipation danced. My field frequency has indeed increased significantly, but all for the cause of the Decepticons, to defeat the Autobots and revive Cybertron. Tarn did not withdraw, but leaned forward, driven by the force of her touch. She mirrored his motion until her own optics could fit within the frame of his, her smile growing ever brighter. Indeed, we share a common goal. We all strive for Cybertron, not for something as minuscule as the cosmic dust that is Earth. But someone must fight for Earth, right? Do you think it's me? Or perhaps it's you. You, whose power module could burn out a diode. Of course, it's the Autobots, Firebrand exclaimed, carrying a solid-state substance derived from Cybertron to the laboratory table. This is the sample of the fusion product. Phew. The astonished Firebrand first widened his optics at the weighty substance, then leaned in for a closer inspection before reaching out. Bring me the solid-state density meter, and also the digital quantum measuring device. Please guide the way, assistants. Fire Battle had just turned around when he nearly collided with the imposing figure standing with arms crossed. The flames adorning the vehicle door accentuated his arrogance. You are but a captive, RC. Do not overestimate your own importance. You are here to work, not to seek recognition. The mentor and laboratory supervisor strode forward without waiting for the student's retorts. There is ample manpower here. You could very well partake in racing rather than endure this ordeal. Fine. I shall work. Is that not acceptable? Honestly, follow me. With a dismissive wave, the imposing figure turned and led the way. To think you've even taken on an administrative role. How peculiar for a martial artist. In response to RC's teasing, Fire Battle had already prepared his retort. So what? Can you recite the Calank principle verbatim within 2 days? Noticing the astonishment on the former's face, Fire Battle proudly raised his chin and marched confidently behind the imposing figure. After a brief black screen, what is the Calank principle? By the gods, how should I know? I'm not a scientist. The Black Widow pondered for a moment, rubbing her chin, but I recall Fire Battle stating that, when translated into Earth-S language, it is merely a book on internal medicine. A small piece of trivia, the literary volume of internal medicine amounts to 177,000. One could easily find a textbook for comparison. Of course, Tarn was also oblivious. God bless. He attended a sports university, and his comprehension of Cybertronian script relied solely on the built-in translator of his neural module. Perhaps his sister has truly matured, possessing the computational capacity of a Cybertronian brain module. Combined with the perseverance of a human mindset, she can finally stand on her own. I should truly be grateful for this journey. Setting aside the emotionally charged elder brother, the scene shifts back to the Autobot base, where Skyfall had managed to establish contact with Smokescreen. Soldier, where are you speaking to me from? I just exposed my head from beneath the battleship for sufficient signal strength. Can you lock onto my coordinates? Unable to pinpoint the location, the battleship remained in rapid motion. Find a way to halt it. Have your companions located the others? They must have. The two are in the laboratory, seemingly conducting experiments on synthesizing super-energetic entities. They claim that if the formula is completed, the synthesized entities can merge with Cybertronian nucleic acid, thereby producing a substance akin to that in the ultimate godlock. That bright, blue, fluid-like substance? Knowing what the Cybertronian material resembled, the partition immediately rose with enthusiasm to share with Skyfall. The Cybertronian material can instantaneously repair any damaged structure. It's quite remarkable, Commander. Skyfall blinked his optical lenses vigorously, turning to the leader, who is now able to sit upright. Optimus. The Decepticons are coercing Ratchet to complete the synthesis of the Cybertronian material. Does this substance truly pertain to our future? Indeed, old friend, Optimus coughed gently, testing the extent of his recovery. The Cybertronian material is a miracle of the creators. If it can be artificially produced, it would provide an inexhaustible resource for revival. Such a formidable substance falling into the hands of the Decepticons would undoubtedly spell a catastrophic disaster. They would utilize this material to restore Cybertron and subsequently transform any planet into a Cybertronian one. Optimus Prime, rising from his resting place, hastened to the communications console. Smoke, continuing to monitor the laboratory status amidst the chaos, prepared to incite disorder and provide cover for his comrade's retreat once the formula was completed. Understood. Optimus Prime. Smoke's report is concluded. After confirming the stability of the signal markers he had deployed, Smoke retracted into the warship and stealthily made his way back to the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, a frenzied academic exchange was underway, so tumultuous that even the junior researchers and the eager apprentices were left in a daze. Atypical molecular displacement reactions. No wonder the distribution of metal density was so uneven. The ambulance finally completed its work on the solid substance, straightening up and stretching. Yet the relevant transformation formulas had gradually been lost by the end of the Golden Age. Indeed, the Golden Age was so prosperous that everyone had forgotten the essence of ambition and diligence. However, the experimental data I have compiled contains all the formulas and conditions for typical molecular displacement reactions. If we were to reverse engineer them, we might just decode the transformation formula. Perhaps this need not be so convoluted. As they are all forms of superenergy, the natural and synthetic thresholds should not differ significantly. Have you conducted a double-blind analysis? Certainly. Not only that, but I have also performed both single and double-directional quasi-linear analyses, single-blind analyses, and even attempted immature multi-blind analyses, though the outcomes were far from satisfactory. Have you tried the centrifugal injection method and layered analytical approach? When conducting those experiments, I meticulously tested every percentage of density. And your question is utterly illogical. Why would I not have thought to conduct those experiments? If I had access to your extensive array of equipment, I would have already synthesized super-energy entities. The ambulance vigorously waved its hand, turning to produce a welding gun. After heating a corner of the solid substance, it picked up a liquid crystal dialysis apparatus and began recording its thermal emission rate. The antenna of shockwave swayed left and right before turning to say, "Activate the centrifuge." First setting it to 50% rotational force, then programming it for an 80% reverse rotation after 10 standard cosmic seconds. Shockwave. Is such haste truly necessary? To initiate a reverse rotation exceeding 100% after merely 10 cosmic standard seconds? Setting aside whether we can achieve precise values, subjecting the machinery to such repeated cycles would surely lead to breakdown. In light of this, Knockout, you are more familiar with the trajectory of the warship. You shall assist us in gathering the necessary tools and materials for repairs. Off you go. Following another black screen, Knockout, quickly fetch this for me. Oh, splendid, Knockout. Hurry and retrieve that. Oh, can you imagine what will happen? I shall hurl that item right at your face. Knockout, caught up in the excitement, suddenly slammed his fist onto the dining table. The force startled the red spider at the same table, nearly causing her ice cream bowl to slip from her grasp. She retorted in annoyance. Knockout, does the accelerator need to be pressed so hard? You were meant to be assisting us, after all. What are you saying, red spider? The exhaust fumes wafted across my face. After all, I am the laboratory supervisor, not merely hired help. Are you certain? What brings you to Earth? The red spider playfully twirled the spoon between her fingers, slowly stirring the nearly melted ice cream. Well, of course, you hired me to assist the formidable Megatron. How infuriating. Ha ha ha. With a self-satisfied smirk, the red spider downed the contents of her bowl in one swift motion before carelessly tossing it aside and sauntering out of the dining hall. Watching her retreating figure, I clenched my fist and vowed, once I return to Cybertron, I will establish my very own laboratory and become a true laboratory supervisor. Such a grand ambition. Commander, care for another bowl? Certainly, please bring it swiftly. Let us momentarily set aside the transformation of anger into appetite and shift our focus to outside the laboratory door. Black Widow had returned to the archives half an hour ago due to work, leaving Tarn as the gatekeeper. He leaned against the door, arms crossed and legs casually crossed, exchanging glances with the two guards flanking the entrance. The leader of assassins? The most loyal to Megatron? Indeed, the Red Spider was rallying allies. Yet it cannot be denied that without the menacing presence of Scorponok, I am the strongest force here. Tarn suddenly directed his attention to the soldier on the right. What is your name? The soldier stood at attention. Reporting, sir. My name is Winston. Relax. How long have you been with the Decepticons? It's been since the latter part of the war, sir, though I haven't kept an exact record. Report concluded. Tarn then shifted his gaze to the soldier on the left. And you, Jerry, when did you join the Decepticons? Let me think. I had the notion back in the arena, but it was quite some time after the great conflict began before I truly joined. You too. Tarn focused intently on both soldiers' faces. What motivated your allegiance to the Decepticons? Was it for the sake of the faction's interests or simply to follow Megatron? Both, Tarn. But to be honest, the former carries more weight. After all, the initial waves of soldiers responding in the arena were either lost or reassigned. Jerry suddenly halted, glancing around before lowering his voice. Their engines are indeed powerful. I am rather pragmatic. If the Decepticons can serve my interests, then following Lord Megatron is not out of the question. Do you dare speak such words in my presence? Tarn slowly approached, crouching to meet Jerry's gaze. I am the head of the Decepticons Enforcement Division. Are you not afraid of becoming rusted sea jelly? Of course, I'm not afraid. I have not uttered anything that violates the code. The Enforcement Division has 3 tenets that even the primal beings can recite. Shall we review them? One by one. Let us proceed. With a benevolent demeanor, Tarn stood tall, extending his hands towards the self-serving Jerry and the dogmatic Winston. The first tenet states, any member who has officially joined the Decepticons must not betray the faction in any form, including deliberately failing to complete tasks or showing mercy to any foes of the Decepticons. Those who violate this will face trial and punishment, regardless of their rank. To ensure the transparency of trials and sanctions, offenders will be publicly notified of their charges. Furthermore, to guarantee fairness, the severity of the final sanctions will be determined by 3 factors: the leader's proposal, the court's verdict, and public voting. In order to preemptively eliminate those violating the first statute, members of the sanctioning department are granted the authority to enter any room and may periodically examine the daily records of all members, excluding the leader, while also accepting reports to ensure the smooth flow of information. Thus, these three straightforward principles are established. Chapter 12. A Last Struggle, Final Chapter, Optimus Prime. This is Smokescreen. I have located the resting place of the sacred relic. The Supreme God armor is there. However, I cannot find Starsword. You have performed admirably, soldier. Remain vigilant regarding the laboratory's movements. We stand ready to assist at any moment. Smokescreen terminated the communication and turned to see that Optimus Prime was now able to walk normally, yet the injury to his left hand remained unhealed. Bumblebee's injured shoulder was also immobile, and with various wounds sustained by the panels and jacks, it was not an opportune moment to launch an attack. If there is anything that can be promptly repaired, the commander pondered for a moment, his gaze slowly drifting towards the hammer of the Primes set aside. Optimus Prime. Given the current circumstances, perhaps it is time to activate the hammer of the Primes. No, Smokescreen. The hammer of the Primes must be reserved for the repair of the ultimate godlock. I sense its energy is dwindling. But Commander, didn't the ambulance report that the Decepticons have already repaired the ultimate godlock? Moreover, from their recent activities, aside from collecting the remains of Black Mountain, they have been raiding energy fields. Indeed, Chief, as you mentioned, the Jack seldom steps forward to assist. Wasn't the Cybertronian material cast to 8 different locations before it burned? Perhaps the Decepticons have utilized the revived resources to restore the godlock. Optimus Prime found himself indecisive when suddenly Smokescreen's voice crackled through the communicator. Guys, new development. The Decepticons are preparing to leave. What does that mean? Speak up, soldier. Moments ago, Megatron conducted a conference call, stating that preparations were underway to return to Cybertron, to initiate the revival of Cybertron's final phase. Smokescreen's words abruptly cut off, followed by a loss of signal. It seems we must resort to using the hammer of the Primes, Optimus Prime thought, observing the massive energy fluctuations on the display screen as he turned to hoist the hammer of the Primes, making his way towards the land bridge. Opening theme. The ambulance found it impossible to maneuver under the gaze of 5 optical lenses, especially with a giant stationed at the entrance. He could only hope that Megatron retained some sense of honor and would refrain from executing him an RC within the laboratory. The medic's intuition was correct. Megatron did not carry out an on-the-spot execution. Instead, he ceremoniously escorted the 2 Autobots to the bridge, claiming it was to allow them to experience the Decepticon space bridge technology firsthand. In truth, Optimus Prime could effortlessly create a space bridge with a mere swing of the hammer of the Primes. The leader's power was utterly captivating. Yet, regrettably, they could not transform into beings capable of flight. As the ambulance remained perplexed, Megatron let out a few hearty laughs and bellowed into the communications console. Launch the Starsword into space. The bridge's screen abruptly switched to an external view of the warship, revealing a life pod emerging from the side, swiftly soaring into the depths of space, where countless lights flickered, yet the darkness remained impenetrable. If I cannot wield it, then no one shall. Megatron's expression darkened with ferocity, only to be abruptly replaced by a sinister grin. He waved his hand nonchalantly to Cybertron. With these 2 Autobots, they still serve a purpose, at least more so than those humans. The final phase of the ultimate Godlock's reactivation was underway, with Shockwave diligently working at the control panel. After retrieving several parameters, he gestured for Hot Rod to reinsert the key. Electric currents and lights surged along 4 columns to the circular platform, where a transparent barrier reemerged. Yet it remained empty within. No need to rush. Allow the warship to position itself just above the launch shaft as directed. The medical team will establish contact with Shockwave, who will instruct them to open the bottom hatch. The aerial bots swiftly deployed, lowering several massive conduits to commence the injection of Cybertronian material. With a command from Shockwave, the Cybertronian substance, created using an optimized accelerator, began to flow slowly into the circular platform through the conduits. Report, my lord. Once the circular platform is filled with the Cybertronian material, we can proceed with the launch. Excellent. Shockwave. Megatron concluded the communication and turned to his second-in-command, Starscream. This is the final hour. Should you fail me now, I shall extract your spark. Starscream trembled in response, bowing as he exited the bridge. Just as he turned, he encountered Black Widow, arms crossed and wearing a bemused expression. He retorted, "What is it now?" "I am simply awaiting your command, Vice Commander," she replied. "Oomph. Where's Tarn? Ready and waiting under the ultimate godlock. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Black Widow raised a hand, her sharp nails gleaming. The real question is, what are your thoughts? Starscream's mind was racing with possibilities. Yet he felt overshadowed by the protagonist's aura. Smokescreen is using the phase shifter to extract the supreme god armor, allowing RC, who lacks transformation gears, to join the fray. The ambulance, the master of wrenches, is wielding 2 surgical knives with deadly precision. The supreme god armor was designed by Shockwave himself, and he would ultimately suffer under his own creation. RC propelled herself, breaking through a barrage of fire, delivering a superhuman punch that shattered Shockwave's optical lens once more. Without the Dark Star Sword and the Dark Energon enhancement, Megatron could not withstand the pristine Optimus Prime. Even Tarn, despite his foolishness, sensed impending doom, rallying his sister to reveal their trump card while raising the arm-mounted fusion cannon. In a side story, the testament of leadership, the conclusion of the Tarn universe line. The ultimate godlock, once again filled with Cybertronian material, positioned the Decepticon warship firmly above it, basking in the sacred light capable of restoring their homeland. However, none of the machines present could afford to gaze upon the breathtaking scenery, as they were all fiercely battling for the future of their respective factions. The Thunder Rescue team's space bridge locked onto the external platform of the Decepticons' warship. Optimus Prime instructed Ultra Magnus to lead the remaining team members and leaped into action, landing steadily on the flank of the battleship before vaulting through the open door of an ambulance. Open fire. Provide cover for the commander. Ultra Magnus commanded, transforming his hands into laser guns and unleashing a barrage of fire, while the rest of the rejuvenated team members, aided by the Wreckers, joined in the onslaught. The Decepticon fighters ascended rapidly, buzzing around like pesky flies, relentlessly hovering over the Autobots, but they were met by seasoned warriors who had survived since the war's inception. Bumblebee fired rapidly, successfully hitting the tail of one fighter, while Ultra Magnus and Jolt each struck another. The 3 aircraft wobbled as they converged on a single point, colliding with a thunderous crash, followed by a spectacular explosion that illuminated the sky. Inside the warship, amidst a flurry of crimson lasers, RC, clad in her supreme armor, advanced as if in a realm devoid of adversaries, facing the onslaught head-on. Even when a series of concentrated energy blasts struck her squarely, they could not deter her progress. This punch is for soaring over the mountains. As her colossal fist swung forth, a fissure appeared in the optical lens of the Shockwave, causing the entire machine to stagger backward and crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Just as RC prepared to continue her advance, an explosion erupted from her right shoulder, propelling her several steps back. Turning to investigate, she found the arm-stretched Red Alert. You should have extracted your spark long ago. Cursed Autobot, Red Alert bellowed, raising his other arm to fire a rocket. Under normal circumstances, RC could have evaded this projectile due to her speed, but suddenly, her feet became immobile. Unbeknownst to her, while Red Alert was taunting, Black Widow had stealthily crept nearby, launching webbing to ensnare RC's feet. Simultaneously, Soundwave locked onto the position and activated the ground bridge behind RC. As the rocket approached, the force of RC's retreat severed the web, and she, along with her supreme armor, tumbled into the ground bridge. On the platform, several machines were deeply engaged in combat when they turned to find a gargantuan entity barreling toward them. Following a brief blackout, Optimus Prime stormed onto the bridge alone, confronting both tarantulas and Soundwave, as well as his greatest adversary, Megatron. Your reign of terror ends here, he declared. Is that so? Megatron replied, gritting his teeth with a mixture of fury and exhilaration, drawing forth his sword with a flourish. Then let us see you try. The clash of their blades produced sparks that captivated all onlookers, save for Soundwave, who remained fixated. Megatron launched a punch with his other hand, which Optimus parried with his free hand, as they grappled while exchanging barbs. Yet, against the might of a true leader, Megatron, devoid of Dark Energon or the Dark Star Saber S enhancement, began to falter. His blocking hand trembled, and he urgently shouted, Soundwave. The formidable might of the Decepticons swiftly began to lock onto its target as the luminous portal of the land bridge materialized beneath Optimus Prime's feet. In a moment of dire urgency, Soundwave found himself enveloped by a faintly colored aura, and in an instant, he plummeted downward, ultimately becoming ensconced within the thickest wall. In his stead, a nimble blue figure emerged, Smokescreen, who with a flourish bowed to the astonished Decepticons, proclaiming, "Greetings, everyone. Smokescreen has arrived." Tarn, momentarily taken aback, activated his weapon system, which autonomously identified Smokescreen as the primary threat. The fusion cannon aimed at him, but after a barrage of fire, the only result was the utter devastation of the command platform behind Smokescreen, with negligible damage inflicted upon him. Devoid of support, Megatron soon found himself outmatched. After a few exchanges, he was struck squarely in the face by a powerful punch, causing him to stagger back. It was only then that Tarn snapped back to reality, swiftly redirecting the fusion cannon. A chilling gleam sliced through the air as the cannon's muzzle was severed at an angle, plummeting to the ground. A second flash of cold light followed, plunging directly into Tarn's right elbow, and with a fierce twist, his right arm was rendered uncontrollable by the release of super energy. The sensation of pain surged from his elbow down to his legs, as Optimus Prime executed his swordplay with lethal precision, first delivering a horizontal cut that injured Tarn's knee, forcing him to kneel, followed by an upward strike that severed Tarn's left hand. What was happening? It wasn't until the blade's tip pressed against his throat that Tarn comprehended the gravity of his predicament. How could a seemingly assured victory devolve into such chaos? Just as Optimus Prime was about to deliver a righteous proclamation, a sudden glint from his optical sensors caught his attention, prompting him to raise his hand and fire several shots in the direction of his gaze. The blue and purple lasers whizzed past each other, with the former striking Megatron's chest while the latter, buoyed by an indomitable protagonist's aura, narrowly grazed Optimus's skull before embedding itself into the wall. No matter how resilient the armor, it could not withstand such attacks. Megatron was forced to retreat once more, lifting his gaze to the gun barrel aimed squarely at his face. "Take action. Do not squander this opportunity." "No." Optimus Prime lowered his weapon, embodying righteousness. "What awaits you is not execution, but imprisonment." Megatron let out a series of mocking laughs, attempting to rise, but instead collapsing to his knees. After catching his breath, he glared at Tarn with venomous disdain. "You appear formidable in routine, yet falter at the critical moment. Fighter?" If the original script had unfolded as intended, the Starsaber would have already pierced Megatron's spark. He had shielded Megatron from the most lethal protagonist's aura, yet was labeled as such. Let us see how this unfolds. With his resolve extinguished, Tarn summoned his strength, rising from the ground and bolting from the bridge. Seeing this, Smokescreen intended to pursue, but Optimus Prime shook his head to deter him. He is already a broken man. If he clings to any desire for survival, he must return to surrender. Meanwhile, the battle on the other front was overwhelmingly one-sided. No weapon could breach the defenses of the Supreme God armor. As Shockwave grasped this reality, he scrambled towards the escape pod. Red Alert and Black Widow, recognizing the situation, swiftly followed him in flight, while the Decepticon soldiers either fought in retreat or surrendered on the spot. As a group of deserters arrived at the escape pod, they found it had long been plundered by the foresight previous wave of escapees. Just as they surged out of the escape chamber, they encountered Alcee and the Thunder Rescue Team, charging towards them. By the source of fire, it seemed to respond to the call of the Red Spider. As waves of light surged from the side, immobilizing the Supreme armor, it was a stasis device. Quickly disperse. The seasoned Tong Xiangxiu swiftly discerned the weapon in the hands of the Fire Warrior. He landed a punch on the shoulder of the Jack, using the recoil to leap sideways. The quick-reacting Bumblebee also rolled aside, while only the heaviest partition remained unfortunate, stuck alongside Alcee. Splendid. Fire Warrior, immobilize them all. The Decepticons cheered, parting to give Fire Warrior a path. Unbeknownst to them, this very action exposed the latter. The Jack drew his long blade and hurled it towards the Fire Warrior. Deprived of cover, the latter could only turn his weapon to fire at the blade. However, even after kinetic energy ceased, inertia remained. The spinning blade cleaved the stasis device in two, slicing through the Fire Warrior's side, seeing both sides' strongest weapons rendered ineffective. The Red Spider quickly rallied the defeated. Are we truly afraid of their remaining three? Lord Megatron may have already dealt with Optimus. Optimus Prime is here. Not just the Decepticons, but the Autobots too gazed in shock towards the corridor's end. There stood Megatron, his hands ensnared by energy rings, his chest riddled with bullet holes. Now a dull gray, his once mighty presence reduced to a pitiful state. Meanwhile, the ultimate victor, Optimus Prime, approached, forcefully restraining Megatron. With Soundwave and Megatron captured, and Tarn having fled to who knows where, the remaining Decepticons still hesitated to surrender. If you lay down your weapons now, perhaps your lives may yet be spared. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the Decepticons' morale plummeted. The lesser soldiers, unable to hesitate, quickly stowed their weapons within their arms. Even amidst their despair, the Red Spider, valuing his life above all, raised his hands in surrender, while only Black Widow bent to assist the injured Fire Warrior from the ground. Who would have thought we would still lose? In response to the Fire Warrior's gritted teeth, Black Widow offered no retort. Her gaze fixed solely on the operator of the Supreme Armor. After a brief segment of black screen, the Jack was predictably subjected to a thorough repair by the ambulance. Do you understand how perilous your actions were? If I cannot fix this, Alcee and the Partition would be forever trapped here as statues. The latter chattered incessantly while diligently repairing the stasis device. Doctor, I believe in your skills. By the grace of Primus, Jack, if you call me doctor again at this moment, I shall stuff the stasis device in your mouth. Of course, despite his words, his hands moved swiftly. Within 2 cosmic standard hours, the ambulance had repaired the stasis device, and with a flash of light, Alcee and the Partition regained their mobility. The first act of liberation was to shed the armor, seize the phase shifter, and extract the gear suppressor. In an instant, the firearm was brandished, its muzzle aimed squarely at the kneeling Black Widow. Alcee, they are prisoners. The admonition of Optimus Prime resonated beside the audio receiver, intermingled with the mocking taunts of Black Widow. Fire away. Let me witness the extent of your thirst for vengeance. If it were a shield, you would undoubtedly pull the trigger. Yet the barrel lifted, reverting to its arm form. What? Why? Because I am not you. I am an Autobot, not a Decepticon. Alcee knelt, aligning his gaze with that of Black Widow. For my compassion shall prevail over my wrath. And you shall remember, his finger pressed upon her chest, that the adversary you yearn to slay has, on this day, shown you mercy. This you will never forget. Though Black Widow spoke not a word, shock and fury rendered her trembling. The capacity of Red Spider to endure was somewhat greater. However, the ire he faced was not solely from Alcee, for as a former second-in-command, nearly all Autobots regarded him with disdain. It seemed his days would be arduous. After confiscating the weapons of the surrendering Decepticons and incarcerating all high-ranking officials in individual cells, the leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime, personally activated the ultimate divine lock. As Cybertronian matter infused the core, the entire planet radiated a resplendent glow. The dust upon the surface swept away, and the structures appeared to commence self-repair. His speech, a few hundred words, is omitted here. Opening theme. The dissenters and the surrendering faction had already commenced repair work as instructed by the Autobots, while the obstinate remained confined within their cells, steadfast in their belief that the yet unapprehended Tarn would come to their rescue, alongside the fallen and the dead. Speaking of the fallen, where had he gone? Supervised on one side of the land bridge, he could also be seen flexing his limbs. He was eager for a duel. Beep, 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 beep. What? Signal detected indicating a spacecraft has departed Cybertron's atmosphere. Estimated trajectory toward velocity star? Indeed, while the fallen and the dead were Decepticons. They were fundamentally mercenaries summoned by Red Spider. If they could extricate themselves unscathed, why not make a hasty retreat? The moment Soundwave emerged from the confines of the wall was anything but tranquil. Land bridges and erratic tendrils obstructed any attempts at capture. Ambulance seized the moment, reopening a land bridge on the opposite side, successfully banishing Soundwave to the shadow world. Initially, there were intentions to execute Megatron directly, but Optimus Prime remained steadfast in his policy of compassion, ultimately deciding to banish him in a similar manner. Do you have anything to say before you depart? We were once brothers. Optimus delivered a decisive kick, reminiscent of how he had expelled Megatron from the ship during their previous encounter. Now only one hidden danger remains. After a moment of darkness, the mightiest weapon of the Decepticons, the perfect soldier, reflect on my predicament. That fool Megatron. Why have I remained subservient to him all this time when I could have easily taken his place? Tarn has traversed for a day and night. My energy reserves are nearly depleted, yet beneath me lies a fissure emanating a blue glow just out of reach. Oh, I almost forgot that my hand has been severed. I cannot fathom my earlier thoughts. Was it merely to adhere to some so-called narrative? But I am a Decepticon. Inevitably, I shall become a war criminal. Truly caught between two worlds, engaging with those expendable pawns is utterly futile. In critical moments, they cannot even shield me from bullets. I possess omniscience, yet find myself in such a dire state. I must grow stronger. I shall ascend to become the ruler of the Decepticons. And I shall vanquish those Autobots. Ha ha ha. Truly, they are but weak ants, their motivations for strength so pitifully humble. What does that sound? Have you forgotten me so soon? Could it be that your recent setbacks have clouded your mind? The Cosmic Emperor? Impossible. I lack a dark energon core within me, and I have not perished. How could you return to my consciousness? Foolish ant, my mental essence has long been intertwined with your spark through our previous connection. Without the dark energon core as a conduit, I cannot manifest sufficient power in ordinary circumstances. Yet now, with the revival of my arch-nemesis, the primordial celestial, my mental force expands exponentially. Megatron, that simpleton, has been banished to the Shadow Realm, a realm I can effortlessly penetrate. It is no wonder he cannot comprehend my power. So, you seek me out to aid your resurrection and to obliterate the primordial celestial and Cybertron? How absurd! Is this not your own ambition? You desire strength. You aspire to be their king. I can not only fulfill that desire, but can elevate you to the status of a god of chaos. However, I remain discerning. Even if I were to become a deity in a world laid to waste, who would worship me? Such foolishness. As a god, one must pursue a purpose. To forge an era of chaos necessitates tremendous effort. There is no time to entertain so-called followers. Then let us collaborate pleasantly. No, wait a moment. Ha ha. An ant is still an ant. Very well. I too seek the complete annihilation of the primordial celestial. Yet the new life that has already emerged cannot be destroyed. In due time, you may harness the transformation brought by my power to become their king. How's that sound? At least it is better than being crippled as you are now. I shall merely time my actions to align with the narrative. Tarn nodded, indicating a willingness to accept the Cosmic Emperor's power. Ha ha ha, foolish one. A surge of intense purple light erupted from the eye sockets of the Decepticon mask. As the metal and circuitry of my body reconfigured instantaneously with the fusion cannon, severed in two, replenishing the wound. Tarn's injuries were instantaneously mended, restoring him not only to his original visage, but transforming the stabilizing plates on his back into two magnificent wings. The flat soles of his feet morphed into pointed tips, and the tips of his fingers became sharper, adorned with curved hooks. The apex of his Decepticon mask elongated upward, forming a crown-like structure. This was the sensation of being tenfold darkened. As his power surged, the sinister desires within him expanded exponentially. Tarn leapt gracefully, transforming midair into a heavy fighter jet with engines roaring, propelling himself towards the wellspring of the Allspark. After a brief interlude of darkness, during this interval, Optimus Prime led a search party that discovered a fully restored spacecraft within the revitalized Cybertronian shipyard. The seasoned pilot, Jolt, volunteered to guide Optimus, embarking on a quest into the cosmos to locate the Allspark. Meanwhile, the search team returned to the command center of their warship, reuniting with the remaining crew members. As the medic quickly alerted everyone, pointing toward a section of the display screen. There is an object approaching us on the Decepticon signal frequency. Is it one of the flying generals from the Decepticons? RC inquired, her mind still burdened by the pressing political and educational dilemmas of the next 2 centuries. What other Decepticons can still fly? Starscream is imprisoned, and his 2 brothers are completely dismantled. Thundercracker interjected, that is true, but this target is far too large. Can a standard transformable fighter jet even achieve flight? It can't possibly be Starscream escaping, can it? Where is he? In the ship's brig. End credits. Amidst the prisoners. The most unfortunate was undoubtedly Starscream, shackled not only at his feet and hands, but also confined by restraints on his wings, as if they feared he might attempt to flee. If we take down that guy, he might abandon us. Tarn lamented, caught between life and death. Have we ever truly achieved victory, Decepticons? If you complain a little less, I might be able to devise a way to unlock these chains. Black Widow glared fiercely at Starscream, her sharp claws probing incessantly at the lock of the handcuffs. Alas, had I known the Decepticons would falter. I should have joined the Autobots during their reckless offensive. While Fireflight was lost in his thoughts, A sudden cacophony erupted from beyond the prison door. Not only Fireflight, but all the Decepticons confined therein heard the sound and straightened in anticipation of another thunderous noise. The cell door suddenly creaked open slightly, a sharp claw reaching through, followed by another. The door was thrust wide open with a painful groan, and light from outside flooded in, casting elongated shadows at the entrance. Tarn? Shockwave was the first to rise, having disassembled his fusion cannon, which was illogical. Rein in your logic, Shockwave. I'm here for business. Tarn stepped into the cell, soaking in the astonishment and admiration of his comrades, and approached Fireflight. With a mere grip, he snapped the handcuffs asunder. Surely, all present here are loyalists? Tarn methodically released all members, declaring, "Now, we shall resurrect the glory of the Decepticons." The opening theme, the logic of Shockwave, remains convoluted. How did you manage to repair yourself and install so many additional enhancements? Tarn turned his gaze. The fleeting violet light in the optical lens answered Shockwave's inquiry, leaving him once more astonished. Have you acquired the power of the Cosmic Emperor? You seem to possess profound knowledge on the subject. Indeed, I have now become a follower of the Cosmic Emperor. The machines around them were momentarily dazed. As the loyalist Tyrell approached slowly, resting his hand on Tarn's arm, asking, "Commander, why have you chosen to embrace that dark deity?" "Because it grants me strength," Tarn replied, forcefully tapping Tyrell's chest, nearly penetrating his armor, addressing him. "Call me Master. Have you succumbed to adolescent delusions, or simply lost your sanity?" Firefight, unable to tolerate it any longer, approached the giant for a closer inspection, commenting on the crown's transformation. "Are you certain you can control it?" Tarn pounded his chest, declaring, "The Cosmic Emperor merely utilized a modicum of his so-called mental power to alter my body, and I survive on the scant remnants of dark energy residing in my mind. He cannot exert control over me. Ha ha! I told you, the insignificant are foolish. While you and Megatron seal me away, I had my blood scattered across the surface of the earth, and Megatron, being my follower, would naturally collect and store my blood aboard this warship." What? Just as Mike contemplated this thought, darkness enveloped him, rendering him immobile. To prevent confusion for new and old readers, Mike is the name Tarn once bore as a human, symbolizing awareness. Tarn's form suddenly swayed, the once crimson optical lens swiftly shifting to violet as he involuntarily moved his legs toward the warehouse, guided by the fate of the Cosmic Emperor. The Decepticons began to panic, with Shockwave grasping the Red Spider's shoulder, questioning, "Have we disposed of the dark energy aboard the warship?" "Of course we have. Following the zombie incident, we secretly destroyed everything without informing Megatron. Only what he personally utilized remains, but that should have been consumed by now." "Should have? Even a fragment the size of your finger would suffice to restore the Cosmic Emperor's full mental prowess." Firefight, incensed, rushed forward in an attempt to restrain his brother. But how could a giant, having undergone such extensive modifications, be stopped? With a mere flick of his hand, he hurled Firefight against the wall, and upon seeing him lose consciousness, continued striding toward the warehouse. "You lot, find a way to hinder him. I will check the hidden compartment for missiles." The Red Spider exclaimed before transforming into a fighter jet and darting down the corridor. "I will attempt remote control from the bridge." But the Autobots there witnessed Shockwave contradicting his own argument. The Black Widow disregarded everything else, leaping onto the giant's body, landing on his shoulder, and vigorously shaking in front of his optical lens. Hey, Tarn, don't let the Cosmic Emperor control you." Tarn abruptly halted, and the Black Widow, thinking her persuasion had succeeded, was about to convey the good news when a massive hand suddenly reached for her. The latter sensed a surge of murderous intent and swiftly evaded, only to find another hand lying in wait, akin to a figurine captured before Tarn. It was, in fact, a spider, neither an insect nor humanoid. Tarn, or rather the Cosmic Overlord, began to mock, declaring it best to crush it on the spot to avoid disturbing his mood. The Cosmic Overlord exerted force, and with a series of crackling sounds, fissures appeared in the Black Widow's carapace and arms, rendering it unable to escape. Just as despair loomed, several beams of blue light struck, hitting the Cosmic Overlord on the back of the head, causing him to release the Black Widow and divert his attention. Following a brief blackout, "Hey, Tarn, do not presume that your polished appearance will allow you to return and wreak havoc." Tong Tian Shao and the remaining members brandished their wrist guns, aiming directly at the cosmic overlord. The latter laughed heartily, proclaiming, "He is but a speck of dust in my thoughts. I am the cosmic overlord, the god of chaos, to absorb the dark super energy in the warehouse. The best way to prevent it is for me to proceed to the bridge and initiate the self-destruct sequence of the super soldier, ensuring it cannot be reprogrammed to betray us. This soldier's body is mine. None can take it from me." The cosmic overlord roared, extending his claws towards the chest of Shockwave. In a moment of peril, Tong Tian Xiao collided with Shockwave, while teammates opened fire for cover, successfully obscuring the cosmic overlord's line of sight. His claws grazed past Tong Tian Xiao's shoulder, embedding themselves into the wall. "Everyone else, step aside. Your assistance is futile." In truth, there was no need for warning. The former prisoners had either made their escape or retreated to a safe distance with two female officers to observe the spectacle. A barrage of gunfire rained down upon the cosmic overlord, yet it failed to inflict any damage on his reinforced armor. The Team's intention was merely to shield Shockwave as he made his way to the bridge. To conquer this formidable form, the internal programming must be addressed. A swarm of flies. The cosmic overlord swiped his hand, unleashing a wave of energy composed of his claws that struck with such force that the barrier could not evade, leaving several gashes across its front. The cosmic overlord bellowed and seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to charge at the nearest Tong Tian Xiao, who transformed his gun into a fist, meeting the cosmic overlord with a powerful punch. The resounding clash of metal echoed through the corridor. The punch did not strike any part of the overlord, as he effortlessly caught it, applying just enough force to shatter Tong Tian Xiao's fist into fragments. The agonized scream of Tong Tian Xiao sounded a clarion call to all members. "Under no circumstances let this giant capture you." Smoke volunteered to charge forward, activating the phase shifter and darting around the cosmic overlord's feet. Although the overlord possessed ample speed, the extraordinary properties of the phase shifter rendered him unable to catch this agile flea. Seizing the moment, Smoke aimed to drag the cosmic overlord down beneath the floor. But before his feet could breach the surface, he felt a grip on his shoulder that flung him away, causing the phase shifter to detach from his arm. "To pull me down, you must first assimilate me. This machine is still not perfected." The Cosmic Emperor laughed heartily, and then unleashed several sharp claws in a flurry. The flying waves, whether striking the walls, the floor, or even the Autobots, left behind alarming claw marks, the deepest of which bore a hint of corrosive dark energy. With no flies left to impede him, the Cosmic Emperor retracted his powers and swiftly made his way toward the bridge, fortuitously colliding with Shockwave, who was inputting the final password. "Prepare to meet your primordial celestial." The sharp claws surged forward, and Shockwave, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground. "Who could stop me now?" The Cosmic Emperor boasted as he stepped forward, crushing Shockwave's hand beneath his foot, raising his claws to gouge out Shockwave's singular eye for a closer look. Just as he was about to strike, a red figure abruptly entered his line of sight, arms outstretched, calling out loudly, "Brother, please stop." "Oh, so he's your brother?" The Cosmic Emperor mused, peering through the ideological haze at the soul spark in his grasp, finding it quite amusing, yet he could no longer hear your words. As he spoke, he unfurled his claws to strike, only to have his arm firmly grasped by another large hand, which correspondingly bore a red eye. "What? How did you awaken? Do you not realize that siblings are bound by heart? You mere destroyer of the anti-spark. Perhaps I was blinded by ambition and accepted your power. Yet I have never relinquished my true self, nor will I allow you to harm my sister." Now was the opportune moment. Shockwave struggled to prop himself up, ready to confirm the program's initiation. Within 10 seconds, Tarn Spark would forcibly deactivate. Will he then? Indeed, he will perish. Do not concern yourself with that. The Cosmic Emperor will inevitably be vanquished, whether it be from Megatron or from me. With a surge of effort, Mike drove the claws deep into another arm. Though his sister's body could not shed tears, her spark and heart wept silently. As the program initiated, the perfect soldier's spark was forcibly ceased, his massive form crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. The Cosmic Emperor, deprived of the requisite energy, could only rely on his dwindling mental strength, frantically struggling within one half of Tarn's brain. The Autobots soon realized that the container designed for the spark source could also house the Cosmic Emperor's anti-spark. Thus, the Cosmic Emperor's psychic energy, traversing an entire star system, was drawn into the spark source container. The anti-Spark's essence remained trapped in the Earth's core, while its mental force was locked deep within the Rust Sea, and the Cosmic Emperor's attempts to rise again in this lifetime were futile. As Cybertron welcomed back its refugees, the Autobots naturally extended a warm reception, while the Decepticons faced two choices: to change allegiances on the spot or to join the Tarn Republic.